Chapter 141, The Third Family, The Wisdom of the Goblins. He pondered for a moment, and used 1 unit of good fortune energy to remove most of the redundant and hidden genes in the gene pool of this goblin bloodline, because there was no need to select and cut them with 1 knife. 1 unit of good fortune energy could do it, leaving only 1 forgotten talent. Time is money. This talent was the talent of the goblins in the most glorious era of the ancient goblin empire. It allowed the goblins to maintain the highest efficiency in everything they did, just like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Unfortunately, with the destruction of the goblin empire, the goblins were cursed by the gods, and this talent disappeared. Although this talent has no specific value, it is quite powerful, especially for auxiliary races. Then, Lin Xiao threw the 3 talent cards of Advanced Enlightenment, and Goblin Afterglow into the Good Fortune Cube and loaded them all. Then 2 specialties, namely, Spiritual Genius and Dexterity, were also thrown into the Good Fortune Cube to load. The last skill card, Basic Meditation, was loaded into it. As for the Basic Knowledge cards, Basic Exotic Mechanical Construction, Basic Exotic Alchemy, Basic Exotic Engineering, Basic Weapon Forging, Basic Armor Forging, Basic War Machinery Manufacturing. These are knowledge cards, not skill cards, so they cannot be directly loaded to them, and they can only learn by themselves. Lin Xiao plans to make a few more knowledge cards in the future and then merge them all into a card containing all this knowledge, saving the card slots to be loaded into the gods' domain 1 by 1. All talents, skills, and expertise are integrated into one. Lin Xiao, who was looking forward to the formation of the card, was suddenly stunned. He found that the genetic strength of the goblin race could not carry so many powerful talents and expertise. He pinched his chin and thought about it. His eyes fell on the last unit of good fortune energy, and after thinking about it, he integrated it into the blood source of the goblin. If nothing else, it is to increase the upper limit of the goblin's genetic carrying capacity. After 5 minutes, the fusion was completed. All talents, specialties, and skills were fused into a ball, which barely reached the limit and could no longer carry even 1 card. Quickly condense it into a card. A crystal light bloomed, and it turned into an ancient card as expected, with the following attributes. 5-star species card Wisdom Goblin Ancient. Use the card to summon 2,000 Wisdom Goblins. Note, half male and half female. Race, Wisdom Goblin. Category, Subhuman. Level, Intermediate Race. Occupation, None. Talent, Outstanding Wisdom. Time is money. Afterglow of Goblins. Skill, Basic Meditation LV1. Expertise, Mental Genius. Ingenuity. Constitution, 0.6 underage teenagers may be stronger than you. Strength, 0.7 80-year-old man's momentary anger is stronger than yours. Agility, 1.2 slightly more flexible than ordinary people. Spirit, 2+3+2 Wisdom Goblins have outstanding wisdom and extraordinary talent in mental power. Evaluation. The ancient Goblin Imperial Academy of Sciences once studied a topic on how to make goblins have higher wisdom, stronger mental power, and spellcasting ability. Obviously, you have done it. Good guy. The spirit is over 5. 2 basic points, 3 points for outstanding wisdom, and 2 points for the specialty of mental power genius. A total of 7 points. Lin Xiao regretted why he didn't choose the Pyromancer at this time. The Frost Warlock is only suitable for the Murloc Warlock and the Great Naga who play in the water every day. But it is not very suitable for the goblins, who deal with the forge every day. They are more suitable for the Pyromancer. But he couldn't predict the future. How could he know that the goblins formed by the fusion of so many mythical cards would be so awesome? With an innate basic spirit of 7 points, which was higher than the level 5 Great Naga. With a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he loaded this card, and then issued a divine oracle to the Great Naga Slarda. He didn't need to worry about it anymore. He believed that Slarda could handle the 2,000 newly appeared intelligent goblins. The intelligent goblins could not exert any combat power for the time being, although they could be transferred to Frost Warlocks at the beginning. There were too few in the early stage, and they needed to be kept for seed reproduction, so they could not fight in the later battles for the time being. However, the Frost Warlock profession could come in handy in a few days, according to the calculation that 1 day in the main world is 1 year in the divine domain. There would be more than a year before the exchange meeting started. It would take more than a year to spend more faith to let the new Great Naga clan enter the ancient arena to see if a batch of extraordinary frost warlocks could be produced. He was looking forward to this. Before, both Li Xingyuan's two-headed ogre magician and the dog-headed dragon vein warlock had impressed him deeply. The wizard was indeed very strong. So far, the 2 extra slots have been used up, and all the good fortune energy has been used up. There will definitely be extra slot rewards in the 3rd stage of the summer camp, and the rewards may be more generous because of the sudden exchange meeting. Although the rules of the exchange meeting have not been announced yet. Generally speaking, the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward. If you perform well, there is a high probability that there will be more than 2 slots and ancient quality cards. In the God's domain, as the intelligent goblin race card is loaded, a portal is opened in the upper left corner of the God's domain, and a group of short humanoid creatures walk out of it. These short humanoid creatures are only about 1.23 meters tall, shorter than fishmen, and look only a little similar to goblins, more like a shrunken version of humans. Although they looked like they were fleeing, they did not look embarrassed. The team was in good order, and their clothes were torn but not messy. Many wise goblins who fled looked around curiously at the wilderness full of lush vegetation, with clear eyes, revealing the light of wisdom. To be honest, if it was not certain that this was made from goblins, even Lin Xiao himself would not believe that this was the mean and dirty, cowardly and barbaric goblin in the impression of ordinary people. It was simply 2 different species. As the fleeing team passed through the wilderness, they could see bushes growing wildly in the wilderness, and red wild fruits in the bushes from time to time. The middle-aged male goblin, who was guarding the women in the team, picked the wild fruits, wiped them clean, and handed them to the female goblins in the team. When they passed through a garden surrounded by thorny bushes, they saw a dozen little flower fairies flying and dancing in the flowers in the large garden in the middle. When they saw the wise goblins passing by, they all looked curiously from afar. Lin Xiao, who had been paying attention to the wise goblins, was moved. He didn't expect that more than a dozen elves had been born in the God's domain without knowing it. All of them were flower fairies. Under the care of these flower fairies, this wild garden was very beautiful and full of vitality. He pinched his chin and thought about it, and issued a divine prophecy to Slarda, listing any elves in the God's domain as protected creatures. Now these little guys are still small, and the God's domain is not big. When the God's domain expands in the future, and the energy is rich, it will be amazing to give birth to elemental elves. At this time, the wise goblins had already passed through the flowers for a long time. When they passed through a lush weed, they suddenly saw a large wild fruit forest in front of them. The wise goblins rushed over excitedly. The middle-aged male goblins dispersed to be on guard, and the female goblins went to pick fruits. At this moment, a dull sound suddenly came from the distance, as if something heavy hit the ground. The male goblins looked vigilantly at a large wasteland on the other side of the dwarf fruit forest. As time passed, the sound slowly approached, and an uneasy atmosphere filled the void. Suddenly, a goblin shouted, and all the wise goblins jumped down from the tree quickly and ran back. Many male goblins gathered together, with weapons made of broken branches and sharpened, looking ahead with vigilance. Bang! The earth shook slightly, and then a figure as tall as a mountain to the goblins walked out from behind the jungle. A huge hand covered with scales easily broke and separated a tree as thick as a thigh. And then a huge anchor fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the ground with a boom. The giant beast stopped 100 meters away from the wise goblin. But the rustling sound did not stop. The dense jungle around was pulled apart, and a group of giant beasts with human bodies and snake tails, which were also tall to the wise goblins, walked out. Goblins from unknown regions. The Supreme Creator, the King of the Sea, the God of Naga and Fishmen ordered me to greet you. Slardar, who received the divine revelation and came early with a large group of big Nagas, looked down at the little guy in front of him and said so. Then, there was nothing else. So many ferocious monsters, like giant beasts, came to pick you up. Just like when humans go to an unknown place. A group of monsters several dozen meters tall come to you and say to you in a friendly manner, I am here to pick you up. Are you going or not? This is the situation that the wise goblins are facing now. They have no choice at all. After weighing the size of both sides, they are very sure that they can't run faster. So they obediently follow Slardar's words and return to the Naga city. Next, the intelligent goblins settled in the Naga city as servants. Like the little fishmen, they were treated as servants by the big Nagas and served them. This is the best way, And it can also make the intelligent goblins feel at ease. After all, if they are really asked to be on an equal footing with the big Nagas, they themselves will not feel at ease. Later, it is to guide them to believe in the god of creation and reproduce in the Naga city. Lin Xiao did not guide them to do anything. He believed that with their outstanding wisdom, they would find work to do. It is like humans with high intelligence returning to the ancient primitive times and seeing the primitive tribal society with nothing. They will definitely find ways to create various tools to improve their lives. This is the instinct of wisdom, and Lin Xiao is not going to interfere with them. Recovering consciousness from the divine domain, Lin Xiao received a message from Lin Su inviting him to join a new group chat. After joining it, he found that there were 6 people in it: Gu Cheng, Lin Su, Shen Yuexin, and several others who were also from Yunming province. At this time, someone was already chatting. He came in and stopped talking. After more than 10 seconds, a boy named Su Tong, who was not familiar with him before, said, "It turns out that the big guy is here, and his group status is reduced by 1. It turns out that the big guy is here, and his group status is reduced by 1. Chapter 142 Exchange Competition Rules. The original group is useless. Now only a few of them have entered the last stage of the summer camp. Many things are not easy to discuss in another group. There are more than 10 people in Yunming province who have entered the 3rd stage, but the others seem to want to form their own small circle, so they were not invited." Gu Cheng said in the group, "Everyone here is my own person. I will not beat around the bush and tell the truth. I received news that the next stage of the exchange will go to the Yin Wang No. 5 War Fortress in charge of the war zone. It is not clear which branch battlefield is specific. Of course, we will not be sent to the main battlefield or the front line. It is estimated that it will be a remote branch battlefield where even the true gods will not be encountered. But it does not mean that there is no danger. According to reliable information I received, the military is ready to take real action this time. We may actually invade the indigenous plain." Lin Xiao sat in the dormitory and listened carefully. He had never heard of these insider information and had no channels. It doesn't matter where Gu Cheng got it from, as long as it is true. If so, it would be a bit dangerous. You should know that military-led operations always have death targets. Of course, the military will do its best to ensure their safety in operations and plans. But since it is a real invasion, there is a possibility of death. The general natives are definitely not their opponents. But it does not mean that they will surrender. Accidents and fierce battles are completely normal and inevitable. Many people may think that this is too unreasonable. Elites like them will also have death targets? In fact, yes. So what if you are an elite? The enemy will not show mercy just because you are an elite. And just because you are an elite, while you get more resources and honors than ordinary people, you will face more dangerous enemies in the future. It is still good now. The opponents arranged are carefully selected enemies who are dangerous but not unstoppable. If you officially join the army in the future, you will not be treated so well when you enter the official battlefield. You will often encounter enemies that far exceed your own strength. That's when it is dangerous. While the main world is conquering the outer domain and plundering billions of plain resources to feed itself, it will also encounter a large number of powerful crystal wall systems, including some super crystal wall systems that even the main world cannot resist. Although the news from Gu Cheng is reliable, it is not much. He does not know where he will go, what type of mission, how difficult it is, etc. He only knows that it is extremely dangerous. The purpose of summoning everyone is to form a group. Since it is an exchange with super freshmen from the Ivy League, competition is inevitable. It is not easy to mix alone. If everyone forms a group, they can avoid the risk of being cannon fodder. This is beyond doubt. Since it is an exchange between the Huaxia district and the Ivy League, both sides will form a group, and someone will stand up to unite with others. For example, Lin Xiao can be sure that those gold players will stand up and gather most of the people to form a group. At this time, the treatment of the team and the individual in the big team is definitely different, including Lin Xiao. There are 7 people, namely Gu Cheng, Lin Su, Shen Yuexin, Lin Xiao, Su Tong, Yu Xinze, and Yan Chuan. Needless to say, they are all strong enough to reach this stage. After discussing for a while, they officially established a team. The team is small and has no captain. If there is anything, the 7 people will discuss it together. However, after all, the members are strong and weak, and the strong will definitely have a higher voice. Next, the 7 people simply discuss simple issues, such as their respective responsibilities. The situation of the exchange competition cannot be discussed for the time being. This will have to wait until the specific rules of the exchange competition are released. Fortunately, the time does not need to wait for a long time. Just 2 days. Moreover, the next day, Lin Xiao received a message from the observer of Ether. The rules of this exchange competition have not been determined yet, but the pre-selected battlefields have been determined. There are 3. At that time, one will be randomly selected as the battlefield. I will send you the information. There is also an attachment. Lin Xiao confirmed that he received it and replied, "Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. In addition, if there are extra slots, it's best to use them up as soon as possible to improve your strength." Click on the attachment. There are 3 pieces of information, marked with names. Savage Plain, a medium-sized savage plain, filled with savage ancient forests and terrible beasts. There used to be a god of beasts with a godhood level of 2, but it has been killed by military masters. Now there are many terrifying divine beasts. Broken Plain, a former large civilized plain with many subsidiary plains. 1,000 years ago, a large-scale war of gods shattered the plain. Now there is only a broken plain left, in which there lives a human kingdom and a vampire kingdom, each with a demigod. Underground Empire, a barren plain full of rocky land. There is a huge underground world under the earth, with a large number of underground civilized species. More than 5 demigods. Well, they all look dangerous. Lin Xiao pinched his chin. It seemed that it was not as good as the plane he encountered in the last final exam. You know, there are several demigods in that plane, and there are 2 high-level demigods. But that plane itself has been controlled by the school. The demigods in it basically know the horror of the main world. As long as they don't provoke these demigods, they will generally not be actively hunted down by those demigods. Of course, it doesn't count that Lin Xiao and the Snakeman demigod have had a grudge for a long time. Although there are not many demigods in these planes now. According to the specifications of the summer camp, their tasks will definitely be to directly attack those demigods. I'm afraid they will have to face the resistance of the natives of the plane as soon as they enter. He thought about it, and sent these 3 pieces of information to the group. It was surprising that Gu Cheng and Lin Su had already sent them in the group, and even Shen Yuexin had received them. But she didn't send them, because someone had already sent them. The group discussed this information for a while, and had different discussions on different planes. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, just listened. He is not very good at this kind of thing. What he likes to do most is to take advantage of the situation and rush forward. Conspiracies are just a supplement to insufficient strength. A real man should face the enemy head-on. 2 days passed quickly. During this period, he returned to the god's domain. In more than a year, the intelligent goblins have adapted to the life in Naga City. With the help of Naga and Fishmen, they have built a new small city not far south of Naga City, which they named the City of Wisdom. As he expected, after the intelligent goblins settled down, their wisdom far beyond ordinary people made them very uncomfortable with the primitive life of Naga and Fishmen. Some intelligent goblins, who couldn't sit still, have begun to tinker with things. For example, drying salt, pottery, some simple tools, etc. Lin Xiao observed for several months, and had a sense of watching the game of civilization. He only observed these changes, and did not interfere. He wanted to see how far these intelligent goblins could develop. As a soul-shaking bell rang, Lin Xiao received a message from the summer camp organizing committee. Dear Lin Xiao students, the 3rd phase of this summer camp has begun. Please stay where you are, and wait to be teleported to the outer domain. Buzz! His feet suddenly sank, and Lin Xiao felt himself turning into a stream of light, and falling into the bottomless abyss, crossing the subspace at an extremely fast speed. And everything around him was stretched into a long stream of light, to form a stream of light tunnel with no end in sight. But after just over 10 seconds, everything that was stretched quickly shortened, and the speed was decreasing. At a certain second, his surroundings suddenly paused, and he felt that his feet were on the ground, and the scene in front of him changed from nothingness to reality. He was standing on a huge metal disc covered with array patterns, and streams of energy flowed rapidly along the complex array patterns. Looking around, outside the metal disc covered by a layer of transparent light film, there stood figures covered by divine light in the endless square. Among them, 3 figures hundreds of meters tall were full of divine power like tides. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on them. and he had the illusion that the tides were surging towards him. Students who have arrived at the destination, please leave the transmission platform immediately, and do not hinder subsequent transmission. Lin Xiao immediately walked out, and when he was about to leave the disc, he heard a voice. Please restrain your own divine power. He didn't understand what it meant at first, but when he passed through the transparent light film of the metal disc, the next second he felt that his divine power that was suppressed in the subspace war fortress exploded violently, forming a dazzling golden halo that exploded from his feet and extended to 0.4 meters away and continued to extend about 2 meters. But the color was a bit illusory. 4 points of real divinity, 2 points of uncondensed divinity, the law of creation, and the priesthood of a new species. Pretty good? Lin Xiao landed on the ground with his front foot, and when he stepped out with his back foot, the divine aura emanating from his feet had disappeared. However, behind his head, which he did not notice, there was an invisible transparent ring that was shrinking inwards layer by layer, and inside it was a group of chaos cubes that were constantly twisting and changing shapes. Unlike the last final exam, this time he left the main world in his true body and entered the outer realm. As a divine creature, his own abnormality would naturally be revealed. There were already many students gathered around the transmission platform, gathering in groups of 3 or 2 according to different circles. He just suppressed his own strangeness when he heard someone calling his name. He looked up and saw Shinyu and Yushinza had arrived early. He went over to stand with the two of them. He looked at Shinyueshin in surprise. A strange purple line appeared on her delicate face at some point. It felt like a tattoo extending to her smooth jade neck and all the way to. It was not ugly, but strange. Moreover, the line exuded a faint purple light, which contrasted with the seductive red in her pupils. It swept away the original noble and awe-inspiring, and instead exuded an amazing sexy temperament, which made people want to look at her and get close to her. They couldn't help but want to explore the secrets under her sexy face. But what he didn't know was that when he occasionally peeked at her abnormality, Shinyueshin also unexpectedly observed the back of his head frequently. Well, I can't look anymore. I feel dizzy. Lin Xiao couldn't help but hold his forehead. He found that if he stared at Shinyueshin's exquisite and charming face for a long time, he would feel dizzy. This was very surprising for them, who had already descended in their true form. However, she obviously had a secret in her situation, so he couldn't ask. Chapter 143 Wu Xinglin, whose divinity is ridiculously high. As students came out of the teleportation platform one by one, they showed their true bodies uncontrollably and quickly converged. After watching a few of them and combining them with the vision he had just seen, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the golden divine power auras that stretched out under the feet of all the students when they walked out were actually related to the student's divinity. Simply put, the more divinity you have, the larger the range of the divine power auras under your feet. Lin Xiao has 4 points of divinity and 2 points of uncondensed divinity, so his divine power aura has a radius of 4 meters. And there is also a 2-meter translucent aura. The auras of these students who were teleported in succession are mostly between 4 meters and 6 or 7 meters, with little difference. Even Lin Su has only 6 points of divinity. Gu Cheng has 7 points of divinity, and the other companions have 5 points of divinity. On the contrary, Lin Xiao has 4 points, which is the least among them, but he still has 2 points of uncondensed divinity, which only needs enough faith power to be stably condensed. So overall, he is considered to be superior in the team. As for Shinyueshin, she came out early, and I didn't see how many points of divinity she condensed. But seeing that she won the silver seat without showing off, and later became the strongest 21 eyes, her strength must be very strong. In fact, Lin Xiao has never been able to see her strength clearly. He suspected that her strength was stronger than he thought, but he had no evidence. As the students were teleported one by one, he became bored after watching for a long time. Lin Xiao turned around and chatted with everyone. After a few words, he suddenly heard a surprised voice from the side. He quickly turned his head and saw a figure with a divine power aura of more than 10 meters under his feet, and his whole body was shrouded by an invisible distortion. Wow! 12 points of divinity. This gap is a bit exaggerated. Compared with Guqing and his level, it is directly a big level stronger. As the divine power quickly converged, a young man with extraordinary temperament and a little arrogance was revealed. He was one of the 5 people who came with Wu Xinglin. It seemed to be called Dingyi. Although the boy had restrained his divine power, there was a twisted divine power behind his head that could not be completely restrained. He walked out expressionlessly, and stood alone in a corner. The students around him involuntarily made room for him. Not long after, Zhang Guan, one of the 6 elites, also stepped on the divine power aura and walked out. He also had more than 10 points of divinity. 11 points of divinity. A little less than Dingyi. In less than a minute, the third boy with more than 10 points of divinity walked out. After that, it was Qin Fengyan with 10 points of divinity, and another boy named Gao Yongsheng, also with 10 points of divinity. So far, 5 of the 6 elites of this summer camp have appeared, all with a little strange vision. That is, their divinity is too strong, and they can't restrain it even if they try their best. At this time, only Wu Zhonglin has not appeared yet. Almost everyone is watching the transmission platform, and even the tall figures of the 3 gods in the distance, who are shrouded by the surging divine power, and whose faces cannot be seen clearly, are frequently looking over here. You said that the 5 of them all have 11 or 12 points of divinity. And Wu Zhonglin is obviously stronger than them. How many points of divinity has he condensed now? Is it more than 15 points? Su Tong whispered as he looked at them with envy. Gu Cheng replied seriously. Definitely. Lin Su also nodded. At least 15 points. 17 or 18 points are possible. That's too exaggerated. We don't even have a fraction of him? Lin Xiao laughed. Be more confident. We don't even have a fraction of him. Xin Yuexin also said. If you don't have the potential and strength far beyond ours, why are you listed in the Tianjia Vice list with those seniors in the 2nd or even 3rd year of high school in the 1st year of high school? Too powerful. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, a divine power aura suddenly exploded in the portal, and the dazzling golden light covered far more than any previous range. Before Lin Xiao could see who was covered by the distorted divine light, he heard someone on the side gasp. Damn. 21 divinity. Then the divine power halo quickly shrank towards the tall figure in the center of the halo, condensing into a 3-meter-tall man covered with golden dragon patterns. He looked about 70% similar to Wu Zhonglin, but with a stern face, a rebellious look, and a pair of dragon horns burning with flames on his head. His temperament was completely different from his previous gentle appearance. No, this is Wu Zhonglin's true appearance. Compared with the other people, who looked not much different from what they saw in the subspace before after restraining their own divine power. Wu Zhonglin looked very different from before even if he restrained his own divine power. The 3-meter height stood out among all the people. There was a layer of divine power distortion on his body that existed even if he tried his best to restrain it. There was a pair of red-curved dragon horns burning with blazing flames like ruby crystals on his head. The surrounding void faintly collapsed towards the dragon horns. Anyone who looked at the dragon horns could feel a burning feeling coming at them. Terrible. This natural and unconscious aura was so powerful. I don't know how terrible it would be if he let go of the restraints and released the divine power with all his strength. Lin Xiao can be 100% sure that Wu Zhonglin definitely has a priesthood related to dragons. Just like the creation priesthood he obtained in advance. He can condense it immediately after becoming a demigod. At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly thought that Wu Zhonglin has already condensed 21 points of divinity. When he becomes a demigod in 2 years, won't he be able to easily condense more than 50 points of divinity? Wouldn't that mean he can get more than 2 powerful priesthoods at the beginning? Too terrible. This is simply too strong. No wonder he can be ranked on the 2nd list of Tianjiu in the 1st year of high school. There are so many such young Qinjiao. Lin Xiao's current strength can't even be on the lowest 3,000 people's 2nd list. The gap between them is quite large. As soon as Wu Zhonglin came out, 3 of the 5 elites came forward to stand with him. All 3 were willing to stand behind him and lead him. Only Qin Fengyan and Dingyi were unwilling to be inferior to him. They looked at Wu Zhonglin silently and left with a few companions. 2 people took the leap, and the others left one after another. Gu Cheng clapped his hands and said, "See? Now everyone is in a group. Let's go too." They retracted their gaze and walked along the signboards and cursors floating in the air towards a certain direction of the platform that was unknown how many kilometers long. The place where they teleported seemed to be a military war fortress located in an unknown foreign crystal wall. It was unknown how big it was. Anyway, their platform alone was thousands of meters wide, more than 10 kilometers long, and hundreds of meters high. The platform of more than 10 kilometers was like a runway. There were many huge semicircular metal gates on both sides. From time to time, aircraft were seen flying out of this metal gate and turning into another metal gate. or passing through this metal gate and entering the opposite metal gate. When these soldiers passed by, they were curious and slowed down to observe them. With envious expressions in their eyes, Lin Xiao knew that these soldiers envied their identity. The identity of God's domain players. These soldiers were ordinary soldiers, not God's domain players. Many people think that all the soldiers in the military are God realm players like them. No. Most of the soldiers are ordinary people. But they have practiced various powerful power systems in different planes. And each of them has the lowest level of extraordinary combat power. This kind of non-God realm player is called a soldier, and is also the most numerous bottom-level cannon fodder in the military, and uses normal military ranks. Soldiers like Lin Xiao, who have opened up the God realm, are called non-commissioned officers. They are elites in the army, and use elite ranks. If they join the army in the future, they will start as elite non-commissioned officers, for the same rank. The elite rank is one level higher than the normal rank, and has a higher priority. For example, the elite second lieutenant has the same rank as an ordinary major. And because of the high priority, the normal elite second lieutenant is half a level higher than the ordinary major. And the elite second lieutenant can command the ordinary major. This is not discrimination. But the tasks that the elite rank non-commissioned officers need to undertake are far more difficult and dangerous than ordinary soldiers. And the treatment is naturally higher. But correspondingly, if the ordinary rank is still higher than the elite rank after crossing a major level. For example, a major general of ordinary rank can command any elite rank below major. The priority of this kind of order is as high as that of elite rank commanding ordinary rank. And there will be no situation where elite sergeants are arrogant and do not obey the orders of ordinary majors. Those who dare to do so will not have a good end. After all, ordinary soldiers who can be promoted to the rank of general have become true gods by their own ability. And their godhood level is not low. It is impossible to beat players of the same level in the God realm. But it is hard to say about those who are 1 or 2 levels lower. There is a huge gap between ordinary soldiers and elite sergeants. Even the lowest level of these ordinary soldiers is extraordinary. And there are many legendary strongmen who can pose a threat to them. But the eyes looking at them are very unified. That is, strong envy. They followed the signposts for a few kilometers in the eyes of many envious people. And they could see that the signposts in front of them turned a corner and faced one of the huge metal gates. Their destination was inside. The metal gate is 20 meters wide and 50 meters high. There are thick grooves on the huge metal frame, and streams of light flow through it from time to time. This is a mythical technological creation created by the main world by combining modern technology with magic technology and other extraordinary technologies of the alien crystal wall system. It can stimulate a thin crystal light film to cover the metal surface and enhance the metal's resistance to various elements. The military's various void warships, war fortresses, and puppet legions such as iron golems all use this method. They have strong resistance to spells, and coupled with the super hardness of modern alloy metals, they are extremely advantageous in wars against foreign natives. This gate has a thin layer of transparent light film that blocks the view of what is on the other side. When a group of people passed through the light film, Lin Xiao felt a moment of weightlessness under his feet. This thin layer of light film actually contains a teleportation function. When he could see things in front of him, Lin Xiao found himself standing on a teleportation platform with a diameter of only about 10 meters. Xin Yuexin and others from the ancient city were right next to him. Outside the platform, there stood a 5-meter-tall steel golem at each corner, like an ancient armored warrior, holding a huge alloy sword hilt over 6 meters long in both hands, and propping it on the ground motionlessly. A group of people walked down from the teleportation platform and looked around curiously. The location where they teleported was a huge warship sailing in the void. Chapter 144 Communication and Probing. This is a conventional military void warship, about 10,000 meters long, which is more than 10 kilometers. The huge hull is made of specially treated high-strength alloy, with super strong hull strength and energy resistance. It is the most commonly used and lowest combat unit for the military to conquer the outer domain. Each void warship is a combat unit, presided over by a true god of the main world's divine domain, generally with the lowest weak divine power. Hundreds of divine domain demigods, including ordinary demigods and high-level demigods, occasionally the strongest demigods, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers with the lowest level of 6th order extraordinary, the highest legendary, and even demigod levels. Although these legends and even demigods are ordinary people without divine domain, they have experienced countless battles to reach this point, and they are still quite powerful. On the void ship, there is no newcomer to the divine domain like Lin Xiao below the demigod. The military has such newcomers. But in the military, such newcomers are generally trained in relatively safe war zones as reserves, and basically do not appear in formal combat units, such as void warships. A true god, hundreds of demigods, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers above the level of transcendence are enough to attack the plane with true gods head-on. As long as the number of gods in the target plane does not exceed 3, and the godhood level is not too high, they are sure to win the battle. This void battleship looks very different from the interstellar battleship in science fiction, and has a more magical style. They are located on a certain layer of the void battleship, which should be located on the top layer of the battleship. If it is described as a ship sailing on the water in the ancient times, it is equivalent to the upper layer of the ship. Below is the huge ship body, and above is a huge semicircular dome. The surrounding ship walls are composed of huge semicircular ship windows. Through a layer of rippling protective barrier, you can see the chaotic and dazzling void outside the void battleship. The void ship is sailing in the void sea. This void sea is different from the subspace or space. Space and subspace are pure voids, and the void energy inside is mostly quiet and inconspicuous, while the void energy in the foreign void sea is like the seawater, surging back and forth. And non-legendary strawmen cannot enter this void at all. They teleported to this end of the void ship, and the place where everyone gathered was also at this end. But there were also several teleportation platforms at the other end of the void ship platform. One after another, beams of teleportation light came out from it, and figures with different auras were teleported out. The divine creatures have extraordinary eyesight. Even if they cross nearly 10 kilometers, they can clearly see the blonde and blue-eyed boys and girls teleported from the other end of the void ship. They are geniuses from the Ivy League. The Ivy League universities in the ancient Earth era are basically in Europe and the United States, and the new Ivy League formed later is basically there. In other words, this huge main world force that is comparable to the Chinese civilization is actually composed of Western countries in the ancient Earth era. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Although the forces in the main world do not have any major hatreds, competition still exists. It's just that the pressure from foreign enemies is limited to a certain range. The two sides have been competing in various aspects, each wanting to prove that they are better than the other. And this competition has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. This exchange competition is actually a microcosm of routine competition. It comes every 10 years or so, and both sides still attach great importance to it, as all the people from both sides enter the venue. Lin Xiao found that he didn't know if it was a coincidence, but there were almost the same number of players from the College Alliance as on their side. There were thousands of people on both sides, each at one end of the platform, gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting and observing the other side. At this time in the outer domain, it is difficult to hide one's own special anomalies, such as the purple flame tattoo on Shen Yuexin's body, the 2 small dragon horns on Gu Cheng's head, the special anomalies on elites such as Zhang Guan and Qin Fengyan, especially the extremely strong flames and red crystal dragon horns on Wu Xinglin, which all represent that they are far superior to others in terms of strength and potential. On the opposite side of the platform, there are also many students with anomalies, 8 of whom have extremely significant anomalies, and 2 of them also have extremely exaggerated anomalies. The boy among the 2 men had a pair of wings made of blood on his back. As the wings flapped gently, circles of blood light slowly spread out. The body of the other woman was like an ice sculpture. Circles of blue ripples slowly spread out. Snowflake patterns continued to condense in the void and quickly disappeared. Those 2 were so strong. Yan Shuwan showed a trace of worry on his face. Lin Xiao glanced at him. It seemed that his will was taken away, and he was afraid before the battle. But those 2 were really strong, although they looked inferior to Wu Zhonglin. There were 2 of them. No wonder they dared to propose an exchange. The freshmen of the Ivy League were really ridiculously strong, but they were not bad either. Besides, the exchange competition was not a direct battle, but a task. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and smiled. If you look closely, they are still not as good as Wu Zhonglin. Don't worry. Lin Su also nodded and said, we don't have to worry so much. There are still tall people when the sky falls. There are so many people in front of us. We just need to do our best. After a speech, everyone calmed down and waited calmly. Less than a minute later, Lin Xiao, who was boredly observing the void storm along the huge windows around the platform, suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at a certain place in the center of the platform, like everyone else. Without any sign, a figure with a human upper body and a golden vortex in the lower body appeared there like a lamp god. A strong sense of presence attracted everyone's attention. He opened his hands, and the golden powder mist slowly surrounded himself. He said loudly, "Welcome all excellent students to participate in this exchange competition. Now I will announce the venue and rules of the competition." The venue of this exchange competition was decided in a broken plane after negotiation between the two parties. Now the Void battleship is heading to the destination. The specific plane situation and your tasks will be sent to you later. Please check it yourself. The rules of the exchange competition are very simple. You will compete as a team. All students from the Huaxia district will form one team, and all students from the Ivy League will form another team. At this point, the lamp god paused, looked up and looked at both sides, and said, "Now please ask each team to send a representative to choose a task." As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Wu Zhenglin. On the Huaxia side, basically everyone assumed that the representative was Wu Zhenglin, the kind without any competitors, and he did not refuse. Walked out of the crowd and strode towards the host in the center of the platform. While on the other side, it was the two people who came together. It was obvious that these two geniuses, who were slightly inferior to Wu Zhenglin, were not convinced by each other. Speaking of these two people, Lin Xiao didn't recognize them. He was not familiar with the geniuses in the Huaxia area. So how could he remember the geniuses from another area? The three of them walked in front of the host and stopped at the same time. They didn't choose the task, but looked at each other. Wu Zhenglin was alone against two super freshmen from the Ivy League. Even though they were so far apart, Lin Xiao could feel that the two sides were competing secretly. Suddenly, the man with blood wings on his back showed an evil smile on his face. He spread his blood wings violently, and a blood mist column quickly rose up and spread over the top of his head, and soon turned into a blood cloud covering more than 10 acres. Wisps of blood mist slowly fell from the blood cloud, and quickly expanded and burned into blood flames. The burning blood flames in the air twisted and turned into small snakes formed by blood flames and pounced on Wu Zhenglin. At the same time, another beautiful woman who looked like an ice sculpture suddenly had blue mist gushing out from under her feet, followed by a fierce cold light that exploded like lightning. Sharp ice cones spread outward layer by layer with the blue light. When approaching Wu Zhenglin, the blue light ice spike shattered and turned into ice mist and drifted away. The remaining blue light twisted around Wu Zhenglin and quickly formed an ice spike purgatory with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The host disappeared at some point, leaving only the three of them in the public eye. The fight started. Everyone stared at the center of the platform with anxiety and excitement, including Lin Xiao, who was looking forward to it. Wu Zhonglin's pupils suddenly lit up when they took action, and a golden flame gushed out of his pupils. The flames of the dragon horns on his head surged even more violently, and the invisible distortion beside him expanded rapidly, breaking the thick ice spikes on the surrounding ground into ice slags, and forcibly expanding outward. He did not use any earth-shattering means, but as he raised his foot and stepped forward fiercely, the ground shook violently, and all the ice spikes within a diameter of more than 20 meters around him broke into powder and soared into the sky, sweeping away the blood flames falling from the top of his head. The pupils with golden flames looked at the stunning woman who looked like an ice sculpture, stretched out his muscular right arm and pressed down. The woman's face did not change, and her crystal-like jade arm suddenly raised, and the layers of ice spikes on the ground rushed up and floated in the air. As she waved her hand and pressed down, the ice spikes in the sky quickly gathered into a huge ice spike dozens of meters long and fiercely stabbed Wu Zhenglin. But when it entered the invisible distortion within the range of 21 meters, it suddenly shook and stopped. As Wu Zhenglin stretched out his hand to grab it, it shook violently, making a crisp sound of crackling. The woman snorted coldly, raised her jade arm, and the ice spike purgatory that stretched hundreds of meters shook again. All the ice spikes shot up into the sky and quickly combined into more than 10 ice cones as thick as before, stabbing at Wu Zhenglin. At the same time, she raised her head and shouted, "What are you waiting for?" The man hanging in the air expressionlessly stretched out his hand and clenched it. The blood light in the sky quickly flowed back as he stretched out his hand. When he raised his hand to the top of his head, the blood cloud in the sky had been retracted into his palm and directly merged into his palm, turning the entire palm into a blood crystal. His figure flashed and disappeared. What a cool move! For demigods, This fighting method is very flashy. But at this stage, they have not mastered the priesthood. And the use of their own power is still very rough. So they can only fight like this, facing the full strength attack from both sides. Wu Zhenglin finally showed a trace of solemnity on his face. He took a deep breath, and the invisible distortion around him, which was exactly 21 meters in diameter, quickly shrank and turned into a vortex that was swallowed into his mouth. The next second, golden light burst out from his body, and his body quickly expanded. With a low dragon roar, he turned into an incredibly tall and strong half-dragon man with a dragon head, a human body, and a dragon tail in the blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. The invisible wave exploded and swept across like lightning. The ice cones in the sky suddenly paused as the invisible wave swept across, and all of them shattered into powder. But in the icy fog, a bloody figure appeared out of thin air. It appeared on the top of the half-dragon man's head and pressed hard. The dragon head raised its head violently, and did not dodge or avoid it, but was pressed on the forehead by the crystal blood claw. Buzz! The invisible distortion expanded, and Wu Zhenglin took a big step back, with a very obvious claw mark on his forehead. Chapter 145. You are very powerful, but none of you can compare to me. The bloody figure suddenly disappeared, and the man appeared hundreds of meters away. He quickly gathered his strength and said expressionlessly, "My name is Bart. You are very powerful." The beautiful woman on the other side did not take action again. She changed her coldness in the battle just now, and looked at Wu Zhenglin with curiosity, admiration and some strange eyes, and said, "You can call me Arya. You are the strongest freshman I have ever seen." Wu Zhenglin slowly recovered from the half-dragon to the normal human form, and arched his hands expressionlessly. "You are not bad either." Matt, who had been expressionless, smiled, and he was very happy to receive praise from such a powerful opponent. However, another sentence that followed made his face fall immediately. "But none of you can compare to me." Wu Zhenglin changed his low-key and calm appearance when he was a black-haired boy in the subspace. After showing his true self in the foreign land, his personality changed greatly and became more flamboyant. He came to the host, who appeared again without expression, and said after a while, "We choose to kill the vampire demigod." After saying that, he turned around and left, not noticing that Arya's beautiful eyes were shining when she looked at his strong muscles. Simply cold, coupled with strong strength. Arya whispered with great interest, "Too strong. Too sexy. Only such a strong man can match me." Bart heard the corner of his mouth twitching. "He is from China. It is impossible for him to come to our side." "You can't? Then I can go find him. You can tell your father about this." Of course, Lin Shao couldn't hear these words. At this time, he had received the news that the mission of the Huaxiao area had been confirmed, and he was checking it, and checking the rules by the way. The task is very simple. It is a broken plane. There are two kingdoms, one ruled by a human demigod, and the other ruled by a vampire demigod. They each choose an opponent as the task target. In the end, whichever side kills the demigod target on their side and destroys their faith first will win. From the task alone, it is very simple. After all, there are thousands of players on both their side and the Ivy League side. They are all divine creatures. And there are super geniuses like Wu Zhenglin, who can easily kill the target even in the face, no matter how strong the demigod is. It is impossible to stop so many of them. But this task has several restrictions. First, the task has a percentage of completion. Take their killing of the vampire demigod as an example. This percentage progress is likely to refer to destroying the faith of the vampire demigod, or to destroying the vampire kingdom. In other words, they must destroy the faith of the vampire demigod while killing it, which can be understood as directly destroying the vampire kingdom. The second restriction is that they are not allowed to use the power of faith provided by non-believers in this exchange competition task. That is to say, only the pure power of faith provided by the believers of the God realm can be used, and other power of faith obtained through transactions or other means cannot be used. Good guy. This directly ruined those local tycoons. He turned his head to look at Shen Yuexin, and the pink and tender little mouth of this rich woman pouted. Not very happy. Lin Shao was quite happy. This rule was good for him. It happened that he had accumulated more than 90 million power of faith in order to condense divinity, which would come in handy now. It was very simple to make this rule, just to prevent RMB warriors like Shen Yuexin from cheating. If there were no restrictions, she would get tens of billions of power of faith to enter the field. And I am afraid that she could kill the vampire demigod alive by herself. With this rule, removing the extra power of faith, the pure power of faith accumulated by everyone will be much less, which can significantly increase the difficulty. Of course, if you face a danger that you cannot resist, and may involve your own safety, you can use the extra power of faith to save your life. But this behavior is equivalent to automatic elimination. The difficulty of this task is not how to destroy the vampire kingdom and kill the vampire god, but to compete with the University Alliance to see who can complete it first, and with a higher degree of completion. The appearance of completion makes it impossible for them to kill the vampire demigod right from the beginning. They must disperse and destroy the beliefs of the vampire demigod first, and then they can kill the vampire demigod. After reading the rules, many people looked up at Wu Jinglin, who was checking the rules at this time. After about a minute, he raised his head and said loudly, "Everyone has read the rules. This is a team task that requires our sincere cooperation to complete. As the strongest person in this summer camp, I will command this action. It is the right thing to do," which makes people speechless. No one can refute it. And no one can refute it. His strength is too strong. The second place is 10 points behind him, which is almost double. If the difference was only 4 or 5 points, some arrogant players might not accept it. But such a big difference is almost a qualitative difference, so no one would not accept it. He continued to say, "But I can't command everything by myself. And it will take troops to destroy the belief of the vampire demigod. So I plan to select 12 outstanding elites from all the students to form a temporary management team." Many people were moved and quite interested. Wu Zhonglin glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "I propose Zhang Guan, Gao Yongsheng, Jiang Xianer, Qin Fengyan, Ding Yi." He paused when he said this. These 5 people were expected. In addition to these 5, there are 7 more places. Several students were looking forward to watching him continue to read out the names one by one. Chao Hanyu, Ji Guangshuan, Gung Haifan. 3 names in a row. The remaining 3 of the 9 golden thrones. These 3 people were able to sit on the golden throne in the end. And their strength was absolutely strong and convincing. Then, Wu Shenglin paused for a while. His eyes swept back and forth over the thousands of people, as if he was hesitating about who to give the remaining 4 places to. It is worth mentioning that among the thousands of people, there is a small group of eliminated players from the Wolf Fang team and the Rage Flame team. But they have defeated an opponent in the previous stage. So the 2 team mentors fulfilled their promise, and did not go home directly even if they were eliminated, but stayed to participate in the 3rd stage of the exchange competition with them, compared with the students who left in disgrace in other stages. In the 3rd stage, because of the exchange competition, once they can win, they can also get the intended quota of higher education institutions. 2 years later, as long as they meet the admission requirements of the desired higher education institutions in the college entrance examination, they can enter unconditionally. Chu Yu. Everyone looked at a man with many flying light whiskers behind his head. Those were light whiskers formed by starlight. And as they danced, starlight dots continued to fall, like a dream. This is a top-ranked silver player who once sat on the gold throne, but was driven down. Wang Xinhe. This is a man covered in flame mist, and he is also a top-ranked silver player. Lin Xiao. Ah! He was startled, and looked up to see his companion's surprised eyes. Then he looked at Wu Zhonglin, whose eyes were fixed on the chaos cube that was constantly changing its shape in the invisible vortex that was shrinking inwards behind his head. Feeling that his eyes had come back to his senses, he nodded slightly, looked away, and continued to read the last name. Shen Yuexin. As if she had expected it, she blinked her beautiful big eyes at his somewhat confused look. Playful and cute. Please come and discuss together. Lin Xiao glanced at Gu Cheng. This person has always been the captain of the Yunming province team at the beginning. And now, he is the captain of the 7-member team. Everyone has always assumed that he is the strongest. Unexpectedly, he failed this time? Well, it's not a failure. Just that he was not selected. Lin Su's expression did not change. He knew himself well, and he could recognize his own shortcomings. He was calm, composed, and had a very good mentality. In this respect, Lin Xiao felt that he was better than Gu Cheng. At least he could see that although Gu Cheng's expression was normal, he could feel the embarrassment and the hidden dissatisfaction without any expression. He must be very unhappy and unwilling at this moment. No one in the team spoke. Everyone was surprised and smart. They could feel Gu Cheng's embarrassment. How could they dare to say anything? Could they congratulate them? Let's go! Shen Yuexin smiled slightly and said to Lin Xiao, and walked out first. Lin Su patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Come on! Yes! Come on together! Quickly followed, including Wu Jinglin. A total of 13 people gathered together, in a place where no one could see. Nearly 100 figures emitting invisible distortion surrounded 5 tall figures, who were observing the void battleship platform. One of the figures looked down at the 13 figures, nodded, and said in a deep voice, Good vision. These 12 people are basically the strongest and most promising group. The figures nodded one after another, and one of them said, They should have all obtained special recruitment quotas. Right? What do you want to say? The full vigilance made the speaker pause for a moment, and continued to laugh. Are you afraid that we will snatch the one you like? Isn't it? Yes. Damn. Ha ha ha. Who told us that we have priority? But you don't need to worry. Each of our 5 families can only pick one at most. War Throne, God's Wrath, and Hades have already made their choices. And only St. Crystal and Huiyao have not made their choices yet. And they can only take 2 places at most. This is snatching. If you say so, I can't do anything. Just treat it as snatching. You can only pray that the player you like is not too good. Damn! The dissatisfaction of the crowd made the man laugh. But a group of people were helpless, because they came from a super school. They were better than them. From this, we can see that the various forces within the Huaxia region are not monolithic, and there are various frictions and contradictions. They are just united when facing the outside world. Of course, this is a very normal situation. After all, they belong to different forces. Each higher education institution is equivalent to a powerful divine force. Among the super institutions, Huiyao, which ranks first, and War Throne, which ranks third, are directly under the military forces and are very powerful. Chapter 146 Creatures in the Void Sea. You should know that this exchange competition is a confrontation plot. The focus and difficulty are not to destroy the vampire kingdom and the demigod, but how to destroy their beliefs and break through the demigod's sanctuary as quickly as possible before the opponent, which requires the unity of everyone. The 13 people formed a circle, and Wu Zhonglin took the lead and continued. From the information I have now, we need to divide our troops to deal with the many vampire lords in the vampire kingdom. At that time, each of you will lead a team to deal with the vampire lords within a certain range. The specific situation will be discussed after arriving at the plane. He did not say how to divide the troops, and who will command whom. Obviously, they need to solve it themselves. He is only responsible for issuing tasks. In fact, there is no detailed content to discuss now. Now we only know that there is a vampire kingdom, and we don't know what the specific enemies are. We can only know it after arriving at the broken plane for on-site reconnaissance. Fortunately, the void ship was very fast in the void, and beautiful streams of light slid across the ship's body outside the ship's portholes, which was very beautiful. The void sea of the exotic crystal wall was full of materialized void energy. These void energy had different colors, just like the aurora, which was very beautiful. This reminded Lin Xiao of the Outer Realm map in a game called World of Warcraft that he had played in his previous life. The broken Outer Realm sky had dazzling colored streams, like the aurora crossing the sky all year round. The void stream was very similar to that. Beautiful but deadly. The void was not as dead as space. There were a large number of void creatures hidden in it, ranging from small void floating fish to large void giant whales. And the powerful corrosive energy of the void energy could instantly corrupt a supernatural strongman. Only the strong at the legendary level could survive in the void. The huge void ship slid silently through the void like an ancient void whale, and from time to time startled some void creatures hidden in the void, such as the void snake with countless spikes on its back, and the void beast that was like a manta ray but huge in size. These creatures were very fierce, but facing the even larger void ship, these void creatures avoided it. When I and Shen Yuexin returned to their team, the void ship suddenly passed a huge 7-colored void aurora belt, and happened to see a dense group of void floating fish only about 1 meter long besieging a void beast that was hundreds of meters long and like a manta ray. These void floating fish look very similar to small yellow croakers, but they do not have various fins, and have many sharp bone spurs on their bodies. The huge head accounts for 1/3 of the entire body, and is full of sharp teeth. It looks like a void version of a man-eating tiger fish, and it is extremely scary in groups. However, the besieged void beast was no pushover either. Although it had no scales and no keratin armor, there was a layer of void energy on the surface that protected its entire body. It had a huge mouth, which it opened and sucked in fiercely. Large amounts of real colorful void auroras and void floating fish were sucked into its stomach, and its originally flat body suddenly swelled up like a pufferfish. At the same time, more than a dozen flesh holes on the back were exposed, and large amounts of colorful void energy gushed out from the holes on the back like a rainbow fountain, which was very beautiful. It immediately attracted Shin Yueshin's attention, and she stopped with a light awe, seeing that she liked it very much. Lin Xiao stopped and his eyes slid across her delicate and charming face. He looked up and saw that the bulging belly of the void beast was slowly shrinking as the void energy was gushing out. But the void floating fish that had been swallowed was gone. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect this big guy to have this trick. I thought it would be eaten by these void floating fish." Shin Yueshin raised her delicate face and looked outside intently, saying, "Creatures that can survive in the dangerous void sea must have a trick. If the number of these void floating fish is 10 times more, it will be about the same. Just watch. These void floating fish will retreat soon." Lin Xiao did not reply to her, because in just a moment, the void ship had already slid hundreds of kilometers away, and had long left the previous position, but had not yet left the vast void aurora belt that was probably millions of kilometers long. The dazzling aurora outside attracted her attention, and his attention was attracted by her beauty. At first, he just looked at her secretly, and then he directly glanced at her perfectly contoured profile. She didn't seem to notice, but after looking at her for a while, her eyes suddenly blinked frequently, and her slender, slightly curled and neat eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't turn her head back. After watching quietly for a while, he suddenly found that her earlobes were slightly redder than before, and her neat and white pearly teeth bit her red lips lightly. Suddenly, she turned her head, and her eyes as bright as stars were facing him who was caught off guard. And she scolded, "Don't you know that it is very ungentlemanly to look at girls like this? Too charming." Lin Xiao, who would have felt ashamed at other times, suddenly got excited when he saw her charming look and said, "Before you blame me for not being a gentleman, shouldn't you reflect on yourself?" She looked puzzled. Lin Xiao took a deep breath to calm his heartbeat, which had doubled or tripled. He mustered up the courage and said shamelessly, "You should reflect on why you are so beautiful and charming that I can't help but be attracted to you." Her pink lips opened slightly, and after a few seconds, the corners of her eyes curved like a crescent moon. She turned her head away and snorted, "Don't look at me like this anymore. Okay, I'll look at her openly next time." "You dare." Her reaction made Lin Xiao secretly happy. Is there a way for her to react? Well, it can't be said that there is a way. It can only be said that she doesn't reject herself like she rejects other suitors. Whether in the past or since she started attending the summer camp, there were many boys who wanted to pursue her, but she always clearly rejected them early on. Just like when the second uncle wanted to create opportunities for his son, she clearly rejected them. If she didn't want to do this at other times, she would have rejected him harshly. But now, strictly speaking, this doesn't mean anything. But it can be seen that she has a good impression of me and doesn't reject my pursuit, which is enough. Next, they continued to stand by the porthole of the void ship and watch the beautiful void aurora. They didn't chat. He wanted to talk about something, but he was tongue-tied and didn't know what to talk about. Lin Xiao thought that when he returned, he would download a guide to picking up girls from the internet to see how those masters picked up girls. About half an hour later, the void ship left this aurora area, and the rest was the dark void sea. Only occasionally could a small amount of void aurora be seen. There was nothing to see. Shin Yueshin turned back and said, "It's not good to see. Let's go." Back to the team. Several people were chatting. Seeing them come back, Gu Cheng took the initiative to ask what they had just discussed. Shin Yueshin didn't seem to want to talk. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, "We haven't arrived yet, and we don't know much about the plane. Now we just simply divided the work. It depends on the situation after arriving at the mission plane." So, Gu Cheng pinched his chin and didn't ask any more. But after a while, when Lin Xiao was sitting on the side of the boat and preparing to enter his own divine domain, he suddenly received a call from Lin Su, who said, "When you were not here just now, The ancient city wanted to split up the team. He replied with a question mark. Lin Su continued. He didn't say it clearly, but I found that he had contacted several other people privately. Lin Xiao thought about it and suddenly asked. Didn't he contact you? No. Okay. It seems that the little cousin was also excluded. But if you think about it carefully, this is normal. Just like a person has always been a class monitor. Usually the class monitor assigns students on behalf of the teacher to the classmates. And suddenly one day a student suddenly jumps over his head and commands him. He must be unhappy. Lin Xiao didn't have any thoughts. Because this is human nature. So just split up. If people are not convinced, how can you expect them to cooperate? The 7-person team suddenly became 3. And the little cousin was also excluded because of his relationship. Although Lin Su had a good relationship with Guqing before, no matter how good the relationship was, it was not as good as their relationship as relatives. And being excluded was inevitable. Not knowing how far away the destination was, the void ship sailed in the void for a whole day. During this period, the void ship jumped 4 times in a row by teleportation, crossing a distance of unknown billions of kilometers. Lin Xiao, who had been bored looking at the void sea outside the window for a day, finally heard the voice of the host. The destination of this voyage has been reached. Please prepare for the students. Then, the void ship shook slightly and began to slow down. Through the porthole, you can see a dense patch of light spots in the distance ahead. As the distance gradually approached, it was discovered that the rapidly expanding light spots were broken planes. From the perspective of the void sea, the complete planes were light balls of different sizes and colors floating in the void sea. And these broken planes were like irregular crumbs after a cookie was broken. And as the void ship gradually approached, the light emitted by the planes gradually faded. And the broken planes were truly presented in front of everyone. The void ship slowly sailed into the group of broken planes. Many students came to the edge of the void ship's porthole to observe, and saw that most of the crystal walls on the edge of the broken planes had disappeared. Just like a planet losing its atmosphere once. Without the protection of the crystal wall, the violent void energy tore the plane land apart, and the vegetation on it corroded to reveal the red rocks. Huge pieces of land were torn apart by the void energy, and were attracted by the weak gravity of the plane fragments and floated on the edge, like floating islands on the edge of the continent, or satellites on the edge of the planet. Most of the plane fragments have been completely destroyed, and there is no vitality in them. Even extraordinary creatures cannot survive. They have only one fate. That is, they will decompose with the slow corrosion of the void storm, and eventually slowly become smaller until they are completely integrated into the void. In this group of fragments composed of thousands of plane fragments, it seems to Lin Xiao that there are more than a dozen planes with a slightly larger area and still retaining a certain plane crystal wall floating in the broken plane group. These plane groups that still maintain a complete ecology seem to be bound to this area by an unknown force, slowly rotating with a huge man-made metal platform as the center. The direction of the void ship's flight is exactly that huge metal platform. Chapter 147, Entering the Broken Plane. This huge metal platform is a void base of the military, just like a space station in the interstellar era, with a diameter of about 50 kilometers and a very large volume. At this time, a large number of small aircraft can be seen entering and exiting the edge of this huge space station. Every time the main world conquers a plane group, a huge void base will be built there as an outpost base, generally with different specifications depending on the importance. As far as Lin Xiao knows, there are 5 levels of this kind of void base. The lowest level is level 1, and the highest level is level 5. The void base in front of him is a level 2 void base. But there are higher level void bases above these 5 levels, which can be specifically referred to the Yin Wang No. 5 Super War Fortress. A small part of these small aircraft belong to the base garrison, and more belong to civilian groups, such as the family teams, civilian adventure teams, civilian company expedition teams, etc. in the main world. They enter the major super war fortresses from the main world, and then transfer to the military bases in the crystal walls of the foreign lands, and then go to the plains in the crystal walls to explore. Of course, there are not many people who have the ability to explore the depths of the void. Most civilian groups explore near major military bases. For example, most of them explore near this group of broken plains, looking for treasures and resources left in some broken plains. The void ship is moored next to the outpost. But this is just a pause. They will continue to be sent to the plane where the mission is located later. Taking advantage of this time, they can buy information about the mission plane here, or buy various resources here to supplement. You should know that every military base has a large number of civilian teams adventuring. They risk collecting a lot of resources, and will not take the trouble to bring them back to the main world. Most of them are digested within this military base, or sold to other adventurers in need, or directly sold to the base military. And there are many good things among them. There is also a local trading network here. The signal coverage range is within a certain range centered on the base. The higher the level of the void base, the larger the coverage range. Now this second level void base can cover dozens of nearby plane fragments. Lin Xiao discussed with Shin Yuexin and first purchased a map of several large plane fragments nearby through military channels, and focused on purchasing the plane fragments where their mission was located, including intelligence on the human kingdom and the vampire kingdom. Then, Wu Xiongling called them together again for a meeting. Half an hour later, the two of them came back, projected the virtual map in front of everyone in the team, drew 2 circles in one area with their fingers and said, Yuexin and I are assigned to this area, and Wu Xiongling asked us to be responsible for this large area. He glanced at the team and finally landed on Guqing and said, This is what I thought. Let you and Sudong, Yu Xinza and Yin Shuwan be in charge of this side. He pointed to another circle. How about Yuexin? Lin Xiu and I be in charge of the other side? Guqing looked up at him and said nothing. But Sudong answered, Sure, I can be in charge of both. If everyone has no objection, it's settled. Lin Xiao didn't have time to engage in any intrigue, so he just split the team as Gu Cheng wished and let them play their own games. He naturally agreed by not saying anything. At this time, Wu Xiongling sent a message to everyone. It was a large map, on which the side of the vampire kingdom had been divided into 5 large areas of different sizes. Each area was marked with at least 2 avatars like Lin Xiao and Shin Yuexin, and as many as 4 images like Wu Xingling's team, which were the 13 of them. I have divided the vampire kingdom into 5 areas. Zhang Guan, Gao Yongsheng, and Jiang Xianer and I are responsible for the largest central area. The other captains are responsible for other areas respectively. Others can form groups and freely choose the area to attack. If there are any problems or matters, the person in charge of each area will handle them. Not bad. This allocation is very suitable for the summer camp situation and gives everyone enough freedom. Next is the division of the team. Shin Yuexin shared the detailed map and intelligence of their area that she had just bought with the team, and asked him and Lin Su to copy the map and intelligence first, saying, There is still a while to prepare. We can go to the trading platform. Lin Xiao scratched his head and chose to enter the god's domain. Originally, he wanted to strike while the iron is hot and chat with the beauty. But just now he sensed that there were some small changes in the god's domain, so he had to take a look. Back in the god's domain, Xiao Qing received the information accumulated by the god's domain during this period of time. He opened his eyes and pinched his chin, a little surprised. First of all, after using up the remaining 80 million extra faith points borrowed from Shin Yuexin, 11 extraordinary level Great Naga Whale Hunter Knights were born again through the ancient arena, together with the original 17. He now has a total of 28 extraordinary level followers, with the previous accumulation of level 5 soldiers and level 5 all-round knights. The Great Nagas have already reached the level 5 limit, in addition to the actual combat experience accumulated by the previous Blood Earl invasion. These 11 whale hunting knights have been honing their skills in the ancient arena for so long and finally broke through the limit and became extraordinary. And this is only part of it. There are still a large number of level 5 Great Nagas in the divine domain. As long as they accumulate enough actual combat experience and enough faith power to open the ancient arena, I believe that more extraordinary families can be promoted one after another, with a high-level race and the miracle building of the ancient arena. As long as the faith power is enough, he can produce extraordinary soldiers in small batches. It's just that the faith power is consumed a little too quickly. A total of nearly 300 million faith powers were all used up, and only 28 extraordinary soldiers were born. And it took almost 10 million faith points to get one. But then again, it's still quite cost-effective to get a family of extraordinary level with 10 million faith power. Besides, all the more than 900 Nagas are now level 5, so there is no need to train them from scratch, and the cost will be less and less later. In addition, the second major change in the god's domain during this period is the birth of an elemental spirit in the god's domain, a water elemental spirit. The so-called elemental elves are not elves, and have nothing to do with the elf race. They are not elements, and are different from water elements. They are creatures born with certain elements. They are extraordinary creatures, and they are born with any water spells. They are very powerful. This water elemental elf was born in the sea. It is the sea elf, the daughter of the sea. Lin Xiao looked down at the divine domain from the kingdom of God, and saw at a glance that there was a little elf playing with a big turtle in the deep coral forest where water elements gathered in the deep sea. It was a little guy who was only the size of a palm, crystal clear, surrounded by dots of blue elemental aura, like a young girl, and very similar to the flower fairy. She was very smart and lively, flying around flexibly in the seawater. What she liked most was to climb on the back of a big turtle with a 2-meter square back and raised edges like a hill, and swim around. The surrounding corals and seaweeds nodded to her frequently, and colorful fish swam around her from time to time. Occasionally, when she saw a fierce carnivorous fish swimming by, she would also dote on her and let her sit on her back and run around. She is truly an elf of heaven and earth. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire her. With a thought, his true body appeared in the sea, and an invisible wave spread out. The elf, who was playing, looked over and tilted his head to look at him in confusion. After a while, his delicate little face showed a happy expression, and swam in front of him, and swam around him. He stretched out his hand, and the little guy fell into his palm, and looked up at him curiously. A confused thought came into his mind. Are you the father? No. I am the brother. It feels weird to call him father. The little guy didn't dwell on this, but just called him brother sweetly, stretched out his crystal little hand, patted his mouth and yawned, and curled up in his palm without any vigilance, touching it with a chill that went straight to the bottom of his heart. So cute. The newly born elf cannot speak yet, and cannot leave the god's domain now. And the god's domain will not be able to give birth to a second water elemental elf in the future. As an innate creature associated with the god's domain, her strength will continue to grow as the god's domain grows. If Lin Xiao becomes a god in the future, the god's domain grows to a certain extent, and he establishes a divine system. As the 4 elemental elves associated with the god's domain, they will naturally obtain the 4 elemental priesthoods and become one of the 4 elemental guardians of the god's domain. Of course, that will be a long time in the future. Now she can only be a cute little girl responsible for being cute. Using divine power to form a bubble and put the sleeping little cutie in it and send it back to the back of the big turtle. He glanced at the big turtle with his peripheral vision. His eyes swept over the big turtle's angular back and the slightly ferocious dragon head, and thought about it for a while, and had no impression. With a thought, he traced back the life of this little guy through the authority of the Lord of the God's domain, and soon found that this guy came from the huge turtle L obtained during the final exam. A small turtle that was born naturally after being integrated into the Divine Realm Paradise card. Now it seems that this guy is a rare dragon turtle. After decades, this guy has only grown to this size. According to the growth stage of dragon turtles, it is still in its infancy, and is still hundreds of years away from adulthood. Fortunately, 1 day in the main world is 1 year in the Divine Realm. After 1 semester, this guy will be an adult, and by then, he will be a powerful sea beast of the legendary level. Moreover, turtles have a very long lifespan, and this guy has the blood of a giant dragon. As time goes by, he will become more and more powerful. It is not impossible for him to grow into an ancient dragon turtle comparable to a demigod or even a true god in the future. Lin Xiao left the Divine Realm not long after he stayed there. Now he has left the subspace of the main world and entered the foreign realm. At this time, the flow of time outside is already the same as that in the Divine Realm. It is impossible for him to stay there for 1 or 2 years. When he came out, the void ship happened to leave the void base and headed towards one of the larger plane fragments. Several small ships from civilian groups left the base with the void ship. It is estimated that they thought the military had some action and wanted to make some soy sauce and pick up some residues on the side. This situation is very common. Usually, the military will not stop it, but welcome it. It just happened to issue them some tasks to let them specifically clear out the sporadic resistance in the occupied areas. Boom! The huge void ship hit a gap at the edge of the broken plane, and directly hit the red land exposed in the void at the edge of the broken plane. Large pieces of red barren rocks were knocked into the void and melted quickly. There is a small town on a high ground a few kilometers away from the gap in this plane. A temporary town made up of a large number of metal containers is a temporary base for folk adventurers in this broken plane. All the houses are similar to container board houses, which can be dismantled and moved away at any time when needed. In fact, this temporary base was in a place that has collapsed and disappeared more than 100 years ago. As the void storm continues to corrode the land on the edge of the plane fragment, the temporary base is moved almost every few years. Without the protection of the plane crystal wall, this corrosion has no end until the entire plane is gradually corrupted by the void energy and eventually dies. But that is a future measured in tens of thousands of years. It is estimated that this plane fragment will come to an end in tens of thousands of years. And this is not unsolvable. If this plane can give birth to a true god during this period, the damaged crystal wall of the plane can be slowly repaired. With the current scale of this plane, the remaining origin can barely support the birth of a true god. A wide rainbow bridge extends from the void ship to the barren land, and thousands of contestants from the Huaxia region walk down along the transparent rainbow bridge. Before Lin Xiao got off the ship, he saw the woman named Arya from the Ivy League come to find Wu Zhenglin. He didn't know what she said, but he saw that the steady classmate Wu's face turned red. After everyone got off the ship, the rainbow bridge was put away, and the huge void ship took off and left the plane fragments. It will go to the other side along the edge of the plane to drop the contestants from the Ivy League. The void ship is a very rare thing here. When it came, it aroused the curiosity of the temporary base in the distance. There were many eyes looking over from afar. When the void ship left, those hidden eyes came out. They were folk adventurers wearing strange clothes, both in the main world style and in the exotic style. They observed them from afar with curiosity and envy. Most of the people inside are ordinary people. There are not many players from the god realm. Their strengths are also uneven. Most of them are not even at the 6th level of extraordinary, but between the 4th and 5th levels. There are only 2 legendary strongmen. Most of them are adventuring in foreign lands in the form of teams. Don't think that there are many players from the god realm just because Lin Xiao has always seen only players from the god realm. In fact, the largest number of players in the foreign land are ordinary adventurers. There are thousands of people in this temporary base, and there are probably only a dozen players from the god realm, all of whom are the core of large teams. Take the students who were once eliminated from the not-so-famous school like Dongning City No. 5 Middle School, where Lin Xiao studied. In their eyes, being eliminated means that they have no future? Yes, there is indeed no future. For them, there is no future. But in fact, outside, each of them is a big shot in the eyes of ordinary people. If you join the army, you will start with an elite rank. Even if it is difficult to have a future, and it is not easy to become a demigod, it is still an elite rank. The elite corporal rank is also an elite non-commissioned officer. Even if ordinary people have gone through countless trials and tribulations and become legends, they are not as good as the players in the god realm who have joined the army for a few more years. Even if they cannot become demigods or divine creatures, they can still beat ordinary legends. Note: limited to non-legal legends. If you do not join the army and join a civilian company, you will start as the core of the team, or simply build a new team with the players in the god realm as the core to serve him. If you do not choose to work alone, you can easily recruit a bunch of extraordinary players, and even masters at the legendary level are willing to cooperate. Those below the extraordinary level will not be considered. They are not wanted. They are not qualified to be cannon fodder. The most common players in the god realm are cannon fodder. Thousands of them did not enter the temporary base, but stopped on a flat ground outside. A large number of adventurers who came from the temporary base looked at them from a distance with curiosity and envy, and whispered, "Big brother, these are all god realm players like you, right? What are they doing here?" A dozen people gathered on a high ground, surrounding a young man wearing a luxurious robe and hugging a beautiful mature woman. The man held a thick cigar in his mouth and puffed, his eyes confused, and did not answer his subordinates' questions for a long time, until the woman in his arms asked him coquettishly. He came back to his senses, exhaled a light column of smoke in the air, and turned into a giant dragon. Xiao Lai lightly tapped the cigar inside. Yes, they are all god realm players, and they are all elites. As for what they are doing here, I don't know. A strong man with tight leather armor tightened by muscles twisted his thick neck and said in a buzzing voice, "They are all like children who have never seen blood." He turned around and asked the man, "Boss, can you beat them?" The man's hand holding the cigarette paused, and after a while he smiled and said, "They definitely can't beat me now. What kind of elites are they? Hee hee. Your boss is several dozen years older than them in terms of age in the main world. I have been in the outer realm for thousands of years, and have accumulated more than 10 points of divinity now. They have been opening up the divine realm for 2 or 3 years at most. How can they compare to me? The boss is awesome. Hee hee." The man accepted the flattery of his subordinates, with a smug look on his face, and continued, "The reason why they are called elites is that they eliminated a large number of their peers in the annual final exams, and they stepped up step by step. In the future, there is a high probability that they can become demigods. So they are called elites." Hiss. The big man's eyes widened, and the boss exclaimed, "Damn. Boss, are you saying that so many of them can become demigods?" "Very likely. In the eyes of the man, this should be a group activity organized by the God School. No matter whether they are in the 2nd or 3rd year of high school, they are all elites to him. At last," he warned, "they may enter the town later, or ask you something. Don't offend them. Otherwise I can't save you." This situation has appeared in different teams in the town, even in ordinary adventurer teams without God's domain players. Outside the town, the 13 of them gathered again. Wu Zhenglin's face had returned to normal at this time. He simply confirmed all the tasks of dividing the area and announced the start of the operation. Quick and neat, without any separation. Then, Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin returned to their team. Gu Cheng, who had been prepared, summoned a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and sat on it with Su Tong and others. Xin Yuexin took out a luxurious blanket and threw it, which quickly spread out to about 40 or 50 square meters. The 3 of them jumped on the blanket and were about to take off. Suddenly, they heard someone behind them calling "Lo." They turned around and saw 3 men and 2 women, 5 unknown students, coming over. The leading man said loudly, "The mission location we chose is next to you. I want to go with you. I wonder if it's okay." Chapter 148 Children's Toys with Built-in Resurrection Magic. Lin Xiao glanced at Xin Yuexin, and she shrugged and said, "I don't mind. You decide." Looking at Lin Su again, he spread his hands to show that he had no objection. Lin Xiao knew what was going on. He looked up and saw many students around him forming a larger team temporarily. So he said to them, "Then come over. It's just a ride. No problem at all." However, they did not sit on the magic carpet with him, but had their own flying tools. A small wooden sailboat that looked very delicate in the air, and the speed was not slow. The huge magic carpet can seat dozens of people, and it is very spacious for 3 people to sit on it. This flying carpet is attached with a magic barrier, and there is no wind at all during high-speed flight. Xin Yuexin sat on it and slowly took out a small tea table, a few cushions, and some tea sets, and actually started to make tea on it. And Lin Su also took out a small table and a large plate filled with fresh fruits. Damn. Can I still prepare these? Lin Xiao felt like a country bumpkin. He had nothing on him. If he was alone, he would have to walk through the wilderness to his destination on his own. Well, flying is fine. As a senior divine creature with 4 points of divinity, he can fly. After drinking a few sips of tea, Lin Xiao wanted to chat with Xin Yuexin, but there was a light bulb next to him that was not suitable. So he coughed dryly, thought about it and gave up, and looked outside. They were now in an endless wasteland, with some unknown gray or black weeds growing sparsely on the ground, one here and one there, and occasionally some crooked trees with vines entangled. The ground was flat and barren. Even weeds could not grow, let alone any creatures. They flew for dozens of kilometers and didn't see a single living thing. Looking up, there was a dazzling aurora at the end of the wasteland in the direction they came from, and black dots flew from that direction to other places. They were the aircraft of other teams. Looking at other directions, the sky was gloomy, and dark clouds gathered and thick lightning exploded from time to time, as if it was going to rain. This was not really saying that it was going to rain, and the dark clouds were not dark clouds. It was just that the space nearby was weak. The crystal wall of the plane was broken. The plane source power leaked out, and the void energy at the broken place oppressed the rules of the plane, which was a strange phenomenon. This situation was gradually alleviated as they flew deeper into the plane, and the sky gradually became clear, even though it was still a barren wasteland below. The plants were more lush, and small animals occasionally appeared. After flying for about 100 kilometers, a large river appeared in front of them. There was a wasteland on this side of the river, and the other side suddenly brightened, full of green. The two sides of the river seemed like two different worlds. The magic carpet crossed the river at an altitude of 2,000 or 3,000 meters. There was a small town by the river more than 10 kilometers away along the river. From the high altitude, you can see the town and village farther away, as well as an ancient castle built on the top of a mountain. That ancient castle is the fief of a vampire lord, and it is also an object that needs to be destroyed. But it is not their mission. Their target location is still quite far away. Although this plane is a broken plane, the predecessor of this plane fragment was a super large plane with a very, very large area. Even if a broken piece of plane fragment is broken, its area is between medium and large planes. The flying speed of the magic carpet is quite fast, with a maximum speed of more than 500 kilometers per hour. They spent more than a day crossing thousands of kilometers to the west and arrived at the destination marked on the map. The magic carpet stopped at the top of a solitary peak standing on the plain. The 5 people who came with them flew north separately from them. They went south, and the east was the direction they came from. About 100 or 200 kilometers away was the ancient city, their destination. And I don't know if they have arrived. The mission is simple to say: to kill the vampire lords and many high-quality vampire demigod believers in the designated area, as well as the Church of Vampires. On the magic carpet, Lin Xiao unfolded the virtual map and zoomed in, pointing to several places marked with cities, towns and castles, and said, "Let's split up and explore these 3 places first. See which vampire lords and nobles are nearby. Find out their strength and force distribution, and then take action when we come back." "How about that?" "Sure." Lin Su casually drew a circle on the virtual map and said, "I'll go explore this side." Lin Xiao pointed at the side of Lin Su, looked at Shen Yuexin's delicate face and said, "Then I'll look at this side. And the rest is up to you." "Sure." The 3 agreed. Lin Su got a skateboard first and flew out, and Lin Xiao walked down from the magic carpet directly, consuming a small amount of faith power and stepping into the void. Behind him, Shen Yuexin raised her eyebrows slightly, called him and asked, "Why don't you use flying props?" He said embarrassedly. "No." She asked curiously, "Why didn't you buy one at the base before?" "I don't want the bad ones, and I can't afford the good ones." She put her hand on her forehead and looked speechless. She rummaged through her pockets and took out a small wing the size of a palm and handed it to him. "Here. This is my nephew's toy. Just use it." "What is this?" "There is also this set." He took the 2 small things thrown to him with a puzzled look and looked around. Shen Yuexin suddenly covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Without saying anything, the magic carpet flew away. "Hey!" Looking at the shadow of the flying carpet going away, he retracted his hand and looked at the plastic angel wings and the other exaggerated but equally plastic hilt. Seeing a line of small words under the wings, he couldn't help but whispered, "Angel wings, please give me the power to fly into the sky." Just after he finished reading a short paragraph of slightly shameful words, the small plastic wings in his hand suddenly glowed, turned into a white stream of light, and sank into his body. The next second, a bright light appeared behind him, and a pair of radiant feathers of light grew out from his back. He only had a thought, and the wings of light flapped lightly. A huge force urged him to rush out hundreds of meters away, dragging a wisp of white light. Oh my god! Are children's toys so awesome nowadays? He could feel that this angel wing was a very good magic prop. With constant advanced flight, feathers of light and light, constant protection from evil, constant shield of faith, angel incarnation once a day, and other dazzling special effects, which looked very gorgeous. Looking at the exaggerated toy hilt in his hand, there was also a line of small words on it. "Angel sword. Please give me the power to eradicate evil." As soon as the slightly shameful voice fell, a dazzling light from the end of the hilt stretched out and turned into a huge cross lightsaber. "Angel sword. Constant 4-ring priest divine power. Constant enchantment removal. Constant powerful expulsion magic. 10 scorching strikes per day. 10 healing spells per day. 3 destruction spells per day. And 1 resurrection spell per day." Wow! It even has resurrection spells. Is this a child's toy? This pair of wings and this sword can probably be regarded as the inheritance treasure of some churches in the indigenous plane. With these 2 things, you can pretend to be an angel. The constant spell represents that it has been effective. Lin Zhao's mind moved and turned into a white stream of light and flew away. The flying speed of the advanced flying technique is quite fast, about the same as the speed of the magic carpet in Shen Yuexin's hand. It is estimated that her luxurious flying carpet is also a constant advanced flying technique. The area he divided is located on the north side of a river of more than 100 meters. The terrain here is slightly lower. There are several small villages along the river. Many farmlands have been reclaimed. Many indigenous humans wearing only linen clothes are bending over to work in the fields. Judging from the houses and the indigenous people's clothing, the production level of this world is still in the Middle Ages. Simple wooden plows are used, and there are only 2 buffaloes for farming. He saw a family of 4 cultivating a field. A middle-aged man with rough and cracked skin and a hunched back was bending over to pull the plow, and his son was pushing from behind, using manpower to plow the field. There was a table on a wide field not far away. A man with a pale face was lying on a chair, drinking water and eating. Occasionally, he pointed his whip at the farmer, who was working in the field in the distance, and yelled at him. 2 farm girls were standing by. One was massaging his feet, and the other was fanning him. What an evil ancient society! The pale-faced supervisor was a blood servant. The so-called blood servant was a servant of a vampire, or an incompletely transformed vampire. He also had the characteristic of not liking sunlight, and was a capable assistant of a vampire. This supervisor was definitely not related to a capable assistant, but he was equally hateful. Lin Zhao swung his sword without hesitation, and a white beam of light fell from the sky and hit the blood servant, who was enjoying it, instantly turning it into a fireball and burning it to ashes. The 2 farm girls screamed in fear and stood there at a loss. Killing this guy wouldn't change anything, but he just didn't like it and killed him first. Flying quickly over the farmland, Lin Zhao came to a castle built on the edge of a hill. It was a small castle, probably the territory of some small vampire noble. As soon as he arrived, a blood shadow suddenly rushed out of the castle and turned into a figure in a black robe. He looked up at the sky and found him. The 2 sides stared at each other for a few seconds, and Lin Zhao turned around and left without saying a word. This is just a little vampire who has just entered the extraordinary level. Even without summoning his subordinates, he can be easily killed. It's just that there is no point in killing him now. Mark him first and come back next time. Then Lin Zhao traveled hundreds of kilometers, explored and marked the nearby towns and castles, especially the castles where the vampire nobles lived. It took 2 days to return to the gathering point. Lin Su had returned, but Shen Yuexin had not returned. The 2 of them got together to mark the information they had explored on the virtual map to complete the map. And by the way, they talked about which side to start from. Lin Zhao's side has no big lords, only a small town and 2 small castles, which is not difficult. Lin Su's side is similar. There are 4 small castles of vampire nobles and 2 small towns. There are also no big guys. Now we just have to wait for Shen Yuexin to come back. The vampire lord of this area is probably on her side. Chapter 149 Legendary Vampire. Hurry up. Finish moving and finish the work early. Yushio kicked a strong half-orc's leg with a cigar in his mouth, looked up at the sky, and felt a little worried. Yesterday, he received a reminder from the company that a group of elite students brought by the military were training in this plane recently, asking him to be careful not to be discovered. To be honest, he originally wanted to not do this business. After all, if his behavior of reselling weapons from the main world to the natives was discovered, he would face a military court trial. But money is tempting, and the vampire lord gave too much, so he couldn't help but decide to take the risk of doing one more deal before stopping. Now he has delivered the goods, but I don't know what the people in the company think. Instead of directly getting a storage prop to pack everything up, they went through a lot of trouble to directly transport so many supplies, which increased the risk of exposure out of thin air. Fortunately, the half-orcs under him are strong, and after a lot of effort, they finally transported everything to the ship, and it was none of his business next. After the last box was loaded onto the ship, Yushio took a few puffs of the remaining cigars, exhaled a large puff of thick smoke, and waved his hand. Guys, it's time to call it a day. Let's go drink tonight, and we'll have enough. Oh! Many of his orcs waved their sweaty coats and shouted. Although they are orcs, these orcs are not natives, but are specially cultivated in the company's master domain. Their style and habits are completely different from those of orcs from foreign lands, and they are more inclined to the main world. Yushio bought a large number of orcs. They usually work as coolies, And when fighting, they can go to the battlefield with their weapons. Apart from eating a lot, there is no other consumption, which is quite cost-effective. A large group of orcs got on several large carriages on the dock. Yu Xiu was about to get on the carriage with his men around him. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up. He saw a beam of light rising up from the sky above the Lord's castle in the north of the city, and hitting a black spot. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and hurriedly took out a single-tube copper tube telescope from his arms, and looked at the sky. He saw a figure sitting on a magic carpet pointing with his hand. A layer of blue light covered the magic carpet, and something fell down with his backhand. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud blew up the defensive barrier of the Lord's castle. The hot shock waves swept hundreds of meters away, and the buildings and trees on the way were razed to the ground like a dead tree. Go! After putting away the copper tube telescope, Yu Xiu left without saying a word. Above the sky, Shen Yuexin was quite surprised to sense the legendary aura slowly awakening in the depths of the castle. She casually took out a silver scroll and threw it. A ball of silver light exploded and wrapped her. The next second, it quickly shrank into a dot, and she disappeared. More than 10 seconds later, the legendary aura awakened, and a thick and sticky blood column rushed into the sky. The sticky blood in the center of the blood column twisted into a huge man's face looking in a certain direction. After a while, the huge face turned his head to look in the direction of Yu Xiu, and a deep evil voice appeared in his ears out of thin air. I know that she is from the same place as you. Tell me, who is she? Yu Xiu shook his head expressionlessly. She is indeed from the same place as me, but I am sorry that I really don't know who she is. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the evil voice sounded again. No, you are lying. Damn. The old man is so sensitive. He had no choice but to say, I didn't lie to you. I really don't know who she is, but I know why she came. Speak. She comes from a force in our world that you can't imagine. Her organization has given her the task of destroying the vampire kingdom and killing the blood god you believe in. Bold. The legendary vampire suddenly became furious, as if he had suffered a huge humiliation, and said loudly, the great blood god is supreme. No existence is the opponent of the blood god, and those who want to kill the gods will be punished by the blood god. Tell me, where are they? Yu Xiu rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, I don't know where they are, but I'm sure they will find us soon. After a pause, he said, as a partner, I advise you that they are all very powerful. You'd better prepare yourself and don't die. After saying that, he urged the carriage to leave quickly. He wanted to leave the city immediately. Although he was just an ordinary adventurer and not a player from the God Realm, Yu Xiu knew very well how terrifying the players from the God Realm were. Each of them represented tens of thousands of elite soldiers, and was extremely powerful. Although Duke Alfonso was a legendary vampire, he didn't think that a legend could stop several players from the God Realm. Moreover, he also knew that these players from the God Realm who participated in the Super Freshman Summer Camp were not only elites, but there must be big guys looking after them behind them. He didn't want people to see him appear in the territory of the Vampire Duke. You must know that you have violated the ban of the main world. It's okay if you haven't been discovered. Once you are discovered, it's not just a simple imprisonment. More importantly, his actions were not just assigned by the company, and the company's business was not as simple as selling weapons to the natives. Although he was only responsible for this aspect, Yu Xiu had a vague sense that the company seemed to have other ulterior motives in this plane. He accidentally discovered that the company secretly sent several teams into this plane fragment, and he didn't know where they went or what they did. He had a hunch that what the company was doing here might be dangerous. Let's leave this plane first and avoid the limelight. The convoy left the city, and he took a last look at this city he often came to, and left without any nostalgia. On the other side, Shen Yuexin had already met up with Lin Xiao and the others at the original place. After listening to her description, Lin Xiao and Lin Su made a decision at the same time. The three of them worked together to kill this powerful legendary vampire first. The three of them discussed it and decided to do it now. After discussing the details again, Lin Xiao and Lin Su left separately, while Shen Yuexin stayed where they were. The two of them had to find a suitable place to open a portal to summon the clansmen in the divine domain. All three of them had a large number of clansmen, and summoning them would take up a large area. There would not be so much space if they were summoned together. Fortunately, this plain was very underdeveloped, and villages were generally gathered next to the river. Even the territory city of the vampire duke named Alfonso was by the river. There were basically no people a little further away from the city. The mountain where they were now was surrounded by primitive jungles for dozens of kilometers, without any human habitation. He and Lin Su separated and ran straight to the river that was more than 100 meters wide, more than 10 kilometers away, and stopped at a place where the river bank was flat. The river water was clear and deep, and the riverbanks on both sides were lush with water plants. With strong eyesight, one could see that there were large shadows swimming in the river from time to time, and occasionally saw huge shadows flash by, and it was unknown whether it was a fish that big or a monster in the water. If it were the final exam period, he might have to be more careful and find a shallow place before summoning his family. But now, he landed on a slightly flat part of the river, hanging about 2 or 3 meters above the ground. He looked around and saw an unknown beast in the bushes not far away. He raised the angel lightsaber and pointed it. A white flame as thick as an arm flew out and ignited the ambushed beast. After making sure there would be no interference, he stuck the lightsaber into the ground, and a circle of white flame spread out in a ring. The green weeds on the ground quickly turned yellow and burned, and soon burned out an open space of more than 50 meters with the lightsaber as the center. Then he stretched out his hands and pressed them in the air. A ball of golden light lit up in the center of his palms, and quickly increased into a violently shaking golden light ball. With 5 fingers pressed and pulled hard, the light ball was pulled apart by him, and turned into an elliptical halo with golden edges. He threw it casually, and it quickly expanded to a golden light gate of 5 or 6 meters wide, and more than 10 meters high in the air. Light golden light waves rippled on the huge light gate, and melodious horn sounds came from it. Lin Xiao stretched out his finger and touched the teleportation gate. The light golden light waves on the surface of the portal shook violently, making a muffled sound like a drum. Such a muffled sound also sounded in the huge teleportation portal summoned by Lin Su on a flat ground 7 or 8 kilometers away from him. On the high mountainside, Shen Yuexin's waist-length waterfall like hair was blown high by the wind. In front of her, a huge light gate was emitting a strong light. A 3-meter-tall female figure was embossed on the light film and slowly propped up. Her family was being teleported over. Bang! The huge anchor hit the ground heavily, and the epic hero Slarda slowly emerged from the divine domain, kneeling down like a hill to worship Lin Xiao, who was standing in the air. His voice calm and pious. Supreme Creator, your most pious Slarda is ready to fight for you. Your pious people are coming soon. Lin Xiao slowly landed in front of Slarda, who was kneeling on the ground, with a smile from the heart on his face, and stretched out his finger. And a full 10 million pure faith points condensed into 10 divine power balls emitting dazzling light, slowly touching his forehead and sinking into it. Slarda is his most core follower, his most devout believer, and his most powerful subordinate. His safety is very important. These 10 points of divine power are stored in his body and cannot be used at ordinary times. Only when he encounters fatal danger can it be transformed into a divine shield to protect him, and a teleportation spell will be activated to teleport him to his side. After doing this, he turned into a golden light and soared into the sky. Slarda's huge body like a hill below slowly stood up and roared like thunder. My most lovely children, come out! One by one, the extraordinary Naga whale hunter knights, who were 12 meters long, rushed out of the portal with 2 battle blades or 2-handed swords or battle axes. The first batch automatically protected the edge of the portal, and the subsequent ones spread out and rushed to the surroundings, starting to clear the wild beasts in the surrounding jungle wilderness. Several whale hunting knights dived into the river, and soon there were violent splashes of water. A whale hunting knight floated up holding a ferocious fish that was more than 3 meters long, with half of its head missing and teeth growing in its mouth, and it was still chewing the other half of the head in its mouth. Chapter 150, Thunderwinged Man. Lord of Skarath. After the 12 extraordinary whale hunters came out, the second batch was about 300 big Nagas. According to Lin Xiao's idea, if the family is summoned in a harsh environment, this group of powerful subordinates will be needed to open up the situation and establish a safe environment first. And then a large number of small murlocs will be summoned. A steady stream of small murlocs were summoned and distributed around the portal. When a group of murloc warlocks were summoned, they jumped into the river and began to summon water elements. The water element is still the same water element, but there are more murloc warlocks now than before. In the previous summer camp challenge, summoning tidal floods to flood Li Xingyuan's army made Slardar see the power of the Murloc Mocker Warlock on the battlefield. Later, when the Murloc entered the ancient arena for promotion, he asked the Murloc to be promoted to Warlock if he could awaken his bloodline and try to increase the number of Warlocks. So far, there are more than 2,000 Murloc Warlocks, and the total number of Murlocs has exceeded 16,000 to 17,000. The number of intelligent goblins has not changed much. There are less than 100 newly bred intelligent goblins, after being transformed from ordinary goblins into intelligent goblins with strong potential. Their reproductive capacity has also decreased. Now it is lower than that of Murlocs, but stronger than the Great Naga. Now there are about 1,300 Great Naga in the Divine Domain, including adult children and even newborn babies, which is much more than before. This is because Lin Xiao has no time to use the extraordinary ability of reproduction to force the mother Great Naga to become pregnant. In addition, the lifespan of the Great Naga is long enough. From the birth of the Great Naga to now, there has been no natural death of old age, which is why there is the current accumulation. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The Great Naga just reproduces slowly at the beginning. With their lifespan, as long as the base number increases, the reproduction speed will naturally accelerate. In 3 rounds of summoning, the Murloc Warlock summoned a total of 6,000 water elementals. These water elementals stood on the water, like ordinary people standing on the ground. A large amount of river water gathered towards them to form circles of waves that surged back and forth. But in Lin Xiao's eyes, each water element exuded a faint undercurrent that ordinary people could not see, radiating in all directions. This was the water element's talent for controlling water. A single talent is nothing, but when a large number of water elements gather and the undercurrents overlap, they can form a shocking force that drives the river water to form huge waves. Even if they did nothing, the water in the river began to slowly rise and fall, and the power contained was palpitating. Boom! Lin Xiao turned his head suddenly and saw a huge blue lightning suddenly exploded from the clear sky more than 10 kilometers away and hit the mountainside of the lonely peak. He narrowed his eyes and saw with his super eyesight that the blue lightning column hit a figure. The next second, countless small lightnings exploded with the figure as the center. An extremely powerful aura rushed into the sky, accompanied by a declaration full of style. Thunder is in my palm. I am the Lord of Heaven's wrath. Epic hero? In Lin Xiao's eyes, it was a humanoid creature about 5 meters tall. Behind the face and ears was a ball of jumping silver lightning. From time to time, small lightnings could be seen exploding from the back of the head like hair. Behind the figure was a pair of wings formed by pure lightning that spread out more than 10 meters. As they waved gently, electric light overflowed. Why does he look so cool? He looked at Slarda, and then at the humanoid creature called the Lord of Skywrath. It was hard to say how powerful he was, but he looked very impressive. Well, the nickname was also impressive. Lin Xiao glanced back at Slarda, wondering if he should give his favorite general a fancy nickname. Well, I'll find a chance to give him a nickname next time. I'll keep this in mind until the summer camp is over. Compared to him and Shin Yuexin, who each had an epic hero, Lin Su only had one elite hero, a half-elf ranger. There was nothing earth-shattering when he appeared, but it would be a big mistake to underestimate the other party because of this. You have to know that this is a half-elf archer of the extraordinary level. He may be average in a head-on duel, but he is very powerful on the battlefield. The archery skills of the extraordinary level are more terrifying than snipers. This time, Lin Xiao summoned 15,000 Murlocs, 1,000 Great Nagas, and only 200 intelligent goblins. He didn't ask them to go to the battlefield, but to clean up the battlefield after conquering the vampire city and castle. The intelligent goblins have a very high IQ, unlike the Murlocs who clean up the battlefield and pile everything together. And some valuable things are also like this, which are easily damaged. If they were replaced with intelligent goblins, they might be able to plunder some valuable things such as books. The various powerful mythological technologies in the main world are also transformed from various extraordinary knowledge in foreign lands, such as alchemy, magic weapon making, etc. Although the extraordinary craftsmanship level of the main world is far superior to that of foreign lands, better and more advanced, it does not mean that the craftsmanship of foreign lands is completely useless. It can be used as a reference. If you are lucky enough to find some new technologies that the main world does not have, you can bring them back and exchange them for a large amount of contributions and merits from the military, as well as real rewards. About 2 hours later, all the clans were summoned, and Lin Xiao closed the portal. As the Lord of the Divine Realm, Lin Xiao can spend a certain amount of time and faith to summon the portal again at any time and anywhere, without having to maintain it all the time. In addition, the summoned followers must be in the same plane as him. If he leaves this plane, all the followers will be automatically teleported back to the Divine Realm. But if he waits for his deification, this situation will change. At that time, the followers can leave the Divine Realm and go to different planes, ordering the followers to stay on the spot. Lin Xiao flew to the lonely peak first. Halfway along, he and Lin Su saw Shen Yuexin sitting on a huge and luxurious magic flying carpet from a distance. Behind her stood two tall winged people about 2.67 meters tall with lightning wrapped around their wings. And next to them stood the powerful epic hero called the Lord of Skywrath. On the hillside of the lonely peak below, there were winged people flying in the air all over the mountains and fields, as well as a small number of powerful winged people with lightning wrapped around their wings. This is my follower, the Thunder-Winged Man. Shen Yuexin raised her finger and pointed at the powerful and extraordinary Thunder-Winged men who were bowing to them, and continued to introduce them. My clan is all air units, most of which are ranged shooters and magic thunder sorcerers. So you will be needed for the frontal assault later. She was looking at Lin Xiao, whose main force was a half-elf shooter and could not be a frontline. Of course, her winged people also have close combat, but winged warriors are still not good at close combat. They are more suitable and better at flying in the air to attack targets from a distance. Once they are pulled to the ground close to the enemy, it will be as uncomfortable as an ordinary person being dragged into the water, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly affected. No problem. Lin Xiao patted his chest and made a big promise. He looked at her winged people with great envy and secret surprise. He knew Shen Yuexin was very strong, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. The winged people themselves belong to a high-level race. She is afraid that there are tens of thousands of winged people here, all of whom are well-equipped. The most important thing is that she has 70 or 80 thunder sorcerers with wings behind them, and thunder wrapped around their breath, which has reached the extraordinary level. This number is several times more than Lin Xiao, not to mention the specific strength. They are all air units. If they really fight, Lin Xiao will be crushed. Why? Bah! We have to cultivate a group of Frost Warlocks. Otherwise it will be a big loss without long range. Although the Frost Warlock profession is loaded, the time is too short, and there is not much faith power to open the ancient arena. Now he doesn't have many Frost Warlocks, and the level is not high, so he can't put them into actual combat. The three of them discussed for a while around the virtual map and formulated a siege plan according to the situation of the three families. It's very simple. Go down the river, play the advantages of the Murloc Summoner, and drive the tide to impact the city during the siege. You must know that the city of the Vampire Duke is built on the river, and the river is close to the inside of the city. There is no wall on the riverside, and the tide can be driven directly into the city. Then, of course, it is a frontal siege. No matter how good the plan is, it is only an auxiliary, and in the end it depends on absolute strength to attack the city. After confirming the plan, Shen Yuexin immediately ordered to move the camp. Densely packed winged people soared into the sky, surrounded by magic carpets, and flew towards the river. Halfway, they saw the army summoned by Lin Su moving out of the camp. His main clan was half-elves, and the cannon fodder was more than 10,000 woodland lizard men, most of whom were warriors, with a small number of lizard archers. The three parties added up to nearly 40,000 troops of the main combat races and cannon fodder, which was already a very large force. The wilderness along the river was directly trampled by the army to create a 1,000-meter wide open space, which spread all the way to the vampire city of Alfonso. That city was named after the vampire Duke Alfonso, which was also the norm in this plane. Many cities were named after lords or some legendary figures. As the army approached Alfonso, it was inevitable that they would be discovered. About 10 kilometers away from Alfonso, Shen Yuexin's winged people had discovered no less than 10 waves of spies, and the vanguard reconnaissance had seen that Alfonso had entered a combat state. When the distance between the two sides approached 3 kilometers, Lin Xiao ordered the Murloc Warlocks to control the summoned water elements and begin to summon, urging the river water to prepare to summon huge waves and tides. Although the enemy would discover their preparations in advance, it was useless. In such a short time, could they immediately build a wall along the river? Even if they knew that he wanted to flood Alfonso, they could only watch the tide coming, attacking the city head-on and flooding the city. This was an open plot. when the army was only about a mile away from the city wall. The sound of urgent warning gongs could be heard from afar, and countless soldiers climbed the city wall with weapons. From the direction of the city, a bloody aura rose into the sky, and blood shadows gathered from all over the city. In the castle of the vampire Duke Alfonso behind the city, the vampire Duke Alfonso looked at the enemy displayed in the water mirror technique, and recalled the advice of his partners when they left. What a powerful army. He is dead. Ushio was not far from Alfonso's city at this time. Originally, he wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, but he received an order from the company before he had gone far, asking him to find a safe place to wait for follow-up orders. He thought about it, and simply stopped at a small hill not far from Alfonso's city, waiting for orders and watching the show. He was also very curious about how powerful these elites from the academy were, and how they compared with the core members of the company's big teams. Chapter 151 Raid. Legendary Fanatic. Ushio is an ordinary person. His parents and brothers and sisters are also ordinary people, and he can only check limited information about God Realm players on the internet. He is jealous of the resources invested by the company to cultivate those God Realm players, and these God Realm players have been eliminated by the school. He is quite curious about how powerful these elite God Realm players in the school are. Boom! A column of blood shot up into the sky, exploded in the sky thousands of meters high, and turned into a sticky blood cloud thousands of meters high. A huge face appeared in the center of the blood cloud. It was the vampire Duke Alfonso. His eyes swept across the aliens outside the city like lightning, and a huge voice echoed between heaven and earth. Unknown aliens, you have entered the territory of Alfonso the Bloodthirsty, the pious son of the great blood god. Please leave immediately. TSK. Bully the weak and fear the strong. Ushio clearly remembered how arrogant Alfonso's tone was when he left, and he immediately felt weak when he saw how powerful the enemy was. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, who was behind the army, smiled at Lin Su and Shin Yueshin and said, "It seems that this vampire duke is quite smart. How about it? Should I go or you go?" Lin Xushi raised his hand and said, "You go." Shin Yueshin nodded her delicate and small hand, and shrugged and said, "Then I will go." Turning around, the smile on his face disappeared, and golden light permeated from his skin. A dignified divine power burst out. He took a step forward, and a golden lightning blasted into the void. A tall figure emitting dazzling golden divine light appeared in the void out of thin air. The dignified divine power made Alfonso's pupils shrink suddenly. The next second, he shouted angrily, "False god! You have already set foot in the realm of the great blood god. In the name of the supreme blood god, I grant you the end of destruction." Then, to Lin Xiao's astonishment, the vampire duke actually knelt in the air and began to pray. Damn! A legendary fanatic? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then turned around and shouted without hesitation, "Let's do it!" He was speechless, and Lin Su and Shin Yueshin behind him had similar expressions. They didn't expect that this legendary vampire was actually a fanatic. They knew better than anyone what a fanatic was, because they knew that when he revealed his true form as a divine creature, there was no way to talk. At this time, in the eyes of a fanatic, an obviously hostile demigod appeared here, which was a battle of faith, because of the special nature of the divine domain. Players in the divine domain are demigods in the eyes of the natives. Once it involves a battle of faith, it must be a fight to the death, and there is no way to talk. Of course, they didn't think about talking, but in this state, the enemy's resistance would be more tenacious, and the losses would be greater later. The most important thing is that from the perspective that this vampire demigod has legendary fanatics, the strength of this vampire demigod is stronger than they imagined. The information given by the military was that he was just an ordinary demigod, not a high-level demigod. Lin Xiao felt that this was not entirely true. Even if he was not a high-level demigod, he was still a senior demigod, and was probably only a step away from being a high-level demigod. Get ready to welcome the incarnation of the blood god, Lin Xiao reminded the two. And Slada, who was at the riverside, raised a huge anchor and shouted, "Boost the tide!" The Murloc warlocks and water elements that had long been submerged in the river surface together, occupying a 7 or 8 kilometer long river surface from beginning to end. Circles of light blue ripples spread out with them as the center, and the river began to surge. At the same time, the semi-elite ranger heroes under Lin Su raised their bows and shouted, and many woodland lizardmen and some murlocs began to approach the city wall. Shin Yueshin's Lord of Wrath roared with lightning in his hand, and many winged people soared into the sky and pounced on the city. The defenders in Alfonso's city were not to be outdone. The large open space behind the city wall and the roofs of the houses were full of archers. As a vampire general swung his sword, dense bowstring sounds rang out, and arrows soared into the sky and sprinkled on the winged people who were rushing towards the city wall, and the woodland lizardmen and murlocs approaching the city wall. The crossbows on the city wall kept vibrating. The crossbow strings made a dull sound, and the fine steel crossbow arrows as thick as fingers were shot down. A large number of stones were pushed on the edge of the parapet of the city wall. Soldiers picked up stones and stood guard on the battlements, with rows of spearmen waiting behind them. A large open space at the city gate had gathered a heavy cavalry. Several extraordinary blood knights rode the same armored war horses and stood quietly in front of the formation, waiting for orders. Invisible waves spread from several high towers in the center of the city. Powerful magic waves emerged, and the void began to distort. Boom! As a huge stone was thrown by Slarda more than 1,000 meters away. It smashed a dent in the thick city gate, and the brutal siege officially broke out. More than 4,000 semi-elven archers shot 12 arrows in a row, forming a dark rain of arrows that fell all over the sky, accurately covering most of the city wall. And countless defenders were nailed to the ground. In terms of archery, few races can compare with the elves. 7,000 or 8,000 winged people flew over the city wall from a height of more than 1,000 meters, and threw javelins one after another from a high altitude. What does it mean to throw a 2-meter-long egg-thick javelin from a height of more than 1,000 meters? Even if there is no need to use force, the penetration generated by gravity alone will hit the body from a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Even thick armor cannot withstand this impact. As long as it hits, it will definitely pass through the body, and the back of the city wall will be shot down. But more shots hit the empty space, poking large pits more than 10 centimeters deep on the city wall, and countless broken stones splashed. After 6 waves of nearly 50,000 javelins were thrown, the damage caused to the defenders on the city wall was catastrophic. This kind of attack from the sky is difficult to resist. Even if there is a shield, it can be shot through. It is impossible to resist. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, more than 10% of the defenders on the city wall were killed on the spot, and countless were injured, and morale plummeted. At this time, the water level of the river at the edge of the city rose a lot under the promotion of the Murloc Warlock and the water element. At first, the enemy didn't pay any attention, but as the river water rose by more than 1 meter and flooded the docks, they were finally discovered. Only then did they discover the abnormality on the riverside. A transcendent blood mage in a gorgeous robe on a high tower in the city hesitated for a moment, raised his hands and moved, and the huge magic fireball that had condensed to cover the tower top with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters turned its direction. And suddenly a flame column with a diameter of several meters was ejected from it and blasted straight into the river several kilometers away. Boom! The terrifying dark red flame exploded, blasting a hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the river section. Whether it was water or mud on the river bank, it was like an explosion. More than 100 Murloc Warlocks, hundreds of water elements, hundreds of Murlocs, and a dozen big Nagas gathered in this river section evaporated on the spot without leaving any residue. Damn it! Lin Xiao felt like his heart was pierced by a needle. It hurt so much, seeing that the spells of the other 2 magic towers had already taken shape and were about to be blasted out. He could not help but think, and his figure flashed and appeared in the direction of one of the flames. The dazzling golden light exploded into a violently surging flame ball covering hundreds of meters, and blocked this flame. But he was not happy at all. He jumped out of the still rolling flames and looked at the direction of the other flame. His frown relaxed, and the other flame was blocked by Lin Su. There are only 3 magic towers in the city, and the interval between each casting of this powerful strategic level spell is measured in minutes. So there is no need to worry in the short term. Moreover, this magic tower may not have a second chance to cast. The tide summoned by the Murloc Caller and the water element has already taken shape and is rushing towards the city. The ships moored at the city dock quickly surpassed the dock land and surged to the shore as the water level rose. The rising water level flooded over the dock, carrying the people on the dock and all kinds of debris into the city. This was only the first wave of floods. In the next half minute, the second wave of higher floods had arrived, and a large number of fishmen and Nagas hid in the floods. Faced with the power of nature, the extraordinary strongmen in the city were helpless. The defenders who came to face the floods could only hide in the houses on the roadside, and watch the floods wash away the small houses and rush into the city. A large number of fishmen and Nagas rushed into the city along the floods, wreaking havoc and killing. In this environment, the armor on the soldiers became a death warrant. It was too heavy to float. It was difficult to get up after falling down under the impact of the water. In just a few minutes, the riverside of Alfonso City had fallen. And all this, the legendary vampire Duke in the sky ignored and continued to pray. Lin Xiao knew that he was communicating and calling for the vampire demigod. If successful, it might be possible to summon the avatar of the vampire demigod to come. This is a bad thing for non-God realm players, and they must stop it. But it is a good thing for them. A demigod incarnation has come, which represents at least a little divinity. Why should they stop it? So even though they knew that Duke Alfonso was communicating with the blood god, none of them tried to stop him, and instead prayed that the communication would be successful. It was just a demigod incarnation. They could handle it. At this time, the main force of the three of them had already arrived at the city wall. Many big Nagas threw stones picked up on the road from a distance. A whale hunter knight picked up a huge stone and smashed it hard at the city gate. He picked up a large shield and carried it on his shoulder. He aimed at the city gate and launched a salted fish stab, hitting the city gate like an arrow from a string. Boom! The deafening roar could be heard even by Yu Xiu, who was several kilometers away. He used a single-tube copper telescope to look far away and saw a giant creature with a human body and a snake tail more than 10 meters long crashing into the city gate, directly knocking a large dent in the center of the thick city gate. The drowsy Super Naga rolled over and hid to the side. The second Super Naga had already crashed into it. And then the third one. There were 5 deafening roars in a row. And the city gate, that was distorted and broken in some places, was knocked open. The sixth Super Naga rushed into the city gate alley. There were gaps on both sides of the city gate alley 4 or 5 meters above the city gate alley. The guards inside pushed down large stones from above and smashed them with muffled bang-bang sounds. The whale hunter knight, holding 2 two-handed swords, swung his hands violently, splitting a city gate at the end of the city gate alley that was far less solid than the outer city gate, and rushed into the city. Chapter 152. The Vampire Demigod Incarnation arrives. The guards in the city square, who were waiting for the arrows, quickly moved forward. Hundreds of arrows were fired, and the screams of more than a dozen crossbows were mixed in. The whale hunter knight, who had just emerged from the city gate alley, leaned back suddenly, with more than a dozen thick fine steel crossbow arrows and a few ordinary arrows inserted crookedly. "Keep shooting." The commander of the guard waved his hand and shouted, and the second wave of arrows was shot again. And at the same time, the creaking sound of the crossbow windlass was heard. This extraordinary big Naga resisted the second wave of arrows and climbed out of the city gate to make way for the exit. The second whale hunter knight rushed in through the city gate alley, and the thick and powerful snake tail swung quickly to sweep the arrows and gravel on the ground everywhere, and roared and rushed towards the enemy phalanx waiting in the square. Then the third, fourth, and fifth, as well as a large group of Murloc cannon fodder and woodland lizard cannon fodder rushed in, and the square was suddenly in chaos. When a large group of Murloc Naga took advantage of the river to attack the city, and the city gate was breached, it was only a matter of time before the city was captured. The difference was when to completely defeat the other side, and how much loss they suffered. After all, the difference in strength was too great. They had not used their full strength yet. At least the heroes under their command had not participated in the battle. Not only did Shin Yuexin's hero, the Lord of Skyrath, not participate in the battle, but the 70 or 80 Skyrath warlocks had not participated in the battle. In addition, they almost attacked the city directly in a surprise attack. Blood Duke Alfonso was not prepared at all. The troops were not concentrated. There were only less than 20,000 defenders in the headquarters, and the other troops were not here. You must know that when Lin Xiao faced the invasion of the Blood Earl, he had a blood army of 30,000 to 40,000. The Duke was stronger than the Earl, so there was no reason to have only this small number of troops. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the vampire Duke, who was shrouded in an invisible distortion. At this time, he could already sense a strong pressure that did not belong to the vampire Duke Alfonso slowly emerging. It was obvious that the vampire demigod attached great importance to this legendary fanatic and had already responded. It was estimated that he was preparing to descend in person. Alfonso, in a fanatical state, did not even care about his own territory. Without the interception of this legendary vampire, the defenders in the city could not stop them at all. Even if there were a large number of extraordinary vampires in the city, it would be useless. Without the advantage of the city, many great Naga relied on their domineering bodies to charge forward, and no one could stop them. They knocked the defenders at the city gate back and forth, and defeated them in one breath. A superb Blood Knight in full armor waved a blood-colored giant sword and pointed it forward. The blood shadow flashed across a distance of hundreds of meters, and hit behind a superb Naga. The blood sword of more than 2 meters penetrated the thick scales and extremely tough muscles, and penetrated into the body without a handle. The tip of the sword passed through the body and emerged from the other side. The Whale Hunter Knight, who was stabbed by the sword, twisted his body, as if he was not injured, and slashed down with two-handed swords. The Blood Knight held the hilt of the sword tightly and pulled it out. But it failed to pull it out. When the Whale Hunter Knight twisted his waist, his extremely strong muscles clamped the blood sword and could not pull it out for a while. This momentary mistake is fatal in the battle of the extraordinary level. Moreover, the Whale Hunter Knight is stronger than the Blood Knight. In this moment, the two-handed swords slashed the Blood Knight and his mount, who had no time to escape even if they decisively abandoned their swords. There were only 2 sharp tearing sounds and a scream of hiss, and the Blood Knight was split in half, and even the thick armor was cut open. However, at the moment of killing the Blood Knight, a flame column with a diameter of several meters was blasted out from the high tower in the center of the city, and hit the Whale Hunter Knight. The terrifying power of the strategic level spell directly burned the body of the Whale Hunter Knight below the waist to ashes. The dark red flames produced by the explosion covered a range of hundreds of meters, and a huge pit was blown out of the entire city gate. I don't know how many fishmen and Nagas and enemies died at the same time under this terrifying blow. However, the terrifying power of the war level spell did not affect Lin Zhao's devout and morale-boosting family members, who had already rushed into the city and continued to attack, and continued to rush into the city along the gap. The Whale Hunter Knights relied on their super physique and vitality to fight with injuries for injuries. They were stronger than the Blood Knights and played tricks. And these Blood Knights could not fight at all. In less than 5 minutes, more than a dozen extraordinary Blood Knights were killed or injured. The remaining ones led the remaining defenders to abandon the outskirts of the city and retreated to the 3 magic towers in the city to defend the towers. These 3 magic towers are guarded by the mage group of Duke Alfonso. This kind of magic tower is not the legendary mage tower, but a war building. It is not as powerful as the mage tower, but it also has the ability to greatly enhance the spell power of the spellcaster in the tower and cast powerful war spells. It has only been more than 10 minutes since the siege, and these 3 magic towers have cast 5 waves of terrifying war-level spells. 2 extraordinary great Nagas have died in battle, and 4 were seriously injured and had to withdraw from the battle. However, his family's will is still firm enough. In the face of such a terrifying spell, the morale is still high. On the contrary, the defenders in the city can't bear this indiscriminate terrorist attack, but they collapse first. A small number of defenders have given up resistance and fled into the city. Above the sky, a large number of winged people have crossed the city wall and entered the city. Many winged people are surrounded by dozens of thunder winged people. These extraordinary thunder winged people have the talent to control lightning. In addition, Shin Yuexin specially loaded the profession of Thunder Warlock for them. The combination of the two is particularly powerful. They clenched their hands, and a lightning bolt was constrained into a series of arm-thick fiery blue lightning javelins, and threw them down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the arm-thick and 2 or 3 meters long lightning bolts hit the target and exploded like missiles. Countless lightning bolts flew and destroyed everything within the range. The killing range is not as good as the dragon breath fire explosion of the dog-headed dragon vein warlock, but the direct killing power within the range is terrifying. And lightning also causes a huge amount of additional damage to evil creatures such as undead demons. And vampires are definitely evil creatures. They are within the range of lightning sanctions. A lightning javelin thrown down will instantly kill any non-extraordinary vampire. Even if the extraordinary Blood Knight is hit by one move, he will be injured. Dozens of Thunder Warlocks bombarded wildly, and all the buildings around the 3 magic towers were razed to the ground. A large number of soldiers were killed by the aftermath and fled in all directions, but were intercepted and killed by the Fishman Naga, who surrounded them from all sides. Lin Zhao and the other 2 stood quietly in the void outside the city, looking in the direction of Alfonso, but their eyes were not focused on the battle in the city. Even if there were 3 magic towers. They didn't care. This kind of war building with huge power, but long cooling time would be useless without friendly forces to buy time. Under the repeated attacks of dozens of Thunder Warlocks, the blood mages in the tower were now exhausted from defense. And it was estimated that they would not be able to use the next round of war spells. Their focus was on the vampire Duke Alfonso, who had already prayed. Under the continuous prayers of this legendary fanatic, coupled with the death of a large number of believers, the vampire demigod finally responded to the prayer and began to descend. In their perception, a powerful and evil will was appearing in this space, and its power was gathering. If the 3 of them took action now, they could forcibly interrupt it before it descended. A legendary vampire could not stop them. But there was no if. This was exactly the good thing they had dreamed of. How could they interrupt it? They even wished that the vampire demigod would send a few more incarnations before the blood god descended. Lin Xiao, Lin Su, and Xin Yuexin ordered the army to retreat at the same time, so as to avoid the legendary war that would affect their subordinates. Compared with their expectations, the vampire Duke Alfonso recovered from his fanatic state after the blood god he believed in responded to his prayers and began to descend. When he saw that the overall situation below had been decided in just a dozen minutes, he was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. If he was not a legendary vampire, he would have thought that he was under an illusion. How could his city fall so quickly? Where is my army? Where are all my troops? For some reason, Alfonso felt a little bad. But he sensed the divine power of the blood god's incarnation that was about to descend in the twisted void above his head. The little bad feeling in his heart quickly disappeared, and he became confident again. Lin Xiao, who was far away, felt that Alfonso's face kept changing and felt quite interesting. And also a little envious. A demigod actually has legendary fanatics, which is really enviable. A legendary fanatic provides a lot of faith. Theoretically, 100 legendary fanatics can keep a newly deified god from falling. According to the information obtained by Lin Xiao, there are several vampire dukes in the vampire kingdom. Dozens of nobles at the level of marquis and earl, plus a large number of believers at the extraordinary level. The quality of the believers of this vampire demigod is quite good. And in theory, it is enough to support a true god. But after living for so long, this vampire demigod is still just a demigod. Not even a high-level demigod. Well, Lin Xiao is a little skeptical about this now. He suspects that this vampire demigod is more than just an ordinary demigod. But he has no evidence. But whether it is an ordinary demigod or a high-level demigod, one thing is certain. Deification is not easy. After all, if you are sure to ignite the divine fire to deify, no matter who it is, you will not miss the opportunity. This vampire demigod has lived for so long, and has not yet been deified. It can only be said that he is not sure of deification, or the conditions are not enough to deify. No one knew what the vampire demigod was doing. The speed of its descent was quite slow. Their subordinates gradually withdrew from the city. Its divine incarnation had not yet completely descended. But they could clearly sense that the will of the demigod had indeed descended. But it was unreasonably slow. It seemed that the vampire demigod was too far away from here, and could not descend quickly for a while. Alfonso stood alone in the void, and felt something was wrong. Why didn't the opponent attack? What were they waiting for? And Lin Xiao and the others did not dare to step forward. They were afraid of scaring away the incarnation of the blood god. And the two sides froze. Fortunately, after waiting for so long, as a huge wall appeared in this space, the twisted void above Alfonso's head separated, and a handsome young man with silver hair walked out of it, which made Lin Xiao feel ashamed. The incarnation of the blood god finally descended. Chapter 153: The Terrifying Field of Blood and Aging. The so-called incarnation is an incarnation of a demigod or above with a little divinity, and a trace of consciousness as the core, gathering a large amount of divine power. This refers to those below demigod. If it is the incarnation of a true god, it is different. The strength of the incarnation is related to divinity and divine power. The more divine power is carried when the incarnation is condensed, the stronger the incarnation is. The divine power carried by this vampire demigod does not seem to be much. Although the aura it exudes is strong, they do not feel much threat. But for Yushio, who was far away, when the vampire demigod descended, he felt as if his head was hit by a sledgehammer. The whole person instantly lost consciousness for more than 10 seconds. When he recovered, his face was as pale as paper. He hurriedly put away the monocular telescope and turned around and ran away. Lin Xiao and the others are all divine creatures. They have divinity and can ignore the pressure of demigods. But Yu Xiu is just an ordinary person. In their eyes, he is just a mortal. No matter which mortal faces a demigod, he has to accept a round of will immunity check when he meets him. It is obvious that he failed the will test, and was directly shocked for more than 10 seconds. In the words of the game, it is equivalent to being unable to attack the opponent for more than 10 rounds. If it were a battle, he would have been dead long ago. As for the orcs under Yu Xiu, it was even worse. After a round of will tests, they all fell into fear and fled in all directions. This is just a demigod. If it is an incarnation of a true god, if a round of will tests fails, it will show different performances depending on the camp and will of the true god. If the true god is an evil god, there is a high probability that it will trigger instant death and die on the spot, and the soul will be harvested by the incarnation of the evil god. If it is not an evil god who descends, there is a high probability that his mind and will be forcibly changed to become the opponent's fanatic. Of course, this is the worst case scenario, only for mortals with weak wills. If the professional has a relatively strong will, he will fall into fear or shock like Yu Xiu. After escaping a certain distance and arriving at a small hilltop, Yu Xiu was about to take out a whistle to summon the orcs, who were in chaos. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated slightly. He clicked on it, and a familiar middle-aged man's projection popped up and said to him, "Where are you now?" Yu Xiu replied, "I am outside Alfonso. The company has a new order. You should leave Alfonso now, and immediately go to the Eagle's Beak Gorge near the Red Stone Terrace at the junction of the Vampire Kingdom and the Human Kingdom. The company has built a camp there. By the way, don't pass through the city on the way," the middle-aged man reminded. Recently, students from the Super Freshman Summer Camp are training in this plain. All vampire lords are their targets. It is estimated that they will attack the city directly. Don't go there to avoid being affected. Yu Xiu looked at the huge blood cloud that had just spread over the city in the distance, took out a sip of wine to calm his nerves, shrugged and said, "No need to estimate. Someone is already attacking Alfonso, and they broke into the city in less than half an hour. Now even the incarnation of the vampire demigod has arrived, and the scale of the battle is huge. Wait!" The middle-aged man paused after stretching out his hand, and asked quickly, "Are you saying that the vampire demigod has descended to incarnate?" "Yes. Is there a problem, boss?" The middle-aged man who was called the boss showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "Then you hurry back and find a way to get the divinity that constitutes the incarnation of the demigod." Puff! A mouthful of soju sprayed all over the floor, and Yu Xiu covered his mouth and rolled his eyes. "Boss, are you kidding me? Why should I take that divinity? With my strength, I can only rob it with my head." The middle-aged man also realized this and explained quickly, "I'm not asking you to rob it. When they defeat the vampire demigod, you go over and buy that divinity from them in the name of the company. I will tell you what to say then." Yu Xiu was silent. To be honest, he refused this order. But he couldn't refuse. Once he refused, it would be difficult for him to get along in the future. Fortunately, it was just a message, and he didn't need to do anything. So the danger was not great. So he nodded and said, "I can go, but I have to wait until they finish fighting, and it's safe before I go." "Okay. After completing this task, I will go back and upgrade your authority by 1 level, and transfer you to a better and easier position." The supervisor made the following promise, and Yu Xiu was satisfied. He put the whistle in his mouth and blew it hard to summon the orcs. At the same time, not far from Alfonso City in the distance, Shen Yuexin and Lin Su also appeared when the vampire demigod incarnation appeared. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it, and a whip flashing with white lightning appeared in her hand. She gently swung the lightning-shaped whip, and it quickly extended hundreds of meters long, exploding the void with crackling sounds. She shouted softly, "Quick battle, so as not to have more dreams at night." Lin Xiao retracted his slightly strange gaze, shouted softly, and his body quickly grew, turning into a 30-meter-tall human body with a snake tail, similar to the giant Naga, but with golden scales all over his body shining with golden light. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a 40-meter-long golden spear in his hand. This was the trophy he got from the Snake Man demigod during the final exam. It must be a good thing to be used as a weapon by a demigod. He used his divine power to refine it to remove the spiritual imprint left by the Snake Man demigod. And now it is his weapon. Lin Su's weapon is a gorgeous golden bow. When he pulled the bowstring, a golden arrow composed purely of the power of faith slowly took shape. The power of his bow depends entirely on how much faith power is consumed by the condensed arrow. The more power is invested, the greater the power. The three of them showed their weapons. And Lin Xiao knew it was his turn. He stomped his foot in the air, and a circle of ripples exploded out of thin air. He turned into a ball of golden light, and rushed towards the blood field opened by the vampire demigod incarnation. Coincidentally, the vampire demigod also has a blood field. But it is stronger than the snake man's blood field. He can feel that there are aging rules attached to this blood field. If a mortal enters this blood field, not only will the blood in his body boil or be forcibly drawn out, but he will also be affected by the aging rules and become weak. The aging rule does not mean that you will really get old. Getting old involves the supreme law of time. Aging means that you will have a weakened state similar to that after life gets old. The blood field is not just about making your blood boil or forcibly extracting the target's blood. This is just the most commonly used and most powerful manifestation of the blood rule. The complete blood rule refers to the control of blood. The most terrifying thing for ordinary people is naturally to be forcibly extracted all the blood, or the blood becomes boiling like being boiled. These are all ways to use the blood rule. Mortals cannot resist the control from the rule level at all. This is the gap between gods and mortals. Only gods can fight against each other. Although Lin Xiao and others are not demigods and have no priesthood, their powerful divinity and the power of faith can offset the influence of the rules. Of course, legendary strongmen who are new to the rule level can also forcibly resist the influence of the field rules in a short period of time. It is worth mentioning that legendary soldiers and legendary strongmen are actually two different things. Legendary troops refer to the rank of troops, with 6th and 7th rank extraordinary troops and 8th and 9th rank legendary troops, which means that troops of this rank are extremely powerful like legends. Legendary warriors refer to mortals who have begun to master the power of rules and possess legendary characteristics similar to divinity. Their strength has reached the 8th rank in the evaluation of countless mortal creatures in the crystal wall system of the Chaos Void Sea by the main world. There is not much difference between the two in terms of physical fitness or ability. The biggest difference lies in the mastery of rules. For example, the power of legendary troops and legendary warriors has reached 100. A full-strength attack can cause a blow equivalent to 50 points of strength to an enemy with a 50-point physique. But the legendary warrior has mastered the rules, and can use the power of the rules to deal several times the damage of 50. Or use the power of the rules to ignore the enemy's defense and cause full damage. Or to put it this way, a person with only a weak divine power of level 0 can instantly kill an 8th or even 9th rank legendary creature with the help of extraordinary divine power, but cannot instantly kill an 8th rank legendary warrior who has mastered the rules. Of course, this refers to most cases, and does not include some abnormal legendary soldiers, such as the dragon, which is a supermodel soldier with abnormal innate talent and cannot be measured by common sense. In addition, if the soldiers can be promoted to the 10th level, there is no so-called distinction between ordinary soldiers and legendary strongmen. Creatures that reach this level will definitely have extraordinary characteristics comparable to legendary rules. And they are ridiculously strong. And this legendary vampire duke named Alfonso actually refers to legendary creatures, not real legendary strongmen who master the rules. In order to distinguish, legendary strongmen who have mastered the rules are generally called true legends, or legendary strongmen, and are named strongmen. But this is only for people from the main world. Many indigenous planes also call some powerful species that have reached the 8th level by virtue of bloodline talent as legends. And the classification is quite chaotic. But they know that these legendary vampire dukes, who have reached the 8th level by virtue of bloodline, are not real legends. Boom! Lin Xiao rushed into the blood domain like a cannonball. The protective divine power collided with the power of the domain. The terrifying impact force exploded, and a large piece of the blood domain covering the entire city was torn off. He thrust out the pure gold spear in his hand fiercely. The golden transparent flames wrapped around the pure gold spear to form a triangular inverted cone at the tip of the spear. It easily tore the sticky blood like a hot knife cutting butter. A huge golden figure plunged directly into the vast blood domain. At the same time, Shen Yuexin, who had flown to the edge of the blood domain, raised the forbidden whip in her hand and swung it out fiercely. The blazing white lightning whip suddenly swelled and extended infinitely, turning into a lightning whip column thicker than a person and slammed into the blood domain. In an instant, the lightning whip suddenly lit up and exploded countless small lightnings that spread in all directions. The lightning purification power instantly purified the blood domain within the coverage of the small lightning. Compared to her powerful whip, Lin Su's moves were very low-key. So low-key that she didn't even make a move. He had been accumulating strength from the beginning. A golden arrow was placed on the bow, but was not shot. As time went by, the golden arrow became brighter and brighter, and the void around the arrow was slightly distorted. Although he did not make a move, everyone knew that his attack was extraordinary. As the saying goes, a bullet that has not been fired is the most deadly. Even the incarnation of the vampire demigod has to devote some energy to guard against his charged arrow. This blood field is quite large. Lin Xiao rushed into the field for nearly 1,000 meters in one breath before he felt the evil will of the vampire demigod blasting into his sea of consciousness. Then the endless blood in the blood field around him suddenly twisted and quickly condensed into a huge hand of hundreds of meters. Boom! A huge figure with a human body and a snake tail fell from the sky and smashed into the city, crushing several buildings. Then 4 fingers of the bloody hand broke off and flew down. In midair, they transformed into 4 thick blood chains that covered Lin Xiao's real body, one on the left and one on the right, deeply inserted into the ground to bind him. The last finger broke off and tapped, and the fingertips in midair quickly became extremely sharp. In the ruins, Lin Xiao recovered from the trance of being hit by the powerful divine thoughts of the vampire demigod incarnation. Feeling the blood chains that bound him, he burst out divine power without hesitation. More than 1 million units of faith power exploded, and the dazzling golden light burst quickly submerged the blood chains on his body. At the same time, Shen Yuexian swung the forbidden whip in her hand, and the whip body made of lightning quickly extended thousands of meters, and shook straight to hit the sharp fingertips that fell from the sky and shattered them. Aging. A low and evil voice sounded out of thin air in Lin Xiao's mind. The 4 blood chains that bound him glowed with blood, and in turn suppressed the golden light that he burst out. At the same time, a powerful invisible force penetrated into his body along the blood chains, and he felt that he was instantly much weaker. Blood-sucking. The 4 blood chains tightened quickly, and a not very strong but irresistible attraction came out of thin air. He felt that his divine blood and divine power involuntarily flowed through his flesh and skin. Chapter 154: A Fatal Blow. This is the power of priesthood and domain. Priesthood is the embodiment of rules, and domain is the extension of the power of rules. By using priesthood to master rules, the powerful power is displayed in the form of domain. This is also because this is only the incarnation of a demigod, not a powerful incarnation. The power of the domain is limited. If a true god takes action personally, even if Lin Xiao is a divine creature, he cannot withstand the power of the domain. All the divine blood will be drained on the spot and become a mummy. Therefore, when Lin Xiao burst out more than 5 million faith powers in one breath, the powerful divine power instantly exploded the blood domain acting on him, and his figure flashed out from the heavy blood waves. At the same time, Shen Yuexian swung the forbidden whip in his hand again. Under the impetus of the power of faith, the lightning whip body quickly expanded into a thick lightning column that shook straight and blasted into the sea of blood. The sticky blood in the blood domain was decomposed into nothingness, and a huge hole was directly pierced through the blood domain and penetrated the depths of the domain. The quality of the forbidden whip in her hand definitely reached the level of a semi-artifact, and it was an excellent semi-artifact of the same level. Otherwise it would not be so powerful that it could easily tear through the blood field. You should know that Lin Xiao just broke out more than 5 million faith powers to escape. Just to escape. And she casually whipped out, consuming only about 1 million faith powers, which could easily destroy a large area. Feeling like a red-hot iron rod easily inserted into solidified butter. And the power of the explosion was much stronger than Lin Xiao, compared with the weapon in her hand. The golden spear in Lin Xiao's hand was not even a semi-artifact, but only a semi-artifact embryo, and it needed to be nurtured day and night to increase its power. According to normal development, it is estimated that it will take hundreds of years until he becomes a demigod to nurture this spear into a semi-artifact. Think about it. She has a powerful semi-artifact so early, and she used it from others. What a difference. Sure enough, she is a low-key little rich woman. Love it. Soon Lin Xiao found that he had gone from being the main attacker to being a supporting actor. The combat power of the demigod in its full state was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Just one incarnation put far more pressure on them than the Snakeman demigod at the time. The combined strength of the three of them was more than 10 times stronger than the trio in the final exam. But they could only fight on par with one incarnation of the vampire demigod. This shows how badly the Snakeman demigod was weakened at the time. He burned several points of divinity, exhausted his divine power, killed all his believers, and almost wiped them out when he was almost exhausted. Fortunately, the divine power brought by this demigod incarnation was insufficient. If the divine power was sufficient, he might not have been able to burst out with divine power just now. Shin Yueshi was the main attacker. Every time she swung the forbidden whip, it would turn into thick lightning pillars that smashed down horizontally. Large pieces of lightning exploded to burn the sticky blood, constantly consuming the divine power of the vampire demigod incarnation. Lin Su kept drawing his bow from a distance and aiming at the blood field, but did not attack. Lin Xiao initially circled around the edge of the blood domain, hoping to sneak attack. But the demigod incarnation had been hiding in the blood domain and refused to come out. The forbidden whip kept destroying large areas of the blood domain, but he could not find its true body. What surprised him most was that the legendary vampire Alfonso was nowhere to be seen. After all, he was an 8th level legendary warrior. Although he was not a true legendary warrior, he was not weak either. However, he was qualified to participate in the battle at their level. If nothing else, he could at least hold them back for a short period of time. But in fact, since the arrival of the vampire demigod incarnation, Alfonso had been included in the blood domain and disappeared, and he has not appeared until now. Moreover, the vampire demigod incarnation, except for a series of means to suppress Lin Xiao, who rushed into the blood domain just now, did not deal with Shin Yuexin and Lin Su, who were outside the domain. It seemed that he was always on the defensive. This is not right. Why doesn't he come out? What is he doing? Abnormal things are demons, and the unknown is terrifying. The enemy's abnormal performance made them alert. Lin Xiao shouted to his two teammates, "I think something will happen if we delay any longer." On the other side, Shin Yuexin, who had thrown out 20 or 30 whips in a row and burned a large area of blood without seeing the opponent, nodded vigorously and said, "I also feel something is wrong. The night is long and dreams are many. Let's use a big move." After that, Shin Yuexin's voice came to Lin Xiao's ears. "You first blast open an area, and then I will open a channel to find the target." Lin Su's last blow is fatal. Lin Xiao immediately understood what she meant and nodded. The golden glass flame burned in his pupils. He held the golden spear tightly in his right hand and raised it. With a thought, a full 30 million faith points began to burn. According to the calculation that 1 million faith power can be converted into 1 point of divine power, 30 million faith power can be converted into 30 points of divine power, which is equivalent to the explosion of 30 units of divine power. The space around the golden spear began to distort and exude an amazing attraction, as if even the air and light were sucked into the gun body. If there were mortals here, they would find that he did not have a golden spear in his hand, but a distortion that even absorbed his vision. As he threw it forward, a distortion of the void flashed and disappeared. Boom! The edge of the blood field covering the entire city suddenly exploded, and an invisible golden wave tide pushed forward layer by layer to destroy a large area of the blood field. At the same time, the forbidden whip in Shin Yuexin's hand suddenly changed color, from blue and white lightning to a purple lightning whip column. As she swung the whip, the purple lightning whip body instantly swung out 1 or 2 kilometers away and blasted straight into the blood field that he had blasted open, blasting out a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a length of nearly 2 kilometers, until an indescribable evil figure formed by sticky blood blocked the purple lightning whip. Lin Xiao, who had been paying attention to all this, saw his pupil shrink slightly and showed surprise. He found that the evil figure in the center of the blood field was actually the vampire Duke Alfonso. No, to be precise, the body of the legendary vampire Alfonso has been taken over by the will of the vampire demigod, and the real legendary vampire is dead. No wonder he has not appeared. So this is the case. Occupying the body of a fanatic legendary vampire, the incarnation of the vampire demigod has a support from the previous rootless tree. It can rely on the body of the legendary vampire to withstand greater damage and use more powerful means. The incarnation will also exist longer, and will not collapse like the previous incarnation if the divine power is exhausted. Before, it was just an incarnation of divine power, based on that little bit of divinity and will. Once the domain is broken, It will directly hit the core of the incarnation and destroy it. Now that he has a physical body, even if the blood domain is broken, the enemy must first kill the physical body before hurting the core. A series of changes are amazing. But at this time, the arrow is already on the string and has to be fired. Lin Su decisively seized the fleeting opportunity and shot an arrow early. The trajectory that could not be seen, but only felt in the induction passed through the trajectory that Shin Yuexin had blasted out. The next second, the vampire duke with his eyes closed. No, it should be the vampire demigod incarnation. His eyes suddenly opened. The space suddenly brightened. A dark golden blood vortex emerged and solidified out of thin air. The trajectory hit the center of the vortex like a drop in the ocean. But a second later, the blood god incarnation shook violently, and an invisible twisted wave exploded in the shape of a halo, spreading in all directions like lightning. Then, this huge blood domain collapsed layer by layer, and the solid sea of blood collapsed into countless fragments that melted, faded, and disappeared. Then, the world was clear, revealing 4 figures standing in the air. He was injured. There was a hole in the chest of the legendary vampire without bleeding. It was the fatal injury caused by Lin Su's arrow that he had been accumulating for an unknown period of time. It was also this blow. Although it failed to kill the vampire demigod incarnation, it caused great damage to him, so that even the domain could not be maintained. Unfortunately, the other party has a legendary body. Without this body, Lin Su's charged arrow would definitely kill this blood god incarnation. However, the difference is not big. After all, it is just an incarnation with little divine power. Even if there is a new body, it is useless to block this arrow. The difference is that it lives a little longer. However, what is surprising is that after the collapse of the domain, the vampire demigod incarnation looked at them coldly, and suddenly soared into the sky and ran away in front of many believers in the city. This is very surprising. You know, running away under the eyes of so many believers will cause a huge blow to the believers' faith. And it is possible that a large number of believers will leave and no longer believe. However, although his reaction was unexpected, they were well prepared. Shin Yuexin swung the forbidden whip in his hand and quickly extended thousands of meters. A thick purple lightning column blasted straight into the void somewhere. Boom! A ring of lightning exploded, and the vampire demigod incarnation that had disappeared after soaring into the sky was forcibly blasted out in the void of more than 1,000 meters. At the same time, Lin Xiao also soared into the sky, burning a full 20 million faith powers again. Golden flames gushing out, and the golden spear in his hand shook and twisted again, pointing at the vampire demigod that appeared 1,000 meters away. Salted fish stab. The huge Naga's true body flashed and disappeared. The incarnation of the vampire demigod, who had forcibly blasted out from 1,000 meters away, showed a look of surprise for the first time. He raised his hands and pressed his claws, and the large void in front of him twisted into a huge blood-red vortex. At the moment when the blood-red twist took shape, a golden spear wrapped in golden flames hit the twist out of thin air. After a moment of stalemate, the tip of the spear pierced the twisted vortex with difficulty and slowly stabbed the vampire demigod behind the vortex. At the same time, a dazzling golden light flew out from Lin Su and soared directly into the sky. It turned a big bend and fell from the sky and shot the vampire demigod incarnation's forehead. Bang! The twisted vortex collapsed instantly, and the golden spear hit the face of the vampire demigod incarnation without any hindrance, blowing its head to pieces with one blow. A point of golden light emitting an alluring touch flew out from the broken head and hung in the air motionless. Lin Xiao flew over and stretched out his hand to grab it into his hand. Only then did the golden light start to jump vigorously and try to escape. Chapter 155 Divide the Spoils. This is the divinity that constitutes the incarnation of the vampire demigod. The consequence of merging with the flesh is that it is bound by the flesh. Once the flesh is destroyed, there will be a certain period of discomfort, during which it is easy to be caught and the incarnation will collapse. In other words, the incarnation of the vampire demigod died just like that. That is, there was no communication. Unlike the villains in the novel, who had so much nonsense and started fighting after landing, there was no earth-shattering battle, except for the tentative fight at the beginning. Lin Xiao suffered a little loss. The 3 people in the back were serious and easily killed the incarnation of the blood god. After all, it is not a novel or a movie. There are not so many lines. They have fought here. How can there be so much nonsense? Just fight first. It is not obvious that they are stronger than the opponent, and force it back and forth for a long time before killing. This reminded Lin Xiao of the classic character Captain America in a movie in his previous life. He was obviously immortal, but he was evenly matched with anyone. He spent a lot of effort to beat a small monster, and he was evenly matched with the final boss Thanos. It was amazing. Needless to say, the result was just a demigod incarnation, and the power he cast was not much. So how could he stop them? Moreover, one thing can be confirmed from this battle, that this vampire demigod is indeed just an ordinary demigod, not a high-level demigod. If it is a high-level demigod, it is a bit difficult to say who will win. The difference in combat power between the incarnation of a high-level demigod and the incarnation of an ordinary demigod is more than a little bit. Let's put it this way. A standard incarnation of a high-level demigod can directly suppress an ordinary demigod who has just been promoted. Just like the final exam, when the Sea God only sent out one incarnation to fight the Snake Man demigod and both suffered losses. The Sea God may have the home advantage of the ocean, but the Snake Man demigod is not newly promoted. He reached out and put away the broken body of the legendary vampire. This thing has been tainted with divinity, and the body is more valuable than the body of an ordinary 8th level legendary creature. Holding the legendary vampire body towards the city, Lin Xiao raised his gun and shouted, "Attack!" Witnessing the god of his faith beheading the evil god, the morale-boosting Slaughter roared and rushed up first, followed by Lin Su and Shen Yuexin's family, and began the final siege. A few kilometers outside the city, Yu Xiu witnessed a tense, short and exciting battle of gods. The shocking power contained in the actions of both sides made him palpitate. He only dared to hide behind the hill and stretched out one eye to watch, with a face full of envy. His orcs were even worse. They didn't dare to look up even when they hid behind the hill. It was not until the blood god incarnation fell that he breathed a sigh of relief, pulled the loose robe collar and exhaled lightly, and sent the latest news to his supervisor. After hearing about the death of the blood god's incarnation, the supervisor was overjoyed and hurriedly urged, "Go find him quickly. The company has just issued an order that we are willing to pay 3 divine cards in exchange for this bit of divinity from the blood god." What the h.l.? Yu Xiu was very surprised and asked subconsciously, "Why is this? What is the operation of exchanging 3 divine cards for a little divinity? Is there any secret about this bit of divinity from the blood god?" The supervisor glared at him and scolded, "Don't worry about it. Just follow the order." Yu Xiu shrugged, turned around and asked the orcs, who had recovered from the dissipation of the god's pressure to prepare, and asked casually, "Speaking of which, our actions in this plane are not very legal. These elite students are watched by big men behind them. Is it appropriate for us to contact him?" The supervisor seemed to be busy with something. After hearing his words, he paused for a moment and replied nonchalantly, "If we don't tell others, who knows whether our actions are legal or not? They just came to this plane temporarily to train, and there is no conflict with us. Before our actions are exposed, we are legal citizens of the Human Federation." Yu Xiu laughed and said, "Yes, I am now a legal foreign adventurer registered by the Federation. It is completely normal to do some transactions with them. Alfonso, the war is coming to an end." When the blood god incarnation fell, the battle situation was basically determined. The believers in the city did not care about the scene of the blood god's incarnation escaping. They only saw the scene of the blood god they believed in being killed by the evil god. Their morale plummeted. With the support of the 3 magic towers, the remaining defenders in the city immediately began to break out. At the same time, the remaining mage group took a small number of elites and fled to the castle while the defenders broke out to attract the enemy's attention. They found several descendants of the vampire Duke Alfonso and used the teleportation array to teleport all the remaining elites away in one breath. Lin Xiao discovered the spatial fluctuations activated by the teleportation array, but did not stop it. First, he was discussing with Lin Su and Shen Yuexin how to divide this divinity and other spoils at the time, and he did not pay attention for a while. In addition, only a small number of elites escaped, and the main force had been trapped in the city. Their goal is to destroy the main belief of the blood god. It doesn't matter whether a small number of them are chased or not. Now the focus is on how to divide this divinity. It's not easy to share only one divinity among 3 people. Everyone wants this kind of good stuff, but only a little bit. The 3 of them were silent for a long time, and finally Lin Xiao said, "There is only a little bit of divinity, and it is definitely impossible to disassemble it. How about this? I give up this little bit of divinity and replace it with other spoils. How about giving me this legendary vampire corpse? Just as he said, there is only a little bit of divinity, and it cannot be disassembled. Someone must give it up. Instead of fighting unpleasantly, it is better to give it up and take other valuable spoils. For example, this legendary vampire corpse and the 3 magic towers. Lin Xiao is quite interested in that. Later, dismantle the 3 magic towers and move them into your own divine domain to let the wise goblin study them and see if they can restore the technology of the magic towers. Although this thing has a long casting cooldown time, it is powerful. Generally, the 6th order extraordinary level of soldiers can be killed instantly. Putting a bunch of them in the divine domain can greatly increase the defense strength of the divine domain. In the future, when encountering invasion events, the defense capability of the divine domain will be greatly increased. He gave up. Lin Su glanced at Xin Yuexin and was about to give up generously. But she waved her hand and said, "Then I don't want it either. Let's change to something else." He looked like he didn't think much of it. Lin Su was stunned for a moment, and suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin with strange eyes, and suddenly felt that the divinity in his hand was not so fragrant. After distributing the divinity and the legendary vampire corpse, they began to distribute other spoils, including the huge Alfonso city. Such a big city was captured, and there were many resources inside. Because Lin Su was allocated that little divinity, he could not participate in the distribution of other spoils. Everything in such a big city belonged to him and Xin Yuexin. Yes, everything. That is, the whole city. It's a rare opportunity to encounter a big city in a civilized plane. So of course you have to plunder it well. For new students like them who have nothing in the god's domain, even a pile of stones has its value. Of course, this is just talk. Not really tearing down the whole city and moving all the stones into the god's domain. It's just a description. After all, the city is too big, and it can't be fully loaded even if it is really torn down. The god's domain has limited carrying capacity, and can't load too many foreign things at once. After discussing how to divide the spoils, the next step is to wait for the subordinates to completely break through the city. The 3 of them stood directly on the top of the magic tower in the center of the city, overlooking the city battlefield. As the wizard group left, the 3 magic towers also fell silent. Now no one will pay attention to them. A group of big Nagas guarded around the magic towers. Lin Xiao asked a group of wise goblins to enter one of the magic towers to search. In another magic tower next door, many winged people from Xin Yuexin were searching. All the looted things were moved to the square next to the magic tower and placed in different categories. When there were more things, the gate of the divine domain would be opened and moved in. When the square was full of things, including several piles of various things moved out of the magic tower, including a small pile of books. Lin Xiao picked up a book with interest and read it. The so-called books in this plane are actually long scrolls, such as sheepskin scrolls, cowhide scrolls, or various exotic animal skin scrolls. A lot of text is recorded on these scrolls. If the content is too long, it will also be divided into volumes. A quick look at these scrolls revealed some valuable goodies, including a complete set of basic scrolls for the extraordinary profession of blood mage. Unfortunately, it was incomplete, with only 3 basic levels of subjects, which were only for learning to advance to the 3rd level blood mage. And there was no follow-up. It was estimated that the blood mage group took all the important scrolls with them when they escaped. So, it cannot be said that it is completely worthless. It is quite valuable to some players in the god realm who have vampire families. But the value is also limited. And even if it is a complete blood mage professional system, it is useless to him. He has no vampires under his command, and this extraordinary profession cannot be used at all. So he can only exchange with others. However, he was interested in the many interesting things he looted from the 3 magic towers and the Duke's castle. Lin Xiao squatted beside the pile of loot looted from the castle and studied it. In a box padded with luxurious soft cloth, he found 3 yellowish-brown unknown beast eggs. He didn't know what kind of beast eggs they were, so he put them away first and tried to hatch them when he returned to the divine realm. Then he found a scroll tied with a silver ribbon and printed with exquisite patterns on the surface. Lin Xiao felt the magic trap on the scroll. With a thought, he tried to stimulate a trace of divine power to impact the magic trap. Then, there was a crackling sound. Sparks flew on the scroll, and the scroll caught fire directly. Puff! Looking back, he saw Shen Yuexin covering her mouth and laughing softly. She stretched out her hand and grasped the burnt scroll until it turned into ashes. Lin Xiao shrugged awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head. He saw his dependent Slaughter swimming over, kneeling in front of him devoutly, and said, "Great Creator, a human said that he brought you a very important message." Human? Lin Xiao raised his eyelids and saw Yu Xiu standing not far away nervously. Sensing the sharp gaze that was like a knife scraping across his body, Yu Xiu quickly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Sir, I am an adventurer from the main world." An adventurer from the main world? Lin Xiao was quite surprised and waved his hand to signal him to come over. Since he was an adventurer from the main world, Lin Xiao, Lin Su, Shen Yuexin and others had different attitudes than when facing human natives. The concept of equality for everyone in the main world civilization is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although there are definitely differences in actual status, at least everyone is equal on the surface. Even true god-level strongmen and powerless civilians are equal on some level, and can have equal dialogue. But equality in legal terms is one thing, and actual encounters are another. Just like workers have to bow their heads in front of their bosses, ordinary mortals in the main world do the same when facing god players. Chapter 156 Defects. What do you want? The idea of equality in two lives still affects Lin Xiao. At least at this stage. He thinks ordinary people are the same as himself. He is not like some senior players in the god realm, especially those who have lived in the outer realm for thousands of years. They think that they are two different people from ordinary people. His tone is quite friendly. Yu Xiu was a little flattered. He subconsciously lowered his head and said sincerely, "I am a contracted adventurer of Yumming Trading Company Limited and have been active in different planes of this void for many years. Today, I was assigned by the company's administrative director in this void to make a deal with you in the name of the company." Deal? Lin Xiao didn't think too much and asked casually, "What do you want to trade?" He already had a prediction in his mind. If he guessed correctly, they should come for some resources in the city of Alfonso that was about to be captured. This situation is very common. Many companies like to follow the military expeditionary force. Once a city or a plane is captured, a large number of companies will come to buy these messy resources. The expeditionary force is also happy to do so. The big ones have been eaten, and the remaining value is not great. But many of them feel like chicken ribs. It would be best if someone buys them. Such companies are generally named trading companies or commercial companies. In his mind, this person named Yu Xiu probably came for this purpose. However, Yu Xiu's answer surprised him. He showed his wristband and opened it, and the projection of the middle-aged supervisor popped up. The middle-aged man first bowed elegantly and said in a deep voice, "I am the administrative director of Yumming Trading Company Limited in this Broken Plane Group. You can call me Zhang Feng. Just now, I saw 3 young elites kill the incarnation of the vampire demigod through my men. They are really young and promising." His tone was very sincere, and people were very happy to hear it. Lin Xiao was no exception. The corners of his mouth were slightly bent involuntarily, and he said, "Manager Zhang is polite." Although he was happy, he did not lose his composure and did not ask the other party's purpose, which would make him lose the initiative in the negotiation. However, Zhang Feng did not seem to have any concerns in this regard. He took the initiative to say with a sincere smile, "It's like this. There is a player in the god realm in our company who has the blood priesthood. The divinity of this vampire demigod is very useful to him. The Excellency told us early on that if there is the divinity of the vampire demigod, he is willing to exchange it with 2 points of other divinity." Yu Xiu was expressionless but complained in his heart. The old guy was cunning. He was willing to give 3 points of divinity, but now he only has 2 points. However, this is very normal in business negotiations. No one will show their trump cards at the beginning. If the other party agrees, it will only take 2 points to get it. The extra point can be taken by oneself. Lin Xiao was a little tempted when he heard it. 1 point for 2 points. Such a good thing. If this divinity was his, he would have no hesitation. Unfortunately, this divinity was in Lin Su's hands. He turned around and glanced at Lin Su. He also heard what was said just now. After a moment of silence, he said to Zhang Feng, "This bit of divinity was taken by the 3 of us together, so we need to discuss it. This is natural." Zhang Feng smiled, and he was sure in his heart that it was settled. 2 points for a bit of divinity. He didn't think these three inexperienced freshmen from the academy would refuse. In fact, they really wouldn't refuse. Before the discussion, both Lin Xiao and Lin Su had already approved of this exchange plan. It was just the same as what I said just now. The thing was indeed taken down by the three of us together. Before disposing of it, we must ask the teammates for their opinions. Even if it's just a show. It's respect. Lin Xiao smiled and rubbed his hands and said, I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. 1 point for 2 points. A big profit. Lin Su also nodded and said, 1 point for 2 points. We can get a little more. Okay. The two looked at Shen Yuexin. She had put an exquisite hair accessory on her hair, forming a layer of hazy mist that covered her face like a veil, revealing only a pair of eyes like stars. She turned her head and looked at Yu Xiu, who was curiously looking around not far away, and said, Don't you think it's abnormal to exchange 2 points of divinity for 1 point of divinity? Lin Xiao smiled and said, Of course I know it's abnormal. But what does it have to do with us? Lin Su also nodded and said, This divinity from the vampire demigod must contain some secrets that we don't know. But we are just passers-by in this plane, and we don't have so much time to study these. Let's get the benefits first. The two said this in unison, and the little ant rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was so beautiful. Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea and said, If the little ant is not willing, then let's try to ask for 3 points of divinity to see if he agrees. If he agrees, it's just right for each of us to get a little. Not sure if it was an illusion, but when he mentioned the little ant, he felt her eyebrows raise. Shen Yuexin pretended not to care and said, I was just talking casually. If you want to try, just try. Arrogant. Lin Xiao gave her a new label in his heart, and was about to speak to Lin Su, but he saw a strange expression on his face, and stretched out his hand with golden light shining through his fingers in front of Lin Xiao, saying, I think I know why they traded like this, and I will exchange 3 points of divinity later. Not a bit less. Lin Xiao looked up at his expression and nodded as if he understood. Okay. I'll try. Looking at his expression, he seemed to know something. He stretched out his hand to take this bit of divinity, and suddenly his heart moved, and his will probed into this bit of divinity. In an instant, he felt like he was trapped in a raging sea of blood, and in the center of the sea of blood, an extremely huge evil will was projected over. And then, nothing else. Lin Xiao's will instantly withdrew. That enormous evil will is the will of the vampire demigod. If a normal player in the god's domain wants to refine a little divinity, he needs to use his own will to slowly erase that will in order to safely integrate the divinity. This is also the main reason why many descendants of true gods have enough resources, including super rare treasures such as divinity. But they do not have much divinity. There is a lot of divinity. But what should I do if I can only eat so much in one breath? I can't eat too much. All the divinities of Lin Xiao before were directly erased by the will inside the magic cube of good fortune. He himself has never had this experience. It is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing in some cases. Although it is fast to use the magic cube of good fortune to directly erase the will in the divinity, his own will has not been tempered by these, and his will strength is not as good as other players in the god realm. This will strength simply refers to the strength of will, not the kind of heart. To use a simple analogy, the will strength of ordinary people is about 1 point, and the will strength of legendary strongmen is about 100 points. This is what it means. Will strength is very important. Otherwise, when you become a god in the future, your will is not strong enough. Then the result? No! Lin Xiao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to be too dependent on the creation cube and neglected his own strength. It's not that he didn't use it or limited it. The creation cube was the golden finger for his rise. He didn't use it or limited it because he was stupid. It's just that he can't ignore himself like before. It's equally important to be strong. Only when he is strong, plus the assistance of the creation cube, can he go further. Both are very important and indispensable. He suddenly understood. It's a good thing to wake up early now. If it continues like this, it will be troublesome in the future. At this time, Lin Xiao's mind was full of this matter, and he didn't pay attention to the transaction between Lin Su and that Yumming trading company, until Lin Su and the other party finished the transaction and really got 3 points of divinity. He didn't wake up from his meditation. Lin Su waved and wanted to ask him to divide the things. Shen Yuexin suddenly stretched out a slender white index finger and put it on his lips. Don't bother him. Lin Su also noticed his abnormality and asked curiously, What is he doing? He must have suddenly realized something. Don't bother him. Let him think quietly. I don't know how long it took in this state where I couldn't feel the time. Anyway, when he came to his senses, the battle was already over. He looked up at the sky for a long time, and suddenly let out a long breath. After thinking for so long, he reconsidered his growth plan for the next semester. Maybe he should calm down and manage the god's domain, cultivate his clan, and farm well in the next semester to digest the many benefits he gained in the summer camp. Keeping this decision in mind, Lin Xiao let out a breath again. His eyes changed from confusion to clarity, and greeted the two people not far away. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Not far away. Xin Yuexin turned her beautiful eyes and glanced at him. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She felt that the boy seemed to be more mature in this time, and was quite curious about what he had just experienced. Chapter 157 News from the Tomb of God. This kind of thing definitely cannot be told to them openly. Lin Xiao only said that he had a feeling just now, but he did not say what the feeling was. They did not like to get to the bottom of it, so they did not continue to ask. Lin Su just handed over a little divinity and asked, Did you sense anything just now? Lin Xiao nodded. I found that the current state of the vampire demigod is a little bit wrong. It is very strange. I can't tell what it looks like for a while. Lin Su smiled and said, If I am not mistaken, the vampire demigod is not in this plane at all. Not in this plane? Yes, not in this plane. I just quietly used my will to test the divinity, and found that its body is very far away from here. Moreover, I found a coordinate from the remaining will of the vampire demigod. Lin Xiao immediately became interested and asked, Do you know where the coordinate is, and what coordinate it is? Lin Su's mouth showed a strange expression, and he said two words. God's tomb. God's tomb? Yes, the coordinates of a god's tomb. And the real body of the vampire demigod has entered the god's tomb. Lin Xiao instantly understood why the trading company called Yuming was willing to spend 3 points of divinity in exchange for this little divinity. It was nonsense to say that a company had a master with the blood priesthood. The main purpose was probably this coordinate. He looked up and saw that Lin Su also looked interested. Looking at Xin Yuexin, she shrugged and said, I am also very interested. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed, and Lin Xiao rubbed his hands and said, Then there is no time to waste. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to set off. Compared with the god's tomb, the spoils in Alfonso City are not very attractive. God's tomb. Then only the cemetery of the fallen true god is qualified to be called the god's tomb. And the place where the demigod fell is not qualified to be called that. Of course, when a true god falls, he will fall into the astral world, and his corpse will turn into floating islands in the astral world. There are generally no corpses of gods in the material plane. Even if there are, it is the residual will of the true god, not the real body of the god buried. The residual will or soul of the true god is quite terrible. Some powerful true god tombs are at risk of falling even if they are demigods. But as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The things buried in a true god tomb are all good things for them. The level of the true god is more than one level higher than their current level. The treasures used by the true god are also the good things they dream of. Looting a god tomb is more than the harvest of killing a demigod. I dare not say that I can get the best treasures in the god tomb. As long as I can get a small part of the good things beyond the current level, I will make a fortune. The most important thing is that there are usually god guards in the real god tomb. This is not the nominal god guard like them, but the real god guard, which literally means guards with divinity. Yes, the core guards of the true god's palace are all divine creatures. Some of the powerful guards of the true god have demigods. Only such divine guards can withstand the divine radiation emitted by the true god all the time near the palace. And only such divine guards can directly resist the attack of the true god-level enemies. After thousands of years of corrosion, the power of these guards will gradually decline, and the difficulty of killing them will be greatly reduced. Every time you kill one, it will be a point of divinity. If there are enough guards. I don't know how many points of divinity you can get. The three of them agreed that they were not interested in the exchange competition anymore, and quickly asked their subordinates to search for valuable things in the city and prepare to leave. Anyway, they destroyed Alfonso City and even killed a vampire demigod incarnation. And they have completed their mission. According to the normal schedule, they have to help others, but they can also take the opportunity to wander around and get some extra benefits, which is within the scope allowed by the rules. Moreover, if the vampire demigod is really in the tomb of the gods. The last part of the exchange competition is to kill the vampire demigod. After all the resistance in the city was wiped out, they were not interested in taking inventory slowly as originally planned, but asked their followers to move all the looted items into the god's domain. Basically, they were metal products, loot weapons, household metal items, books and scrolls, copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, various jewelry, etc. The house was not demolished. They really had this idea before. But now that they got the news of the god's tomb, this idea was no longer interesting. Of course, the 3 magic towers and the castle of the vampire duke were still demolished. One for each of the 3 people. In addition, they used the scrolls left in the tower and explored the appearance of the magic tower itself to initially restore the general structure of the tower. When the intelligent goblins develop in the future, they can try to study these and copy the exact same magic tower by themselves. There is no rush for this. Anyway, they don't have to expect it to be useful during the summer camp. And there is plenty of time for them to study and develop. 3 hours later, all the followers of the 3 people returned to the god's domain, and the 3 of them set off again. Lin Su marked the coordinates on the map, and he and Shin Yueshin downloaded a copy each from the big map. The coordinates are not within the scope of the vampire kingdom, nor within the scope of the human kingdom, but are located at the junction of the human kingdom and the vampire kingdom, marked on the map as a place called Eagle's Beak Gorge on the Red Stone Terrace. The 3 looked at this place and looked at each other, and they could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Because although this place is at the junction of the 2 kingdoms and the center of the plain, it does not mean safety. The reason why the Red Stone Terrace is called the Red Stone Terrace is that the exposed stone land in this area is red, exactly the same as the barren land on the edge of the broken plain. The reason for this is that this plain fragment has suffered a severe blow, and the space in that area is full of cracks. Void energy penetrates from these cracks, forming a terrible void storm in that area. Although it is not as terrible as the real void storm outside the plane, it is not something that mortals in the plane can resist. Therefore, the Red Stone Plateau is obviously in the center of the plane. But it is like a Jedi. There is almost no life in that area. Occasionally, there are those who can withstand the power of the void storm and not die. They must be extremely terrifying. The actual location of the Tomb of the Gods is in a demi-plane behind a space crack. The space cracks of the Red Stone Plateau are everywhere. Even if the demigods drill into these cracks and enter the void sea, it is difficult to come back. For those like them, who are not even demigods, once they are trapped, they can only return by force. Therefore, before there are exact coordinates, no one can find the target, and no one dares to try casually. This is the main reason why Yumming Trading Company wants the divinity of the vampire demigod. They want to locate its true body through the divinity of the vampire demigod. The vampire demigod has entered the Tomb of the Gods in advance. Judging from the actions of Yumming Trading Company Limited, the vampire demigod should be trapped in the Tomb of the Gods. Otherwise they would not dare to go up. It only took them half a day to cross thousands of kilometers and enter the Red Stone Terrace. It is quite easy to recognize. As long as you see the endless mountains and land in front of you are all red, and the shocking black cracks are like wounds distributed in the sky and the earth, and the rolling black void energy gushes into columns, you will know that you have arrived. These black cracks are the wounds of the plane. An unimaginable fierce war of gods in ancient times shattered a super-large plane. The remaining fragments still retain the traces of these wounds. The void energy sprayed into the plane along the wounds, turning the land of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers into a barren land. Redstone Terrace, Eagle's Beak Gorge. There is a mark on the map, located in the middle and lower part of the Redstone Terrace. It is an inconspicuous canyon. The reason for this name is that many years ago, a divine storm eagle once lived here. Now that storm eagle has long been hunted by the vampire demigod. In fact, there are no other divine creatures in this plane except vampire demigods and human demigods. They are all killed to plunder divinity to strengthen themselves, and only in this way can they be deified. This plane fragment can only carry the birth of a true god. So human demigods and vampire demigods have been fighting for so many years, wanting to kill each other and seize the priesthood and divinity. When they were sitting on the magic flying carpet overlooking the barren Redstone Plateau, there was a huge camp on a high ground between 2 peaks in a huge canyon somewhere in the Redstone Plateau. It can be seen that this camp has been built for a long time, and there are complete stone walls and permanent buildings. In particular, there is a small castle in the center of the camp. Those who don't know it would think it is the territory of some small noble. In the castle, in the second-floor hall, a red solid with long table is placed in the center of the hall, and there is a candlelight chandelier above. Zhang Feng sat in the main seat, and said to the 5 men and women sitting at the long conference table, 3 on the left and 2 on the right. The people sent have already received Yuxiu, and the divinity will be delivered soon. When the time comes, we will use this as a reference to determine the location of the vampire demigod. The man closest to him, on the right, touched the strange hair on his head and said, the company will only let a few of us go in. Where is the team leader? Zhang Feng replied, the team leader has discovered the location of the demigod sanctuary in the human kingdom, and is making the final confirmation. If it is found, the team leader will summon all the company's personnel in this plane to kill the human demigod before those summer camp students find it. That means we can only rely on the 5 of us here? Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, just the 5 of you. But isn't this your chance? He blinked and smiled. Although the company stipulates that the harvest will be redistributed after the invitation, as the first batch of explorers, as long as you find the tomb of the gods and explore it, won't there be any extra benefits? After speaking, he raised his eyebrows to the man, and the man smiled knowingly. Of course, the other 4 people understood what this meant, and they all showed interested expressions. At this time, a man with hair like a blue flame said, I heard there are many god guards in the god's tomb. If there are enough of them, we will be rich. Hush. The first man put his finger on his lips and said, Zifeng, don't say some things carelessly. The man smiled and said, I understand. Chapter 158. The young man is not authentic. Just as they were chatting and joking in a relaxed manner, the door was suddenly knocked urgently. Several people in the hall immediately quieted down and looked at Zhang Feng at the same time. The middle-aged man raised his head in confusion and asked casually, What's the matter? Someone outside the door replied loudly in a hurried voice. The sentry just found someone riding a flying carpet into the Eagle's Beak Gorge. Everyone's face changed immediately. The middle-aged man quickly opened the door and asked his men outside. Did the sentry see clearly who entered? The flying carpet was too big to see who was sitting on it. But the magic flying carpet was very luxurious, and the pattern style on it was not like this world. It was guessed that it was probably from the main world. Super Freshman Summer Camp. The name quickly emerged in Zhang Feng's mind. And then he immediately thought of something. He stretched out his hand and tapped the wristband a few times to pop up a light screen, and said in a deep voice, Where are you? Yuxiu's voice sounded. We just entered the red stone terrace, and it will take more than half an hour to reach the camp. Hurry up. I need you to come back within 15 minutes. Is there an accident? Don't ask. Just hurry up. After closing the communication, he looked up and said to the 5 company elites in the room, If I guess correctly, the 3 super freshman summer camp players who bought divinity from Alfonso before came here. They discovered the secret hidden in the divinity before selling the blood god's divinity. The 5 people looked at each other, and for a while, the Captain Li Chung asked in a deep voice, What should we do? Zhang Feng looked up at him, frowned, stretched out his hand and pinched his eyebrows, and didn't speak for a long time. Others didn't disturb him, just looked at him, although the 5 of them were all God Realm players. Zhang Feng was not, but the other party was the company's administrative director in this plane, and the leader of this operation. Things like this must be decided by the director. This news was totally beyond their expectations, and gave him a headache. As far as they knew, the goal of these super freshman summer camp players was to deal with the 2 kingdoms in this plane, and the demigods behind the kingdoms. So the company decided to abandon all business in this plane after receiving the news, and prepared to make a fortune at the last minute. Whether it was killing 2 demigods or looting the tomb of the gods, it was all planned by the company long ago. Among them, the company was just trying to kill the human demigod. After all, it was the mission goal of the summer camp players, and the company did not have this goal. But according to the inside information Zhang Feng got from the company, it seems that the company has received more than one wave of secret instructions from unknown persons, asking the company to try to kill the human or vampire demigod first. As a senior supervisor who has been working in the outer domain for hundreds of years, Zhang Feng knows that this involves the undercurrent within the summer camp. He can be sure who the so-called unknown person is, but he dare not say it. Wuxia District and the Ivy League have been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. Joint exchange competitions like this are often held. It is common for both sides to secretly play tricks. It is also a kind of rule, provided that they cannot be caught. With hints from both sides, the company naturally followed the hints from the Huaxia district military for its own interests. After all, it had to survive here. So the company's main force was transferred to encircle and suppress the human demigods. What a headache. Zhang Feng pinched his eyebrows, looked up and said to Li Cheng, "Is it possible to cooperate with them to explore the tomb of the gods?" "There is no way. If it is in normal times, there are many ways. But at the moment of summer camp, a bunch of big guys are looking at this plane, and no excessive means can be used. He can be sure that if he does something excessive, he will be suppressed by the big guys in minutes." Li Cheng and several of his men looked at each other, and the men spread their hands to show that they could not control it. As the captain, Li Cheng had no choice but to say, "It is possible to explore the tomb of the gods together. But the question is whether they will be willing? We can talk about this." Zhang Feng stood up and slapped the table and said, "Then let's go now and follow them." Deep in the Eagle's Beak Gorge, the magic carpet flying in the air turned left and right, bypassing 5 or 6 dark void energy columns standing in the air. These were all space cracks. Here he could clearly feel the violent energy of the chaotic void on the other side of the crack. Like a tide, one wave after another. If you drill in from here, you will fall directly into the void, bypassing this 5 or 6 connected void cracks. The view in front of him suddenly opened up. The canyon was at the end. A straight isolated peak stood in the middle of a huge valley. The valley around the isolated peak was full of void energy columns, like wolf smoke. The three of them stood up from the magic carpet at the same time. This was the end of the Eagle's Beak Gorge. And this straight isolated peak was where the divine creature Storm Eagle once lived. The coordinates of the god's tomb were behind a space crack in this valley. There are probably hundreds of space cracks of different sizes in this valley. The smallest is only the size of a fist, and the largest is 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Each space crack can lead to the void sea. Anything that passes through it will fall into the void. If you don't have enough strength, you can't try it. Only legendary adventurers or God Realm players have the ability to try it. If it is a demigod God Realm player, it will be easier to try it. Unfortunately, Yumming Trading Company Limited has only one demigod team leader in this plane, who is not here now. In addition, they have not received the news of this tomb for a long time, so they don't have time to try it slowly. These space cracks are basically the same. There is nothing special about them, and the coordinates they obtained from the divinity of the blood god incarnation did not specify which crack it was. The reason why they can find the target with this little bit of divinity is mainly because the divinity from the blood god contains the same power and breath as the vampire demigod. At this time, the vampire demigod has entered the tomb of the gods, so the breath left by the divine interception can be used to find the breath left when the vampire demigod entered the correct space crack, and it can be found with a little comparison. Of course, this will take some effort. So many space cracks have to be compared one by one. Fortunately, the three of them share the breath and power of the gods, so the workload is much smaller if the three of them find it together. Get ready. This workload is a bit large. Lin Xiao took out the toy wings given by Xin Yuexin again, activated the constant advanced flying technique, flew out of the magic carpet, and flew to the edge of the Eagle's Beak Canyon. Lin Su got a metal disc like a flying spy and stood on it and flew out. Xin Yuexin still stood on the magic carpet, but shrunk the carpet to only 2 or 3 meters square. He found a space crack at random, and just when he approached it, he felt a strong attraction coming from it. If an ordinary person approached it, he would be sucked into it and ground into powder in minutes. After circling the long space crack, he carefully sensed the traces left on the edge of the crack and quickly determined that it was not this one. He flew to the next crack without hesitation. The second crack was much larger, with a length of 3 meters and a width of nearly 2 meters. Thick black smoke columns rolled. As soon as he flew to the edge of the crack, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea. He felt that there were several different residual information left in this space crack. He immediately became alert and carefully sensed the remaining information and the divine breath intercepted from the vampire demigod. He immediately realized that one of the residual breaths could match it. Damn! I'm so lucky! He immediately waved to Lin Su and Xin Yuexin excitedly. I found it. Both of them flew over with a look of surprise. After checking it out, Lin Su said happily, I'm so lucky. I found it so quickly. But Shin Yuexin thought about it with her smooth chin pinched, interrupting their joy, and said, "It's a good thing to find it so quickly. But in order to avoid accidents, I think I need to look at other space cracks." "Are you saying that this might be a trick of the vampire demigod?" Lin Xiao also pinched his chin. This is indeed a bit abnormally fast. The three of them calmed down and thought about it, and decided to continue to check other space cracks. And this check really found the problem. In less than 4 minutes, Lin Su found a space crack that also left traces of the power of the vampire demigod. And then Shin Yuexin found one. And then Lin Xiao found another one soon. Needless to say, it is 100% certain that the vampire demigod is deliberately setting up a trick before entering the real tomb of the gods. If you are not careful, you will be fooled. Why? Let's continue to match. The three had no choice but to check one by one. When Zhang Feng and others arrived after waiting for more than half an hour, they saw the three people working hard to check one by one. Lin Xiao frowned and turned out from behind a space crack. When he looked up, he saw more than a dozen members from Yumming Trading Company Limited who did not hide their whereabouts. After staring at each other for a long time, he greeted them awkwardly. Zhang Feng waved his hand with a dark face and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "This is not very honest. Brothers, you still have a hand after the transaction." Lin Xiao laughed dryly and shrugged. "This can't be blamed on us. Okay, we don't know your purpose. You bought it at a premium of 3 times. We will definitely be curious to see it." Zhang Feng was speechless. There was no way to refute this. They would do the same if they were in his place. With the beginning, the rest is easy to say. Zhang Feng, an old-fashioned man, would not be entangled in these things at all. He said very straightforwardly, "Since everything is known, we won't hide it. Let's say it directly. I believe you will definitely not give up this good opportunity. And neither will we. Why don't we work together to explore this tomb of the gods?" This proposal, Lin Xiao whispered to Lin Su and Shin Yuexin. "I think this proposal is good. After all, there is a vampire demigod in the god's tomb. The three of us may not be able to defeat it. If we add them to the team, it will be different." Lin Su nodded. "I think so too. But we must be careful of him. I heard that these people who have been in the foreign land for many years cannot be trusted. They can do anything for the sake of profit." Shin Yuexin frowned slightly, but did not speak. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Secretly estimating the strength of both sides, Lin Xiao found that they were not in an advantageous position. Chapter 159 Broken Demiplane Remnants. Although they are considered elites among their peers, they are too young after all. And they are no match for these senior veterans, who have been in the outer realm for so long. You should know that there are no restrictions on God Realm players after leaving school. As long as they are willing to pay the price of their future, they can easily fill the God Realm to the limit of their own divinity. It is difficult for these students trained in the formal school style to match them in the early stage. The later school is definitely stronger in both strength and potential. But it is not easy to say in the first and second year of high school. But as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. And the benefits hidden in a god's tomb are enough for them to take a little risk. Yes, just a little risk. Before confirming their agreement, Lin Xiao contacted his mentor and the observer of the top school ether respectively, and sent them a message. Tell them about the opportunity they encountered after completing their own tasks, and the news that they were going to enter the god's tomb. Whether it was the team mentor or the observer of ether, he didn't know if they had been paying attention to him before. But now that he had reported this to them, he would definitely be in their sight next. Lin Su and Shin Yuexin could see his movements. While uploading the information, he said to the two, "With the weight of the three of us, the mentor will definitely pay special attention to us later, so that even if we encounter any irresistible danger in the Tomb of God, there will be a mentor to rescue us at the critical moment. This is equivalent to leaving a way out for yourself. Although it is a bit stupid to put your hopes in the hands of others, it is at least a safe way. The summer camp officials, mentors, and the schools that specially recruited the three of them, as long as any of them pay attention to them, they will rescue them at the most dangerous time. The safety guarantee is quite high under multiple insurances." After doing this, Lin Xiao said to Zhang Feng, "It's okay to work together. There is strength in numbers. The Tomb of God is so dangerous. It's just right to share the pressure." Zhang Feng on the opposite side immediately showed a warm smile on his face, and laughed. "It is our honor to cooperate with all the top students." Lin Xiao also laughed back. You are too polite. You are all senior adventurers, with much more experience and knowledge than us. You will still lead the exploration later. Okay. Okay. Let's cooperate sincerely, and make money together. Yes. Yes. Let's make money together. In a few words, the cooperation method was finalized. The two sides gathered together to discuss it. A total of 8 players from the God Realm dispersed to continue exploring space cracks one by one. And the efficiency was greatly increased. Zhang Feng and 11 other ordinary adventurers temporarily stopped on the lonely peak in the center of the valley. Except for Yushio. All of these people were masters of the 6th, or even 7th level of extraordinary level. Even Zhang Feng, who seemed to be gentle and refined, was actually a warlock of the extraordinary level. As the only non-extraordinary person, Yushio would not be able to participate in such a big event if he hadn't brought his divinity with him. He looked at the busy people with envy, and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Supervisor, do you really want to cooperate with them?" Zhang Feng glanced at him and nodded. Cooperation. Yushio smacked his lips and sighed. That's the tomb of the gods. We have to cooperate. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky for a long time, and suddenly pointed at the sky and laughed. Do you believe it or not? At least 2 true gods are looking at this place now. Yushio looked up in astonishment. The sky was dark and yellow, and there was nothing, and he wondered. No way. Humph. You have to know that this is the period of the super freshman summer camp, and it is still during the exchange competition. The 5 super universities plus more than 100 higher education institutions, not to mention the strong people from the University Alliance, are gathered together. This plane is probably gathered with hundreds of true gods at this time, and every corner of the entire plane is under their eyes. He glanced at his men and said, under such circumstances, can we not agree? Yushio was speechless, and sighed for a long while. I'm so envious. 8 people searched together, and hundreds of space cracks were quickly searched. In the end, a total of 17 cracks with traces of vampire demigods were found. Then, led by Li Cheng, the captain of the Yumming Trading Company team, who had obtained the divinity of the vampire demigod, they compared the divinity with the plane cracks one by one to determine which space crack the vampire demigod had entered. The divinity of the same origin is connected, and if the divinity is close to the plane crack, it will definitely react. After only trying the 4th plane crack, I saw that the divinity became active, and I knew that this crack was real. But for safety, all the remaining cracks were tested again, and finally it was determined that the space crack at the foot of the lonely peak was the entrance to the tomb of the gods. Then, it was time to go in. Zhang Feng said to express his sincerity. We will have 1 team member enter first, and then you enter one. Take turns. How about that? Lin Xiao smiled and said, no need to be so troublesome. You 2 go in first, and then the 3 of us go in together. How about that? Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment, and immediately smiled and said, sure. He looked at the captain Li Cheng, and the captain immediately raised his chin to the 2 team members behind him. Feng Wei, Wang Jieqiao, you 2 go first. The 2 men nodded without hesitation and came to the front of the space crack. With a thought, a layer of golden glass like divine light protected the whole body, and strode into the crack with black flames. After a crackling sound, the people disappeared. After the 2 entered, Lin Xiao and the others came to the space crack. Before entering, they suddenly turned around and waved to the sky. Zhang Feng, Li Cheng and others changed their faces, and also grinned in the direction of their waves, taking a big step into the space crack. It felt like stepping into a volcanic lava pool or a sulfuric acid pool. The black void energy reacted violently with their protective divine power. There was a constant crackling sound, and they could clearly sense the consumption of the protective divine power shield. When they completely stepped into the space crack, the darkness in front of them turned black. They had left the broken plane and entered the void outside the plane crystal wall. Behind the normal space crack should be an endless sea of void, and outside the crystal wall where they are walking now, there are a lot of auroras of different colors. These should be the remnants of plane fragments that have not completely disappeared, indicating that there is a high probability that there was once a half plane attached to the large plane. In this piece of plane residual aurora, there is a teleportation array fixed on the edge of the crystal wall. Even though it has been eroded by the void storm for many years, it has not been damaged and is still stubbornly emitting intermittent light. After all, it has existed for too long without maintenance. Even if the teleportation array is arranged by the gods, it is about to fail. It looks very unstable, and it is unknown when it will completely disappear. Feng Wei and Wang Jieqiao, who set out first, were standing above the teleportation array at this time. Seeing them come in, they waved their hands to signal them to come over. The three flew to the large teleportation array, and Wang Jieqiao, who had a small whip on his hair, said, "Should we go in now or wait for them to arrive and go together?" Lin Xiao glanced at his two teammates, and Lin Su said, "Let's wait for everyone to go together. This teleportation array doesn't look very stable. It is estimated that it will not be used many times." Wang Jieqiao and Feng Wei naturally had no objection. The five stood for a while, and another Xinyu player named Feng Wei suddenly came over and said, "The few who can participate in the Super Freshman Summer Camp are the elites among the elites. We are all students who were eliminated early. We are very curious about this. Can you tell us some interesting stories about the summer camp?" This. Lin Xiao scratched his head and said, "Brother, I don't know how to answer your question. Then tell us how powerful the top elites of your summer camp are. I heard that this summer camp is divided into seats. Tell us how powerful the top elites at the silver and gold levels are." At this time, Wang Jieqiao on the other side also said with great interest, "I heard that there is a player named Wu Zhenglin on the vice list of the Tianjia list in our Huaxia district this year. He is ranked on the vice list of the Tianjia list in his first year of high school. He is terribly strong. You must have seen him. Tell us about his strength." "That's easy to say." Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Xinyu Exin, who was secretly laughing with her eyes curved into crescents, and said, "This big guy is really amazing. Do you know the dog-headed dragon vein warlock? That is." The void energy expanded at the crack on the side, and more than a dozen figures walked out of the plain crack. Li Cheng, who was walking in front, was stunned when he saw the three people chatting together. Wang Jieqiao also saw the captain quickly got up and rubbed his hands and said, "Hey, we are chatting with them." Li Cheng nodded and said nothing. He glanced at the teleportation array and said, "Now everyone is together. Get ready to go together." As he spoke, he squatted down and reached out to press the teleportation array at the edge of the plain crystal wall, injecting divine power into it and preparing to activate it. At this time, the man named Yu Zifeng, whose hair looked like burning blue flames, came over and whispered to his teammates, "What are you talking about?" Wang Jieqiao laughed and said, "Talking to Big Brother about the Super Freshman Summer Camp." Yu Zifeng immediately became interested and said, "Really? I want to hear it too. Let's talk about it on the way." "Okay." Li Cheng quickly stabilized the teleportation array, let everyone gather, and activated the portal after the power was connected as a whole. With a dazzling light explosion, a group of more than a dozen people disappeared. After they left, several extremely powerful wills descended, and the surrounding void energy was completely pushed away to form a clear void. A powerful will swept across the darker teleportation array, and a voice sounded after a while. "Interesting. There is actually a tomb of gods that has not been discovered in this plane." Then another queen-like female voice sounded. "It seems that their luck is not bad. Go over and take a look." Of course, the will quickly disappeared on the spot, and the void energy that was pushed away surged and collided fiercely, forming a surging energy tide that rushed in all directions. At this time, Lin Xiao and his companions had already crossed an unknown distance through the portal and arrived in a broken half-plane. Chapter 160 Ancestors from 300,000 years ago. This broken demiplane has been damaged very badly, or it should have disappeared long ago. There is only a huge ancient building in this plane, which emits a faint divine light to resist the erosion of void energy and protects a small area around the ancient building. This demiplane is not their destination, but a transit station. A group of nearly 20 people stood in front of the portal that exuded a desolate and ancient atmosphere, looking at the dim light rippling in the center of the tall stone portal, looking at each other in surprise. This door is like the ancient temple gate, built of large pieces of black stone. From a distance, Lin Xiao felt that it looked very familiar. There was a warrior statue holding a big sword on each side of the gate, and a giant dragon head on the top, with pupils burning with flames. There was a huge claw on the left and right corners of the door, and the dragon head looked down at the front of the gate. Isn't this the dark portal in Warcraft? As a former old player, he quickly matched the appearance of this gate with the appearance deep in his memory, feeling a sense of confusion in time and space. But one thing is certain, This huge stone gate is the real entrance to the tomb of God. You will know it when you see it for the first time. It is obvious that this is a very ancient portal. The real tomb of God is in an unknown space. And you must pass through this portal to reach the tomb of God. There is nothing to say about this. Just go in. Just like before. 2 people will lead first. And the others will follow. The moment Lin Xiao stepped into the door of the tomb of God, he felt his whole body sink. And a completely irresistible force field pressed down. And the protective divine shield quickly melted, frightening him to quickly input more faith power. But this power was too strong. And the divine shield collapsed on the spot before it lit up after tens of millions of faith powers were injected. Damn. It's over. Just when Lin Xiao was ready to face the pressure of the terrifying force, the force that he could not resist disappeared out of thin air after crushing the divine shield. He kept the posture of pressing down just now, and fell on all fours. On the grass? At this time, he had recovered his vision. And of course, he could see that he was lying on the grass. A very ordinary grass. And he could even recognize that it was just ordinary weeds, without any special features. He quickly raised his head. The sky was clear. The breeze was gentle. The white clouds were floating. The trees were shady in the distance. The scenery was beautiful. And it was a beautiful suburban style. Not only him, but more than a dozen people lying on the ground were all stunned, looking at each other. And they were speechless for a while. If they hadn't sensed that the terrifying pressure of the kingdom of God that they couldn't resist was still there, they would have thought they had come to an unknown plane. Yes, the terrifying power that just lifted all their resistance was the power of the kingdom of God. As a player in the God's domain, I can be 100% sure. That is, they are now in the kingdom of God. And this also gave them a terrible fact. This tomb of God is not only composed of the kingdom of God, but also has not been damaged. In other words, the owner of this tomb may still exist. This is terrible. No matter what level of God the owner of the tomb was in his lifetime. As long as he was a true God. Even if there was only a trace of residual soul left, it was enough to easily put them in order with the power of the kingdom of God, without any resistance. But then again, the power of the kingdom of God only eliminated their resistance and did not kill them on the spot, which shows that the owner of this kingdom of God is not an evil God. So there is still a glimmer of hope. If it was an evil God, they would have been crushed to death just now. But no matter what it is, their situation at this time seems to be not very good. The tomb of the gods with owners and the tomb of the gods without owners are 2 different things. The key is that no matter how good the character of the gods is, they will never have a good attitude towards those outsiders who break into their tombs. The difference is how they die. Fortunately, they didn't die immediately. Lin Xiao got up from the ground and patted the dirt on his hands. It's quite real. He kneaded the soft mud with his fingertips and rubbed it. It was indeed real mud. This made him raise his eyebrows. He widened his eyes in disbelief and squatted down again to grab a handful of mud. Shen Yuexin, who was beside him, also woke up from her daze and was patting the mud on her body. Seeing his movements, she asked, "Have you found anything?" Everyone turned their heads to look at Lin Xiao. He stared carefully at the mud in his hands, raised his hand and handed it to everyone, and said, "Don't you think it's strange?" Everyone stared at his hands carefully, shook their heads for a long time. Lin Xiao had to remind, this should be a kingdom of God. But this mud is not created by divine power in the kingdom of God. This is real mud. A few ordinary adventurers may not understand it very well, but a few of them, the players in the God realm, instantly understood what he meant. They all grabbed a handful of mud from the ground or pulled up a piece of grass to rub it carefully with their hands, and exclaimed, "Really? This is impossible? How could there be real matter in the kingdom of God? But this is indeed the kingdom of God?" Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xiao threw away the soil in his hand and looked up at the sky. He had a vague idea in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it. The idea was simple. It was indeed impossible for real matter to appear in a normal kingdom of God. But what if it was a divine domain? If this was a divine domain, it would be different. The reason why he couldn't believe it was because this God's tomb had a history of millions, or even tens of millions of years. At that time, the main world had never come to this area, or the main world had never discovered this crystal wall system. At this time, a divine domain with a history of hundreds of millions of years appeared in front of him, which could only mean one possibility. That is, could it be that this God's tomb is actually a divine domain? Shen Yuexin gave the answer. As soon as the voice fell, an old voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Congratulations. You guessed it right. The next second, time and space changed in front of everyone's eyes, and everything in front of them quickly changed from grass to golden glazed floor. They were teleported to another place by an unknown force. Lin Xiao quickly raised his head and looked around, and found that they were in a square paved with golden glazed floor that stretched as far as the eye could see. In addition to the dozen of them, there were many statues standing on the smooth and empty floor, such as dwarf warriors in thick plate armor, knights holding two-handed swords, beautiful elves carrying a gorgeous bow, or wizards holding staffs and wearing luxurious robes, handsome vampires, and even dragons with their heads raised and roaring. Wait! His eyes fell on the handsome vampire. Why did he look more and more like the vampire demigod he had killed before? In the distance of these lifelike statues, there was a layer of light mist, and the further back you went, the less you could see. Obviously, this square is not really infinite. It has a limit. Of course, these are not the main points. He just glanced at them, and soon cast his eyes on the center surrounded by many statues. A huge ball of light suspended above the golden glazed floor. The familiar appearance in his memory made him blurt out, "Main god space?" In an instant, an indescribable will descended, and a terrifying force pressed down. A series of cracked bones broke, and everyone fell to the ground. The soft light emitted by the ball of light slowly shrank, slowly turning into a human figure, and finally formed a white old man with a cane in his hand. He walked in front of them with a cane in his hand. Everyone looked up at this existence that could be seen but not felt by the light, and didn't know what to say for a while. The old man stood in front of them with a cane, pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly stretched out his cane to point. And most of the people in the team disappeared out of thin air. The 8 souls left were almost scared to death. Shen Yuexin subconsciously reached out and pressed his forehead, but found that the old man had no intention of continuing to do it. So he gritted his teeth and didn't continue. Lin Xiao didn't notice her movements, and he breathed a few times with lingering fear. At this moment, he regretted coming here. He didn't expect this god's tomb to be so weird, and the existence inside was so perverted. This was totally unplayable. Too careless. At this moment, the old man's old voice came to his ears. "Don't worry. They are not dead. I just sent them to where they should go." Everyone was stunned and looked at each other again. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. Those who were sent away were the dozen or so non-God realm players from Yumming Trading Company Limited, and the 8 people left were all God realm players. At this time, the old man turned around and walked back to his original position with a cane and the staggering appearance of an old man, saying as he walked, "I didn't expect to see God realm players after millions of years. Children, tell me, how long has it been since humans discovered the God realm game?" Damn it. Everyone looked up at the old man with wide eyes. Even though Lin Xiao had some guesses in his mind, he was still very shocked when he heard the old man say it himself. This was really a senior player from the God realm of the main world like himself. Everyone looked at each other. Even Shen Yuexin was shocked by this information. After a while, Li Cheng, the captain of the adventurer team from Yumming Trading Company, hurriedly said, "Senior, you don't know that it has been more than 300,000 years since the discovery of the divine realm in the main world." He was very excited. If this was one of the first human explorers from hundreds of thousands of years ago, it would not only mean that their lives were saved, but also that they would have the opportunity to obtain the legacy of this predecessor who had obviously fallen. Just thinking about it made him excited. 300,000 years. The old man stood there motionless, sighing for a while. Lin Xiao felt that the power that bound him had disappeared, and the old man's voice rang out. "I didn't expect that it had been so long. And I could see you. It means that the invasion from the Tildega crystal wall system has been blocked. Now the changes in the main world should be great." Tildega crystal wall system? Lin Xiao had never heard of this name before. He looked back and saw that everyone else was confused and looked confused. The old man did not ask further questions, but just smiled and said, "Yes, at your level. You should not have been exposed to this aspect yet." As soon as the voice fell, the divine domain suddenly shook violently, and then a dazzling divine light appeared out of thin air in the hazy edge of the endless golden glazed platform, and quickly expanded. Everyone's attention was focused on the expanding divine light to form an elliptical light gate, from which a figure with dark golden flames burning all over his body walked out, and a crisp voice sounded, "Let me answer this question for the senior. Chapter 161. Although I understand, I am still angry. The flame slowly shrank to reveal the cold face of the instructor Xie Yufei in a colonel uniform. She stood up and saluted the old man, saying loudly, I am a member of the Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone, the 3rd Division of the 1st Expeditionary Force, and the Deputy Commander of the Fury War Corps, Colonel Xie Yufei. Meet the predecessor. The old man stared at her for a long time, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face, which became bigger and bigger, and then he laughed out loud. After a few seconds, the smile disappeared, and his face was also serious. He returned a slightly different military salute and said in a deep voice, Major General Carey of the Sky Eagle Vanguard of the United Nations of Earth. The United Nations of Earth. This is the political system when humans just discovered the God Realm game and just left the main plane to enter the foreign land. It was more than 300,000 years ago when it finally disintegrated. That is to say, this Major General Carey is an antique from 300,000 years ago. Yes, even for the true gods with immortal life, it is an antique, because according to the time flow difference of 1 day in the main world and 1 year in the foreign world, he has been wandering in this void of the crystal wall system for more than 100 million years, which is an extremely long time span that is considered ancient even in the concept of true gods. At that time, there was no division of power such as the Huaxia District, the Ivy League, the Giant Enterprise Union, and the Noble Parliament. At that time, it was still the United Nations of the Earth. Until later, the gap between races and ideologies gradually formed 4 huge forces. Until one day the United Nations of the Earth collapsed, and the main world was divided into 4. At this time, Xie Yufei's heart was full of surprises and surprises. She didn't expect to see a trace of divine thoughts left by the original old ancestors of the main world here. This is a big deal. You must know that every original ancestor is a respectable pioneer and explorer, not to mention the advance army, which is an advance team sent out when the main world is most dangerous. According to the history of the main world that Xie Yufei had read, in the 200th year of exploring the foreign crystal wall in the main world, humans came into contact with the invasion of the crystal wall gods named Tildegar. At that time, humans had not even born powerful divine power, and could not resist the invasion of the gods of the foreign crystal wall. At the most dangerous time, the enemy once invaded the depths of the subspace and approached the main world. At this critical moment, the Expeditionary Advance Army was formed, and the elites were selected to leave the main world and go to the endless crystal wall system in the Chaos Void Sea to find possible allies, and also to preserve the human fire. Later, no allies were found. Different crystal wall systems could only attract jackals. But a member of the advance team suddenly broke out in a crystal wall system in the outer domain. Just like the protagonist of a novel, he suddenly had good luck. When he returned to the main world less than 100 years later, he was already a great divine power with a godhood level of more than 20. And he was already the main god of a super powerful god system. The first great divine power born in the main world is the first principle of Huiyao, which is now ranked first among the 12 super schools. The birth of the great divine power represented the end of the war, and the gods of the Tildegar crystal wall immediately withdrew from the subspace of the main world. Although the Tildegar crystal wall system also has a great power, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the same great power with the home advantage of the human main world. Then the first great power of mankind established the Huiyao Super Academy and stayed in the main world all year round. At the same time, the crystal wall system where the old principle was born is now one of the crystal wall systems of the Human Alliance. To be precise, it is the territory of the Super Academy Huiyao. The original pioneer team ancestors are basically dead now, and there are less than 2 palms left. Now that a new member of the pioneer team has been discovered, I believe that other pioneer team ancestors in high positions will be very happy, especially that one. After Xie Yufei arrived, Lin Xiao and the others basically had nothing to do next. After all, their level was too low, and they didn't know what the major general named Carey wanted to know at this time. What kind of words are these? The people of Yuming Trading Company squatted on the smooth floor, and Wang Jiechao complained speechlessly. We finally ran here. Can we still explore this tomb of the gods? Another team member Feng Wei shrugged. Who knows? Let's wait and see. On the other side, Lin Xiao and the other 3 were strolling around the golden glazed square. When they came to the vampire statue, he waved to his 2 companions and said, Look! Does this look like a vampire demigod? The 2 came over and took a closer look. Shen Yueshi nodded and said, They look very similar. It should be him. Then, they looked at each other with a strange expression on their faces. So, is our mission completed? Well, it depends on whether the College Alliance admits it. They will definitely not admit it. And we didn't kill him. What should we do? Shin Yueshin spread her hands. That's the tutor's business. It has nothing to do with us. That's really painful. Lin Xiao was helpless. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up and saw Shin Yueshin staring at him. He didn't react for a moment. And then he heard her red lips utter two words. Vulgar. Hey, don't get me wrong. I was. Before he finished speaking, the space suddenly shook again. He quickly looked up and saw dozens of light gates opened in the air at once. Dozens of distorted figures that even absorbed the air came out of them and bowed to the old man. Good guy. Are they all here? As soon as the voice fell, dozens of light gates opened in one breath again, and a group of figures with distorted light and unclear appearance descended. And the square suddenly became lively. Forget it. Let's watch the show. They stayed on the side and didn't dare to speak, watching the situation develop. The second group of people who came in were obviously from different camps from the first group. After both sides bowed to the old man, they began to argue. They couldn't hear what they said, but they could clearly feel the circles of substantial ripples generated by the powerful divine thought communication in the void. Obviously, this is what the observers representing universities in the Huaxiao region and the observers representing the University Alliance are arguing about. After a few hours of this debate, a ball of light like the sun descended in this space. The sudden dazzling divine light made it impossible to look directly at it. Lin Xiao tried hard to open his eyes to see, but his eyes were pierced and he couldn't open them. He was shocked. There must be a projection of a big man descending. It's not just an ordinary big man. This is just a projection in a semi-descending state. He can't bear it and can't look directly. If it's a real body descending, a student like him who is not even a demigod will probably die on the spot. This is just a projection, not even an incarnation. It is well known that the power that a projection can carry is extremely limited. If the incarnation is only between 1% and 1/2 of the power of the real body, then the projection is only between 1/10,000th and 1,000th of the real body. The projection can cause such an effect. This must be a projection of powerful divine power to have such power. I don't know which big man it is. The arrival of this great man made the final decision. The two waves of observers dared not argue anymore. Nor could they argue, because they were also suppressed by the power naturally radiated by this great man, and could not communicate. They could only watch the visitors communicate with the master of the god's tomb. Here Lin Xiao was shocked to discover a detail. Although he could not see or hear the content of the communication, he could face the master of the god's tomb with ease from the projection of a powerful divine power that appeared in person. The master of the god's tomb was not ordinary in his lifetime. He was at least medium or above divine power. And even powerful divine power was possible. It was unknown how long it had been. The sun-like existence suddenly disappeared, and many observers disappeared with it. Just when they were puzzled, suddenly a stream of light fell from the sky and turned into figures. And soon the huge golden glazed square was full of people. They stared at these summer camp contestants, who suddenly appeared in amazement. And they only thought empty in their hearts. Why? Bah! We discovered this god's tomb. Why are they all here? The exchange competition will not continue. The most outrageous thing is not only the players from the Huaxiao region, but also the players from the Ivy League. Lin Xiao and his friends didn't know what to say at this time, and they felt that they were taken advantage of. Compared with their speechlessness, the 5 people from Yumming Trading Company were hiding in the corner and trembling. Nearly 2,000 elite students gathered together and talked noisily. The 5 people had a strong feeling of being out of place. It felt like a poor student who didn't even graduate from junior high school suddenly got into Peking University and Tsinghua University, where there were many top students. Even if he tried hard to pretend to be a student, he would feel a strong sense of alienation and a strong sense of being out of place. It felt like everyone looked at him with suspicion. However, they couldn't refuse the decision from the military leaders, and they were not summer camp players yet. At this time, they had to worry about whether they would be kicked out later. The noisy state didn't last long. Lin Xiao heard a familiar bell ringing in his ears. The square suddenly became quiet, making him feel like he was back in the summer camp. A mechanical voice sounded beside him. Due to special circumstances, the rules of the exchange competition in the last stage of the summer camp have been temporarily changed. The following is the new competition system. Please pay attention to it. Lost? It is indeed like this. Secretly complaining? He still honestly checked the following series of data. But the more he looked at his expression, the weirder it became. And he looked up from time to time at the huge light ball that had been transformed again. The new rules are very simple. Because he accidentally discovered this ancestor from ancient times, and this tomb of the gods. The original exchange competition was cancelled. And it was replaced by the competition for this tomb of the gods. Yes, it is to compete for this tomb of the gods. According to the new competition system. That is, the strong will of Major General Carey, the owner of the tomb of the gods. Everyone can draw a certain number of cards from the card pool in the light ball in the center of the god's domain. Everyone initially has 100 points of cards, of which 1-star cards count as 1 point. 2-star cards count as 3 points. 3-star cards count as 5 points. 4-star cards count as 10 points. And 5-star cards count as 20 points. The type of card drawn by each person is random until all the cards with 100 points are taken. It is worth mentioning that they can freely choose the level of the randomly drawn cards. That is to say, you can choose to draw all 1-star cards, or all 2-star cards, 5-star cards, and so on. Then, each student selects 3 cards from his own card library to form a combat deck and fight against other students. The loser is eliminated directly, for each round won by the winner. He can randomly obtain 1 to 3 cards from the defeated opponent's card pool to add to his own card pool, and select 1 card from his own card pool to add to the combat deck, and then fight against the next round of opponents, and continue until he defeats all opponents to become the final winner and obtain the ownership of this god's tomb. In other words, the winner takes all, and the second place gets nothing. The reward is very exciting. But the next prompt makes Lin Xiao frown. At the insistence of Major General Carey, each player from the Ivy League initially has 120 points of cards, which is 20 points more than the players in the Huaxia District Summer Camp. In addition, the first card drawn by the players from the University Alliance must be of epic quality or above. If the first card drawn is a 5-star card, it must be a 5-star card of epic quality or above. Here, Major General Carey gave his own people an advantage, which was also the condition for Major General Carey to give the Huaxia District the opportunity to compete for the Tomb of the Gods. Lin Xiao felt that it was unfair, but he also understood it. He would do the same if he were in the same position. There is a saying that goes, "Science has no borders, but scientists do." It is completely normal to give advantages to your own people. But, although I understand it, I am still angry. Chapter 162 Tailor-Made Rules? Major General Carey's Tomb of God is the best reward and also an extra reward. In addition, there are regular rewards jointly issued by the summer camp and the Ivy League, which are the rewards for the 3rd stage of the summer camp, and they are still awarded according to the normal ranking. The top 100 can get an extra card slot and a random mythical quality 5-star card. The top 50 can get 2 random mythical quality 5-star cards. The top 20 can get 3 random mythical quality 5-star cards. The top 10 can get an extra card slot and 3 random quality 5-star cards for the top 20, as well as an extra card slot and an ancient god card. The 3rd place can get an extra card slot and 2 mythical quality cards on the basis of the 10th place reward. That is, a total of 3 extra card slots, 1 ancient god card, and 5 random quality 5-star cards. The 2nd place increases again, with a total of 3 extra card slots, 1 ancient god card, and 7 random quality 5-star cards. The 1st place, in addition to the god's tomb, also has 4 additional card slots, 2 ancient god cards, and 10 5-star cards of random quality. It is worth mentioning that both the rewarded cards and the cards drawn in the new competition system are random. In addition, the cards drawn from the card pool only look at the level, not the quality. That is, a mythical quality 3-star card and an ordinary quality 3-star card consume 5 points. This comes from the strong request of Major General Carey. The reason is very simple. The fall of Major General Carey has a lot to do with luck. He is obsessed with it and almost forms an obsession. So he strongly requires everything to be random in the competition system. According to Lin Xiao's understanding, this Major General probably fell because of bad luck. So he has only one requirement for his last legacy heir. That is, luck. Only the European emperor with amazing luck is qualified to inherit his last legacy from the competition system. It can be seen that random card drawing requires very high luck. If you are lucky, you can get a legendary 5-star card. If you are unlucky, you can get a blank card. With the same configuration of 3 5-star cards, how can 3 blank cards be 3 golden mythical cards? They are also random. Players from the Ivy League have 20 extra cards and a guaranteed epic 5-star card. After reading the rules, there was a lot of wailing in the Chinese region, while the College League was very excited, with everyone's face filled with excited smiles. Bart in the College League opened his blood wings behind him, and circles of blood light spread. He gently soared into the air with his legs crossed in the air, raised his big finger to everyone in the Chinese region and fell down, laughing arrogantly. We will definitely win this exchange competition. Wu Xinglin, who was chatting with several teammates, turned his head expressionlessly. A light red flaming dragon head rose from his head, and Bart fell from the air with a muffled groan. Humph. So what if you are stronger? This time it depends on luck. Bart was very unhappy about his embarrassment, and snorted coldly. A white man with snake-like hair beside him also folded his arms and said, Each of us has 2 first-hand advantages. I wonder what you can compare with us. Wu Zhonglin frowned slightly and said nothing. Just as they said, when everyone relies on luck, these 2 extra advantages are very critical. And all members have this advantage. As long as the luck on the side of the University Alliance is not too bad, it is basically a sure win. Fortunately, the observers from various universities also took this into consideration and promised that they don't need to win in the next exchange competition, as long as they have a good performance. The previous special recruitment promise will be effective, which stabilized everyone's morale. However, this does not include Lin Xiao and the other 3. The instructors have additional requirements for the 3 of them, requiring them to have good grades. Among them, Lin Su requires at least to enter the top 50, and Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin must enter the top 20. The reason why the requirements are different from others is that they also have advantages. As the first to discover the Tomb of the God, after negotiations with the military leaders of the Huaxia region and the recognition of Major General Carey, they not only have an advantage, but also a greater advantage than the Ivy League. Major General Carey really attaches great importance to luck. Lin Xiao and the 5 people from Yuming Trading Company were able to discover the Tomb of the God before others, which was considered very lucky by Major General Carey. Not only did the 5 off-campus social people from Yuming Trading Company get the opportunity to compete for his legacy, but everyone also had a higher advantage than the players from the University Alliance. First, each of the 8 of them has 150 points in the card pool. Second, you can draw a 5-star card of at least epic quality. The key point is that if you are not satisfied with the card you drew for the first time, you have a chance to redraw, which is limited to the first designated epic or above 5-star card. This is very powerful. As long as you are not too unlucky, you can establish a huge advantage at the beginning. The expressions of the 3 of them are still normal, and Li Cheng and the other 5 are all surprised and excited. For them, it was like a group of ordinary people having the opportunity to attend a high-end banquet. Not only could they be on the same stage with the big guys around them, but they also had the opportunity to go on stage to receive awards. That feeling was indescribable. It felt like they were floating. Moreover, they had already received a promise from the military that they could compete for rankings and get rewards like other contestants. If they could enter the top 10, they would have the opportunity to be recruited into the army. If they could become the first to become the heir of the God's Tomb, they would be recommended to enter the higher education institution affiliated with the military for training after being recruited into the army. This was a good opportunity for wild folk adventurers like them to leap over the Dragon Gate, and it should not be missed. It is worth mentioning that the extra advantages of several of them were unknown to others. Only the military knew. Otherwise, they would not have given such a promise to several folk adventurers who had been eliminated early. Although it was highly unlikely to achieve great success, no one could say anything about luck. It was not impossible that a folk adventurer would finally get the God's Tomb. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 in the square to chat. Lin Xiao, Lin Su and their aunt stood together, and saw Gu Cheng and others gathered on the other side. They had seen each other for a long time, but did not meet up. It was obvious that they had begun to alienate each other. They had no choice. Gu Cheng had been the boss for a long time, and was definitely unwilling to be inferior to others. And they could not listen to someone who was not as strong as them. If Gu Cheng had the strength of Wu Shengling, there would be nothing to say. But unfortunately, he did not. As for Wu Xinglin, the big boss, Lin Xiao looked around and found that he was chatting with a woman named Arya from the Ivy League. There was no one else around. This white woman named Arya was quite beautiful. Although she was slightly inferior to Shen Yuexin in appearance and figure, she was also a top beauty. Especially her body was as crystal clear as ice jade. Circles of blue ripples slowly spread, and snowflake patterns continued to condense in the void. Like a goddess of ice and snow, this foreign beauty has a good impression of Wu Xinglin. She is like an ice goddess but passionate. Now she seems to be actively pursuing Wu Xinglin. This Tianju Viceless player seems to be unable to resist. Bart and others who just made harsh remarks now look unhappy. A group of big men gathered together with their hands on their chests and stared at them fiercely. They didn't have the momentum just now. This scene made the Huaxia district feel very happy. Lin Xiao heard someone muttering on the side. What if you have an advantage? Your so-called Tianju beauty was conquered by the men here. That's right. They are so angry. It would be better if there were more people. Hey, I have the contact information of the girl with fiery hair. I'll contact her. Yo, brother. You can make an appointment quickly. Wait a minute. Let go of this girl and let me do it. The sudden shout made Lin Xiao and everyone else turn their heads sharply, and saw Wang Jiechu staring at Arya with a lecherous look. His companions saw more than a dozen eyes looking at him, and quickly took a step back at the same time, looking like they didn't know him. Damn. It's not what you imagined. 15 minutes later, with the sound of a crisp bell, everyone heard a prompt from the system. The exchange competition is about to begin. Please prepare to choose cards. Then a transparent light curtain popped up in front of Lin Xiao, and a huge golden Russian disc in the center. Lin Xiao saw at a glance that this golden Russian roulette, with 36 partitions, was the so-called card pool. At the same time, he felt his whole body sink, and all his divine power disappeared. Next, all players will be in confinement, unable to use any divine power, unable to enter the divine domain, and unable to use any props. This does not mean that cheating and fouling will lead to elimination, but directly confinement and inability to use. They can only rely on the cards drawn from this card pool to combine a set of cards to fight other players. Well, it was a battle between the Huaxia district and the University Alliance players. He looked up at Lin Su and Shen Yuexin and said, "Come on." Lin Su nodded. "I hope to be in the top 50. Shen Yuexin raised her small and smooth chin. "I have always had good luck." Lin Xiao shrugged and looked back at the roulette wheel with 36 zones in front of him, and began to draw the first card. "I want to draw a 5-star card." As soon as the voice fell, the zones of different colors on the golden roulette wheel changed, and the white, green and blue inside all disappeared, replaced by a purple-orange-gold color. And there was also a zone emitting crystal light, which was an ancient quality card. This is really purely based on luck, but he has a guarantee. But before starting to draw, Lin Xiao looked up at the light ball in the center of the square, and communicated with the magic cube of creation with a thought. The next second, his face was happy. Okay. His golden finger did not disappoint him, and was not banned, so it was easy to deal with. In fact, when he first heard this rule, he was wondering. He was holding the creation cube. Was this rule tailor-made for him? With the decomposition, refinement, and fusion functions of the creation cube, he could completely decompose, strengthen, and fuse a bunch of ordinary cards into powerful cards. Chapter 163 all out of the way. I'm going to cheat. It doesn't matter if there is no good fortune energy. There are so many cards, and you can choose the right targeted enhancement from them. With a touch of the finger, the wheel began to spin, from slow to fast, then slowed down to the extreme, and soon stopped on an orange card. Lin Xiao thought for a while, chose to confirm, and didn't reselect, excluding the ancient card with only one. The orange legendary card is between the lowest epic and the golden mythical card, the middle level, which is not bad, according to the fact that there are the most purple cards and only 5 or 6 golden mythical cards. The probability of reselecting a gold card is not high, but the probability of drawing a purple card is high. Of course, the main reason why Lin Xiao kept this orange card is that this orange card is a military card. 500 level 4 human strong crossbow archers, equipped with a standard single-shot hand crossbow, a leather armor, and a short sword. Since it is a battle mode, the most important thing is definitely the military card, and then use other cards to cooperate. It can be coordinated with other arms, or equipped with better weapon cards, etc. At the same time, considering that it is a direct battle, all the cards in the card pool are battle-related cards, and there are no useless cards such as resource cards. After all, these cards are only used in this exchange match and must be collected after the battle. If this crossbow archer card is collected, it will occupy 20 points of the card pool. Ordinary players can only draw 5 5-star cards at most. Even the College Alliance can only draw 6. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the card, the more powerful it is, but sometimes you need to see if it is suitable. So you can't just draw high-quality cards. Lin Xiao originally planned to draw a high-quality arms card, and then draw a large number of low-level cards to cooperate. After all the cards were drawn, he would use the magic cube to decompose or fuse a few powerful cards to form a battle deck. Now that the first arm card was drawn, there is no need to draw a 5-star card. Next, he drew 4 4-star cards, 8 3-star cards, and the first 5-star card according to the original plan, which consumed a total of 100 card points. With the remaining 50 points, he chose 10 2-star cards, which used 30 points, and 21 star cards, which only used 1 point. All 150 points were used up. There were a total of 43 cards of 5 levels, and the quality was sparse and uneven. More than half were blank cards, and a small number of rare and epic quality cards were used. Except for the first card, there was no legendary quality, but there was a mythical quality card, but it was a 2-star card. A stack of cards was rubbed open in a hand, and the colors were different. Generally speaking, the luck was not bad, but not good. If you don't cheat and have no extra advantages, you will definitely not be able to make it to the end. It is estimated that the top 50 will be difficult. After selecting the cards, there was still some time for free combination. He looked to the left at Lin Su, who was frowning and looking at the dozen cards of different colors in his hand. At first glance, all the cards were selected as 3-star cards or above, and 1 or 2-star cards were not selected. It seems that he is lucky enough to get a card of golden mythical quality. According to his choice, it should be at least a 3-star mythical card, which should not be bad. Looking at Shin Yuexin on the right, he leaned back subconsciously and saw a few orange and gold rays plus a dazzling crystal light that blinded his eyes. Good guy. Is this the legendary European Emperor? Shin Yuexin seemed to notice his movements, glanced at him with her big eyes, and grabbed the card and flipped it back and forth like she had a hand of good cards. With a face full of pride, Lin Xiao looked around and saw no one was paying attention. So he closed his eyes and took a deep breath in her direction. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said in a coquettish tone that she herself didn't notice. What are you doing? Nothing. Just taking your European energy. Humph. Hooligan. After clenching his delicate little fist, Lin Xiao stretched out his fist and gently touched it. Come on, little ant. After saying that, he turned his head and stopped looking at the somewhat confused Shin Yuexin. Covering his mouth to hold back his laughter, Lin Xiao gathered his energy and unfolded the cards. He began to study how to integrate the 43 cards in his hand. Due to the restrictions of the competition rules, these 43 cards are all some arms cards, summoning cards, weapon cards, skill scroll cards, talent cards, expertise cards, and other cards related to battle. Battles are generally based on arms cards, most of which summon a group of organized arms. Summoning cards mostly summon some powerful but small creatures, such as a war bear, a giant eagle, a dragon, etc. Of course, a 5-star card cannot have a big guy like a dragon. Weapon cards obtain powerful weapons of varying quantities according to the level and quality of the card, which can replace the ordinary weapons that come with the arms card. Needless to say, skills, talents, and expertise are directly loaded on arms or summons to freely create unique arms. It is worth mentioning that, due to the particularity of the rules, if you obtain a career card and load it on a soldier, you do not need to start from level 1, but automatically obtain a career level as high as the soldier level. For example, Lin Xiao's level 4 crossbow shooter can directly obtain a level 4 career level by loading the crossbow shooter profession. In addition, all players can also enter the battlefield, but they cannot directly participate in the battle and will not be attacked. Instead, they are like a background commanding their subordinates. And if they have skill scrolls, they can release them. Let's put it this way. You can refer to the heroes in a classic game called Heroes of Might and Magic 3 before Lin Xiao crossed over. But there is no hero attribute and talent bonus to the subordinates. Lin Xiao put the 4 soldier cards at his hand aside, the 6 summon cards on one side, the 11 weapon cards on one side, the 11 skill or spell scroll cards on one side, no career cards, and the rest are all various talent and specialty cards and some messy cards. First, there are 4 troop cards. In addition to the crossbow archer, there is also a 3-star blank light infantry card, which can summon 100 level 3 human light infantry equipped with one-handed long swords, oak round shields, and rivet leather armor. A 3-star rare quality elite assassination card can summon a small team of 20 null assassins, the kind that can be invisible, and the level is 3, and a 2-star blank quality goblin squad, with 300 members, but only level 1. Pure cannon fodder. The 6 summoning cards each summon a 2-headed ferocious crocodile, which has reached the level 5 limit, and is only 1 step away from the 6th order extraordinary level. For large water elements, this is a card that summons 4. The card level is level 4. Rare quality. The water element level is level 4. And the total is not as good as the 2-headed ferocious crocodile. 2 large fire elements. This is a card that can only summon 2. And it is also a level 4 card. But the quality of the card is obviously not as good as the previous water element summoning card. There are also 4 1-star and 2-star quality summoning cards. The summoned creatures are very average in strength and are useless. In addition to these, the weapon equipment cards are nothing more than swords, bows, armor, etc. Anyway, the quality is definitely better than the troop card. The remaining talent, expertise and skill cards are not very high in level and of average quality. But after all, they are skills, and they can greatly increase the strength of subordinates if used well. The only golden mythical quality 2-star card is a magic ring. Level 2 summon monster enhanced. Normally, this spell can summon a certain number of level 2 monsters, but this enhanced version can summon a group of level 2 monsters. The key is that this is a magic item and can be reused. After counting the cards in hand, the next step is how to use the magic cube of good fortune to decompose and strengthen. As mentioned before, although it is necessary to consciously temper the strength of one's will now, this does not conflict with cheating. The magic cube of good fortune is the golden finger of his rise. How can he not use it? He is not so stupid as to restrict himself. First, he put all the useless cards into the magic cube of good fortune and decomposed them into the power of good fortune as a nutrient for strengthening the cards. Although the power of good fortune cannot turn decay into magic like good fortune energy, it is still no problem to simply strengthen it. Then, Lin Xiao thought about it and decomposed the card that summoned the water element and the card that summoned the 2-headed violent crocodile as the power of good fortune. Then he took out the fire element summoning card and put it into the creation cube to decompose it. Fuse the 2 large fire elements that were supposed to be summoned, and then put the creation power obtained from all the decomposed cards into this card to start strengthening it. His plan was simple. Simply strengthening other arms cards, and the like could not bring about qualitative changes. But if these summoning cards could be used to summon a super large fire element of the extraordinary level, that would be different. Generally speaking, only cards with 5-star mythical quality or above can summon super large creatures of the extraordinary level. In addition, due to randomness, the number will definitely not be large. A super large fire element of the extraordinary level will definitely stand out from the crowd on the battlefield. The result was the same as he expected, with more than a dozen messy cards as nutrients. All the summoning cards were decomposed to feed this fire element summoning card. The new card formed by fusion was indeed a 5-star, golden mythical quality summoning card that could summon a super large fire element of the extraordinary level. Lin Xiao immediately included this card in his battle deck. Then, he took out the 3-star blank card that could summon 100 light infantrymen, and then took out a 2-star rare quality weapon card containing 150 lamellar armors, and a 2-star weapon card containing 200 inferior steel one-handed swords. The 3 cards were fused together to get a 3-star rare quality troop card. It was still 100 human infantrymen, but after being equipped with weapons and thick lamellar armor, they became 100 heavy infantrymen, just right for the 500 crossbowmen as the front row. Unfortunately, there was no shield weapon card, and they were still equipped with oak round shields. This card and the 5-star legendary quality troop card, the strong crossbowman, were used as the starting deck. And with the super large fire element summoning card, his 3 initial decks were formed. This wave of combat power is quite powerful, and it is estimated that it will be no problem to hit the top 100. According to the current number of people, it is estimated that we will have to win 5 times to enter the top 100 at that time. During this period, we will obtain at least 5, and at most 15 cards from the opponents we defeated. Hopefully, there will be some good things to match with the remaining cards. Chapter 164, Amazing Defeat Rate. After confirming the deck, Lin Xiao selected the ready option on the screen interface in front of him and started matching. The scene in front of him changed into a distorted chaotic vortex. In less than 2 seconds, a golden light shot out from the distorted chaotic vortex. Lin Xiao felt a trance and appeared in an endless void. He saw a golden light in the distance in front of him, falling down as fast as himself, and came to a virtual plane. Please place the reserve deck within 1 minute. So fast. First, I took a look at the plane terrain. Unlike the previous summer camp, there was no terrain selection, only a random option. It should be that neither he nor the opponent can choose, but only random. Good guy. This is luck to the end. Set the activation order of the 3 cards prepared earlier. Confirm. And more than 10 seconds later, the opponent also confirmed it. Lin Xiao felt that his consciousness quickly sank into the plane. This is a very ordinary hilly terrain, 3 kilometers long and wide. You can see white light pouring down from the sky, turning into countless figures covering the ground. Lin Xiao watched from afar. There were actually 3,000 level 1 frogmen on the opposite side, and a group of about 300 level 3 bear goblin knights. This configuration is quite powerful. Although the frogmen are not of high level, there are many of them. Even if there are many ants, they can still kill elephants. If he can't cheat, Lin Xiao finds that he really wants to defeat the opponent. Well, it's still quite easy. After all, 500 crossbowmen are quite powerful. At the beginning, Lin Xiao only activated 500 crossbowmen and 100 heavy infantry. The super large fire element was not summoned, but it was in the combat deck and could be summoned at any time. Cards outside the deck could not be used in this battle. His opponent was an ordinary white youth. After summoning his subordinates, he immediately looked up to check the opposite side. When he saw that the opponent had only 500 or 600 people, he was immediately full of confidence and thought that he had won. He laughed from afar. It seems that your luck is very bad. Then I won't be polite. Lin Xiao glanced at the other party, crossed his arms and said, I have 500 crossbowmen and 100 heavy infantrymen. Although you have many subordinates, most of them are cannon fodder. I can't think of why you think you can win. Just relying on those 300 wild boar knights? Of course. The white youth was so confident that Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. After a closer look at the opposite side, it was indeed a 3rd level wild boar knight. And there were no other hidden troops. How could they win me? I wanted to try again, but the time was up. The 3-second countdown ended, and the battle began. The white youth immediately waved his hand, and 3,000 frogmen rushed over shouting, and 300 wild boar knights followed behind without rushing or slowing. This combat intention made Lin Xiao not quite understand. But no matter what the other party's plan was, his operation here was very simple. 100 heavy infantrymen lined up in front, and 500 crossbowmen lined up in 3 rows behind the heavy infantry waiting for the enemy to approach. When the enemy approached to about 500 meters, 3 rows of crossbowmen fired a round into the air at the same time. A rain of arrows shot up into the sky and drew a long parabola and fell down. A small number of frogmen were shot to the ground. The accuracy of the darts was still a little off, and the first wave was even worse. But after the second wave of arrows rained down 5 seconds later, not only did the angle readjust, but the distance between the 2 sides was also closer. And this wave of arrows caused huge damage. But the opponent did not react at all and continued to charge. 6 consecutive waves of arrows killed nearly 1/10 of the opponent's frogmen. But the distance between the 2 sides was less than 100 meters. Lin Xiao quickly ordered the crossbow shooters to adjust their attack methods. The first row of the 3 rows shot first, and then immediately withdrew and restrung the strings. At the same time, the second row took the opportunity to move forward and continue shooting, then withdrew, and it was the third row's turn to shoot. After the third row finished shooting, the first row had already finished strung. thus achieving the effect of uninterrupted shooting in turns. This is a very common linear queuing method of killing the enemy, which allows single-shot crossbows to achieve the effect of continuous attack by shooting in turns. At least now it seems to be quite effective, with a large number of frogmen being shot and killed. The casualties in this short distance of 100 meters are much greater than those in the 6 rounds of darts just now. But what puzzled Lin Xiao was that the opponent seemed to be in no hurry, and just watched his subordinates die one after another. The 300 wild boar knights were still behind, and had not caught up. At this moment, the white man showed a strange smile on his face, took out a crystal staff that looked very gorgeous, and looked like a fisted arm, and slammed it on the ground. A gem embedded in one of the knuckles of the 5 fingers holding the crystal staff exploded, and the void above the 300 wild boar knights was distorted and deformed. The 300 wild boar knights just disappeared out of thin air. Damn! A teleportation staff. Lin Xiao knew what the opponent was up to without even looking at the teleportation point. As expected, a large area of invisible distortion appeared directly in the group of crossbow shooters, and the 300 wild boar knights were directly teleported into the crowd. With a sharp move, nearly half of the crossbow shooters were caught off guard and overturned by the car. Although the crossbowman is a higher level soldier than the boar rider, all the strength of the crossbowman lies in long-range shooting. The close combat ability cannot be counted on at all. How can it stop the bear goblin from swinging his sword, and the wild boar under his seat biting him in turns? The 3 rows of formations were instantly messed up. Seeing this, the white man laughed. It seems that you are going to lose. That may not be the case. Lin Xiao directly took out the scroll wrapped in red light, and activated it. The sky twisted and opened. A fireball as big as a house emerged from it, and fell from the sky into the battlefield, blasting a circle of dozens of meters of sea of fire, accompanied by a roar that penetrated the soul. The flames in the sky slowly rose, condensing into a super large fire element with a body size of more than 15 meters. The summoned fire element roared to the sky, and a circle of faint flames quickly spread. The green grass on the ground quickly turned yellow and burned, turning into a land of fire with a diameter of more than 100 meters. This is impossible. The white man stared at the huge fire element as if he had seen a ghost. Kill them. As Lin Xiao pointed his hand, 2 arms formed by super large fire element flames 4 or 5 stories high were raised high. The sky quickly turned red, and countless fireballs as big as fists fell from the sky and slammed into the group of frogs. Fire Rain is the most powerful spell mastered by the 6th level super large fire element. It can summon a large area of fire rain from the sky to burn the enemy. Waves of fire rain fell and ignited the frogmen's bodies. The power of magic flames far exceeded that of ordinary fire. A large number of frogmen were burned to death, and their morale soared and they collapsed and fled. Although it was a summoned army, it was also real. How could they resist such terrible magic and war damage? As soon as the frogmen fled, Lin Xiao immediately ordered the remaining 80 or 90 heavy infantry to return to support the crossbowmen. The super large fire element raised his arms again and sprinkled a large area of red light, blessing all infantry with a fire shield that could rebound fire damage, and blessing the sword with fire damage. The next battle was uneventful. Even if the wild boar knight killed all the crossbowmen, he was also killed by several waves of spells from the super large fire element, and he still won. The battlefield they were in was virtual, and the death of soldiers would not affect the next battle, and they would be full later. After the battle, a turntable appeared in front of Lin Xiao. He knew that this was the opponent's card pool. According to the rules, he could draw 1 to 3 cards from the opponent's card pool to supplement his own card pool. He reached out and pressed the center of the wheel, and the wheel spun quickly. After more than 10 seconds, the speed slowed down until it stopped, and 2 new cards appeared in front of him. Not bad. He carefully examined the 2 cards. One was a 3-star blank quality Hog Rider card, and the other was a 2-star summoning card that could summon a small group of wolves, which could be ignored. It was a pity that he didn't draw the teleport card. Otherwise it would be fun. Next, after defeating an opponent, he could choose another card to add to the combat deck. Lin Xiao pondered for a while, took out the Hog Rider card, and added the 2-star blank Goblin card. These 2 cards summon goblins, and bear goblins were also goblins, which could be fused. After the 2 cards were fused, it was a 3-star rare quality troop card that could summon 300 bear goblins and 300 ordinary goblin cannon fodder. Although the increased combat power is not that strong, and the improvement in strength is not great. This bunch of cannon fodder can just buy more time for the 500 crossbow shooters. The 100 heavy infantry are still too few, and can't stop the enemy's attack at all. Besides, he doesn't have anything good, and others don't have anything good either. Everyone has limited card points, and there are not so many advanced card combinations. After a short break, Lin Xiao did not leave the battlefield and continued to match the second opponent directly in the God's Tomb Square. As time passed, the first round of battles were decided one after another. Lin Su defeated the first opponent, prepared himself again, and returned to the square, and found that most of the players in the surrounding Huaxiao area were missing. At least more than 2/3 of the players were defeated directly in the first round, and the huge gap shocked him, compared with the ease and laughter of the players in the College Alliance. The Huaxiao area was quiet, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone was unwilling and unconvinced. It would be fine if they lost because they were not as skilled as their opponents, or it would be acceptable if they just had bad luck. But the problem was that they were at a disadvantage from the beginning, and it was a very unwilling loss. But the rules are like this. Who said the owner of the God's Tomb is not one of his own? Lin Su was helpless about this. Although he also had advantages and his luck was not bad, he was sure that he would not make it to the end. He looked around again, and Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin were still there, which meant that neither of them was eliminated, which was a bit comforting. He was not very optimistic about Lin Xiao. He had seen that his card pool was not much better than his own before, but he was very optimistic about Xin Yuexin. Her luck was very good. She had an Ancient God card at the beginning, plus the advantages of several gold and orange cards. So it was very likely that she would make it to the end and win the God's Tomb. He felt that the hope of the Huaxiao region was on her. With a little comfort, Lin Su's consciousness sank, and he started the second round of challenges. In the virtual plane, after carefully observing the opponent's military strength, Lin Xiao summoned a super large fire element in front of the crossbowmen at the beginning. Further ahead were 1,000 heavy infantry and 300 cannon fodder goblins. The other 300 bear goblins broke away early and went around from the other side, forcing the opponent to allocate part of its forces for defense to avoid being ambushed by him from behind the archer phalanx. Chapter 165 Super Large Fire Element and Meteor Shower. This opponent is obviously much stronger than the previous one. He actually has a group of half-elf archers with the same number of 500 people. A large group of ice wolves with a number of about thousands living in the polar ice field. And what worries him most is that this guy actually has a small group of mammoths. This is a very powerful beast, 4 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. It is so powerful that even a tank cannot describe it. Its strong physique and terrifying power make it start at level 5. Fortunately, there are not many of them. Only 10. And there are no extraordinary mammoths. Facing such an opponent, it is difficult to fight head-on, even if he has an extraordinary super large fire element. The 10 mammoths are too powerful. Even the extraordinary fire element can't do anything about it for a while. These 10 mammoths are probably a mythical 5-star card. While envious, his hands did not slow down, and ordered all troops except the Boar Knight to shrink and be ready. There is no way. It can't be defeated head-on. He retreated here, and Conan, who had 10 mammoths, 500 half-elf archers, and 1,000 direwolves, laughed loudly, waved his hand, and sent out the whole army, pressing forward head-on. The huge mammoths made the ground shake constantly, and shocked the enemy. Weak creatures would naturally feel fear when facing such a behemoth. Although Conan thought he had a sure win, he was not careless. The mammoths did not charge fast at the beginning, and did not lose touch with the rear army. It did not start charging at full speed until the distance with the enemy was shortened to 500 meters. Compared with Conan, who thought he had a sure win, Lin Xiao did not think he would lose. When the mammoths began to accelerate their charge, he immediately ordered the troops to retreat in 2 parts. Conan was stunned for a moment, showing an expression that he had seen through everything. After thinking for a while, he smiled slightly and ordered the mammoth beasts to split into 2 and chase after him. At the same time, he ordered the central army to continue advancing, and said loudly to Lin Xiao on the opposite side of the battlefield, "I have seen through your plan, but I will do as you wish. Let's see whether you kill my mammoth beast first, or I kill your fire element first." So confident? Lin Xiao grinned. What Conan said was indeed what he thought. His plan was to defeat the opponent's other troops except the mammoth beasts with the flame spell of the super large fire element at the extraordinary level. And then the remaining troops killed the 10 mammoth beasts one by one with the kite tactics. I didn't expect that the opponent also thought so and cooperated so well. This was embarrassing. But after the embarrassment, he was secretly happy. I don't know if this opponent is too confident in his 10 mammoths, or if he looks down on the extraordinary fire element. He dared to fight with himself, which was really a dead end. Since everyone was cooperating, he naturally had to cooperate as well. He ordered the main force to continue to retreat and pull the battlefield apart, so as not to get too close and wait for Conan to regret it at any time. With a thought, the super large fire element raised its huge flame arms and dripped flames like water. The sky was red, and the fire rain covering a range of hundreds of meters fell from the sky and sprinkled on the polar ice wolf that was rushing over. The rain of fire spell does not require continuous casting. The super large fire element waved its hand again, and large flames rose from the ground to form a series of fire walls that were 2 meters wide and 50 to 60 meters long. The polar ice wolves, who were charging and evading the rain of fire, immediately separated to the left and right in fear and tried to bypass the fire wall. This is their nature. But later, Conan forced the polar ice wolves to rush through the fire wall. After a brief hesitation, the large group of ice wolves overwhelmed their nature and rushed into the fire wall, howling as they were burned. The polar ice wolf is a kind of wolf that lives on the polar ice field. It just lives there and does not have any ice talent. It is just more cold resistant than ordinary wolves. It is also afraid of the flames. Of course, the ice wolves that came one after another were burned to death in the fire wall when they passed through it. The corpses suppressed part of the flames so that the later ones could force their way through. You need to summon more fire walls. Otherwise you can't stop my subordinates. Conan was full of confidence. He remembered that there was a limit to the number of spells that creatures like fire elementals could cast. The Rain of Fire spell could only be cast 3 times a day, which was equivalent to a battle in the challenge. Other fire spells were between 3 and 10 times. And even if all were added together, it would be impossible to kill them all. However, his 10 mammoth beasts had no limit on the number of spells they could cast, relying on their own strong physique and strength. Lin Shao certainly understood this, but he still did it. Summon the fire element. The huge super large fire element raised its arms again, and a huge vortex of flames took shape. The lava sea of fire could be vaguely seen opposite the vortex. Fire elements of different sizes drilled out along the passage and ran around excitedly. The flames dripping from their bodies ignited the ground to form a large sea of fire. The super large fire element used all the summoned fire elements that could be used 3 times a day in one breath, summoning a total of 6 level 5 large fire elements, 14 level 4 medium fire elements, and 30 or 40 level 3 small fire elements. So many fire elements gathered together to form a huge high-temperature force field. The weeds on the ground were burned away, and the soil was faintly red and showed signs of melting, as the super large fire element raised its head and roared. The fire elements running around gathered to it to form a sea of fire. Endless flames gathered to it, and the air began to distort with it as the center, and a heart-pounding breath slowly took shape. The power was so strong that Conan's face changed, and he said in surprise, "What are you doing?" "Impossible." "What's impossible?" Lin Shao smiled slightly, and the heart-pounding breath below had expanded to the extreme, turning into a thick pillar of fire that rushed into the sky, and a circle of flames exploded and quickly extended to thousands of meters away, close to the edge of the entire plain. Then, a wave of meteor showers that almost covered the entire plain fell from the sky. Conan was dumbfounded, and the world was quiet. Meteor shower is an upgraded version of fire rain, a high-level spell close to the legendary spell. Generally, only 7th level high-level extraordinary mages or legendary mages can use it. 7th level elite fire elementals can also use it, but 6th level super large fire elements cannot be summoned. But Lin Shao asked the extraordinary fire element to summon a large number of fire elements, and then borrow the power of all fire elements to temporarily overclock and summon meteor showers. The result was that half of Conan's ordinary soldiers were burned to death, and the rest were all burned, while the super large fire elements had a bad breath and lost their ability to cast spells. At the same time, all the summoned fire elements returned to the fire element plane. Lin Zhao's subordinates ran to the edge of the plane to avoid this indiscriminate meteor shower during the separation battlefield just now, and now they are chasing the mammoth beasts to the center of the plane. Although half of Conan's subordinates are still left, Almost all of them are burned, and their combat effectiveness has been sharply reduced. They are definitely not their opponents. As for the remaining 10 mammoth beasts, it is very troublesome. But it is just a trouble. After all, there are only 10 of them, so they can just fly a kite. I don't know if it's arrogance or something else. It is estimated that his own advantages and victory made him arrogance. He didn't make good use of his own advantages and pretended to be cool. Now it's good. He's gone. Although the mammoth beast is powerful, this tank-like beast is not flexible at all. It will not cause much damage if you just kite it. At most, you can throw some troops to entangle it and let it kill the rest of the group, especially the 300 bear goblins and wild boar riders. Will quickly cut into the battlefield and kill all the half-elf archers who were injured by a wave of meteor showers, and then kill the remaining snowfield ice wolves one after another. In the end, it took 2 hours to fight, mainly because it took too much time to grind to death the 10 mammoths. This guy has thick skin and flesh, and his vitality is comparable to that of a great naga. After the crossbow arrows penetrated the thick fur, there was no killing. Hundreds of arrows shot at his body, but only superficial skin injuries, not hurting the bones at all. In the end, it took 2 hours to grind, relying on the risk of close-range shooting at its eyes to kill it with difficulty. When the last mammoth beast fell to the ground, Lin Xiao exhaled heavily. It was too difficult. Defeating the opponent, it was another exciting card-drawing session. He slapped the roulette wheel hard, and a golden card appeared in front of him. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, and said in disbelief, "Damn, my luck exploded." Gold represents mythical quality. The only card in the opponent's hand that is of mythical quality is the 10 mammoth beasts. It was drawn out. The fact is that he did draw the mythical mammoth card in Conan's hand, although only one card was drawn in this round. There is a saying that the essence is concentrated. Needless to say, this card must be added to the combat deck. He slapped it again with great excitement and chose to continue matching. This time it took almost a minute to match successfully. After entering the challenge plane, all 5 cards were in place at once, and the super large fire element of the extraordinary level was directly summoned. When a super large fire element as high as 15 meters and 10 tank-like mammoth beasts were in place, his opponent was dumbfounded. Before he could get over the joy of the last victory, he found that this battle was basically declared GG before it was even fought. No need for tactics. Just charge the whole army. 10 mammoths lined up and pushed forward. 300 bear goblins and boar knights went around. 100 heavy infantry protected 500 crossbow shooters and advanced quickly. And the supernatural fire element rained fire in a few waves, and the opponent collapsed directly. The battle was over in less than 15 minutes, and they directly crushed and won the 3rd round. After defeating this opponent, he drew again, and this time he actually drew the highest 3 cards, and the level and quality were not bad. A 4-star rare quality skill card or a slash, charge for 1 second, and cut a 5-meter long high penetrating sword energy equivalent to twice the attack of the self in front. A 3-star rare quality summon card alchemical gunpowder, summon 10 barrels of alchemical gunpowder. A 3-star epic quality weapon card bed crossbow camp, summon 5 bed crossbows and corresponding operating soldiers. Looking at these 3 cards, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Which card should he add to the deck next? Or, which card should he decompose and fuse into more powerful cards? Although the last battle was a brainless crush, it does not mean that he can always win. The next battle is the 4th round, which has entered the later stage. The players who can still stay at this time are all lucky players. They definitely have powerful cards. If you want to win, you need to spend more effort. Chapter 166 Fusion Self-Destructing Assassin. Checking the cards he has. Even with the cards he drew before, there are only 11 cards left, which are the 2-star mythical quality spell ring, the 3-star rare quality jackal assassin army card, the 2-star blank summon card to summon the wolf, the 4-star rare quality skill card Earth Shatter, the 3-star rare quality to summon 10 barrels of alchemical gunpowder, and the 3-star epic quality crossbow card to summon 5 crossbow cards. These are the only cards that are of some value. The rest are useless garbage that can only be decomposed as nutrients. Now the question is, how to fuse a suitable powerful card from these 11 cards? Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought for a long time. With these limited cards, they are not unified, and it seems that nothing good can be fused. To be precise, it can't fuse 2 powerful cards. Or, can it be like this? Jackal Assassin plus the skill Earth Shatter. The two are fused to become a Jackal Assassin with this skill. Or merge Earth Shatter into the 4-star rare heavy infantry card, so that it has this skill. Or, Lin Xiao looked at some of the cards, and suddenly a strange idea came to his mind. He squinted his eyes, and thought for a while. Then said, can we give it a try? He did it right away. He first picked up the 2-star mythical quality spell ring. This card contained a magic ring with a 2-ring spell level 2 monster summoning enhanced, which can be used 20 times a day, summoning a small group of level 2 monsters each time. Although it is mythical quality, it can only summon level 2 monsters, which is a bit useless. But what if I change it? Lin Xiao had a bold idea in his mind. He first merged the 2-star wolf summoning card. Wait a minute. Maybe it can be like this. He put away the wolf summoning card, took out another Jackal Assassin card, and then took out the alchemical gunpowder summoning card and threw them all into the magic cube space. Decomposed the cards, and then fused them. According to his idea, he took off all the weapons and equipment on the Jackal Assassins, and then each of them carried a barrel of alchemical gunpowder. So, a summoning card that can summon a self-destructing assassin carrying a barrel of explosives came out. But this is not enough. He took out the magic ring card and threw it into the fortune magic cube, and then threw all the remaining garbage cards into it to decompose them into nutrients. With the magic ring as the core, he eliminated the 2nd-level monster summoning spell summoned by the magic ring and replaced it with a summoning self-destructing assassin. Then all the garbage cards were decomposed into nutrients for strengthening. And finally a 3-star mythical quality troop card, the self-destructing assassin, was obtained. Effect: summon 20 self-destructing assassins who are not afraid of death. Use 10 times a day. At this point, the 6th position of Lin Xiao's battle deck has been filled, and he has no other cards in his hand except these 6 cards. 20 once, 210 times, 200 stealth-capable suicide assassins. Hee. Lin Xiao chose to match his opponent for the 5th time with a secret thought in mind. This time, the speed was quite fast. He had matched his opponent in less than half a minute. He observed his opponent as soon as he entered the plane. 2,000 gnolls, 1,000 goblins, and 3,000 kobolds. There were too many cannon fodders. But his attention was soon attracted by a 10-meter-tall stone man standing behind him. It turned out to be a large granite puppet of the 6th order extraordinary level. It was made of granite, and was incredibly hard. However, this was not the strongest. Lin Xiao soon saw that behind the granite puppet, there was a huge bed crossbow camp. A full 100 bed crossbow carts were lined up in a row, and the sharp arrows emitted a metallic cold light. This lineup is quite solid, judging from the lineup on paper. This opponent needs at least 4 5-star cards to arrange an army of this size. It is estimated that all 5-star cards were selected at the beginning. In the last round, it was quite difficult for Lin Xiao to deal with it. He might lose if he was not careful. But this time it was different. When the battle started, the huge formation of the opposite side began to advance head-on. But Lin Xiao ordered the central army to stay still. 300 bear goblins and wild boar knights stepped out of the line to circle to the right to attract the opponent's attention. At the same time, he quickly summoned 200 self-explosive assassins and asked them to carry explosive barrels and enter stealth mode to circle to the left. The main crossbow card of this opponent was very slow, which gave him plenty of time. The wild boar knight hung far outside the shooting range of the crossbow cart to attract the opponent's attention. The stealth self-explosive assassin quietly circled from the other side to not far from the crossbow cart. Lin Xiao ordered the whole army to charge. The charge of 10 huge mammoth beasts immediately attracted all the attention of the opponent. The crossbow cart stopped, and a large number of auxiliary soldiers attached began to string it. Mervin stood in the air with his hands folded on his chest, and looked at the battlefield. He was quite confident in his lineup. As long as he guarded the crossbow camp, no matter how powerful the enemy's troops were, they would suffer. Although the opponent's lineup was powerful, it was also useless. The powerful bed crossbow was specifically designed to counter large creatures. He did not find the stealth self-destructing assassin. At this time, they only had a little consciousness in this virtual battlefield. They did not inherit the powerful strength of the divine creatures, and could not see through the skills of stealth and stealth. So, when the 10 mammoth beasts in the front row crashed into the dog-headed crowd, Lin Xiao immediately ordered 300 wild boar knights to charge at the crossbow camp to attract attention. Stop them. Mervyn immediately ordered a team of jackals guarding the crossbow camp to rush up. At the same time, a yellow light flashed on the granite puppet in the middle army, and a layer of yellow light appeared on the wild boar knight. It slowed down quickly, and was stopped by the rushing jackals. Mervyn immediately controlled the granite puppet. The 10-meter-high rock giant raised his arms, and slapped the ground fiercely. With a bang, a circle of ripples spread under the feet of the wild boar knights, pulling out countless sharp stalagmites from the ground, assassinating dozens of wild boar knights on the spot. And the rest were stuck and restricted. Ha ha ha. Your cavalry. Boom boom boom. The violent explosions interrupted his words. Mervyn's face changed drastically, and he turned around to see that his most important crossbow battalion was caught in a violent explosion. One by one, figures emerged from stealth, holding a large barrel of strong alchemical gunpowder, and rushing into the crossbow camp to detonate. In just less than 10 seconds, the 100 crossbow camps were wiped out, and there were less than 50 self-destructing assassins. This is quite powerful. Lin Xiao smacked his lips, and praised his flash of inspiration just now. Once the core crossbow camp was destroyed, Mervyn's strength was directly reduced by more than half. At this time, Lin Xiao ordered the super-large fire element to prepare to cast a rain of fire. An hour later, as more than 50 self-destructing assassins rushed forward, a shocking explosion sounded, and the 10-meter-high granite puppet was blown up alive. The 7 surviving mammoths rushed up and crashed down, and the cracked puppet was torn into pieces. Cool! After easily winning another city, Lin Xiao was in a very good mood. He happily opened the card drawing interface, and clicked it casually. And 3 more cards appeared. A 5-star Kobold Troop card can summon 3,000 Kobold Cannon Fodder. A 4-star Goblin Troop card can summon 1,000 Goblin Cannon Fodder. A 5-star Knoll Troop card can summon 2,000 Knoll Cannon Fodder. Oh my goodness. All 3 cannon fodders are ready. Lin Xiao was speechless. It would be a bit against his will to say that this was not good. 2 5-star cards and 1 4-star card were considered to be extremely lucky. But all of them were cannon fodder, which was speechless. There was no other way. So he could only use them. And the fusion method was very simple. All fused into the 3-star rare quality Bugbear Boar Rider card. Integrate the Goblin Cannon Fodder card into it, and then decompose the other 2 into nutrients and integrate them into it. And finally obtain a 5-star rare quality summoning card Cannon Fodder Camp. Effect: activate the card. Summon 3,000 Kobold Cannon Fodder, 2,000 Knoll Cannon Fodder, 2,000 Goblin Cannon Fodder, and 300 Bear Goblin Boar Riders. After fusing the cards, Lin Xiao found that there was still a vacant spot in his battle deck, but no card was used. Ready. Continue matching. Next is the 5th round. As long as he wins this round, he can enter the top 100, which is quite critical. After waiting for a full 15 minutes of matching, he thought there was no opponent before he matched an opponent. When he entered the plane and saw the opponent, Lin Xiao laughed after being stunned for a few seconds. This time the opponent is a legion of more than 30,000 undead, controlled by more than a dozen undead mages. And there are no other arms. In other words, there were other arms, but the opponent transformed them all into undead. A single undead is not strong, but if there are enough of them, it will be terrible, especially in the current situation. Even if Lin Xiao took 3 advanced cannon fodder cards and merged them, he only had 7,000 cannon fodders. The opponent had more than 30,000 cannon fodders, which was even more terrifying. Unfortunately, he had more than 7,000 cannon fodders. Lin Xiao was somewhat thankful that he had drawn 3 cannon fodder cards in the last round, so he had enough cannon fodders to resist and buy time. If he only had a few hundred cannon fodders, like in the last round, he would not be able to stop the more than 30,000 undead army from rushing forward. Although the extraordinary fire element has an overclock burst move, it will be useless after using it, and it is impossible to completely destroy the opponent. The dozens of necromancers are not vegetarians. Now, just like last time, attract the firepower head-on, and 200 self-destruct assassins sneak over, considering that the necromancers are too sensitive and may discover the stealth assassins. He ordered the extraordinary fire element to summon a large number of fire elements to prepare for the big move like last time. The terrifying power immediately attracted all the attention of the necromancers, allowing the stealth self-destruct assassins to successfully approach the target. Although the necromancers reacted instantly, it was too late. Then, there was a wave of earth-shaking self-destruction. which killed 90% of the necromancers. At the same time, the meteor shower summoned by the extraordinary fire element overclocked without the necromancers to resist caused huge damage to the undead army. In the God's Tomb Square, Lin Su came back to his senses with a tired face and pinched his eyebrows. The evenly matched battle just now consumed a lot of his energy. The strength of the two sides was very different. He could only rely on precise command to slowly gain a little advantage, accumulate advantages and gradually expand them, and finally win with difficulty. Fortunately, he drew a very powerful card after the victory. Otherwise he really had no confidence to continue to win in the next wave. There were still more than 100 people in the square, but there were less than 20 players representing the Huaxia area. The rest were all players from the College Alliance. Their initial advantage was too great. Chapter 167 Ancient God Card Undead Legion Card. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes, he happened to see Lin Su's somewhat anxious eyes. He glanced at the situation in the surrounding square and immediately understood what was going on. Lin Su also found that he woke up and asked in a low voice, "How are you now?" He gave a thumbs up. "Stable. How about you?" Lin Su nodded and said, "I'm okay. I just drew a top quality card. As long as I don't encounter other unlucky cards, I should be able to hold on for another round and enter the top 50. How about you?" Lin Xiao grinned and laughed out loud. "Very good. I just defeated the undead player. I don't know if it was because of my good luck or the game rules gave priority to drawing high quality cards, and I directly drew the opponent's undead mage card. A total of 3 cards were drawn, and in addition to the undead mage card, the other 2 were weapon cards. The weapon card is useless, but the necromancer card is awesome because it is an ancient quality card that includes 12 level 5 necromancers. 12 level 5 necromancers are certainly not ancient quality. But what if it includes more than 33,000 undead with strength between level 1 and level 2? This is a special card, and all the undead controlled by the necromancer are considered part of this card. The most buggy part is that the opponent killed by the undead army on the battlefield will be awakened by the necromancer to become part of the undead army, which means that this card will become stronger and stronger. Of course, if the undead dies on the battlefield, the dead undead will be gone after the battle, which is also a limitation of this card. Otherwise it would be too abnormal. This is also the main reason why this card can accumulate more than 33,000 undead. Otherwise it is impossible to get so many cannon fodder undead under normal circumstances. The last opponent converted all the arms cards in his hand into undead, hoping to accumulate a huge army of undead to sweep across the country. Unfortunately, he ran into Lin Xiao's self-destruct assassin team. He was a little careless, and the core undead mage was wiped out in one wave. Holding this card, Lin Xiao had a lot of tricks in mind. Lin Su was worried about the disadvantages of the Huaxia district, but he didn't think too much. It was normal to be at an absolute disadvantage, and he was powerless to change it. He could only do his best to rank higher. If he could become the first and get the God's Tomb, it would be a win, and it would be worth the price paid by the Huaxia district military to give the other party such a big advantage. You must know that with the initial advantage of the University Alliance, most of the top 100 rewards will be taken away by the University Alliance players, and most of these rewards are provided by the Huaxia district. The main purpose is to give them the opportunity to compete for the God's Tomb. Without these conditions, Major General Carey might not be willing to give them the opportunity to compete. Although the God's Tomb was discovered in the Huaxia district, Major General Carey's identity is not ordinary. They cannot forcibly take away his God's Tomb, and can only let the other party volunteer. At this time, Shen Yuexin beside him suddenly opened her eyes, and Lin Xiao asked, "How is the little ant? How far do you think she can go?" Her beautiful eyes flickered and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She seemed to be a little sensitive to this title, but she didn't say anything. She smiled and said, "With my luck, the top 3 is not easy to get. What about the first place? There is a certain possibility." Judging from her tone, she is confident. Lin Xiao immediately said, "Then we will depend on you this time. I will try my best." It seems that the little ant is very lucky. Well, she is indeed very lucky. She has an ancient god card at the beginning. It is estimated that the winning cards are all good things. He even doubts whether her deck is now full of high-quality cards of gold or orange quality. Looking around the hundreds of people in the square, there are still 18 contestants in the Huaxia area gathered together not far away. Basically, they are all recognized. They are all silver and gold level players. Those below this level are all eliminated. Yes, generally speaking, the so-called genius elites have good luck. Talent without luck will not last long. What's interesting is that 3 of the 5 people from Yumming Trading Company are still holding on. Judging from their confident appearance, their luck is probably very good. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought, it would be fun if these 3 people could make it to the end and enter the top 10. The square was quiet. Those who could make it to this round were basically elites with good character. There were very few arrogant people who didn't know the height of the world, even if they had an absolute advantage. No players from the College Alliance mocked them, but were slightly wary of their companions. Because of the unequal number of people on both sides, there will be many civil wars among the players of the College Alliance to determine the ranking. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao and the others. Anyway, they have to continue to fight, and the opponents they face will become stronger and stronger. The 3 chatted for a while to relax, and waited for another wave of players to disappear in the square before starting the next round of challenges. Before starting the match, Lin Xiao first took out the Necromancer card and put it into the Creation Cube. Then threw all the other arms cards in his hand except the 10 mammoths into the Creation Cube, merged with the Undead card, and transformed all the cannon fodder and arms into undead. But unlike using the Necromancer to awaken the undead, the transformed undead will retain their professions and weapons and equipment before they died. That is to say, after the transformation, 500 crossbow shooters will become 500 undead crossbow shooters, and they will not be transformed into skeletons or zombie cannon fodder like the Necromancer. Of course, the existing cannon fodder camp does not need to be specially transformed, and all can be transformed into cannon fodder undead. Anyway, they are cannon fodder. In this way, this Necromancer card will have more than 40,000 undead troops, including 100 undead infantry, 300 undead cavalry, and 500 undead crossbow shooters. After loading the Necromancer card into the combat deck, Lin Xiao found that his deck only had 4 cards, but his strength increased by more than 2 times compared to the previous one. The match was successful in less than a minute. I entered the battlefield and secretly summoned the fire element and 200 self-destruct assassins according to the preset steps. Then, of course, it was a flat attack. What can the undead army do? Just circle the mouse and attack one wave at a time. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a loud bang, the self-destruct assassin sneaked to the rear of the enemy, and the long-range main force successfully self-destructed. This wave won again. Moreover, after the battle, the Necromancers reawakened the opponents killed on the battlefield. After deducting the dead in the battle, the final settlement had more than 2,000 undead. In addition, there was a 5-star epic heavy cavalry card among the 2 cards drawn, which could summon 500 human heavy knights, who were transformed into undead heavy cavalry by him. The combat power was stronger than that of flesh and blood. After all, the undead did not have the various weaknesses of creatures, and the various powerful spells and priest magic that restrain the undead are extremely rare in the challenge, and there are very few cards in this regard. The other card was a 5-star card that summoned earth elements, which could summon 4 large earth elements. He equipped it directly in the combat deck, since there were plenty of empty slots anyway. In the 7th round, Lin Su looked at the 3 super large fire elements that were more than 10 meters tall and a large number of large and medium-sized fire elements summoning rain of fire from the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. He sighed and murmured, "I tried my best." After that, as the last subordinate was engulfed by the flames, he was eliminated. On another battlefield, Shen Yuexin hugged her arms to highlight the majestic outline of her chest. On the battlefield, 5 extraordinary great wizards joined together to summon 4 huge meteor explosions from the sky, which wiped out all the enemy's main forces in one blow. 5 6th level great wizards jointly cast spells, and could cast any spell except legendary spells. They were simply too powerful. In the plane where Lin Xiao was, he also welcomed his 7th opponent, a familiar white boy. He thought carefully, and it seemed that he was the strong men of the College Alliance, who walked with Bart and Arya, equivalent to the elites in the Huaxia area second only to Wu Zhenglin. His name seemed to be Abel Lin. Abel Lin looked at his troops, and then at Lin Xiao's dark army of undead that was several times larger than his own. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "You can get to this point. You are one of the strongest in the Huaxia area. It is not shameful to lose to you." Humph. Big talk. Lin Xiao suddenly paused and showed a thoughtful look. And then received a prompt. Your opponent gave up. And you won. A head full of question marks appeared on his head. And then, he recalled what the other party said. This admits defeat. Say the most harsh words. Admit the most cowardly defeat. At the end of the 7th round, when Lin Xiao returned to the God's Tomb Square, there were only 18 people left, which means he was now in the top 20. But to his surprise, the proportion of Huaxia selections in this round was higher than before. 8 of the 18 were selected from Huaxia, and 10 were from the Ivy League. What surprised him most was that there were still 2 people from Yuming Trading Company left on the field. Looking at their excited expressions, they didn't look like they were having a hard time. Could it be that this summer camp is going to be a surprise? Lin Xiao had to sigh that luck is really hard to say. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. To be honest, they must not be lucky in life. Otherwise, they would not have been eliminated from school early and come to the outer domain to adventure. But when luck comes, it is really riding the wind. Even elite geniuses like them can't stop it. They have made it into the top 20. If they can win once more, even if they lose later, they will be specially recruited by the military, and their life will be completely changed. Sighing with some emotion, Lin Xiao returned to the virtual plane and tapped the roulette wheel to draw cards. As the light flashed, 3 cards unfolded in front of him. He was happy. But when he saw the contents of the 3 cards, the smile on his face immediately collapsed. A warrior profession card can load the warrior profession for melee soldiers. A golden 5-star summoning card can summon a level 6 super large air element. A 5-star magic item card shining with purple light is a silver scroll, which contains a powerful defensive barrier spell that can summon a 100*100 meter defensive barrier to resist damage. This is very embarrassing. There is not a single soldier card. The warrior profession card is completely useless. The only soldier card he has is the 12 necromancers. The more than 40,000 undead are summoned creatures controlled by the necromancers. And the profession card cannot be loaded. Chapter 168 The Treasures in the Mouths of Big Men. Another card that summons a super large air element of extraordinary level is not bad. It can summon tornadoes and lightning, and its combat power is not inferior to that of fire element. As for the last defensive barrier card, it is also good. Defense? What can I say? The cards are all good, but it is a bit embarrassing to combine them, because these cards cannot strengthen the original main undead army, and they are useless in the current round of challenges. However, this does not mean that it cannot be fought. The useless is only relative to him. Both the air element of extraordinary level and the defensive barrier are good things. Besides, the undead army card in his hand is too powerful. After multiple trainings, it has become a super model card that exceeds the general ancient quality arms card. This is enough. Loading all the cards in his hand except the occupation card, Lin Xiao bravely faced the opponent and started the 8th round of battle. The fact is just as he imagined. The opponent in the 8th round has 3 super large fire elements, 12 level 5 large fire elements, 70 or 80 medium fire elements, and hundreds of small fire elements. In addition, there are more than 2,000 level 1 Murloc cannon fodder, more than 2,000 level 1 Ogre cannon fodder, more than 300 level 3 Murloc Tide Caller warlocks, 500 level 4 human archers, and 500 werewolf warriors. After Lin Xiao looked at the composition of the troops, he knew what was going on. If he guessed correctly, this opponent had an ancient quality fire element summoning card at the beginning, and summoned so many fire elements in one breath. The other troops were all troop cards drawn from previous battle victories. They seemed to be a lot, but in fact, they were not as good as the fire element summoning card when added together. It's settled. With the composition of the opponent's troops, as long as there are no super powerful cards hidden, they should be able to win. Unconsciously, his set of pieces has become very powerful when combined. At the beginning of the battle, Yozel ordered the whole army to charge. All the fire elements gathered together with 3 super large fire elements of the extraordinary level and began to cast spells. First, they summoned 3 waves of fire elements in one breath to expand the scale of the fire elements. And then the sky turned dark red, and the rain of fire fell. The 3 super large fire elements cast the fire rain spell at the same time, covering a very large area. If other players were to face this move, they could only bear it. But Lin Xiao also had a super large fire element in his hand. He quickly summoned 3 waves of fire elements to gather together, and then cast a fire defense barrier for the undead archers in the troops covered by the rain of fire. At the same time, another super large air element also cast an air barrier to resist the rain of fire for another important part of the troops. As for ordinary cannon fodder, they didn't care. If they died, they died. Anyway, there were enough of them, and the main force was fine. The effect of a wave of fire rain did not meet expectations. The opponent frowned and began to command the troops in detail. Lin Xiao smiled and ignored the attacking undead army. It was too troublesome to command in detail. Under Yozel's control, a large number of fire elements followed and advanced. When they were close to the casting distance, they summoned fireballs and threw them into the group of undead to bombard them. These fireballs are just ordinary fireballs. Their explosion range and power are far less than that of fire explosions. Of course, for cannon fodder, being within the explosion range means death. Small fire elementals can only throw 3 fireballs a day, medium fire elementals 6, and large fire elementals 9. Yozel has thousands of fire elementals here. The power released by all of them is enough to destroy the undead army. But more than a dozen undead mages will not watch their subordinates die, and begin to approach the battlefield to cast spells together. Exile. Exile the creature summoned by spells back to the original world. So a large group of extra summoned fire elementals were expelled home to receive boxed lunches. Undead barrier. Using the death breath emitted by the undead themselves to form a barrier. The defense ability is not high, but it is no problem to resist a few waves of fireballs. Weakness. The power of death makes the target weak. Fear aura. Combined with weakness and death, makes the enemy fearful and reduces morale. Bone shield. Use the broken bones of dead skeletons to piece together a shield to resist physical and spell damage. The necromancer's combat power is not as good as that of an orthodox mage, but his role on the battlefield is stronger than that of an orthodox mage. The various buff and weakening spells can easily change the situation. Although Yozel's spell power is strong, the fire element is not a mage and cannot dispel various necromancy spells. All the fire element companions summoned by his own fire element were expelled, but all the fire elements summoned by Lin Xiao were still there. He had to be thankful that the original fire element was summoned by a card and could not be dispelled. Otherwise, he would not be able to play after a wave of dispelling. But as the necromancer exerted his strength, and then waited until the stealth self-destructing assassin touched the rear of the conventional army and killed all its long-range shooters with a round of self-destruction, the situation tilted again. Lin Xiao did not choose to blow up the opponent's fire element. There were 3 extraordinary fire elements there, and the self-destructing assassin could not get close. Anyway, when the opponent's conventional forces were all dead, the remaining group of fire elements would not be able to turn the world upside down. One thing surprised Lin Xiao. Until the end of the battle, the 3 tall and super large fire elements collapsed and formed a sea of fire, and the opponent did not use the ultimate move like himself. Although there were no additional fire elements summoned, there were so many fire elements to increase the power. There was no reason why I couldn't cast spells across levels. Could it be that my fire element was a special ability fused from multiple element summoning cards? Lin Xiao could only guess. After defeating Yozel, Lin Xiao has entered the top 10. Apart from other things, he got 2 extra card slots and an ancient god card. He opened the card drawing wheel with anticipation. After a thrilling rotation, a lonely card appeared in front of him. But he was happy because the card was emitting crystal light. He drew Yozel's fire element card. Ancient 5-star summoning card, Molten Sea of Flame, each time it is used. 3 to 5 super large fire elementals, 10 to 20 large fire elementals, 50 to 100 medium-sized fire elementals, and 300 to 500 small fire elementals are randomly summoned from the Molten Sea of Flame. Wow! This card is awesome. Although it is not as good as the Undead Legion card, it is only slightly inferior, and is also very powerful. Now it belongs to him. With the card in hand, Lin Xiao is full of confidence in the next game. He returned to the God's Tomb Square with his special consciousness and took a look. But this glance surprised him. After the last round of competition, there were only 9 players left. Originally, Lin Xiao wanted to see how many people were left in the Huaxia district to see if his aunt and Wu Zhengling were eliminated. The result was beyond his expectations. There were 6 players in the Huaxia district plus him, and there were only 3 left in the Ivy League. This contrast was amazing. What surprised him even more was that the two remaining players from Yumming Trading Company were still there. It was really a dark road to the present. These two people are Captain Li Cheng and Wang Jiejia. No matter what the result is, the two will definitely get special recruitment and training from the military. And their fate will be changed from then on. This is quite rare, which means that they have a great chance to become demigods. And there is a very small chance of becoming true gods in the future. Although the chance of becoming a demigod from a 1 in a billion chance of an ordinary adventurer is still pitifully small, it is at least much better than the previous impossibility. It is difficult for ordinary adventurers, who are eliminated in high school, to be promoted to demigods. Not to mention true gods, which is a negligible possibility. History can prove that there are hundreds of millions of eliminated students in the first year of high school in the main world every year. The accumulation over the years is terrifying. But less than 10 eliminated players in the god realm can be deified every year. Most of them are supported by big forces, and it is rare to see ordinary adventurers in many years. This shows how difficult it is for players in the god realm to be deified. Of course, this does not include giving up the identity of god realm players to be deified in foreign lands and becoming pure faith gods, with various restrictions similar to indigenous gods. It is much easier for such indigenous gods to be deified than for players in the god realm. After all, as long as they have a godhood in hand or have enough believers, they may be deified with a little luck. Many indigenous gods are deified because they are lucky enough to obtain godhood. Such gods will be restricted to the plane with the most believers, bound by faith, and their personalities are affected by their duties. Their actual combat power is far inferior to that of players in the god realm, who are carried by believers in the god realm and the kingdom of God. But no matter how bad they are still gods with immortal lives. Many players in the god realm will choose to become indigenous gods when they have no hope of being deified. In the void outside the god's tomb, several summer camp mentors and many observers gathered together to watch the candidates on the god's tomb square pointing and laughing, which was in sharp contrast to the ugly expressions of several mentors from the Ivy League not far away. This result was not only unexpected by Lin Xiao, but also by many mentors. At the beginning, Ivy League had an absolute advantage. When they had the greatest advantage, the number of people on both sides once fell below 8-2. But after entering the top 100, the gap between the two sides quickly narrowed until the end of this round when the gap was reversed. That is to say, the Ivy League has an absolute majority in the top 100. But the opposite is true in the top 10. The instructors cannot see the battle situation in the god's tomb, but they can guess their status through the expressions of the players. The one in the best mood is naturally the instructor of the Fury Flame team, among the 6 players in the top 10 in the Huaxia region. Except for the 2 lucky ones from Yumming Trading Company. Her team has 2 of the remaining 4. 1 from the War Throne team, 1 from the Wolf Fang team, and none from the Saint Crystal team. Of course, the good mood of the instructors of the Fury Flame team does not mean that the moods of the instructors of the Saint Crystal team are bad. In fact, they don't care about the win or loss in this stage. It doesn't matter what place their team's players rank. What they care about is whether there are any Huaxia players who defeat all opponents and become the first place in this stage, and become the successor of the ancient ancestors' god's tomb. Major General Carey. As the team mentors, they had long known from the big shot before that there was a very special treasure hidden in this tomb of the gods. The big shot did not tell them the specific attributes of the treasure, but repeatedly told them to go all out to obtain the treasure. Chapter 169 Pseudoflame Lord Culbert. On the virtual plane, Lin Xiao looked at the 9 cards lined up in front of him and fell into deep thought. The cards he now holds are of very high quality. 2 ancient quality 5-star god cards, 2 myth quality 5-star cards, 1 3-star myth card, 1 legendary quality 5-star card, 2 epic quality 5-star cards, and 1 rare quality 5-star card. And because it is a fusion of the advantages of multiple cards, the fusion cards in his hand are generally stronger than similar cards. What he is considering now is to fuse some of the cards in his hand that are suitable for fusion again. Decompose the useless cards as nutrients to strengthen other cards, and try to make himself stronger to face the next enemy. It can be foreseen that the remaining 9 players, including him, now all have ancient quality cards, and some may have more than 1 or 2, such as Shen Yuexin, the European Emperor. After a little thought, Lin Xiao first threw the warrior occupation card into the magic cube for decomposition. Although this card is of high quality, it is a bit useless in this kind of competition. Then, He pinched his chin and thought for a while, and threw the 5-star card that summoned 4 large earth elements, another myth card that could summon a 6th level super large air element, and the myth card that was originally fused to summon a super large fire element. A total of 3 element summoning cards into the magic cube at the same time, and decomposed and refined them. Then he took out the ancient summoning card Flame Molten Sea and put it into the magic cube to extract the core essence, and merge the essence extracted from the previous 3 element summoning cards into it. After doing this, Lin Xiao pondered for a while, and also put the 5-star myth card that summoned 10 mammoth beasts into the magic cube. After hesitating for a while, he took out the ancient god card of the Undead Legion with a glittering crystal light. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered for a long time. He had a very bold idea in his mind. Can these 2 ancient cards be merged, using the Flame Molten Sea to cover the Undead Legion, and synthesize a card that can summon an army of undead with fire elemental characteristics? With the intention of trying, he put this ancient god card into the magic cube space. But he did not decompose it immediately, but verified whether it was feasible through the magic cube of fortune. After closing his eyes for a while, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and showed a surprised expression. The idea is indeed feasible, and the magic cube of fortune can indeed do it. But the premise is that there is enough fortune energy to change the rules and turn decay into magic. There is no way. He does not have fortune energy. However, in addition to his previous idea, the 2 cards can indeed be fused, but only one of the cards can be used as the main one, absorbing the other card to greatly strengthen itself, and absorbing 1 or 2 advantages of the other card. This made Lin Xiao quite hesitant. After thinking for a long time, he still did not make up his mind and shook his head. Let's talk about it later. The main reason is that he only knows that it can be fused, but he cannot know the specific results of the fusion in advance, so he dare not try it randomly for the time being. Next, he merged all 3 element summoning cards and mammoth summoning cards into the Flame Molten Sea, and then absorbed the nutrients decomposed by the occupation card. Finally, an ancient summoning card with a richer crystal light came out. Ancient 5-star summoning card Flame Molten Sea. Each time it is used, summon the pseudo-flame Lord Culbert. 5 to 8 super large fire elements / super large lava elements / flame beasts. 15 to 30 large fire elements / large lava elements / flame beasts. 80 to 120 medium-sized fire elements / medium-sized lava elements. And 400 to 600 small fire elements / small lava elements from the Flame Molten Sea. Note, affected by the Flame Molten Sea, the probability of fire elements appearing is the highest, followed by lava elements. Good guy. This is a hodgepodge. The elements summoned are obviously affected by the fused cards. The lava element is a combination of the fire element and the earth element, and the flame beast should be a fusion of 10 mammoth beasts. As for the super large air element summoning card that was fused, it is not shown in the introduction. Lin Xiao guessed that the fire element and the air element have nothing to do with each other. It is estimated that there is no such special element in the heavens and the worlds. Fusion must also abide by the basic law, so it cannot be formed after being fused into the Flame Molten Sea. According to his idea, this card is probably strengthened as nutrients. After all, this card can already summon a pseudo-flame lord. This is a complete surprise. What is a flame lord? This is a lord in the plane of fire elements. It is a hegemon similar to the Death Lord and the Demon Lord. It is a status and has nothing to do with strength. A powerful lord, such as the Demon Lord who occupies a level in the abyss, can be comparable to a true god in his own territory, while a weak Demon Lord may not even be a legend. The same is true for the Flame Lord, who has the authority to command all the flame elements in his territory. As for the Pseudo-Flame Lord, it is an existence that has not yet fully obtained the authority of the Lord. Generally speaking, it has authority, but is not strong enough to convince the public. Lin Xiao's ancient card of the Flame Molten Sea is probably like this. This Pseudo-Flame Lord named Culbert has the authority of the Lord, but his own strength is also only level 6, which is not enough to suppress all the flame creatures in the territory. When his strength is further improved, such as reaching the legendary level above level 8, he will be qualified to become a real Flame Lord. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. After all, this card will be gone after the game. What a pain in the ass. It would be a lie to say that it is not a pity. It would be fun if there is such a card. I can slowly strengthen a card that can summon the real Fire Lord as my trump card in the future. Or can I try it later? Lin Xiao rubbed his teeth, added the card to the battle deck, and chose to match the opponent. After fusing a bunch of cards, he now has only 4 cards in his deck, which is pitifully few compared to others. It didn't take long for the match to succeed. The scene in front of him turned and appeared in the sky of a larger virtual plane than before, as the scale of everyone's troops became larger and larger in the later stages of the game. The initial battle plane could not accommodate them. Now the battle plane has become 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers, enough to accommodate all the troops of both sides. After entering the plane, Lin Xiao habitually glanced at his opponent, and was stunned the next second. When his opponent saw him, he was also stunned. They both cursed at the same time. Hack! Why is it you? After that, Lin Xiao immediately reacted. According to the current situation, there are only 3 people on the 6-person college alliance in the Huaxia region. Just like the college alliance before, he will definitely be matched with his side in the civil war. His opponent this time is Li Cheng, the captain of the Dark Horse duo. He took a look at Li Cheng's troops, and could only sigh that people's luck is really unspeakable. In the plane, Li Cheng's main force turned out to be a total of 5,000 violent demons. In addition, a bunch of different arms cards piled up more than 10,000 troops, which are quite strong. It's not that the more than 10,000 troops are terrible, even if they are all above level 3. And there are even 2 extraordinary creatures. They are not as terrible as the 5,000 violent demons. The strength of the violent demons is only level 4. But the problem is that this is a warlike demon, or a well-organized demon army. Demons have always been the best in their category, and they are quite terrifying when they are fully armed. With the help of this 5,000 violent demon army, Li Cheng has swept all the way to the present. To be honest, if there is no newly acquired Flame Molten Sea card, the undead army alone will definitely not be able to defeat the opponent. No, if the Flame Molten Sea card has not been strengthened, it may not be able to defeat it. Now, Lin Xiao has absolute confidence in killing Li Cheng, and the key is the Pseudo-Flame Lord. The Pseudo-Flame Lord is also a lord, although only level 6. But with him, the power of this card has changed qualitatively. The two chatted while ranking and arranging the formation. Looking at the calm Lin Xiao, Li Cheng smiled. But he attached great importance to this opponent in his heart, and was holding back a breath of anger in his heart. After going through all the difficulties, and defeating all the elites in the school that he used to look up to, he felt so happy that he couldn't describe it. He was eager to defeat more opponents. He wanted to defeat all the opponents and reach the top, and trample all the strongest elites of the summer camp and the college alliance under his feet to prove his ability to everyone. The so-called elites are just like this, especially since he has entered the top 10 now. He can reach the top as long as he defeats a few more opponents. He carefully arranged his troops, and looked at Lin Xiao's seemingly huge undead army. He bowed his hand sincerely and said, I was thinking about meeting him in the end, but I didn't expect to meet him here first. Please give me more advice later. Oh! Lin Xiao could hear the strong confidence in his words. He looked at Li Cheng's seemingly honest, but unconcealed self-confidence carefully with a smile. Okay. Let's communicate with each other. He withdrew his hand with a smile, and ended the communication. As soon as the countdown to the start of the battle ended, he quickly activated the Flame Melting Sea card, and began to summon. As a huge vortex of flames unfolded on the ground, endless flames flowed out of the vortex, and quickly spread to the surroundings, turning into a sea of fire. A deep voice slowly echoed in the plain. I am Culbert, the Lord of the Flame Molten Sea. The flames in the center of the vortex arched up, and a 20-meter tall flame giant, with a flame crown on his head emerged from it. In the name of the Lord of the Flame Molten Sea, I call my people. As the flame giant roared in a low voice, the flames and lava in the flame vortex gushed out like a spring, and the endless flames and lava flowed out quickly, and expanded to a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. One by one, flame creatures emerged from it, and turned into fire elements, or flame creatures. Wow! It's really spectacular. The majesty of this Flame Lord's appearance was even more impressive than Lin Xiao had imagined. But I don't know if his specific strength is worthy of this appearance. Li Cheng, who was facing each other, had his confidence cut in half in an instant when the Flame Lord appeared. It was hard to say how strong he was, but this appearance with unlimited style really shocked him, especially when he saw the flame crown on Culbert's head. He shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? How can a level 5 card summon a lord creature? Isn't this something that can only be summoned by demigod cards above level 6? His voice was not concealed at all. Lin Xiao, who was on the other side of the virtual plane, heard it and said in surprise, I was wondering why it was a pseudo-lord. It turned out to be a card restriction. Chapter 170 Legendary spells that kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. The lowest level of a true lord creature is legendary, and the highest is comparable to a true god, which is indeed beyond their current level. This also shows how powerful a true lord creature is, and how terrifying this pseudo-lord is. And he will never be just a show-off. I feel relieved now. With a snap of their fingers, more than a dozen necromancers waved their staffs and ordered the undead army to charge. Li Cheng on the opposite side came back to his senses from the shock of discovering the Flame Lord, and hurriedly ordered the whole army to suppress and charge. Before, he was still thinking about commanding his subordinates to fight a serious battle, deploying troops or suppressing the front or outflanking and other sophisticated tactics to show his command ability. Now all these thoughts have gone to the sky, and there is only one thought in his mind: to defeat the undead army as quickly as possible, and then engage in a full-scale battle with the many fire elements summoned in the flame molten sea. As long as the speed is fast enough, it is possible to fight a wave. At this time, he no longer had the confidence he had just had. Instead, he was filled with anxiety and unwillingness. He kept repeating, I have come this far. I have a chance to be in the top 3. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Summon the fire element, Lin Xiao ordered in a deep voice. The pseudo-flame lord in the plane roared to the sky. In the name of the master of the flame sea, summon my people. Countless flame whirlpools of different sizes appeared out of thin air in the lava sea of fire that had covered a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. One after another, flame creatures happily rushed out of the fire element plane on the flaming lava gushing out of the whirlpool. Even Lin Xiao was quite surprised by the number. It was also a spell to summon fire elements. Ordinary fire elements could only summon one fire element of the same level or several lower levels. And a fire lord summoned more than 10 super large fire elements of extraordinary level in one breath, including an elite fire element of level 7, which was simply terrifying. The number of fire elves almost doubled, and the land of fire expanded by nearly times. A huge lava lake was melted through the earth. More than 1,000 fire elves swam happily in the lava lake. The high temperature generated by the convergence greatly increased the temperature of the entire plane. As the infinite flames converged to the center, the huge body of the Fire Lord Culbert in the center of the flame sea slowly rose. Surrounded by many fire elves, Culbert raised his arms formed by flames, and a deep and powerful voice echoed in the plane, #@UN and UN%. The sky quickly turned red, and a vortex of fire emerged in the sky, spreading rapidly. The red light quickly spread to the edge of the plane of 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Li Cheng stared at the flame meteorite that slowly emerged from the center of the huge flame vortex in the sky. The meteorite and the plane repelled each other, and the void became red and distorted. Thousands of words echoed in his mind, and finally converged into one word: hack. Legendary spell meteorite from the sky, with the authority of the Fire Lord, and the combined power of more than 15 extraordinary super-large fire elements, and thousands of fire elements of all levels. Culbert was able to cast a legendary spell at the 6th level, leaping 2 levels. What will happen if a flaming meteorite with a diameter of more than 50 meters passes through the crystal wall of the plane and appears in this plane with a length and width of only 10 kilometers? Destruction of heaven and earth. The end of the world, accompanied by a deafening roar. A mushroom cloud of flames with a diameter of kilometers slowly rose up, and a huge ring of flame swept across and hit the edge of the plane fiercely. And everything within the range was wiped out by indescribable power. Whether it was Li Cheng's demon army, Lin Xiao's own undead army, and most of the fire elements were turned into powder under this destructive power. Only a small amount of lava elements and extraordinary fire elements were hidden under the molten sea and survived. Even the extraordinary fire elements summoned were forcibly sent back to the fire element plane. No more than 10 were still alive in the entire plane. Even the Flame Lord Culbert had already returned to the fire element plane at this time. After all, the super second level summoning legendary spell. His body in the material plane collapsed directly after summoning the meteorite. This is the power of the destructive legendary spell. Most demigods dare not take it head-on. Even if a true god takes a meteorite head-on, it will consume a lot of divine power to withstand it. Using this big move in a limited place means killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. But after all, you win. Li Cheng was sent away with a frustrated and helpless look on his face, leaving behind 3 cards. And the glittering Demon Legion card was among them. Speaking of which, as he persisted in the challenges one after another, Lin Xiao found that his luck was getting better and better. The later he got, the better he could draw the best things from his opponents. He guessed that as he continued to defeat his opponents, he was also plundering his opponent's luck. Until now, he has accumulated terrible luck, which is no less than the so-called European Emperor. In the first 10 stages, he can basically draw the best cards of his opponents every time he draws a card. It's normal to think about it. After all, this is a game about luck. Major General Carey's purpose in setting the rules of the game is definitely not just to see who is the most European. Every victory is actually plundering the opponent's luck. Even if your luck is bad, when you win 8 or 9 times in a row, the luck you accumulate is no different from that of the European Emperor. You will not win 8 or 9 rounds of opponents, but still have bad luck and draw garbage. Now the question is, how to use these 2 5-star cards of golden mythical quality plus an ancient card that summons the violent demon army. Now Lin Xiao has 3 ideas. One idea is to continue to strengthen the Flame Molten Sea card. But the problem is that the Flame Molten Sea card has now reached the limit of the 5th level card. It seems that the 5th level card cannot directly summon the existence of the 7th level or above. Therefore, the result of continuing to strengthen it now will not strengthen the Pseudo-Flame Lord Colbert to the 7th level or become a real Flame Lord. At most, the number of flame elements summoned by the card will be expanded. For example, more 6th level extraordinary flame elements, more large, medium and small fire elements, etc. In other words, there will only be quantitative changes, not qualitative changes. Another idea is to continue to strengthen the Undead Legion card. This ancient card still has great potential for strengthening. After all, the 12 undead mages are only level 5, not even level 6. If you continue to strengthen them, and strengthen all the undead mages to level 6, the overall strength will be different. As for the third idea, it is to decompose this undead card to strengthen the Berserker Legion card. According to the summoned creatures, the potential and strength of demons are stronger than those of undead, and they are particularly good at charging. According to Lin Xiao's idea, the Demon Legion is the vanguard, and the Flame Lord leads many fire elements to cast spells. The combination of the two must be very powerful. The main reason why Lin Xiao thought so was that the legendary spell Meteorite falling from the sky could not be used in the next battle. It was not that he could not continue to use it, but that he did not dare to use it. This spell is too powerful, and it is an indiscriminate spell. In the last game, Li Cheng won because he did not have subordinates with strong life-saving ability. If he encounters an opponent in the next round who has several soldiers with strong life-saving ability, who can withstand the aftermath of the meteorite without dying, wouldn't he be dumbfounded? After using it once, I know the pros and cons of the spell, and I will definitely not take risks again. Unless the opponent is far stronger than me. Maybe I can try the game that everyone has played together. While he was hesitating here, in another battlefield, another player of Yuming Trading Company, Wang Jieqiao, was defeated by Arya from the Ivy League. In another battlefield, the war between Wu Jinglin and Bart, the 2 prodigies of the Ivy League, was about to end. The 2 sides fought for nearly 7 hours in the plain. And finally Wu Jinglin defeated Bart with a slight advantage and advanced. In the 4th battlefield, Wang Xinhe also defeated the last player of the Ivy League with a slight advantage and won. At this point, except for Lin Xiao, the cheater, the advantages of others are not very big. Well, except Xin Yuexin. At this time, she was sitting alone in the void with her hands supporting her delicate little face in a daze. She was a bye in this round. In the last round, only 9 players advanced. And there must be one who would be a bye. And this place fell on her. Lin Xiao came back to his senses and looked at her with a sleepy look and asked her strangely. After getting the answer, he fell into deep thought. The bye promotion itself is enviable. And after the key bye, she drew 2 ancient god cards and a mythical card from the card pool, which is very enviable. Sure enough, the real European Emperor is not comparable to them. The fake European Emperor. Lin Xiao has nothing to say. About 10 minutes later, the last group of Wu Jinglin and Bart's game was completely over. Bart's figure disappeared. and only 5 people were left in the God's Tomb Square: Lin Xiao, Shen Yuexin, Wu Xinglin, Arya, and Wang Xinhe. According to the rules, one more round will determine the top 3. At the same time, because it is a 2-on-2 battle, this round will also produce a lucky bye and the other 2 winners to become the top 3. 4 of the 5 are from the Huaxia district, and Arya is the only seedling left in the Ivy League. Hong Yunfei, the mentor of the Wolf-Fang team, laughed at the many mentors and observers of the Ivy League not far away in the void. It seems that the quality of your elites this year is not good. You had such a big advantage at the beginning, but only one was left in the end. It would be funny if you couldn't even make it into the top 3. The undisguised ridicule made the Ivy League silent, and no one even refuted, because they had nothing to say. However, although they were silent, they were not angry, because this situation was normal. At the end of each exchange, there was always a winner who ridiculed the loser. It was already a routine tradition. Everyone knew what the so-called exchange competition was. If they won, they would definitely show off. What really made them depressed was that if they could not get the first place, not only would the God's Tomb have nothing to do with them, but they would also lose the treasure inside. This was the point that made them unhappy. But the rules had already been set. Whether they could win or not depended on the player's own luck. If they could not win, they could not win. There was nothing they could do. This was the territory of the Huaxia district, and the return of the residual soul of Major General Carey had alarmed many big figures to stare at this place, which made them have no chance to cheat. Chapter 171: Misunderstanding and Optimism. I wonder which lucky person will get this treasure. Under the gaze of countless powerful eyes, a new round of matching has begun. Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin encouraged each other seriously and entered the virtual plane. Just as they entered the virtual plane, a big sun in the unknown void pushed away the rolling void energy, and billions of divine lights bloomed and cleansed the void billions of kilometers away. The void creatures in it fled outward and dared not stay here. Through the invisible distortion, it can be vaguely seen that there is a vast world inside the sun. In the depths of the world filled with endless flames, 3 blurred figures shrouded by invisible distortion stood on the infinite divine light. And in front of them was the scene on the God Tomb Square. There is no distinction between the 3 figures, but it is obvious that the divine light of the figure in the middle is slightly dim, and it is Major General Carey. On his left and right, one was the big shot from the Huaxia military, who had come to the Tomb of God to communicate with Major General Carey, and the other was a big shot from the Ivy League. At this time, the 3 of them were looking at the scene on the Tomb of God Square displayed on the screen in front of them. Major General Carey sighed. What a young man in his prime, full of vigor and vitality. Major General Carey was quite emotional, looking into the sky, as if recalling his past. The one from the Huaxia military glanced at the other one and smiled. Today's scene reminds me of the past, when I was also in high spirits in the 4-party exchange competition, leading my teammates to defeat all opponents and win the first place in the exchange competition. How similar is the scene today? When the other heard this, his whole body twisted and the divine light expanded rapidly, as if it was about to explode, but soon deflated. After a cold snort, the big shot from the Huaxia district laughed and was quite proud. Major General Carey ignored them and just said to himself, I am very happy to see that the main world is so powerful now, and the young generation of elites are emerging. Your Excellency, don't worry. When you return to Faust, the great immortal king will personally help you rebuild your soul. The big man from the Ivy League comforted him. The unknown existence in the Huaxia district next to him also nodded. His Majesty Huiyao will also be willing to help you personally. Major General Carey just smiled and waved his hand and said, Rebuilding my soul is equivalent to reshaping a powerful divine power, which will have a huge impact on the power of the 2 majesties. The 2 majesties will not mind. But I mind, he said firmly. After returning to the main world, I will go to look for old friends who are still alive. I will trouble you all at that time. When my wish is fulfilled, I can return to the Gaia Source Sea with peace of mind. The 2 beings from different forces were silent for a while before a voice sounded. Has your Excellency really decided to return to the Sea of Origin? Major General Carey did not answer, but just observed the light screen in front of him with interest for a while, and suddenly said, Interesting boy. The other 2 were a little strange, and their eyes were also projected into the Tomb of God, compared with the instructors and observers, who could only see a few players in the Tomb of God. They were stronger, and could see the battle in the virtual plane. But they could only see the battle in the plane, and could not see what the players were doing or what cards they had. The two beings swept their eyes over the 5 boys and girls who were preparing for the battle, and asked curiously, "What's interesting?" Major General Carey smiled but said nothing. As the master of the Tomb of God, he could see everything in the Tomb of God and see things that others could not see. He knew exactly what cards the 5 boys and girls in the virtual plane had in their hands and what effects they had. Because of this, he discovered the abnormality of the cards in Lin Zhao's hand. Although all the cards drawn by the contestants were virtualized by the treasure, as the master of the god's tomb, he knew that these cards could be either fake or real. As the owner of those treasures, he knew that the cards in Lin Zhao's hand were not the original cards. He guessed that the boy used some special treasure to change these cards, and he knew that he had owned that treasure. He didn't pay attention to it before, and he wouldn't care, because this itself is a kind of strength and potential. Major General Carey had no intention of investigating it, nor did he tell the 2 people behind him, but just observed the boy with interest. Whether he reached his level or he had decided to return to the Source Sea, he would not be interested in the treasure in the hands of a boy. Moreover, for him, there was no difference between the Huaxia district and the Ivy League. The era he came from was the era of the United Nations on Earth. In his eyes, the main world was the same. The advantage given to the Ivy League players before was just a request from an old friend. Suddenly, he raised his eyelids. Just a second ago, right under his nose, the young man's card was suddenly missing. As the master of the god's tomb, he could not detect where the card went. How interesting. He turned his head and glanced at the 2 behind him. They did not notice this at all. On the virtual plane, Lin Zhao had not chosen to match yet. At this time, he was synthesizing cards. After many considerations, he finally decided to decompose the Demon Legion card that could summon 5,000 violent demons into the Undead Legion card. The reason is very simple. Although violent demons are powerful, demons are difficult to control. Once they start fighting, they are easy to lose control. In a fierce battlefield, it is a pitfall for the main force to suddenly lose control. Relatively speaking, the undead are much easier to control, and they are not much weaker when strengthened. As the magic cube suspended above the Sea of God slowly rotated, the 2 cards completely merged into a card with extremely rich crystal light. Ancient 5-star troop card, Undead Army, summons an undead army led by 12 level 6 undead archmages, including 50,000 undead troops. After carefully examining the cards, one can clearly know the specific composition of the 50,000 undead army. As he expected, although the 5,000 violent demons disappeared after the fusion, 5,000 enhanced skeleton warriors appeared among the undead. And after the fusion of the other 2 arms cards, several thousand undead with strength between the 2nd and 3rd levels appeared. With the cards in hand, Lin Zhao was full of confidence. Combined with the Flame Molten Sea card, there are cannon fodders, backbone arms, and high-end combat forces. There are 12 level 6 extraordinary undead wizards, and more than a dozen extraordinary fire elements. This force is simply overwhelming. Holding these 2 cards, Lin Zhao had the illusion that he could kill gods and demons. He confidently stretched out his finger and clicked on the match, and a mechanical prompt sounded. Matching is successful. Congratulations on your buy. Buy? He was hanging in the air with one breath. Just like when he was about to shoot, the masturbation cup suddenly got stuck, and he couldn't say shit for a long time. He had thought about the lines he would say when he met the other 4 opponents. He had thought about whether he would be praised by the observers after he eliminated the last player of the Ivy League if he met Arya. If he met Wu Jinglin, the genius player, how should he win with grace? If he met the little ant, how should he make her lose decently? Whether it was a close victory or a win with a back and forth. Now it's all gone. Because he got a buy. So angry. Are you surprised, young man? The sudden voice made Lin Zhao stunned. And the voice was a little familiar. He quickly reacted and stood up and saluted, and said sincerely, Junior Lin Zhao. Meet His Excellency Major General Carey. Major General Carey did not show up, but a voice sounded in his ears. Young man, listen to my advice. Don't show your most important trump card to others easily in the future. The voice was not loud, but to Lin Zhao, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in his brain. He was stunned for a moment, and the inexplicable fear instantly overwhelmed him. But before he had time to think, The voice sounded again. You are very cautious. I can't see what your treasure is. I believe no one present can see it. But you left a trace for me to notice. Senior. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. The gentle voice sounded again. You don't need to worry. Everyone has secrets. I am not interested in your secrets. Those who can discover your secrets in the main world will not be interested. And those who may be interested may not be able to detect it. After a pause, the voice added, it cannot be robbed. Lin Xiao was just wondering what this meant when Major General Carey's voice rang out again. With your strength and potential, I believe that many top schools will grant you special admissions. As a special admission student of a top school, it is not uncommon for you to have a rare relic. Major General Carey's next words made him feel at ease. From his words, he could hear that even Major General Carey and the big shots who might exist could not detect the magic cube of good fortune that he had hidden in the Sea of Gods. Even Major General Carey himself could not find it. He only found it because of the special position he was in now. However, Major General Carey also identified it as a special treasure. Wonderful! Lin Xiao had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Could he declare to the public that he had a special treasure? No. He himself had some doubts whether this magic cube of good fortune was really a special treasure. But he had no evidence. After all, he was the strongest player in the summer camp. When he won the first place in this exchange competition and inherited Major General Carey's legacy, his potential would definitely reach the level second only to Wu Zhonglin in the eyes of all observers. What's wrong with such a genius elite having a treasure? Wu Zhonglin must have a good treasure in his hand. Everyone knows it. But no one has the intention to covet it. It's normal for me to have a special treasure, as a summer camp passer, and a top school recruit, also qualified to hold it. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's worries were swept away. At this time, Major General Carey's voice sounded again. Young man, you are one of the two I like the most among all people. So work hard. If you can make it to the end, you will get a huge surprise. Huge surprise? Lin Xiao subconsciously asked. Can you tell me what the treasure is? Without a response, Major General Carey's consciousness left. But he knew that the other party must be observing him somewhere. Chapter 172 The Unexpected Last Battle. A huge surprise. Lin Xiao pinched his chin. Looking forward to it. From the information he has learned now, it is very likely that this Major General Carey was a powerful god when he was alive. This huge surprise mentioned by such an existence, and the treasure mentioned by the military bigwigs, is definitely an extraordinary good thing. Worthy of his full fight. I just don't know who the last two winners will be besides myself. Lin Xiao is a bye. And only Arya, Wu Xinglin, Wang Xinhe, and Xin Yuexin are left. He doesn't know how these four will match up, and who will win or lose. Fortunately, although there is a bye, there is still a chance to draw a lottery. Not from the opponent, but directly from the central card pool. The most important thing is that because it is the last round of card drawing, the card pool for this round of drawing is quite gorgeous. Lin Xiao saw the familiar roulette wheel unfolding in front of him. The worst of the 36 positions was orange, which only accounted for 1/3 of the 36 positions, and was not even of epic quality. Another 1/3 was of golden mythical quality, and another 1/3 was all emitting crystal light, which were all ancient cards. This card pool is amazing. It is simply telling you that you can draw 1 or 2 ancient god cards with your eyes closed. Lin Xiao really closed his eyes, and pressed his fingers to start 3 consecutive draws. He opened his eyes, after all 3 rounds of draws were completed in one breath. 2 ancient god cards emitting crystal light, and an orange legendary 5-star card appeared in front of him. Not bad. The 2 ancient god cards are already quite good. Take the cards off, and check them carefully. The first ancient card is called the Soul of Saint Zulfa, which summons 13 powerful Zulfa Temple Guard Knights, all 6th level extraordinary strongmen. The other one is called Ancient Nether Mage, which summons a powerful Ancient Nether Mage, also a 6th level extraordinary warrior, and is a super strong warrior similar to the Pseudo Flame Lord. After all, the previous ancient card can summon 13 extraordinary warriors, and this one only summons 1. So you can tell how powerful it is at a glance. The last legendary card is a magic item, Thunder Treasure, which can speed up the recovery of mental power when worn on the body. It automatically summons a thunderbolt every 3 seconds to automatically bombard the most powerful enemy with malicious intent within a range of 500 meters, giving priority to evil creatures such as undead demons. This has no military card. all of which summoned powerful warriors and a powerful magic item. Holding these 3 cards, he recalled the cards in his hand, and he knew how to deal with these 3 cards. First of all, ignore the Thunder Treasure for the time being. This does not need to be decomposed or strengthened. When the time comes, just find a powerful subordinate to wear it. Then the Soul of Saint Zulfa card. Lin Xiao took out the Ancient Nether Mage card and threw the 2 cards into the Creation Cube at once. And then took out the Undead Legion card and threw it in. Very simple. All integrated into the Undead Legion card. Decomposition, refining, and fusion were soon completed. A new Undead Legion card appeared in his hand. He checked it immediately, and it was as he expected. The Undead Legion card has also reached the upper limit of quality, and cannot be improved. Then the only way is to improve the quantity. The 13 Temple Guard Knights were perfectly transformed into 13 Extraordinary Death Knights. After the fusion of the Ancient Nether Mage card, the Ancient Nether Mage directly became the leader of the Undead Mage Corps, becoming the 13th Undead Grand Mage plus the Ancient Nether Mage. Then, he gave the Thunder Treasure to the Nether Mage to wear, which not only increased his mental recovery, but also used it for self-protection. After doing all this, the next step is to wait, because he had to buy this round. He had to wait for the other 4 to decide the top 3. After the buy, Lin Xiao also learned that everyone could only have a buy once, and could not have multiple buys in a row. No wonder Antio Huang did not continue to have a buy. This wait was quite long. Just like the last round when the ant almost fell asleep waiting. Everyone was very strong at this point, and it was not easy to tell the winner. In other virtual planes that he could not see, Shen Yuexin and Arya sat at the edge of each plane, commanding their subordinates to fight each other in the huge plane. In this round of matching, the only 2 remaining super beautiful girls met each other, and after a fight, Shen Yuexin obviously had the upper hand. There was no way. She was too lucky. 11 of the dozen cards in the combat deck were ancient quality cards, for more than Arya, which was ridiculously strong. The observers on both sides who watched this game were silent, and there was no discussion, which was quite rare, because there was nothing to talk about. There was a clear gap in strength, unless Shen Yuexin made a mistake herself. But this was obviously impossible. The strange thing was that the observers who were observing another battle between Wu Zhonglin and Wang Xinhe at the same time were also silent, because this game had already been decided. Wu Zhonglin actually had a group of more than 40 Cobalt Dragon Vein Warlocks, plus the 7 Ancient God cards and Myth quality cards he had accumulated, which directly crushed Wang Xinhe. So far, the top 3 have been announced, namely Lin Xiao, who was lucky to be in the buy, Shen Yuexin and Wu Zhonglin. All the players of the Ivy League were wiped out. Not a single one was left. When Lin Xiao was awakened, only 4 hours had passed. When he saw the last 3 people standing in the square, he was not too surprised. On the contrary, he would have been surprised if it was not the 2 of them. Shen Yuexin saw him wake up and walked over, shoulder to shoulder, and said with a smile, "Now there are only 3 of us left. Are you excited?" Lin Xiao turned his head and saw the charming and delicate face close at hand, suppressed his heartbeat, and shook his head. "There is nothing to be excited about. Maybe I will be excited when I get the first place." She also tilted her head to look at him, and said curiously, "You want to get the first place?" "Yes," Lin Xiao said seriously. "Having come this far, I definitely want to take first place. In addition to the official rewards from the summer camp, I can also inherit the legacy of Major General Carey. Such a large and ruined kingdom of God is very important to me." After a pause, he continued, "My background is far inferior to yours. Among the many contestants in the entire summer camp, my background is the worst. How can I not try my best to fight for such a good resource?" So, Shen Yuexin's eyes swept across his resolute face and nodded vigorously. "I understand. Then you have to work hard. That big guy can't be underestimated." After saying that, she seemed to feel something was wrong and added, "I won't let you go. Don't even beat me when the time comes." As she said that, she clenched her small fist and compared it. Lin Xiao. At this time, Wu Zhonglin suddenly came over and stood in front of the 2 of them. He was tall and had a defiant look on his face. The burning red dragon horns on his head emitted faint fiery ripples. He looked down at Lin Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I heard that you are from Dongning City, Yuming Province? Dongning City No. 5 Middle School." Lin Xiao. His eyes fell on the magic cube shadow in the chaotic vortex behind Lin Zhao's head, which was constantly shrinking inwards, and even his eyes seemed to be absorbed, and said, "You are very good. Wait until the summer camp is over to chat privately." Lin Zhao smiled slightly. "Sure." When Wu Zhonglin turned his eyes to Xin Yuexin, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and he said, "I have heard of your name. You can also come with him." After that, he turned to one side and stood still without saying anything. Xin Yuexin tilted her head and thought for a while, then spat in a low voice that only she could hear. "TSK. Who's going with him?" 10 minutes later, Lin Zhao suddenly heard the voice of Major General Carey. "Congratulations to the 3 young people for making it to the end. I am very pleased that the young people in the main world are getting stronger and stronger. Now I announce the rules of the last round of competition." The voice paused and continued. "The rules of the last round of competition are very simple, considering that the 3 people may win or lose in the challenge, and the top 3 cannot be distinguished. The rules are changed. I will simulate a plane of the same size and terrain for each of you, and will send a steady stream of enemies to invade. You need to use the power in your hands to defend against the invasion of increasingly powerful enemies. The one who persists to the end will be the first place in this exchange competition and inherit everything left by this seat." The expressions on the faces of the 3 people did not change, and they listened carefully to Major General Carey continuing to say, "Now you are teleported into the plane, and you have 1 hour to prepare." As soon as the voice fell, the consciousness of the 3 people quickly sank into a rectangular virtual plane. This virtual plane is 5 kilometers wide from north to south and 20 kilometers long from east to west. It is filled with endless grasslands. On the far right side of the plane, which is the eastern edge, there are 10 huge teleportation vortexes with a diameter of more than 100 meters. A 1-hour countdown keeps jumping in the corner of Lin Zhao's eyes. With a glance, Lin Zhao understood the situation in the plane clearly. He was about to activate the combat card group when his hand paused and a strange expression appeared on his face. After a long pause, he suddenly took out a few cards in his hand and looked at them left and right, with an increasingly strange expression on his face. Why? Bah! Give it a try." He threw all the cards into the creation cube, then decomposed and refined them all, and then began to strengthen them madly with the Flame Molten Sea card as the core. 3-star mythical quality spell ring. Undead Legion card that combines multiple ancient quality cards. 5-star epic magic prop card defense barrier. 5-star legendary quality magic prop card thunder treasure. All the anger was decomposed and merged into the Flame Molten Sea card. Soon, a card with indescribably rich crystal light came out freshly, and it felt like holding a crystal light shining in the hand. Ancient 5-star summoning card Flame Molten Sea. Summon the Lord of the Flame Molten Sea, the Pseudo-Flame Lord Culbert, from the Flame Molten Sea, and randomly summon 50 to 100 extraordinary flame creatures, 500 to 1,000 large flame creatures, 3,000 to 5,000 medium-sized flame creatures, and 15,000 small flame creatures. Note: flame creatures include fire elements, lava elements, steam elements, flame beasts, and other flame creatures. I'm really crazy. Lin Zhao grabbed the new Flame Molten Sea card and quickly activated the summoning. Then, a huge flame vortex appeared in the center of the plane, and endless lava flames gushed out of the vortex like a fountain, quickly spreading to the surroundings. "I am the Flame Lord Culbert." With a dull and majestic announcement, the Flame Lord Culbert, surrounded by countless fire elements, slowly rose from the vortex on the lava flames, and endless lava surged to cover the earth, and the temperature in the plane rose sharply. Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled, and with a thought, the Pseudo-Lord Culbert commanded the fire element to split into 4 parts, each led by more than 10 extraordinary flame creatures, gathering 2 to 3,000 large and small fire elements to swim to all directions of the plane. The terrifying high temperature formed by the gathering of many flame creatures melted the earth into lava. As the 4 groups of flame creatures spread, the huge lava lake also spread. Chapter 173 Crazy Idea. Outside the Tomb of God. In the void, many observers stared at the most central battlefield of the 3 battlefields projected from the Tomb of God by Major General Carey. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on this virtual plane. The rolling lava flames flowed in all directions, turning the entire plane into a sea of lava, with no place to settle. Almost everyone wanted to say this sentence in their minds at this time. Damn. This is too sexy. The one who spoke was the Wolf Fong team mentor Hong Yunfei. The colonel in the army slapped his thigh and praised. This kid has a flexible mind and a promising future. He could even think of such a sexy idea. He smiled and looked at Xie Yufei on the other side. Just as he was about to speak, a female colonel with dark golden hair like flames wrapped around her body stared at him coldly and uttered a word. Get out. Okay. Hong Yunfei clapped his hands and turned around. Xie Yufei folded her arms to show off her hot body, staring at the slowly activated portal in the virtual plane, and nodded slightly. Compared with the optimism of the military personnel, who only focus on practicality and efficiency, the other observers were speechless. They wanted to say that this was cheating, but it was indeed within the rules of the game. An observer who could not see his face muttered, "It's like this. Why would others play it?" In the first virtual plane, Wu Shenglin activated the most powerful batch of cards in his hand, and a large number of soldiers of different races were summoned to establish a defense line about 1 kilometer away from the portal. His soldiers are of various types, with as few as more than 1,000 and as many as tens of thousands. It was an ancient quality cannon fodder card that summoned tens of thousands of cavemen equipped with simple weapons and leather armor, in addition to a dozen extraordinary strongmen. The core behind the defense line also has 42 dog-headed dragon vein warlocks. These 42 kobold dragon vein warlocks were not summoned by cards, but the kobolds and a kobold card in his hand were awakened by a treasure he owned. Unfortunately, the challenge time was too short and not many were awakened. If the time was long enough to awaken hundreds of kobold dragon vein warlocks, he would have the confidence to counterattack the enemy's origin behind the portal. The premise is that the portal can enter, but even so, he has enough confidence to hold on to the end. He looked up at the outline of creatures looming in the slowly rotating teleportation vortex in the distance. That was the first wave of invasion. After all, these were an additional 42 kobold dragon vein warlocks, whose combat power was comparable to that of extraordinary creatures. Soon the first wave of invasion appeared. It turned out that the intermediate race orcs emerged from 10 portals as high as 100 meters. They rushed out of the portals continuously. In a short while, tens of thousands of orcs poured out, and they were still pouring out continuously. The initial intensity was unexpectedly high. Wu Xinglin, who originally wanted to defend step by step, had to mobilize the main force in the rear to attack early to avoid exhausting the cannon fodder in one wave. In another plane, a group of more than 600 mages gathered together, and under the leadership of more than 20 extraordinary mages, they were transforming the plane terrain. The mages spent a lot of mana, and used powerful spells to change the terrain, pulling up the land 700 to 800 meters away from the portal, forming a high slope of 50 to 60 meters wide and 30 to 40 meters high. The entire steep wall near the portal formed an artificial cliff. Then the stone-to-mud spell was used to soften the soil under the cliff hundreds of meters high in front of the high slope, and a large number of cannon fodder were dispatched to dig a huge trench 30 to 40 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. And then the passage to the water element plane was opened to summon a large amount of pure water to fill the trench. Then, the excavated soft mud was used to build a series of simple arrow towers on the pulled-up high slope, and reinforced with the mud-to-stone spell. A whole row of them was lined up on this 5-kilometer white cliff, and a large number of archers, crossbowmen, and javelin throwers stood on them. After doing all this, Shen Yuexin clapped her hands, crossed her slender waist, looked at the achievements of her subordinates and laughed. Who else? Quite a few observers couldn't help but cover their faces, and some secretly suppressed their laughter. Someone laughed and said, "I hope the little girl won't be angry later." Indeed, her trick is similar to Lin Zhao's method. Both use external forces to create terrain that is beneficial to themselves. If there is no Lin Zhao, she can really rely on this powerful terrain to last longer than Wu Zhonglin. In terms of real strength, it is difficult to tell who is the master at the moment. One side has a powerful mage group, and the other side has more than 40 powerful dog-headed dragon vein warlocks. On the surface, it is impossible to tell who is more powerful. Only a fight can tell. But in terms of survival and defense capabilities, the serious mage group is far better than Wu Zhonglin's dog-headed dragon vein warlock group that can only destroy. A steady stream of orcs of level 2, 3, and even 4 poured out of the portal, and were blocked by a high wall after rushing out 700 to 800 meters. She didn't even leave an exit and blocked them all. The orcs squeezed outside the giant ditch and froze for a moment. then jumped into the ditch without hesitation and swam to the other side. A large number of archers, crossbowmen, and pitchers on the cliff quickly launched an attack, and arrows and javelins fell like rain, and screams were heard below. At the same time, the wizards in the back were divided into small teams to cast spells together, constantly summoning waves of fire rain, blizzards, and even lightning storms and other large-scale spells on the battlefield. And a large number of orcs were killed outside the high wall, with the advantage of the terrain. She firmly blocked the endless orcs outside the high wall and prevented them from advancing. On the other side, although Wu Shonglin did not have the advantage of the terrain, he also blocked the endless orcs with his strong hard power. But it was inevitable that a large number of frontline cannon fodder died in battle. As more and more orcs emerged, other special arms began to be mixed in, such as orc spearmen, flexible wolf riders, and beasts such as bred giant lizards. The pressure was getting greater and greater, and the frontline cannon fodder was gradually unable to resist. So he had to send out the core arms to resist. The difficulty of this last round of challenges was completely different from that of Lin Zhao's final exams. At the beginning, there were tens of thousands of orcs. In less than 10 minutes, tens of thousands of orcs emerged, and a large number of middle and high-level arms began to appear. At the 15th minute, the first extraordinary orc commander sat on an extraordinary beast and stepped into the battlefield with a dull drumbeat. The orcs who were originally in chaos and attacking randomly suddenly had a command and gradually began to be orderly, and their pressure suddenly increased by a lot. This is an orc hero. Even if he is just an ordinary hero, he is still a hero. Along with him, there are more than a dozen orc chieftains or shamans of extraordinary level, all of whom have powerful military force. Under the roaring command of this orc warlord, the chaotic orc cannon fodder began to gather together and fight in coordination with other arms behind them. Under the blessing of the shaman's bloodthirsty technique, they rushed towards the oncoming rain of guns and arrows without fear of death. Wu Zhenglin's vanguard cannon fodder collapsed at once. They are all cannon fodder. But he is the real cannon fodder. They are all level 1 cave people. How can they beat the orcs, who are at least level 2, and sometimes level 3? Even though the core arms in his hands are only level 3 arms, which is not much different from the orc cannon fodder. Facing the massive orc tide, the Kobold Dragon Vane Warlock in the back had to start clearing the field. Compared with the fierce battle on his side, Shin Yuexin's side on the other side is much better. But it is limited. As the orc warlords entered the battlefield, the chaotic long-range orc spear throwers were gathered together and began to fight against the guards on the high wall. The lower part would definitely suffer in the upper and lower bombardment. But there were so many orcs that they could afford to keep coming. In less than an hour, the long-range defenders on the high wall could not hold on. In particular, some tamed ogres in the back dragged simple wooden catapults to join the battlefield. Huge stones roared and smashed up, and a large number of towers built of mud and stone were smashed. The mage group resting in the rear had to use spells to suppress the enemy. But there were shamans among the orcs, who could bless the main force with elemental defense barriers to resist fire and frost. The most important thing was that when the battle lasted for the 3rd hour, a large number of bat riders began to pour out of the portal. This is a special giant bat, with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters. It can accommodate a troll and a large jar with oil cans and gunpowder inside. The bat rider flew from the air to the high wall defense line and sprinkled a lot of kerosene and gunpowder back and forth, throwing down torches, and the high wall suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Although this batch of bat riders was quickly eliminated, this kind of air rider continued to be teleported out of the teleportation vortex, not afraid of loss at all. In just a few hours, these two super geniuses, who could make it to the end of the exchange competition, were forced into a desperate situation, with a number of invading enemies. Once the defense line was breached, all the enemies rushed over and were wiped out in minutes. Both Wu Zhenglin and Shin Yuexin looked solemn at this time, concentrating on commanding their subordinates, accurately ensuring that every cannon fodder had to exert their strength. They didn't know how the other opponents performed, or whether anyone was eliminated. They could only try their best to last longer, even for a second. They had no idea that in another plane not far away, Lin Xiao was sitting cross-legged on the back of a tall flame bull, chatting with Major General Carey opposite. Yes, compared to the other two who were struggling to fight to the death, he was very free here. The 10 huge teleportation vortexes at the edge of the plane were still pouring out various half-beast troops. But as soon as they came out of the teleportation vortex, They fell into the lava below and melted into charcoal. Countless corpses piled up, and even the lava cooled down. However, as a large group of fire elements not far away gently urged a wave of lava to surge, the black rock that had just been cooled by blood turned into red lava again. And the cycle continued. The flame molten sea summoned more than 16,000 large, medium and small fire elements. Each fire element summoned a different number of fire elements again. At this time, the plane contained more than 50,000 large and small fire elements, turning the entire plane into a sea of lava. The depth extended to the deepest part of the plane, reaching a terrifying depth of more than 1,000 meters. It can be described like this. If the lava flames are described by water, this plane has now become a fish tank half filled with water. And then, there are 10 exits on the edge of the fish tank. A steady stream of ants are rushing out of it, and falling into the lava to be melted. This is why Lin Shao decomposed all the troubles of the Undead Legion. Although the Undead Legion is powerful, many undead masters can constantly pull up the dead enemies, and theoretically they can fight more and more. But there is a big problem here. If the enemy's offensive is too fierce, and the awakened undead cannot match the losses, then it will be screwed. So he made this crazy decision. And it turned out to be right. So he slept on the back of a flaming bull bigger than an elephant from the beginning until Major General Kree suddenly appeared an hour ago. Chapter 174. Ancient Secrets and Treasures from Major General Carey's Mouth. Major General Carey didn't say anything, but his appearance here was actually a very obvious signal. Young man, you win. Major General Carey said this as soon as they met. And Lin Shao chuckled. This was within his expectations. Before, he was worried that Major General Carey would feel unbalanced and add some ingredients to himself. But now it seems that he won't. And his behavior is indeed within the scope allowed by the rules. Major Carey reached out and touched it, and a cup of steaming coffee appeared in front of him. He took a sip of the coffee and said, "Within the scope allowed by the rules, you have already won. But the second and third place have not yet been decided. So you need to wait a little longer." After a pause, he continued, "Before that, I will tell you a story. Are you interested in listening?" "Young man? It's an honor." This is simply nonsense. He is quite interested in this kind of secret from the mouth of a powerful god. A long time ago, it was the era when humans just discovered the God Realm game. At that time, because of the emergence of the God Realm game, many demigods and even true gods were born. The countries on Earth united unprecedentedly and formed a true United Nations of Earth, starting the exploration of the foreign crystal wall and plundering resources. At that time, the most powerful force of the Earth Union was called the Foreign Expeditionary Force, which was composed of the most powerful former political bodies of the Earth Union. It was responsible for entering the foreign domain to attack the foreign planes, plundering resources and rules to strengthen the main world. At the beginning, it was very smooth. We conquered dozens of planes of different sizes in a row. A large amount of resources were plundered from the foreign planes and filled into the main world, making the main world more and more powerful. But the good times did not last long. Our wanton plundering finally alarmed the origin of a foreign crystal wall. A foreign god discovered us. From the small-scale conflict at the beginning to the large-scale god war, until the super god war with powerful gods involved in the end. The expeditionary force was defeated. The enemy discovered the main world along the alien gate we opened. The powerful alien gods led by 3 powerful gods began to invade the main world. The expeditionary army retreated step by step, and the enemy once attacked deep into the subspace. At this critical moment, the main world ground government launched 2 important plans. One is the Hope Plan, which sends elites to form an expedition advance team to enter different alien crystal walls. The other idea is to find possible friendly alien gods. If no friendly alien gods can be found, they will lead the wolf into the house, drive the tiger to eat the wolf, and lead other enemies into the battlefield. Another plan is called the Spark Plan, which allows a group of already deified players in the God Realm to carry a large number of humans, technology and resources to leave the main world and go to other unknown crystal walls to avoid the war. Lin Shao listened attentively and did not dare to say a word. Under normal circumstances, he could not hear such ancient secrets. And I am a member of the advanced team, leading my team members into the vast chaotic virtual sea, looking for the crystal wall system that may have powerful existence. Until, at this point, Lin Shao seemed more serious. He could feel that this was the essence. The fourth crystal wall system we found was a crystal wall system that was being invaded by other powerful crystal wall systems and was about to be destroyed. When we arrived, we saw that the last great being of this crystal wall system was besieged by 3 great beings and fell. But when nearly 10 great beings plundered the origin of this crystal wall system, its core origin suddenly exploded and disappeared, and the crystal wall system began to collapse. Then we fell into the pursuit of this huge god system, and all the team members fell one by one. I was thrown into a chaotic vortex in desperation and drifted to this crystal wall system. After that, I transformed the divine domain into a kingdom of gods in a remote plane of this crystal wall system, began to spread faith, and grew rapidly. In just 1,000 years, I was promoted to a powerful god, and also formed a powerful god system to lead a plane community. My super-fast promotion to power aroused the vigilance and covetousness of other powerful god systems in the surrounding area. A god system melee involving 4 powerful god systems, and 9 powerful gods began. A god system, resisted the siege of 3 powerful god systems. The war of gods lasted for a full 40,000 years, and my strength also grew rapidly from the initial promotion to a powerful god in the war of gods. By the end of the war of gods, I was already a powerful god of the 19th level of godhood, and I was only 1 step away from being promoted to the great godhood. Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This old senior, who looked like he had seen through life, was actually a powerful god of the 19th level before he died. This was too awesome. The godhood level of powerful gods is from 15th to 19th level. The next level of 20th level of godhood is the legendary great godhood. This is a terrifying existence that only a few people have in the main world today. It is the pillar of civilization, not to mention the few great gods. There are not many powerful gods of the 19th level in the main world now. However, the increasingly large-scale war of gods finally attracted the attention of a great being. Major General Carey sighed, showing extreme unwillingness and fear on his face, and continued, "In that battle, my main faith plane was shattered by our divine power. Countless gods fell, and that great being finally retreated. And I also fell." Major General Carey didn't seem to want to mention the details of the battle at that time. He just said a few words about the huge and terrifying grand strategy involving great divine power. He looked up at Lin Xiao and said, "Do you really want to know what my treasure is?" Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. In fact, he had a little guess. But he still let Major General Carey say it himself to know whether it was true. "You are a smart child. You should have some guesses." "Yes. The treasure in my hand is the crystal wall system origin core of the destruction, which accidentally fell into my hands." Lin Xiao's pupils widened uncontrollably, and ecstasy surged in his heart. "But he is broken." The situation took a turn for the worse, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He subconsciously asked, "Was it that great war?" "Yes. In order to save my life, I exhausted the remaining origin in the origin core to repel that great existence. And I also died with it. But before I died, I separated a trace of my soul and hid it with a piece of God's kingdom fragment and treasure. In the past hundreds of millions of years, the tomb of God has been opened every 10,000 years or so. And it was not until today that I saw my people come to this crystal wall system." Major General Carey suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a familiar ball of light appeared in his palm. A piece of information appeared out of thin air in Lin Xiao's mind. Broken Crystal Wall System Origin Core SHL. The origin core left after the destruction of a once extremely prosperous crystal wall system experienced unimaginable external force destruction. The origin in the core disappeared, and only the SHL remained. Lin Xiao. This piece of information appeared out of thin air. No matter who saw this ball of light, the information of this thing would automatically appear in their mind. Just like the rules in the dark. This thing. Lin Xiao scratched his head and asked, "Your Excellency, this thing is broken. What use is it?" Major General Carey suddenly stretched out his hand, and a polished ball flew out. Lin Xiao was startled and held it in a panic. The next second, the light ball disappeared out of thin air and appeared in his sea of consciousness. It turned into a round of light balls and flew to the center of the sea of consciousness, directly hitting the magic cube of good fortune occupying the center of the sea of consciousness. Boom! Lin Xiao felt like a supernova exploded in his sea of consciousness. Unimaginable power burst out, and billions of light waves swept across the entire sea of consciousness. He instantly fell into a daze and lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took, When he came back to his senses, his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness at the first time. And he saw the magic cube above the sea of consciousness. A crystal ball with more than 10 tiny cracks was rotating around the magic cube. Obviously, the magic cube of good fortune had an absolute upper hand in the round of conflict between the two. And this little broken ball had to be inferior. This treasure was obtained just like that? Lin Xiao felt like it was a child's play. But the fact was that Major General Carey gave him this treasure in advance. At this time, the voice of Major General Carey appeared in his mind again. He quickly came back to his senses and heard Major General Carey continue to say, "Although it is damaged, it is a part of the origin core of the crystal wall system after all. It has all kinds of magical effects that you can't imagine. You will know it yourself later." In addition, Major General Carey was silent for a while, and seemed to be a little hesitant. After more than 10 seconds, he continued to speak. But there was no sound. But a piece of information appeared directly in his mind. If you can have a chance to repair its core, you will be able to walk the path I took at the beginning, and have the opportunity to be promoted to great power. Promote to great power. Lin Xiao also didn't say this sentence. He didn't dare to say it. But his eyes were wide open, which reflected how shocked he was now. Don't tell anyone what I told you later. Don't tell anyone before you are promoted to a powerful power, including your parents and wife. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. If it is true, no one can tell it, and it can only rot in the bottom of his heart. In front of outsiders, he only got a broken and unrepairable treasure, and no one can mention the others. Ordinary people can't imagine how tempting a treasure that has the potential to enter the great divine power is to those powerful divine powers. Even if the difficulty of repair is extremely high and the probability is low, as long as there is a glimmer of possibility, there will be a lot of powerful divine powers to grab it. Even the two big figures outside the tomb of the gods at this time can't resist this temptation. So, this will be the second unspeakable secret of him, besides the magic cube of creation. Of course, for Lin Xiao, the latter is actually useless. He is not even a demigod now, and he is still a long way from the great divine power. He doesn't know when he can be promoted to the great divine power. The functions behind it don't know how many years it will take to eat dust, so they can be completely ignored. On the contrary, the function of this thing itself is quite useful to him now, even in the initial stage where there is no repair yet. The SHL of this crystal wall origin core has a powerful effect. Suppress the world, strengthen the divine domain, increase the spatial strength of the divine domain by +1, increase the energy concentration by +1, stabilize the divine domain, and fuse +1 card every month. Chapter 175 Broken Crystal Wall System Origin Core SHL. This is only the initial state with this additional effect. If all the cracks on this SHI can be repaired, not only will the existing effect be fully enhanced, but other more powerful additional effects will also be obtained. In the plane where Wu Jingling was, after resisting for a full 5 hours and killing nearly 50,000 to 60,000 invaders, his own losses finally reached the point where he could not maintain the defense line. The continuous enemy defeated the left and right wings, and a large number of orcs interspersed and surrounded the broken left and right wings, and the failure entered the countdown. He looked indifferently at his subordinates being surrounded by orcs like a vast ocean. Just like a dry white paper gradually penetrated by water, the dry area became smaller and smaller, until the last batch of dog-headed dragon vein warlocks were submerged by the tidal enemy, and the space in front of him changed to leave the virtual plane, and also left the tomb of the gods. In another plane, as more and more orcs died in the artificial, high wall built by Shinyu, the corpses filled a section of the artificial river, and piled up to the same level as the high wall. A large number of orcs rushed up the high wall along the pile of corpses, and saw a second newly completed high wall a few hundred meters away. She built a new line of defense outside the first line of defense. She clapped her hands and put her hands on her waist, with a cunning and clever look in her eyes. This time, I will definitely win. When the endless cannon fodder used their lives to fill the second high wall, he ordered some mages to start building the third high wall in the back. With this delaying tactic, she persisted for more than 10 hours, until a group of giant beasts more than 10 meters long came out of the portal and forcibly knocked the giant wall open, and she had to lose. At this time, there was no frustration on her face. Instead, she put her hands on her waist and watched more and more terrifying soldiers coming out of the portal, besieging her remaining mage group that dug holes and hid deep in the earth. With this alone, she persisted for a whole hour, until the second magic half-orc hero arrived and cast earthquake spells with the shamans, killing the magicians hidden deep in the earth. After leaving the battlefield, Shin Yueshin saw that she was sitting on one of the 9 golden thrones in the summer camp hall, and was stunned. After a while, she stood up and shouted, "How is this possible?" She quickly turned around and looked at Wu Zhonglin, who was sitting in the center of the 9 golden thrones 2 seats away. The boy who had returned to the subspace at some point regained his gentle appearance in the first impression, smiled and spread his hands. "It's not me!" Shin Yueshin was even more surprised. She glanced at Lin Zhao's original position and found another unfamiliar young man sitting there. She quickly realized something and turned her head. There was no one on the golden throne between herself and Wu Zhonglin. She was about to say something when suddenly a ball of clear light appeared out of thin air in the void in the center of the hall, and quickly unfolded into a light curtain. A huge sea of lava appeared on it, and countless fire creatures were playing in the lava flames. Most of the contestants didn't know what it was, but Shin Yueshin saw it at a glance after just experiencing it. On the other side, Wu Zhonglin also leaned forward slightly and stared at the plane. After a long time, he suddenly realized. So that's it. Shin Yueshin opened her mouth slightly and watched the intruders pouring out of the 10 portals on the edge of the plane. As soon as they entered, they fell into the lava and turned into ashes. Her pretty head was a little confused. At this moment, a beam of light surrounded by infinite starlight suddenly fell from the sky and hit the last unoccupied golden throne. A circle of crystal light exploded and pierced everyone's head subconsciously. When the crystal light disappeared, everyone looked over and saw Lin Zhao sitting on the golden throne, becoming one of the 9 golden contestants. The little ant came back to her senses, gnashed her teeth, and looked at Lin Zhao, who had just returned to the side. After a long while, she squeezed out a few words. "You cheated?" As soon as the voice fell, the aerial scene turned to another battlefield. A steady stream of orcs were blocked by a high wall and could not move forward. They were attacked by archers on the high wall, but could not fight back. The scene was displayed in front of everyone. The projection quickly accelerated, and soon showed her way of delaying time in front of everyone. After watching it, Lin Zhao subconsciously opened his mouth and said "oh," and then saw her delicate little face immediately blushed. Subconsciously, she stretched out her hand to pinch his waist and twisted it hard. "Oh!" Then there was nothing else. The little ant who reacted immediately fell into a social dead state, holding her head and bending her legs, shrinking in the big golden throne like an ostrich. No one around made a sound, but it could be seen that many people were holding back and dared not laugh. Lin Zhao looked around and saw that Wu Zhonglin, who was always serious, twitched his mouth. He shrugged and spread his hands to show that it was none of his business. At this time, the projection in the air had disappeared, but the host had not arrived. Lin Zhao looked at the golden throne under him and was not too surprised. After all, he was the first in the exchange competition, so it was not surprising that he replaced someone who performed mediocrely in the exchange competition and won the golden throne. The reason why he did not replace Wu Zhonglin's position was that the progressive relationship of this seat was related to the overall performance of the entire summer camp. He only had the best performance in the last stage of the summer camp, and he was definitely not as good as Wu Zhonglin, who had been ranked first before. The key is that his own strength is far inferior to that of this Tinjia Viceless player. If he really put him in the center, not only others would be dissatisfied, but he himself would also be uneasy. Of course, seats are just honors. In fact, he doesn't care much. The real rewards and benefits are the key. Not only the rewards for the upcoming summer camp exchange competition, but also the inheritance of Major General Carey, the majority of the fragments of the Kingdom of God hidden in the Tomb of God. The reason why I say part of it is because when Major General Carey left, he asked him to split a small part of this huge fragment of the Kingdom of God and make 5 ancient quality God domain cards to reward young heroes who performed well in the summer camp. Lin Zhao could feel that Major General Carey's pure and unselfish wish for the betterment of the younger generation. And since this was the last wish of this ancestor, he agreed. Anyway, it was only a small part. Most of it was his, and everything else in the God's tomb was his. Of course, the God's tomb was actually nothing. It was not full of treasures, as outsiders imagined. In addition to the fragments of the Kingdom of God and the pile of statues, the most valuable thing in the God's tomb was the Crystal Wall System Origin Core SH. Major General Carey had escaped from the hands of a great god, and it was very difficult for him to hide with a fragment of the kingdom of God. How could he really collect any treasures? In summary, Major General Carey's legacy was the broken crystal wall system origin core SH.L. A fragment of the kingdom of God of unknown size, including an unknown number of legendary creatures or statues of demigods. He should be able to harvest a lot of divinity here. But there was nothing else. Now the legacy is in his god's domain. And he just needs to wait until the summer camp ends to return to the god's domain to receive it. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to say this. He looked around but didn't see the host, nor the mentors and observers of each team. Not only was he curious, but others were also curious. They were curious about why the host, the mentors of the 4 teams, and many observers, who hadn't appeared yet, were arguing fiercely in another space. If Lin Xiao came over, he would find that the number of observers was several times more than before. Listening carefully, the content of the argument was to compete for the students. Because of the exchange competition, the observers of the various higher institutions that held the summer camp jointly promised to use all their special recruitment quotas on them. So the observers of various institutions, except for the dozens of observers who had only appeared before, now all came in a hurry. 5 super institutions, 133 higher institutions, a total of 200 or 300 observers, all arrived and quarreled for outstanding players. However, the most fierce competition among them did not include Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin. And it was not even the gold-level players, but the 36 silver-level players. Because all the higher education observers knew that they were not the ones that higher education could compete for. They were the food of several super schools, especially Lin Xiao, who won the first place in the exchange competition and inherited the legacy of Major General Carey. In a sense, his priority among all higher education institutions was comparable to Wu Zhenlin. They would definitely be favored by super schools and specially recruited. But it was not known whether Hu Yao, who ranked first, was willing to give out special recruitment quotas. Hu Yao, who ranked first in super schools, rarely gave out special recruitment quotas in summer camps. Maybe there would not be a special recruitment quota in 10 sessions, but intention invitations were common. The confidence they dared to do so was Hui's sound talent training system and huge reserve base. As a super god system with great divine power and occupying an entire crystal wall system as its territory. After more than 200,000 years in the main world and tens of millions of years in the foreign land, the crystal wall system owned by Huiyao had already been assimilated by the main world. At this time, the crystal wall system named Huiyao already had tens of billions of immigrants and hundreds of billions, or even trillions of immigrant descendants. The few main material planes and many super large planes in the entire crystal wall system had already been completely colonized and assimilated. So many descendants of immigrants have the status of citizens of the main world or affiliated citizens, and enjoy the same treatment as citizens, and have the opportunity to open up the divine domain. These countless citizens and affiliated citizens will definitely give birth to outstanding geniuses. There may be very few peerless geniuses like Wu Zhenlin, but there will be no shortage of outstanding elites and geniuses. Such superpowers generally do not give special recruitment quotas unless they are extremely outstanding. But whether Huiyao is willing to give special recruitment quotas or not, non-super institutions have no chance anyway. Even if Huiyao doesn't want it, it won't be their turn. Other super institutions will want it. For example, there are still 2 of the 5 super institutions that have not yet given out special recruitment quotas. Moreover, although the War Throne has already specially recruited Wu Zhenlin and promised to be the first, it does not prevent them from specially recruiting a second or last place. Although other top universities or colleges of higher learning do not have priority for the second special recruitment spot, few students will refuse the special recruitment invitation from the third-ranked super university. War Throne. Chapter 176 Competition among schools. Normally speaking, even the second or last place in a super school is more attractive than the first place in an ordinary higher school. At least for Lin Xiao. If the War Throne is willing to give him a special recruitment quota, even the last place ranked third is better for him than the first place in other higher schools. But now he has agreed to Ether's special recruitment. So the War Throne that has chosen Wu Zhenlin has lost the priority. Now even if he is given a special recruitment quota, he cannot agree unless Ether takes the initiative to give it up. Before it was released, it might be possible to exchange it with benefits. But in this case, Ether will definitely not give up unless they use Wu Zhenlin in exchange. However, Ether's observers were in a very bad mood at this time. Although the War Throne had no chance, There were still several of the 5 super schools that still had the first priority for special recruitment. If they, no need for ifs. At this time, Sheng Jing and Shenu had spoken out one after another to show that they had set their eyes on him. In other words, although Lin Xiao still belongs to Ether in name at this time, it can be predicted that he will no longer belong to them after the dispute between Shenu and Sheng Jing is concluded. The main world has 12 super academies, and the Huaxia region has 5. They are Huiyao, ranked 1st, War Throne, ranked 3rd, Mingluo, ranked 7th, Shenu, ranked 10th, and Shangjing, ranked 12th, each of which is a behemoth with a huge ruling territory and terrifying power. The minimum standard for establishing a higher education institution is to have a powerful divine power, a large and complete divine system, and a completely unified plane community in a foreign land with a super large plane that can give birth to powerful divine power as the main body. This is only the minimum standard. In fact, there are more conditions involved in really establishing a higher education institution. After all, in the main world, a powerful divine power will be born every few hundred or thousand years. But there has been no new higher education institution for tens of thousands of years. As for the establishment conditions of a super school, they will be more demanding. First of all, it must be based on a higher education institution. This is a prerequisite. It is not possible to establish a super school just because a powerful god system suddenly wants to. Even if a powerful god system is suddenly promoted to a great god, it cannot jump over in one step. Of course, if a great god system is born suddenly, it is only a matter of time before it is promoted to a super school. A super school must have a powerful god with a godhood level of 19, as well as dozens or even more powerful gods to support it. And it must unify a large plane community dominated by the main material plane in the foreign domain. This is a very demanding condition, because in the foreign crystal wall, the main material plane is generally the center of the crystal wall, connecting many forces of the entire crystal wall, and the area where the gods of the crystal wall system are active is generally the main material plane, unifying a main material plane community. This difficulty, let's put it this way, except for the top few of the existing 12 super schools, the unified main material planes behind are those crystal wall systems without great gods, or the unified ones are the main material planes that have not been paid attention to by great beings. This is because some powerful crystal wall systems have multiple main material planes, forming multiple centers in the crystal wall universe. What they unify is the places that have not been paid attention to by the great existence. Lin Xiao certainly would not refuse to be favored by such a behemoth. And it is impossible to refuse. Who will contact me first? Sitting on the golden throne and looking down. The angles of the seats look like subordinates are surrounding him, looking down from a high place. And the feeling is very refreshing. Sitting at this level, it is basically the top. What needs to be considered next is that if several super academies choose me at the same time, how should I choose? The premise is that Huiyao is not included. If the first super academy likes it, there is no need to consider it, except Huiyao and the Throne of War. The remaining super academies have different rankings, but there is no qualitative difference in strength. So there is a lot to worry about. The young man supported his chin with his hand, daydreaming, and did not care about the strange looks frequently cast by the other contestants on the golden throne. Curiosity was mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, mainly dissatisfaction. Mainly because Lin Xiao's seat was a stone seat at the beginning, so far away from them at that time. He was a small character whose name they couldn't even remember. As a result, after 2 rounds, he climbed to the silver seat without knowing it. Now, not only has he jumped to the gold level, but he also beat Wu Xinglin to win the first place in the last stage, and inherited the legacy of the ancient ancestors. This is simply, if Wu Xinglin was the first, they would be convinced. If Lin Xiao got the first place by strength, they would also be convinced. But he was not. He got this place by luck. And this result made them very unconvinced. Quite unconvinced. But they had no choice. The result was already determined, and they could only express their dissatisfaction with their eyes. Of course, just being unconvinced does not mean that they will do anything. Not to mention that the result has been determined. Even if they overthrow Lin Xiao at this time, it cannot change the result. It's just that they are really unconvinced. Lin Xiao noticed their gazes, but he didn't care. This was normal. Any outstanding genius who thought he was extraordinary would be arrogant. Whether they were convinced or not was their business. And he had no right to care. At this time, he didn't have time to care. Because he had received a termination message from the Ether Observer. The Observer said with a regretful tone, "We really hope you can come to Ether. But unfortunately, due to the rules and restrictions of the summer camp, you will be selected by a super school." Lin Xiao was secretly happy in his heart. But his expression did not change. He put his hand on his chest and saluted, saying in a deep voice, "It's a pity that I can't go to Ether." The Ether Observer paused for a moment before replying, "With your talent, you will definitely stand out in the future. I hope to hear good news from you in the future. Goodbye." "Thank you." The communication was interrupted, and Lin Xiao sat down calmly. This communication from the Ether Observer almost meant that there was definitely a super school that had taken a fancy to him. But he didn't know which one or which ones it was. In a certain space, 3 figures with distorted voids stood in the air. Opposite them was only a figure that was also shrouded in distortion. The 4 were arguing fiercely. And the one on the opposite side was not at all inferior to the 3. Only the one in the middle of the 3 said, "We have already had our eyes on this player." The man on the opposite side just folded his arms and said lightly, "You gave up on your own." The figure on the right of the 3 continued, "We have already made an agreement with his alma mater, and he will enter our Saint Crystal. The alma mater is the alma mater, and we have no power to make decisions for him." The figure on the left of the 3 immediately said, "We decided to give him the first place." "We also decided to give him the first place." "Old man, do you have to compete with us?" The God's Wrath Observer said calmly, "You are competing with me. You really don't give me any face?" "No." The 3 observers of Shumjing were upset. The guy in front of them was difficult to deal with, and Shenna's ranking was higher than Shumjing. In addition, they had given up Lin Xiao once before, so they were not sure about the competition this time. They did not expect that this boy would be so powerful. Before, only Lao Li thought that this was a good seedling. But he just thought it was a good seedling. Who would have thought that he would give them such a big surprise in the end? At this time, in their eyes, Lin Xiao's potential was second only to Wu Zhenglin, and was stronger than the other gold players, who were second only to Wu Zhenglin. If in about a year, under their training, it would not be a problem for him to enter the deputy list of outstanding people at the end of the second year of high school or even a higher level. They did not want to give up such a super excellent player. But it was still the same problem. They could see the advantages of the boy, and others could see it too. How to snatch him was a big problem. According to the regulations, if the 2 sides kept arguing and no one gave in, and the boy had to choose by himself, then Shang Jing, who had given up the boy before, would have no advantage. What a headache. The 3 Saint Crystal observers thought for a long time, and found that there was no way at all. They could not persuade the teenager or the opponent to retreat, because they not only had no advantages to show, but were also slightly inferior to the opponent. The 3 were silent, and the observer from the God's Wrath laughed. "Do you feel that it is difficult to deal with?" "That's right. You gave up classmate Lin Xiao when you divided the team before. And your Saint Crystal ranking is not as good as our God's Wrath. We are all the same in terms of friendship. Let me see how you can compete with me. By the way, Ming Luo has decided to give up classmate Lin Xiao. Now we and Huiyao can only compete. But Huiyao usually takes action once every 10 years. The last time it took action was 2 years ago. It is estimated that no one has been sent this year." So, the 3 were speechless. And the leader Lao Guo opened his mouth, but another voice came out. "Is that so?" The 4 of them suddenly looked up at the same time with surprised expressions. They didn't know when a voice other than the 4 of them appeared in this space. A little starlight rippled, and a handsome young man in white walked out. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary person without any abnormality. But the 4 of them saw him as if they saw something terrible. Especially the observer from the God's Wrath subconsciously took a step back, and then quickly realized where he was at this time, and forced himself to remain calm. The 3 observers from the Holy Crystal looked at each other, and at the same time, they arched their hands to the young man in white and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Sir?" The young man in white glanced at them, and said lightly, "Take 2 people away." The 4 of them felt something was wrong at the same time and asked, "Who do you want to take away?" In the hall, Lin Xiao was chatting with Lin Su. He just received a message from Lin Su that he had been specially recruited by the 41st ranked Dark Moon in the higher education institution. Although he was not the chief but the last, it was already quite good for him. At this time, they had already left the original group. Gu Chung had not communicated with them since the exchange competition ended, and they were too lazy to pay attention. They were not on the same path, and there was no topic to discuss. When the summer camp is over and we go back, Grandpa will definitely be very happy. Lin Su's face was full of excitement at this time. Chapter 177. The dust has settled. Lin Xiao also showed an expectant expression. At this time, he had already imagined how happy his parents would be to hear the news. Especially his mother. He suddenly laughed, imagining how his mother would show off in front of his aunt. At this moment, Shen Yuexin, who had been huddled on the golden throne beside him like an ostrich, suddenly raised her head. Her mouth slightly opened and her pretty face showed a surprised expression, as if someone was contacting her. Then, a starlight suddenly fell from the sky on her, and the bright starlight surrounded her, making the already beautiful girl look even more beautiful. At the same time, the sky occasionally dropped a starlight to cover the students in the seats, and the light threads in the bright light column entangled and entangled to form strange marks that slowly fell on the selected ones. Many ordinary students below saw this scene and showed envious eyes, because this mark meant that they had been officially recruited by various higher education institutions. The previous one was also a special recruitment. But after all, the summer camp has not ended yet, so it has not been confirmed. It is equivalent to a promise. If there is no accident, it will be officially marked as it is now after the summer camp ends, which means that it is officially settled. Starlights fell one after another, and everyone covered by the starlight showed a happy expression, regardless of whether they got the first place or the top 3. As long as they could get special recruitment, they themselves represented that they were the best among their peers. This was an affirmation from a higher education institution. And the mark that was gradually condensing on Shen Yuexin seemed to be the mark of the 7th-ranked super school Mingluo? She was specially recruited by Mingluo? Lin Xiao was about to ask her, when he suddenly saw a crystal light explode on her body, and the invisible ripple shattered the newly formed Mingluo mark. He faintly heard a roar and stopped abruptly, and then the crystal light gathered on her wrist to form a new mark. When he saw the mark, Lin Xiao's pupils opened and his heart bulged. He felt extremely disappointed, because this was the mark from Huiyao, the first super school. Huiyao actually gave her a special recruitment quota and forcibly snatched it from Mingluo. According to the default rules, this naturally means that Huiyao will not give him a special recruitment quota. There was a little disappointment, but he still smiled and said to the girl, "Congratulations. This is a special recruitment invitation from Huiyao." The girl was still a little confused at this time, and said in surprise, "I didn't receive Huiyao's invitation." "Then how?" Lin Xiao's voice stopped abruptly, and the ripples formed by a little light in his pupils spread out, reflecting a handsome young man in white clothes who walked out of the ripples. And the voice appeared directly in his mind. "Well, kid, you are lucky." Then, a starlight fell from the sky and enveloped him in it, and countless light threads entangled, condensing into a mark on his hand that was exactly the same as Shen Yuexin's. Ah! This! He and Shen Yuexin were both stunned. They wiped their eyes vigorously. He said to the girl beside him in a low voice with some disbelief, "If I'm not mistaken, we were all specially recruited by Huiyao? Who told you that we were us?" The girl glanced at him with disdain and said, "It should be like this. Huiyao can recruit 2 people at the same time?" At this time, the others also saw the marks on them, and the players sitting on the golden throne with them could no longer maintain their youthful arrogance. They almost stared at them at the same time, their eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? Can't each of the 5 super universities only choose one? But this is Huiyao, Wu Zhonglin said lightly, nodding to Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin. "This is Huiyao. Yes, this is Huiyao." The teenagers sat down while reciting the words in their mouths. There was no more surprise on their faces, but the deep envy in their eyes could not be concealed. All the teenagers in their rows slowly calmed down and were no longer as surprised as before. But below, more and more people heard or saw, and cast their eyes on the 2 people with shock, envy or confusion. Countless small discussions gathered to form a wave of voices, which became louder and louder, until a sudden bell rang. A beam of light from the rostrum descended from the sky to reveal the figure of the host, and the hall calmed down. The host, Instructor Mo, swept his eyes full of pressure over everyone present, and the whole place was silent. He said in a deep voice, "The 3rd stage of this summer camp has ended. Congratulations to you all for winning the exchange competition with the Ivy League. This is a very good qualification for you and will be recorded in the file. It may not be of any use now, but it will be of extra benefit when you enter university or join the army in the future. After a pause, he continued, according to the summer camp reservation process, the third stage is also the last stage. You will receive your rewards later. This summer camp is over. You can stay in the fortress for 3 days. During this period, some students may receive a reserve invitation from the military. I hope that the students who receive the invitation can carefully check the content of the invitation and accept it if possible. Of course, this is not mandatory, but it is a good thing to remind you personally. Now, everyone, accept the reward. As soon as the voice fell, thousands of light beams fell from the sky onto all the students. Although there are only more than 20 Chinese students in the top 100 of the exchange competition, which is pitifully small, according to the rules of the summer camp, no matter who can stay until the end, they can get an extra card seat, and then get a certain amount of rewards according to the last seat. The higher the position, the more rewards. Among them, each person in the gold rank has an extra ancient quality god card and 5 golden myth quality 5-star cards. That is to say, Lin Xiao won the first place in the exchange competition, in addition to the 4 extra card slots for the first place in the exchange competition. He also got a total of 5 extra card slots, 3 ancient quality magic cards, and 15 5-star cards of random quality. So many rewards. Lin Xiao rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. As time went by, the beams of light disappeared one after another, and soon there were only a dozen or so left. Then a dozen, and finally only Lin Xiao, Shen Yuexin, and Wu Zhengling were left. Then the beams of light went out one by one according to the ranking of the 3 of them. And finally only Lin Xiao was left to continue receiving the subspace energy initiation under the attention of the crowd. This feeling, to be honest, is very pleasant. Quite pleasant. But no matter how pleasant it is, it has to end. When the initiation is over, a light curtain unfolds in front of Lin Xiao's eyes, and the reward collection session begins. He rubbed his hands excitedly and began to check the rewards. First, there are 3 ancient quality cards to be collected. When he clicked on the ancient card interface, a stream of crystal light sprinkled down, and the number was more than the last time. The dazzling array of cards dazzled him, and he didn't know which one to choose for a while. But he had a trick. Apart from other things, he searched for the smallest number first. Generally, the smallest number is more valuable than the batch-made ancient cards, such as the Frost Warlock profession he had chosen before. After setting the search conditions, the screen changed, and the number of cards in front of him changed rapidly. A few ancient cards with only 1 card appeared in front of him, and the first card immediately attracted his attention. 5-star item card Fire Dragon Blood Ancient. Obtain a drop of adult red dragon blood, which can give the target the blood of the fire dragon, and there is a chance that the target will be promoted to a hero. This is a good thing. Lin Xiao almost took it down without hesitation. If other players in the God Realm got this thing, they could create a red dragon Vein Warlock with an initial level of extraordinary 6th level and a legendary level of 8th level. For Lin Xiao, it is not just about creating a Dragon Vein Warlock. He will not be so short-sighted as to only create a Dragon Vein Warlock with the magic cube of good fortune in hand. His ambition is much greater than that of ordinary people. Then look at the second ancient crystal card with only 1 card. It is an extremely rare resource card, a micro-mithril vein. Loading it in the god's domain can form a miniature mithril vein underground at the designated location. The most important thing is that this vein is not a one-time thing, but a continuous one. As long as this ancient quality card is still there, it can continuously generate new mithril. This can be said to be of high value. Mithril itself is a necessary material for high-level magic equipment and has a high value in the market. But the problem is that this thing is a bit useless for them now, because at their current level, they are not at the level of involving magic equipment. Unless his intelligent goblins grow up and start trying to make magic equipment, they can only dig it out and store it in the warehouse or sell it on the trading platform. So, pass. His eyes quickly swept to the 3rd card, which was a weather card. Loading it into the god's domain can form 2 climates, lightning and storm. At the same time, the lord of the god's domain can also manipulate lightning storms by consuming divine power to enhance his majesty and style in the eyes of believers, or kill enemies who invade the god's domain. There is no weather or climate in the divine realm now, except for the initial breeze. There is no cloudy days, rainy days, spring, summer, autumn, winter, lightning, etc. With this card, the divine realm will form these two climates at specific times, and at the same time allow him to master the ability to cast lightning storms, which can be said to be quite powerful. But let's put it aside for the time being. He didn't say no. He had to have all the cards that complemented the rules of the god's domain, and he would definitely have them all in the future. But there were so many cards here, and the number of places in hand was limited. So he had to see if there was anything more suitable for him. Then he checked them one by one. Unless they were quite suitable for him, he would mark the others first, and read through the cards first. Anyway, there was no time limit now, and he could stay here for a day if he had the ability. In fact, it didn't take that long. There were not many cards of ancient quality, only 200 or 300, and it didn't take him long to scan them. In fact, when he scanned the 16th card, he took a fancy to a card and put it in his pocket without hesitation, using up the second place. This was a large iron or vein card, which could form a large iron or vein that could also be regenerated at a designated location when loaded into the god's domain. The size of the ore vein is divided into 6 types: micro, small, medium, large, super large, and giant. The size is not necessarily related to the card level, but is related to the rarity of the mineral resources. For example, for the same 5-star ancient quality mining card, mithril ore can only be a micro or vein, while iron ore can reach a large scale and randomly accompany a small amount of other minerals. For basic minerals such as iron ore, large is the limit of 5-star cards, and super large iron ore is only available for cards above 5 stars. Chapter 178A Summary of the harvest from the summer camp that everyone likes to see. Considering that there will be a long period of time after the summer camp to farm and digest the harvest from this summer camp. At that time, we will definitely focus on cultivating intelligent goblins. In the future, we will definitely need a lot of iron for them to make steel and forge various weapons for training. Purchasing them specifically is troublesome and uneconomical, so a large iron mine is very necessary. In fact, a large iron mine is not enough. This time, he inherited the tomb of Major General Carey. The fragment of the kingdom of God in it may be larger than he imagined. It is a fragment of the kingdom of God with powerful divine power. Now he doesn't know the specific area, but it is certain that it is more than 10 times his current domain. Once such a large domain is developed, the demand for resources will be very large. It is impossible to have such a large domain of God, with most of it being an empty wilderness. So this time, he will mostly choose various resource cards for the reward. A mature and complete domain of God must not have any shortcomings, especially for Lin Xiao, who has too many secrets and is not suitable for forming a team in the early stage. The domain of God must be self-sufficient and have perfect rules. You have to know that in the second year of high school, many exam courses are in the outer domain. If you accidentally drift into the outer void, you will not have supplies for a long time. At this time, a divine domain with sufficient resources, perfect rules, and no shortcomings can support him to persist longer. Those students who only develop military power, and whose logistics are provided by team members are powerful. But once an accident occurs, and they are separated from their teammates, the consequences will be quite serious. As for the third ancient quality card, Lin Xiao scanned back and forth among the dozen ancient cards marked as candidates, and gradually eliminated the cards with lower priority. In the end, only 2 cards were included in the priority selection, namely an ancient card that can summon a small mountain range named Mountains, and a land comprehensive biological card. The ancient card of the mountain seals a small mountain range, including 1 high and 5 small peaks. A total of 6 small peaks, the highest of which is only about 1,000 meters high, and the remaining peaks are only 600 or 700 meters high, and the shortest is only about 200 meters, with a vertical and horizontal area of 20 to 30 kilometers. The reason for choosing this card is simple. In addition to enriching the terrain of the divine domain, it is mainly prepared for many resources that must have mountains. For example, various ores, such as iron ore, are mostly hidden under the mountain. Of course, it is also possible to bury them directly underground, but it is not easy to mine. The soil under the earth is not hard enough to support the mine. The newly dug mine will seep and collapse in a minute. Even the open pit mine must be dug down. At the same time, there are stones where there are mountains. In the future, the expansion and development of the god's domain will require a large amount of stones to rebuild the city. As for the land comprehensive biological card, it is a large biological package containing many wild beasts of all sizes. Each beast has a number that can reproduce stably. All loaded can build a complete food chain on land. At the same time, the biological card can also provide enough meat for the god's domain. Some powerful beasts stay in the god's domain with sufficient energy for a long time. They may evolve into various more powerful beasts, and become opponents for the god's domain clan to sharpen their skills. These two cards are not very valuable among these ancient cards, but they are among the most suitable ancient cards for Lin Xiao now. He browsed back and forth between the two cards several times, and finally chose the mountain card. After all, he had chosen a large iron or vein before, which was just right for this one. As for the ecology and biology pack, he decided to randomly draw cards later and exchange the unused ones with others. So far, the three ancient cards have been selected, namely a drop of fire red dragon blood, a large iron or vein, and a small mountain card. Then, there is the selection of 15 golden mythical quality 5-star cards, which is quick because it is random. Unlike the self-selection of ancient cards, the rewarded mythical quality 5-star cards are all random. There is no need to think about it. He stretched out his hand and pressed the random button on the light screen in front of him. One by one, cards emitting light or thick golden light flew out of the golden vortex and fell into his hands. The intensity of the golden light means that even mythical quality cards have good and bad, and there are strong and weak cards of the same level. Soon, 15 cards with different intensities of golden light appeared in his hand. He rubbed his fingers and spread them into a fan shape like playing poker cards. The names of the 15 cards were clear at a glance. After a quick count, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and unexpectedly found a divinity card in it. There are no divinity cards to choose from in the normal hand-selected card pool. In the 2 stages before the summer camp, there were not only no divinity cards in the card pool when the rewards were self-selected, but there were no divine domain cards. Now it has been changed to random, and the 2 most valuable cards of these 2 mythical quality 5-star cards have been added to the card pool for everyone to draw. This thing is a good thing. The more the better. Even if there are many demigods in the dozens of statues in the tomb of Major General Carey that Lin Xiao inherited, he will definitely gain a lot of divinity. But this kind of thing will not be too much. And it is impossible to be too much. Speaking of which, this summer camp really made a lot of money. The total value of his gains alone is probably higher than the sum of the top 10. After digesting this wave of gains, his strength will definitely be able to leap forward. He may not be able to compare with perverts like Wu Xinglin for the time being, but he will definitely surpass the second-level elites like Zhang Guan, Xin Feng, Yan, and Wang Xinhe. Perhaps, it is possible to be listed on the vice list of the 3,000 outstanding people. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao was a little excited. There is a big difference between being on the list and not being on the list. It is not just an honor, but a real benefit that concerns his future. To give a simple example, it is like the ancient Earth before he traveled through time, whether he went to college or not, and what college he graduated from and entered the society. The treatment for finding a job is completely different. Ordinary people can only apply for ordinary jobs. College students can apply for white-collar positions. And the players listed on the vice list of outstanding people are equivalent to students who graduated from Tsinghua University and Peking University in the eyes of recruiting units. Hee. The premise is that they look down on your company. Most graduates from Tsinghua University and Peking University go into administrative and career positions after graduation. Only those who do poorly will join companies. And they have to be large companies, like the Fortune 500. If you are below that, they will not look down on you. Using this analogy, if Lin Xiao is ranked in any of the 3 lists, whether it is Tianjiao, Peerless or Renjia, his treatment after admission will be directly on another level with other students. And the school will spare no effort in training him. Hundreds of thousands of years of history have already proved that as long as these players on the list do not die unexpectedly midway, they can basically succeed in becoming gods. And no matter how big the investment is, it can be recovered. So, work hard. Young man. Lin Xiao encouraged himself in his heart. His eyes fell on the fan-shaped cards in front of him, and he took out half of them that suited him. The remaining half was useless to him. and he was ready to find someone to exchange for a card that suited him. After counting the rewards, he looked up and saw that most people had already counted the rewards, and many people had already stood up from their seats to communicate with familiar people. Lin Su was chatting with a student in a silver seat next to him. Seeing Lin Xiao receive the reward, he apologized to the man and walked towards him. Shen Yuexin also received her reward. The three of them gathered together. Lin Su looked at the marks from Huiyao on the two of them and was full of envy. I didn't expect that you were both selected by Huiyao for special recruitment. It was beyond everyone's expectations. I'm lucky. Lin Xiao smiled and returned. But his mind was recalling what the man in white said before. Boy, you're lucky. To be honest, he still didn't understand what was going on. The man in white was obviously an observer from Huiyao. Why did he say that he was lucky? Didn't he consider himself at the beginning? He thought about it and couldn't understand it. It was too strange. But no matter what, it was a foregone conclusion that he was specially recruited by Huiyao. No matter what the reason was, he could get in, even if he was not the chief. Cough. Lin Xiao coughed lightly and was a little embarrassed for his delusion. Chief is definitely impossible. I guess my special recruitment quota is for some special reason. How can I give him the chief quota? He can't afford it. Lin Xiao estimated that he might not even be in the top 3. Huiyao, the first super school in the main world, has about 10 special recruitment quotas. His ranking should be after the 3rd. He spoke the truth. Lin Su thought he was modest, and said with a smile, You have good strength and inherited the legacy of your ancestors. You have extraordinary potential. It is not surprising that you were specially recruited by Huiyao. After a pause, he said, You were specially recruited by Huiyao, and I was specially recruited by Dark Moon. This generation of the Lin family is very good. After graduating from college, we will leave the family, and it will definitely make the family go to a higher level. What a simple idea. Lin Xiao looked at this fellow clansman very seriously. Although he was a little arrogant, his character and values were very good. Thinking back to his care during the summer camp, he suddenly had an idea and said, Wait for me. As he spoke, his figure disappeared into thin air and returned to the divine realm. In the god's kingdom, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A huge ball of light floated in front of him. This was the god's tomb. Major General Carey packed the god's tomb directly into his god's domain. Everything in the entire god's tomb was inside. He reached into the ball of light, and when he pulled it back a little, there were 2 palm-sized statues in his palm, as well as 2 ancient cards emitting crystal light. The statues were the statues of 2 demigods in the god's tomb square. These were adventurers, or demigods, who accidentally entered the god's tomb when Major General Carey opened it once every 10,000 years. They were all turned into statues and sealed in the god's tomb. He took out 2 demigod statues from them and tore off a small piece of the Kingdom of God fragments to turn into 2 ancient quality god's domain cards. Coming out of the god's domain, Lin Su and Shen Yuexin's eyes immediately fell on his hands. He handed them a crystal card and a statue in each hand. We are teammates, and we have ventured into the god's tomb together again. You should have a share of the things inside. Several gold players who were chatting around noticed this scene and immediately showed envious expressions, and their eyes changed drastically when they looked at Lin Xiao. No one would dislike someone who is willing to share his gains with friends. Chapter 179 Divine Harvest. Lin Su and Shen Yuexin knew what it was and wanted to refuse. But these 2 things were what they needed most. Even a rich woman like Shen Yuexin didn't have any extra ones, so they couldn't say no. Lin Xiao could see it and pushed his hand over again. Here. This time they didn't refuse anymore. Shen Yuexin took it generously. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she shook her white hands. You have a conscience. You don't have to pay me back. Lin Xiao. Lin Su reached out to take the statue and crystal card and said, This is exactly what I need most. So I won't be polite. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Then the 3 chatted for a while, exchanged some cards that they didn't want but were suitable for the other party, and then agreed to stay here for another 3 days before returning to the main world. After parting, Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory. He immediately returned to the god's domain and sprinkled all the rewards and gains in front of his eyes. Cards with crystal light and golden light were floating in the air, surrounding a huge ball of light. He rubbed his hands excitedly. The next exciting moment was the prize-giving ceremony. The first step was to take out the fragments of the Kingdom of God in the Tomb of God and integrate them into his own god's domain. Now many cards in his hand needed a larger god's domain to load. He pointed his finger, and the ball of light suddenly lit up. Then a strand of chaotic gray light flew out of it, and spread rapidly around. Then, as the lord of the god's domain, Lin Xiao felt that his god's domain was slowly expanding. His consciousness flew to the edge of the god's domain. He could see that the void at the edge of the god's domain was boiling like a boiling oil pan, bubbling, and the land of the god's domain slowly grew out of the retreating chaotic energy inch by inch, gradually expanding. It's a slow process. It's not like the process god's domain card can be quickly loaded and integrated into the god's domain. This kind of unprocessed god's kingdom fragment, which comes from a powerful god, still has the residual rules of the god's kingdom. When it is integrated into the god's domain, it must also grind away the rules that do not belong to the god's domain. The speed must not be fast. But there is no hurry now. According to his prediction, this loading will probably take decades. Now that he is in the subspace, he doesn't have that much time. When he returns to the main world, 1 day is equivalent to 1 year in the god's domain. At least dozens of days, and at most 2 or 3 months will definitely be able to be fully integrated into the god's domain. As for these cards, they will also be stored first. It can be expected that when the second year of high school starts, it will be difficult to get so many cards in batches like in the summer camp. At that time, the rewards for the big class are estimated to be golden mythical quality cards. It will be necessary to return to the previous state of using low-level cards. It has to wait for the god's kingdom and the god's domain to be completely integrated, and then loaded according to the situation of the god's domain. Anyway, for Lin Xiao, the first semester of the second year of high school is his own precipitation and growth period. 1 semester is enough time for growth. The kingdom of God cannot be fully integrated into the god's domain for a while, but other things in the god's tomb can be used. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed a few times in the light ball, taking out statues one by one, including a huge dragon statue and a vampire demigod. These are all adventurers who have entered the god's domain in the past. The worst among them are all legendary strongmen, with a small number of divine creatures, about 7 demigods, and 5 left after sending 2 away. All of them were turned into stone statues by Major General Carey. Now they are dead, and the flesh and blood body has been turned into stone and cannot be reversed. This powerful flesh and blood has all turned into stone without energy, which can only be displayed. But the divinity remaining in the bodies of those divine creatures and demigods can still be extracted again. So cool! Lin Xiao rubbed his hands vigorously, stretched out his hand and pointed one by one, smashing the statues one by one. There is nothing left after the statues of legendary strongmen are broken, except for the immortal divinity. Everything else has been wiped out in countless tens of thousands of years, and not even a slag is left. The reason why they are not kept as pure statues for viewing is mainly to see if there is a miracle. In fact, there is nothing left after the statues of all legendary strongmen are broken. Even the flesh and blood are completely petrified. Just ordinary stones, just a little harder. All the residue was thrown into the divine domain, and Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the 4 divine creature statues. The 4 divine creatures include a human, a dwarf, a vampire, and a giant lion that is 5 or 6 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long with hair like flames. He stretched out his finger to smash a dwarf, and in the center of the gray stone head there was a piece of stone as big as an egg with dark red flesh, and a little dim golden light flickered in it. He stretched out his hand to grab the divinity in his hand and put it away first. Then he smashed the bodies of the remaining 3 divine creatures one by one. Most of them had only a little divinity, and only the mighty flame giant lion had 2 points of divinity. So a total of 5 points of divinity were harvested. Sure, the harvest now alone is almost comparable to all the previous accumulations. Not to mention that there are 5 demigod statues, which have more divinity. Of course, there are not as many as imagined, because these demigods have struggled in the god's tomb. Just like the snakeman demigod in the past, they will definitely struggle to death and even burn their divinity when facing a desperate situation. This is inevitable. So it is definitely impossible to harvest 5 complete demigods. But even if it is incomplete, the 5 remaining divinities are definitely more than 10 points or even more than 20 points, adding the previous 5 points and his own. Lin Xiao is about to have more divinity than Wu Zhenlin. With excitement, he came to the statue of the vampire demigod. A demigod who was famous in any plane has turned into a stone statue and died here in obscurity. With a finger, the statue broke, and a handsome head fell off and cracked. Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the head of the vampire demigod was still in flesh and blood. The rest of the body was completely petrified. But the brain was not completely petrified because of the remaining divine power and the remaining 5 points of divinity. The most important thing is that he sensed an extremely weak life fluctuation from this still alive head. This vampire demigod has not yet completely died. But it's normal to think about it. This vampire demigod is the last batch to enter the tomb of the gods. Just like them. It may have been less than half a year since he turned into a statue. It's not surprising that he is not dead yet. Well, this is difficult. It seems a bit wasteful to kill him directly. Holding the magic cube of fortune. This thing seems to have other better uses. At this moment, Lin Xiao had several crazy ideas in his mind. After thinking about it, he summoned the magic cube of fortune and divided an independent space in it to collect this thing first. Then, he checked the remaining 4 demigods one by one. They were a human, an elf, a fishman, and the dragon was also a demigod. These 4 demigods died a long time ago. At least 10,000 years ago. And they are completely dead. Lin Xiao found 3, 5, 6, and 8 points of divinity in their bodies, totaling 22 units. The dragon demigod had the most remaining divinity. It was estimated that he was a high-level demigod when he was alive. With the dragon talent, he should be the most powerful existence trapped in the tomb of the gods. Excluding the 5 divinity points of the temporarily retained vampire demigod, the 4 demigod statues provided 22 units of divinity, plus the 5 points accumulated by the previous divine creatures, 2 divinity cards, and the 5 divinity points of the vampire demigod incarnation. Lin Xiao now had a total of 34 divinity points in his hand, and he became rich instantly. But so much divinity cannot be integrated for him. Among them, the vampire demigod is temporarily retained, and the remaining 29 points of divinity are not all for him. He has an idea in his mind, whether he can take advantage of the abundant divinity on hand now. Select a few promising ones in his family to give them divinity, and upgrade them to divine creatures. For example, the epic hero Great Nagathrata is now a hero. If he can become a divine creature, his strength will definitely be stronger, and his potential will be higher. Although it is good to be strong, it is too biased. Only when the entire god's domain is strong can it develop stably, and have a better future. After all, if his god's domain is strong enough, they will also have enough strength to fight for their interests. Moreover, non-divine creatures only need to fuse a little divinity at the beginning. He expects that he only needs to give no more than 5 points of divinity, and the remaining 24 points are enough for himself. All the statues in the god's tomb were taken out. Now there is only a pure fragment of the kingdom of God, waiting to be slowly integrated into his own god's domain. After doing this, Lin Xiao had time to focus on the interior of his own god's domain. I haven't returned to the god's domain for a while, and there are not many changes in the god's domain. The main reason is that the time is not long. There is no change in the wild of the god's domain. There are still so many flower fairies. The little elemental elves are still playing in the sea. The little dragon turtle has not grown up yet, and the lobster tribe seems to have expanded a little. On the mainland, the Naga city has also been improved. There are dozens of newborns in the Great Naga, and there are many new-style buildings in the city that look more refined. He took a closer look. These new-style buildings came from the satellite city, where the intelligent goblins lived. They had not changed for a while. They set their sights on their own residences. They probably felt that the houses built for them by the Nagas and the fishmen were too rough and ugly. So they tried to transform them into new houses, which now look pretty good. The development of the god's domain is stable, and the clan lives well, with no worries about food and clothing. Every day, a large number of fishmen and big Nagas go to the ancient arena to hone their skills. Although the experience bonus of the ancient arena cannot be stimulated without the power of faith, the arena will not be closed at ordinary times and can still be used. It's just that without the power of faith, no additional combat experience and professional experience will be obtained after the battle is won. Only basic combat experience and improved professional skill proficiency can be obtained, which cannot make it promoted, but it can ensure that the combat effectiveness will not be degraded. This thing is powerful, but the power of faith consumed is too terrible for him now, and he can't open it all the time. He can only wait until the clan accumulates more power of faith every day in the future to keep it in regular use. After browsing the god's domain, Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, stretched out his palm, and a ball of light appeared in his palm, which was the broken crystal wall system origin core SH.L. This thing. Chapter 180 Repair Method of Crystal Wall Origin Core. He tried to summon the creation cube and put it in, closed his eyes, and slowly felt it, opened his eyes a little, and showed a bitter smile. Damn it. 10 units of creation energy can only repair one crack. It's too exaggerated. He counted and found that this thing had 16 cracks, which means that it would take 160 units of creation energy to repair it. Which is simply, you should know that a first-level relic can only decompose 1 to 2 or 3 units of creation energy, and a third-level high-level relic can only decompose 30 or 40 units. Wouldn't it be necessary to decompose 4 or 5 high-level relic to gather enough creation energy for repair? Moreover, this is just to repair the cracks. If you want to completely repair and restore it later, the creation energy consumed is huge, which is a headache. According to the answer given by the creation cube, this thing has 4 stages of repair. The first stage, repair the cracks. After the cracks are completely repaired, the basic properties are strengthened. A layer of crystal wall can be formed to cover the entire divine domain, and a layer of void can be formed outside the divine domain. Just like the real crystal wall system, other divine domain spaces can be opened up in the void outside the divine domain. The second stage, reweave the underlying rule network inside the origin core of the crystal wall system. This thing itself carries the origin core of a crystal wall system, and the underlying rule network of the crystal wall universe is part of it. After reweaving the underlying rule network, as the Lord of the Divine Domain, he has unimaginable power in the Divine Domain. You can refer to the legendary Lord of the Crystal Wall system, which is deleted and infinitely shrunk. It can be said that he is invincible in the Divine Domain. The third stage, fill the origin. Plunder the origin of other Crystal Wall systems to fill this thing, and repair and reproduce the origin core of the universe. If the origin can be completely filled, it is equivalent to endless divine power support, comparable to great divine power. Moreover, this stage is a very long stage. You can get bonuses by filling it from the beginning. The more you fill, the greater the bonus. When Major General Carey first possessed this treasure, he was at this stage. He relied on the power of the origin in the Crystal Wall system's origin core to quickly grow into a powerful divine power with a godhood level of 19, and relied on this treasure to fight against a great divine power. Unfortunately, the power of the origin was exhausted in the end, and he eventually fell. The fourth stage, reawaken the Crystal Wall system's will in the Crystal Wall system's origin core, or the will of the universe. The legendary heavenly way. This, the creation cube cannot predict what will happen after success. But the peak of the third stage is comparable to the great divine power. It is speculated that this stage should be a step up. After all, a complete Crystal Wall system origin core has the equivalent of a complete Crystal Wall system's great power belonging to itself, which is a treatment that ordinary Crystal Wall system masters do not have. Every time a part is repaired, the corresponding benefits of this part can be obtained immediately. Lin Xiao is very interested in this. Perhaps in the eyes of Major General Carey, this treasure was already damaged, and even he was unable to repair it. He never thought that the creation cube in Lin Xiao's hand was not a special relic, but an unknown treasure with a higher grade than the Crystal Wall origin core, which had the ability to repair it. Realm suppression. Strengthen the god's domain. Increase the strength of the god's domain space by +1. Increase the energy concentration by +1. Stabilize the god's domain, and add +1 card per month. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the god's domain shook slightly. The light ball formed by the SH.L of the origin core of the crystal wall in front of him sank slightly, as if it was sinking into the water. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out, ignoring the powerful defense of the Palace of God, and quickly spreading to the entire God's domain, until the God's domain was fusing the fragments of the Kingdom of God, and swept past the edge of the chaotic gray gas that was constantly growing, and entered the subspace outside the God's domain. Then, Lin Xiao felt that his consciousness had left the restrictions of his own God's domain for the first time, and entered the subspace outside the God's domain. Just as he imagined, outside the God's domain was the subspace with violent energy. The surging subspace energy surged wantonly, but it began to calm down when it approached the God's domain, as if the crystal wall at the edge of the God's domain had magical power. That wave of fluctuation rushed out of the divine domain for a very long distance before stopping. And then a layer of crystal wall formed out of thin air, slowly condensing into an extremely tough new crystal wall. In other words, his current divine domain is like a crystal wall system, and the existing divine domain is like the main plane inside the crystal wall system. There is an unknown layer of void outside the main plane. If he wants, he can open up a new divine domain space in the void outside the crystal wall. After the new crystal wall is formed, the crystal wall system origin core in his hand is fixed in the divine domain and cannot be removed. Once it is taken away, the crystal wall formed outside will collapse. And if there is a newly opened divine domain space outside the divine domain, it will fall into the subspace and slowly be eroded and collapsed. With a thought, the outer L of the crystal wall system origin core slowly disappeared. With another thought, the light ball slowly emerged again. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his right hand to grab the light ball, reached into it, grabbed a card and took it out. And suddenly a rich crystal light bloomed, like a crystal light ball. 5-star ancient card Flame Molten Sea. That's right. It was the supermodel ancient card Flame Molten Sea that he had spent so much effort to fuse in the last wave of the exchange competition, as compensation for his willingness to give up a part of the fragments of the Kingdom of God. Major General Carey used supreme means to turn this card into reality, and hid it in this crystal wall system origin core, and gave it to him. Lin Xiao planned to wait until the main divine domain expanded to a certain extent, and then use the remaining fragments of the Kingdom of God to open up 4 smaller divine domain spaces in the void around the main divine domain, and a slightly larger divine domain space above and below, and transform them into the 4 elemental planes of earth, fire, wind and water, and the heaven above and the underworld below, and establish his own 4 origin rules in advance to prepare for the 3rd stage of repairing the crystal wall system origin core in the future. Then, when the time comes, put this Flame Molten Sea card in one of the planes to transform it into the fire element plane. There happens to be a flame lord in it that can command the fire element plane, if it is given divinity. In the future, as the god's domain expands and the rules are improved, this flame lord can directly become the flame god of the 4 origins of the god's domain. And he is an ancient god who does not need the power of faith to be more powerful than the god of faith. It can be said that when Lin Xiao obtained this treasure, his own strength did not increase much, but his potential has skyrocketed by who knows how many times. After counting the harvest, he barely moved the cards in his hand, preparing to go back to the main world. Next, he went to the sea to find a little elemental elf to play with and cultivate feelings. And by the way, he integrated a little divinity that had been wiped out by the magic cube into her body. This little guy is also very promising and worth cultivating. As for the little dragon turtle, although it has a future, it is too small now. He plans to wait until it grows up before granting it divinity, so that it can grow into an ancient dragon turtle faster. This guy has a super strong bloodline talent, and it will be stronger if he is granted divinity. As long as he doesn't die and keeps living, he can sleep into a demigod or even a deified god even if he sleeps all the time. Of course, this time span is quite long. It is estimated that when Lin Xiao graduates from university, he may just be an adult. If he wants to become an ancient dragon turtle at the demigod level, it is estimated that it may not be possible in the main world for dozens or hundreds of years. Then, he gave his most devout believer, the great Nandaslada, a little divinity to help him become a divine creature. 3 days is too short to watch him being promoted. But from his growing strength, it can be seen that after the promotion is completed, Slada will not only be able to be promoted to the hero level, but also his own strength will be able to move from the 6th level to the 7th level. It is worth mentioning that after the fusion of the super ecological card of the Divine Realm Paradise, the spatial strength of the Divine Realm +1, the energy level +1, can accommodate the 6th level extraordinary strongman. Now that the Divine Realm has merged with the treasure of the Crystal Wall System Origin Core SH.L, the spatial strength and energy concentration are +1 again, which means that the current Divine Realm can already accommodate the appearance of the 7th level extraordinary strongman. And if it is upgraded to the next level, it can accommodate the appearance of the 8th level legendary creature. This seems to be only 1 level difference, but in fact it is a world of difference. Let's put it this way. For the first-year high school students of the same level as Lin Xiao, most of the Divine Realms are still the same as at the beginning, and cannot give birth to the 6th level extraordinary creatures. Even a small number of the contestants participating in the summer camp are like this. Only a small number of elite divine realms are strong enough to carry the birth of the 6th level extraordinary. As for the 7th order god realm, it can be said that among all the players in the summer camp and the Ivy League, only a few god realms have this strength. Or even less than imagined. The increase in the upper limit of the god realm strength is directly related to the strength of the god realm. After all, after the 6th order extraordinary level, the strength is more than doubled or tripled with each level increase. 3 days later, Lin Xiao returned from the god realm. Lin Su and Xin Yuexian had already dealt with their own affairs. The three of them packed up and boarded a previously booked military void battleship to return to the main world. There were many players traveling with them. Lin Xiao sat in the cabin and stretched out his right hand. A beam of light flew out from the wristband on his wrist and unfolded to form a light curtain that only he could see. There were 2 invitations from the military on it. Student Lin Xiao. In view of your excellent performance in this super freshman summer camp, in the name of Yan Wang No. 5 War Zone, the 1st Expeditionary Force, and the 3rd Division, you are invited to join the 3rd Division Fury Flame Corps. And the signature is Colonel Xie Yufei. There is another invitation below. Lin Xiao. In view of your excellent performance in this super freshman summer camp, in the name of Yan Wang No. 5 War Zone, the 2nd Expeditionary Army, and the 1st Division, we invite you to join the Wolf Fang Regiment of the 1st Division. And sign it as Colonel Hong Yunfei. Oh my goodness. This is poaching. The Wolf Fang Regiment came to poach him from the Fury team. I wonder if the hot-tempered Colonel Xie Yufei will have a real-life PK if he knows about it. New content can be expanded below these 2 invitations, which write about the various treatments after accepting the invitation. Lin Xiao looked at the treatments of both invitations, and they were the same. Accept the invitation and directly obtain the 1st-class Sergeant Elite rank, which is equivalent to the elite rank of Corporal, and is a non-commander special service exclusive rank. From the 1st-class Sergeant to the 5th-class Sergeant, the next promotion is the Sergeant Major comparable to the Major. Chapter 181, Proud of it. This should be the unified standard for the reserve forces. But at the end, both colonels added a sentence: if you join their regiment, you will have extra special treatment in the future, etc. He ignored this point directly, as such words are not reliable. The military has always attached great importance to personal ability. Only those with ability can stand firm. If you don't have the ability, it's useless to give special treatment. However, you must join. It's not just the host's reminder at the end of the summer camp. Lin Xiao himself also knows that joining the military reserve in advance during high school is equivalent to the reserve of future officers. It is easier to upgrade the rank during this period than to upgrade the official soldier, as long as you have good performance during this period, such as performing well in some test-type military tasks assigned every year, and your own strength can pass the test. It is easy to upgrade the rank. During this period, you can upgrade your rank by several levels. After graduating from college, the sergeant rank will be converted into a formal rank, and you will start higher than others. For example, if you can be promoted to the 5th level sergeant or even the sergeant major during this period, you will be a major elite rank after graduation. This is a high-ranking military officer who can command ordinary major generals. In some unimportant planes, an elite major may be the highest commander of the entire base, with very high power and status. His eyes swept over the 2 invitations, ignoring the invitation from the Wolf Fang Regiment, clicking on the invitation from the Fury Flame Regiment, and chose to reply. It is an honor to join the Fury Flame Regiment. A light curtain popped up, revealing a hot female colonel. Xie Yufei said to him with a serious face, "Before you start school, your file will be transferred to the Fury Flame Regiment Reserve. Before college, there will be a test mission from the military every semester to test your growth progress. The mission results are related to your internal military evaluation. Do your best to perform well in the test, which will be related to your rank promotion and future treatment after college. This is just a message. No need to answer." Xie Yufei's tone was slightly softer. She said, "As my man, you can get an extra task option before each test mission. You can choose whether to replace the original test mission with the extra option. At the same time, you can use the military facilities and intelligence of the 3rd Division of the 1st Expeditionary Army in the Yan Wang No. 5 War Zone. Then, I wish you a good performance and a happy semester in Huiyao-affiliated middle school." After saying these 2 sentences, Colonel Xie Yufei's projection disappeared neatly. This extra benefit is not bad. whether it is the use of military facilities or advanced intelligence. And the most important extra task option. This is a very practical privilege. In particular, the extra task option means that there is an extra task outside the test mission designated by the military. If you feel that the military test mission is too difficult and dangerous, you can replace it with this extra task to complete it without affecting the final mission assessment. At the same time, Shin Yuexin and Lin Su also received invitations from the military. They both chose the Fury Flame War group. Shin Yuexin's reason for choosing was the same as his. They were originally members of the Fury team. If they didn't choose this, who would they choose? Lin Su just saw that they all chose this. The speed of the military's void warships was much faster than that of civilian ones. It only took them 5 days to cross the subspace of unknown distance to a certain space anchor point and begin to enter the main world. The subspace is actually boundless. If you can't find the space node, you can't reach the main world even if you fly for 10,000 years. And you will only get lost in the depths of the subspace. The huge warship flew out of the vortex and landed above a huge building. The huge square below was full of flying cars from all over the place. When the three of them came out of the warship, they received a message. When they clicked it, they saw that it was a message from their mother. Baby, Mom said someone to pick you up. When you get there, contact this number. My family sent someone to pick me up. Shin Yuexin said to him coquettishly with her hands behind her back. My family is the same. What a coincidence. I am the same. The three of them paused, and then laughed at the same time. After laughing for a while, the three of them quieted down, and didn't know what to say for a while. Let's say take care of yourself. Lin Xiao and Shin Yuexin are classmates now. They will report to Huiyao affiliated middle school together after the holiday. Only Lin Su is going to Dark Moon, and he is not in the same place as them. If he wants to meet, he will probably have to wait until the next holiday. Lin Su wanted to say something, but when he saw Shin Yuexin glance at someone from time to time, he sighed secretly and dispersed the last bit of thought in his heart. She has no interest in him from beginning to end, so it's useless to say anything. It will probably take many years for us to see each other again after today's separation. I wish you all a bright future and a prosperous future. Lin Xiao continued. I wish you us to see each other at the peak in the future, climb each other, and meet at the top of the mountain. Shin Yuexin also smiled brightly and said, the little girl also wishes us academic success, soaring to the sky, and finally achieving success. Goodbye. Goodbye. The three laughed again, each in a different mood. 3 minutes later, the three got on the car that came to pick them up. Shin Yuexin went directly back to her home in the provincial government not far away. Although Lin Xiao and Lin Su were both going back to the Lin family, they each had someone to pick them up. Lin Xiao smiled the whole time while looking at the scenery outside the window. The driver was from the same clan, and asked, Xiao is in a good mood. Did you get good results from the summer camp? Although the summer camp has ended, the news about the summer camp has just spread and has not spread everywhere. He smiled and said, I guess so. As he spoke, he lowered his head and touched the wristband, and a message popped up, showing Shin Yuexin's response. I'm home already. Oh! A simple response. And another message came a few seconds later. He clicked it and saw. So perfunctory. Her little face of humming and humming appeared in his mind automatically. And he smiled and replied, Then I wish my pretty little aunt a safe return home. Who is your pretty little aunt? Then the not pretty little aunt? Are you looking for death? Shin Yuexin responded coquettishly. And it seemed that she did not realize that she was not the same as usual when facing this boy. The guard who came to pick her up was one of her mother's guards. Seeing her like this, he was quite curious. But he said nothing, just remembered it in his heart, and prepared to report to his wife later. While bickering with the pretty little aunt, I felt that time pass quickly. Unknowingly, I arrived near Dongning City. The car crossed a small mountain range and landed above Linjiabao. The car was parked directly at the door of the house. His mother was waiting for him early. As soon as he got off the car, his mother, who looked like a girl, came forward with a happy face, took his hand and looked up and down, and touched his cheek with her cold little hand, and said, Son, you have lost some weight recently. Did you not eat well there? Lin Xiao. Is it okay? Come in. Mom has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. All your favorite. Then she dragged him into the house. On the dining table, A large bowl of white rice was piled high, and a large table was full of dishes. Jin Yunju was holding her chin up and watching him eat. Lin Xiao was used to this situation and didn't care about eating big mouthfuls at all. Son, tell Mom how you performed in this summer camp. Well, swallowed a big mouthful of rice. Very good. How good is very good? He didn't explain, but just stretched out his left hand and pressed it on the table. A little crystal light appeared on the back of his hand and outlined a mark. Jin Yunju lowered her head and looked at the crystal light mark for a long time. Then looked up in a daze, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. What is this? Ahem. Lin Xiao almost choked on a mouthful of rice. This soul-searching question from his mother caught him off guard. At this moment, countless streams of light in the hall converged to form the figure of his father. He strode in front of him, stared at the mark on the back of his hand with a look of shock in his pupils, and said, "Is this Hui's special recruiting mark?" Obviously, his father recognized this mark, but he didn't dare to believe it. Lin Xiao took a bite of rice and nodded, and then heard his mother screaming with her mouth covered. The sound was so sharp that both father and son frowned. Then, she grabbed his hand with her little hand and looked back and forth, rubbing it gently with the tip of her little finger, rubbing it so hard that he couldn't help but want to retract his hand. Snap! The mother slapped him with a slap, and pressed his hand on the table with a strong force and scolded. What are you moving? Let me take a good look. Let me take a picture first. The father and son showed helpless expressions at the same time. It was not easy for the mother to see enough, take enough pictures, and then pack up and go out. It was likely that she ran to show off. Only then did Lin Xiao have time to sit and chat with his father. After brewing the tea and serving it to his father, he took the tea from his son and said with some emotion, I used to think that you could last for one stage in the summer camp. And if you were lucky, you could last until the second stage. I never thought that you would give Dad such a big surprise. After drinking the tea in one breath, he said, Don't eat at home tonight. I will take you to Grandpa's house. Yeah. It must be said that men are more receptive. Although the shock in his father's eyes was still there, he could accept it calmly and asked him about his experience in the summer camp calmly. Lin Xiao did not hide anything. He said what he could say, and it was better to hide what was not suitable. In the evening, Lin Xiao met all his uncles and cousins at his grandfather's house. Grandpa was very happy, even happier than the last birthday. He pulled him to sit in the main seat, just below Grandpa. During the banquet, the uncle and the second uncle had no expression on their faces. The aunt and the second aunt got along well with the mother, but their smiles were forced. The cousins were envious, but they no longer had the previous hostility. Instead, they showed a hint of intimacy and flattery. It is a simple human nature. When others are stronger than you, you will be jealous. But when others are much stronger than you, so much that you can never catch up, you will only be in awe and envy. This is the case now. As students, how could they not know what the Huiyao special recruitment represents? In their eyes, this represents a step to heaven. As long as they don't fall in the middle of the journey, they will most likely be deified. Moreover, deification is just the starting point. Once a Huiyao special recruitment can be deified, how can the future be low? It can be expected that in the future many years later, perhaps Lin Xiao will become the strongest person in the family, or even surpass the previous 2 generations to become the second patriarch of the family. This is not only for the cousins who rely on the family, but also there is an old saying that goes, if one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. If this cousin of mine really becomes a big shot in the future, as a cousin, he can also get some of the glory. After all, they are all from the same family and are all cousins. This situation is very common. After dinner, Grandpa called Lin Xiao to the study alone and said with a smile, Grandpa is proud of your performance. As he said this, he flipped his palm and several cards of different colors appeared in his palm and handed it to him. Here, take it. This is the reward from Grandpa. Tomorrow, Grandpa will take you to meet your great-grandfather. Chapter 182 Grandpa and Grandfather's Gift. Just a quick glance. There are 5 cards in it. 2 purple epics, 1 orange legend, 1 golden myth, and a crystal shining ancient god card. For a demigod like Grandpa, this is indeed a super reward. He did not refuse, and took it and said sweetly, Thank you, Grandpa. Good boy. This is what you deserve. The next morning, Lin Xiao was woken up by his mother. He packed up and went to his grandfather's house for breakfast. It was said that it was made by Grandma herself. After eating, Grandpa took him and his father to the castle where his great-grandfather lived. On the way, he saw some relatives from the same clan from time to time, and he clearly felt that everyone was more enthusiastic than before. At the gate of the castle, he saw the second uncle with Lin Su. Grandpa smiled and clasped his fists and said, "Second brother is also here to see father?" In Lin Zhao's usual impression, the second uncle, who has always been serious, rarely smiled and nodded. "Bring Su to see father today." He looked at Lin Xiao again and waved, and he quickly stepped forward and saluted. "Xiao greets the second uncle." "Very good." The second uncle nodded and praised. "You two are the best in the family, and we will support each other in the future." Then he stretched out his hand and flipped 3 cards emitting golden light in his palm and handed them over. "Don't refuse. This is a gift from the second uncle to you, although it is not as good as the one you gave to Su. But it is my intention." Then grandson is not polite. Obviously the second uncle knew that the semi-god statue and the god realm card he gave to Lin Su were a return gift. It has to be said that the reality is quite realistic. When he showed his peak potential, even a true god like the second uncle was not immune. But this is reality. Everyone is immortal. And it would probably be the same if it were Lin Xiao. Soon they saw the great-grandfather in the castle. A true god who looked like his second uncle and grandfather, but with white hair. This was the 5th time Lin Xiao had seen his great-grandfather since he grew up. He had only seen him at family gatherings on important days before. True gods have immortal lifespans, and it is rare to see true gods look like old people under normal circumstances. For example, Major General Carey looked old, but that was because his true body had fallen. The great-grandfather looked so old because his mentality was old. If he wanted, he could also restore his youthful appearance at any time. Like his grandfather, the great-grandfather was in a good mood today. He encouraged him and Lin Su and took out an exquisite gift box, which obviously contained a bunch of cards. Lin Su took it modestly, but Lin Xiao thought about it before taking it and said, "Grandfather, please forgive me. If possible, I would like to exchange these for some broken pieces of relics." The great-grandfather raised his long white eyebrows and asked curiously, "Broken pieces of relics?" "Yes. Any broken fragments of a relic would do, even if they were of no use at all." The great-grandfather pondered for a moment, and did not ask him what he wanted this for, but just said, "Grandfather has a few pieces of fragments that he collected before. Well, I will give them to you." At this time, the second uncle said, "I also have a few pieces of fragments that I collected. I will give them to you." Lin Xiao was delighted and said quickly, "Grandson thanks grandfather." Second uncle. So, a total of 8 pieces of relic fragments were obtained, belonging to different relic fragments, 2 of which obviously contain more powerful energy. Probably not just the fragments of the first level relic. If you want more, grandfather will find them for you in a few days. After returning from the great-grandfather, Lin Xiao plunged into the divine realm. If it is said that the complete relic is definitely not his share, the intact relic is a good thing that even a powerful god would not have too much. But the relic fragments that are just useless except for collection are different. Great-grandfather has said that he will look for it in the next few days. He probably went to the platform for true god communication to look for it. I don't know how many he can get. Lin Xiao wanted to ask for as many as he could get. But this thing is not cheap. Even if it is a collectible, it costs about 100 million faith power per piece. Great-grandfather can't really spend tens of billions to collect a lot of it. The key is that he can't say why he wants so many fragments of relics. He can only say that he collects and studies them, without a reasonable excuse. It is impossible to get too many. In the gods' domain, in the palace of gods. After 2 days of returning to the main world, the gods' domain has been almost 2 years. The gods' domain has already merged a large number of fragments of the kingdom of God and expanded a lot. These expanded gods' domains are all wastelands, but under the effect of the gods' domain paradise card. The gods' domain's original perfect paradise ecology is slowly covering the expanded new land, turning the barren land into fertile new land. The new God's domain land obtained with the God's domain card generally depends on the type of God's domain card. If the God's domain card specifies water areas, it is water areas. If it specifies wasteland, it is wasteland. And if it specifies fertile black land, It is fertile black land. If it is new land obtained by integrating the sanctuary or the kingdom of God. It generally depends on the type of the sanctuary and the kingdom of God that are integrated. Under normal circumstances, it is a wasteland and needs to be transformed by yourself. Under Lin Zhao's intentional control, the newly grown terrain of the entire divine domain on the right side is parallel to the seabed, and each part of the seawater spreads over to form a new sea area. The right part is normal growth. All plains. He wanted to get some terrain such as mountains, which can be done in operation. But in fact the mountains that are grown are just mountain-shaped land, not real mountains made of stone, which are equivalent to earth mountains. Of course, even if the earth mountain has a long time and undergoes various geological activities, it may form rocks. But that time is too long, and it is impossible to wait until that time in the early stage. At this time, the area of the divine domain is more than 3 times that of 2 years ago. But the fragments of the kingdom of God in the tomb of God have disappeared by only about 1%. Which means that when the fragments of the kingdom of God are completely integrated into the divine domain, the total area of his divine domain will probably increase to more than 300 times the original. It's so exaggerated. Lin Zhao's mouth was almost open. He rubbed his hands and made a fake move. And dots of starlight flew out in front of him to outline the magic cube of good fortune. Lin Zhao put away his mood. He didn't need to worry about this divine domain for the time being. It was less than 1% now. It would take 3 or 4 months to fully integrate it. It was too early. He stretched out his right hand again, and a handful of fragments of the relics floated in the void. He tapped 8 fragments of the relics one after another, and fell into the magic cube. The huge magic cube slowly turned, and a mysterious wave spread out. The few fragments of the relics obtained last time decomposed a total of more than 1 unit of good fortune energy. This time, there were 2 fragments that were obviously from higher-level relics, and he felt that there would be more. Soon, a ripple sprayed out from the gap of the magic cube of good fortune and stopped turning. He thought about it and felt it, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. There are about 4 units of good fortune energy, which can be used to synthesize some good things. First, count the cards. Lin Zhao now has 5 ancient quality cards. 3 from the summer camp, 1 from his grandfather, and 1 from his grandfather. Then, there are a total of 24 mythical quality 5-star cards, 1 legendary quality 5-star card, and 2 epic quality 5-star cards. Among them, the mythical quality 5-star cards are 15 from the summer camp, 1 from his grandfather, 3 from his second uncle, and 5 from his grandfather. In addition, there are 7 mythical quality cards left over from the first 2 stages of the summer camp, as well as a bunch of messy spoils of war. In general, the harvest of this summer camp is indeed super rich. So many resources have exceeded the resources owned by many ordinary descendants of true gods, allowing him to instantly narrow the gap with those descendants of true gods. Lin Zhao now has 7 additional card slots, which are the 5 obtained from the summer camp, and the card slots he has this month multiplied by 2. He can fuse 7 cards, which can be strengthened. First, spread out the 5 ancient crystal cards. It was surprising that Grandpa could take out an ancient quality card. Cards of this quality are quite valuable to demigods. However, when he saw the attributes of the ancient crystal card given by Grandpa, Lin Zhao fell into deep thought. 5-star resource card large hematite vein card. When loaded into the divine domain, it can form a renewable large hematite vein at a specified location, with a small amount of random associated minerals. It can't be said to be bad, but it can be said that Grandpa is very thoughtful. After all, under normal circumstances, no one needs such a large vein, and Grandpa didn't know that he had a vein card in his hand. It can only be said that Grandpa and grandson wanted to go together. Somewhat embarrassed to put the vein card aside, he was not disappointed. This was a gift from Grandpa, an extra good thing, and there was no reason to be disappointed. Looking at the second ancient card given by his great-grandfather, this made his eyes light up. 5-star summoning card Storm Giant Ancient. Summon an underage Storm Giant. Wow! My great-grandfather had all this stuff. Adult Storm Giants are powerful beings that can rival dragons, can control storms, and are natural legendary creatures. The underage Storm Giant in front of him is at least level 6, and can continue to grow until the level 8 legendary. Of course, the premise is that the strength of the divine domain can accommodate level 8 legendary creatures. Lin Xiao's current divine domain strength can accommodate level 7 high-level extraordinary creatures. And this big guy can grow all the way to the peak of level 7. However, Lin Xiao certainly wants more than just summoning an extraordinary creature. At this moment, a new idea immediately appeared in his mind. Storm giants? Can they match his own Great Naga? This is a very interesting idea. And Lin Xiao is very interested. However, if you want to try this idea, you must have a lot of good fortune energy to implement it. The 4 units of good fortune energy in your hand are definitely not enough. After thinking about it, he put away the 2 ancient cards, the Storm Giant card and the Fire Dragon Essence Blood, and waited until he accumulated enough good fortune energy. Then he placed the remaining 3 ancient cards in front of him, rubbing his chin in thought. He did have some ideas for these 3 cards, but after thinking carefully, he decided not to use them. His idea was to fuse these 3 ancient cards, integrate the 2 large mineral veins into the mountain card, and add some good fortune energy to see if he could fuse out a special mineral card, such as a whole mountain made of iron ore. But after thinking carefully, he decided to forget it because it was a bit useless. Because at this stage, 2 large iron mines are completely enough for the God Realm to use. And there is no point in building another mine. There is no need to waste good fortune energy just to save 2 card slots. Chapter 183 5-Star Miracle Card Tower of Truth. However, it does not mean that the fusion can be done directly. It can still be slightly modified. For example, 2 mining cards can be fused into a larger mining card. Just ordinary fusion. No creation energy is needed. 2 ancient quality vein cards were placed in front of him. And then he took out 2 golden cards from the card library in his hand. These were also 2 mining cards. 1 medium-sized red copper ore and 1 small silver mine. The value of silver ore is higher than that of basic ores such as iron ore and copper ore. So the small silver mine vein is a golden mythical quality card. All veins have regeneration ability, but generally not high. And except for a few special mines, they all come with random associated mines. No one knows what the associated mine is before the vein card is loaded. What Lin Xiao has to do is very simple. He throws all 4 mining cards into the magic cube of fortune, then takes out a few cards that are useless to him and decomposes them into nutrients, and then merges all the vein cards into a new large mining card. Yes, it is still a large mining card, but there is also a difference in large size. In addition to being equivalent to the scale of 2 or 3 large iron mines before, the quality of the vein has also been upgraded from conventional to rich or level. And the card is still of ancient quality. 5-star resource card large mixed rich vein card ancient, loaded into the divine domain. It can form a large mixed rich vein at the specified location, including iron ore, red copper, silver ore and other ores. Note, as long as the vein is not mined and exhausted, it can be regenerated continuously. Note, the vein comes with random types of associated ores. Then, take out 2 weather cards from the card library, namely light rain and fog, and merge the 2 into 1 weather card containing light rain and fog. However, he did not load this card into the god's domain immediately, but put it aside. Although it is necessary for the god's domain, it does not need to be loaded now. He plans to exchange some unused cards for a few more weather-related cards, and then directly synthesize a large weather card pack and load it into the god's domain to save more card slots. Then, Lin Xiao took out a total of 9 cards from the card pack, which were the basic foreign knowledge cards obtained in the first 2 stages of the summer camp. What are the knowledge cards of basic foreign mechanism construction, basic foreign alchemy, basic foreign engineering, etc.? Originally there were only 6 cards, but there are 3 new knowledge cards in the latest card library, namely, basic foreign first aid, basic foreign herbal medicine, and basic foreign biology. These basic disciplines all contain a set of basic knowledge that scientists in the main world have studied and improved by integrating various foreign magic knowledge. This is many times more advanced than the so-called technology of foreign natives. So whether it is first aid, which seems to have no technical content, or mechanical construction, which is a high-end discipline, they are all 5-star mythical level cards. What Lin Xiao has to do is very simple. He just throws all the 9 subject cards into the Rubik's Cube of creation, and then combines them into 1 card, so that it only takes up 1 card slot. 9 golden cards were thrown into it. When they were fused, he thought for a moment, and threw all the messy books and scrolls that he had looted from the magic tower. when he broke into Alfonso's city in the broken plane into it, including the set of construction drawings of the magic tower, and the incomplete blood mage promotion scroll. He raised his hand, and the magic cube began to rotate slowly. Many cards and materials were all broken. But under the effect of the magic cube of good fortune, these refined essences were arranged in different categories. As a strong attraction came from the center of the magic cube, the decomposed essences of different colors slowly rotated around the attraction, and turned into streams of light flowing into it. When all the streams of light merged into the vortex, Lin Xiao suddenly stared with an expression of surprise. Can it be like this? The feedback from the magic cube of good fortune, after fusing many knowledge cards, produced some strange changes. If he invested another 10 million faith power and 1 unit of good fortune energy, he could synthesize a special miracle card. The same miracle card as the bloody arena transformed into the ancient arena. There is no need to hesitate. Lin Xiao made the decision without hesitation. The full 10 million faith power turned into a milky white torrent and poured into the vortex in the center of the magic cube. The energy of creation surrounded the vortex. The moment all the power merged into the vortex, it exploded violently, and then quickly shrank inward into a point in an instant. A crystal card with very rich crystal light was suspended in the dazzling light. The crystal card was pinched out of the magic cube. The crystal light emitted by this card was second only to the flame melting sea card, and it was more powerful than the ancient arena. 5-star miracle card Tower of Truth Ancient, loaded into the God's domain, forming a miracle tower with infinite knowledge. Note, knowledge can be continuously added to the Tower of Truth. After synthesizing this card, he then synthesized 2 more comprehensive cards. One was a super large shallow sea aquatic comprehensive card, which contained dozens of aquatic biological communities living in shallow sea areas, and each community contained enough population to reproduce. The other was a super large wild horse group card, based on one of the grassland wild horses. He transplanted the physique and strength of the armored rhinoceros in an armored rhinoceros card, and the characteristics of thick bull armor to the horse, including the thick and powerful rhinoceros horn on the top of the head. The generated new horse species was tall, full of muscles, strong limbs, full of armor, and a sharp and powerful bull horn on the top of the head. It has both the speed of a horse and the irritability and combat power of a rhinoceros. The newly generated horse was named Unicorn by Lin Xiao. When it grows up, its strength is about level 3, and the initial number is 1000. After doing all this, the card fusion is basically done this time. Among them, the Unicorn card and the super large shallow sea aquatic comprehensive card can be loaded into the divine domain first. The area of the divine domain is enough to support them now, and when the divine domain expands in the future, they will reproduce. As for the card of the Tower of Truth, he communicated with his number 1 family, the great Nagathrata, and issued a divine prophecy. Slaughter, who was praying in the central temple of Naga City, was lying on the smooth stone slab with his huge body praying devoutly. In front of him was a huge statue of a great Naga, with a faint invisible light surrounding the statue and exuding awe-inspiring divine power. Lin Xiao used the form of a great Naga when he descended in his true body several times. So this is how he looked in the eyes of his family. In the dark, I don't know when the statue began to emit a faint divine light, and the gem pupils embedded in the huge statue's face instantly became smart. As soon as Lin Xiao descended, he felt the piety at hand. Compared with the last time they met, this believer was more pious. In his eyes, Slaughter was emitting a faint divine light, which was exactly the same as his true body, but extremely weak. This believer has already walked on the legendary Saint's Road. He only needs to wait for Lin Xiao to condense the priesthood and become a demigod, and he will soon become a real saint. It's worth my effort to cultivate it. And there is still a little divinity. At this time, Slardar has entered the 7th level and is a divine creature. Lin Xiao nodded and opened the attribute panel of this believer. Hero, Slardar divine creature. Race, Great Naga. Level, Legend. Hero aura, blood-sucking convert 25% of the damage caused to the enemy into life energy and feed it back to itself. The aura radiates a radius of 3 kilometers in diameter, and friendly forces within the range gain half the effect. Hero general talent, Legend hero constitution immune to instant death damage. Advanced life regeneration. Physical damage reduction of 35%. Comprehensive resistance plus 35%. Immune to negative states such as deceleration, blindness, temptation, hypnosis, fear, etc. Divine creature talent, divine creature all attributes plus 20%. Comprehensive resistance plus 20%. Obtain advanced life regeneration. Hero unique talent. Hero overlord creatures with this talent are very powerful. With plus 30% constitution, plus 30% strength, plus 20% agility. Remove all their own weaknesses. Immune to fatal and lethal. Cannot be slowed down. Greatly weaken negative states and damage from spells. Greatly reduce physical damage. And have very strong regeneration ability and vitality. Hero skills, Sprint LV4. Salted Fish Stab LV4. Thunder Smash LV4. Constitution, 65 plus 20 plus 13 points. You have an extraordinary constitution and a strong regenerative ability. Even broken limbs can grow back in a certain period of time. Strength, 70 plus 21 plus 14 points. You have extraordinary strength. Your strength can easily overwhelm beasts, such as Tyrannosaurus Rex. Agility, 52 plus 10 points. You have extraordinary agility. And your speed and reaction are beyond the imagination of mortals. Spirit, 50 plus 10 points. Your spirit is beyond the reach of mortals. Even without training, you can sense the existence of magic elements. Evaluation, this is a very powerful legendary hero. He is a mountain. He is a rock. And he is power. Compared with the 6th level, Slardar's strength has been fully enhanced. And his body size has also increased dramatically. From 25 meters from head to tail to 35 meters now. Chapter 184. Arriving at Huiyao. After issuing the Divine Oracle to Slada, Lin Xiao came out of the Divine Domain. The Divine Oracle issued was very simple, asking him to summon all the clansmen to prepare for a grand sacrifice. He preloaded the Tower of Truth in the Divine Domain, and only waited for the sacrifice to begin. When many clansmen prayed together, he would release the Tower of Truth into the Divine Domain. In fact, if possible, he would also like to wait for the sacrifice to begin. But he is in a tight schedule now. Not to mention that he will soon report to Huiyao affiliated middle school. In addition to the time for rushing on the road, he also has to go back to Dongning City No. 5 middle school to bid farewell to his teachers, handle the formalities, and meet with officials from the Dongning City Education Bureau. His special recruitment by Huiyao is also news to the city. After all, the last high school student who was specially recruited by Huiyao was decades ago. In addition, with the efforts of my mother, the news spread in the past few days, and there were a lot of visitors at home. Most of them did not need to show up, but some close relatives came and showed up anyway. He was very busy. He went back to school that afternoon. It was still a holiday, and there were not many people in the school, which made him feel relieved. If it was during school hours, the whole school would probably be watching. Although he couldn't pretend to be a big shot, Lin Xiao felt that there was nothing to pretend. After all, he didn't have any friends in this school, nor did he like any girls, and he had never offended his second generation. It was meaningless. The so-called procedures were not really procedures. Now most of the procedures can be handled online. His main purpose of going back was to take a few photos and leave them in the school history museum, so that he could become one of the outstanding predecessors introduced by the school to later students, so as to attract more outstanding freshmen and obtain more resources from the government. After staying in school for half a day, he went to the Education Bureau the next day and took a few photos, which were also to be put on the shelf. It is worth mentioning that both trips were rewarding. The school and the Education Bureau each prepared a divine card and a divine domain card for him. The number is not large, but they are all quite valuable. After finishing all these, he returned home and met with relatives and friends for a day. Grandfather sent him 24 pieces of relics of different sizes and a protective item. Most of the relics were found by grandfather, and a small part was found by grandpa. The protective item is a ring, which was given to him by grandfather for self-defense. It seals part of grandfather's divine power. A true god can use it to protect himself and attack. He is the only one in the family who has such a good thing. Lin Su has his father's. Lin Xiao put the ring on his hand with great care. From now on, he is also a protective treasure like the young master with a backstage in fantasy novels. Back in the room, Lin Xiao immediately decomposed all the relics and obtained a total of 7 points of good fortune energy, together with a total of 10 units of good fortune energy he had before. It is enough to repair a crack in the outer SH/L of the crystal wall system origin core. Of course, it will definitely not be repaired now. This thing will only be repaired when there is surplus. At this stage, isn't it good to use this good fortune energy to synthesize other things? On the 4th day after returning, Lin Xiao got on the flying car driven by his mother. Under the gaze of many clansmen, he left the Lin family castle and went to the provincial capital to meet Xin Yuexin and go to the Huiyao Super Academy campus. Son, I am very happy that you are so promising. In the flying car, Lin Xiao looked at his mother, who pretended to be very pleased and said touching words with a speechless face. The corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Don't worry. Your son will be more promising in the future. When I become a big man in the future, you can also become a true god." Jin Yunju was very moved and hugged her son and said, "You are really worthy of my good son. Don't worry about your father. He said that he would become a god by his own ability. But your mother probably can't become a god by herself in this life. You will have to rely on you in the future. Okay, Mom. You wait and be careful. Don't worry. Son, your mother is very careful. With your father in front. Unless your father dies, your mother will never be in trouble." At this moment, Lin Xiao wanted to know how his father would feel if he heard this. The gathering point was located on the outskirts of the provincial government, a very luxurious manor that directly occupied several nearby hills. The owner of the manor was surnamed Lu, a graduate of the Huiyao Super Academy who had already graduated, and was also a true god. When Lin Xiao arrived, he was warmly welcomed by the owner of the manor. When he arrived, Xin Yuexin had already arrived and was hunting with the youngest daughter of the manor owner in an affiliated half-plane in the manor. When she heard him coming, she came out of the half-plane, just as Lin Xiao and her mother entered the living room. She put her hands behind her back and snorted. "Why are you here just now? I've been here for a long time." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jin Yunju following behind Lin Xiao. She was shocked and turned around and ran away with her tongue sticking out. But her mother had already discovered her. Her eyes suddenly lit up and shouted, "Miss Shen, are you waiting for my son?" He clapped his hands and said, "I forgot that you and my son were specially recruited by Huiyao together. This is such a coincidence. I just have a companion," etc. While talking, he walked up to her and held her hand to talk. Xin Yuexin suddenly felt something was wrong and frequently gave Lin Xiao a look. He spread his hands, and the little ant frowned and clenched her fists as if she was going to hit him. Hee. I'd rather die than die. I need some peace and quiet." After taking the tea handed over by the servant, Lin Xiao sat down on the sofa with the senior's projection and chatted. From the senior, he learned that as a graduate of Huiyao, he took the initiative to take charge of Huiyao's office in Yunming province. If it was a large-scale school event in the provincial government, such as the annual gathering of students who were admitted to Huiyao, he was only responsible for logistics. But if it was just some small things, such as the staff from Huiyao passing through Yunming province, they would stay here. It was not a big deal to pick up a special student like Lin Xiao. After all, it was rare to see one in decades. This senior named Lu was willing to give him some advice. And during the half day of waiting, he told him a lot about the situation of Huiyao Super Academy, and a little about the situation of Huiyao Affiliated Middle School. "I know a senior named Lu from Huiyao University very well, but I don't know much about the Affiliated Middle School. He was admitted to Huiyao through the normal college entrance examination, not as specially recruited as him, and never went to Huiyao's Affiliated Middle School. But from him, Lin Xiao learned that Huiyao's middle school department is not just one affiliated middle school, but two, with simple names, namely number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, which are on the same large campus but divided into 2 parts. However, there is no distinction between high and low, strong and weak in these 2 affiliated middle schools. Only the so-called inside and outside of the school. One of them is inside, and all its students are the most outstanding descendants of Huiyao's seniors. The second middle school is the descendants of all previous Huiyao graduates. As Lin Xiao found out, Huiyao is said to be the first super university, but it is actually a superpower. All previous graduates are more or less related to Huiyao. Many graduates have established their own families after becoming gods. If they still want to get closer to Huiyao, they will find ways to send their descendants here. For example, the descendants of seniors can go there to study if they are good enough. To put it simply, number 1 middle school is the direct line, and number 2 middle school is the side branch. New blood like Lin Xiao and Xin Yuexin, who are specially recruited from outside, usually enter number 2 middle school. Of course, It is not ruled out that the top management is very optimistic about them and arranges them to number 1 middle school. That is also possible. But the probability is very small. They didn't stay here for long. A shuttle-shaped aircraft with a streamlined body and a sparkling crystal surface flew over the manor, and 2 demigods like lamp gods walked out of it. When boarding the ship, Lin Xiao unexpectedly found that Xin Yuexin had a good chat with her mother at some point. It seemed that they got along well. When they parted, they exchanged ways of chatting, just like little sisters. Noticing his strange look, she snorted and ignored him, and boarded the spaceship alone. Lin Xiao was about to catch up when he heard his mother's voice. Son, this little girl is good, both beautiful and rich. You must keep a good eye on her when she goes to school, and don't let others abduct her. I will try my best. It's not about trying your best. You have to seize the opportunity. Mom can see that the little girl doesn't dislike you. You have to work hard. After bidding farewell to his mother, the shuttle soared into the sky. Compared with the ordinary flying car he had taken before, this aircraft is quite high-end. It is not only super fast, but also has the ability to travel through space. The combination of mythological technology and real physical technology can break the increasingly strict rules of the main world and enter the subspace for a short time to reach the destination across a long distance. There are only him and Xin Yuexin on the shuttle. Huiyao came to pick up the 2 special students and will not stop to pick up other people. After the shuttle entered the subspace, it happened to be a colorful streamer. The strands of colorful streamers passed through the wall of the ship and passed in front of him. It was very beautiful. Xin Yuexin pointed his finger, and strands of colorful light surrounded his slender and crystal-like fingers like jade, which made his eyes fall on it involuntarily. She soon noticed his gaze. Her eyebrows slightly curved and hummed. Humph! Pervert! Lin Xiao saw her coquettish look for the first time, which was so charming that he pursed his lips subconsciously and swallowed his saliva. Gurgle. Silence. The 2 of them were stunned at the same time. And then her pink face quickly turned red and turned her head, and the shuttle became quiet. Next, the shuttle cabin fell into a strange silence. He closed his eyes silently and rested his mind. She also turned her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Occasionally he turned his head and saw her pink jade neck and delicate face, and couldn't help but stop to watch. Maybe if she looked at it for too long, she would look at her angrily and hum. If you look at it again, I will beat you up. Lin Xiao smiled bravely. Then you come and beat me up. She gritted her teeth and punched him. He reached out and grabbed her small fist like a conditioned reflex, feeling her smooth and tender skin completely wrapped in the palm of his hand, and couldn't help but knead it gently. Her eyebrows immediately stood up, and her fist, which had felt smooth and tender, suddenly became heavy and broke free, punching him in the corner of the eye. Hey! The shuttle was quiet again. 2 hours later, the shuttle shook slightly and flew out of the subspace, having crossed an unknown distance and appeared above a majestic and spectacular mountain range that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers. There is nothing to write about the family, so I quickly transitioned to Huiyao. In addition, don't complain about the love story. I am good at writing pornographic stories, but not at love stories. This chapter is just a transition, and there are very few such plots. Chapter 185 Unexpected Class Division. Through the shuttle window, Lin Xiao saw the extremely huge mountains below, tens of kilometers or hundreds of kilometers high, with no end in sight. In front of the shuttle, there was a giant peak standing between heaven and earth. The surrounding peaks of tens of kilometers or hundreds of kilometers were like tiny dots in front of this giant peak. Countless streams of light shuttled above these mountains, converging towards the huge vortex-like portal with an indescribable diameter on the top of the billions of mountains. The rolling clouds turned into a huge vortex, like a galaxy. Their shuttle also flew towards the huge vortex like other streams of light. And the closer they got to the vortex, the smaller they seemed. This huge vortex like a nebula was the gate to Huiyao's Super Academy, and Huiyao was in the space behind this gate. The shuttle passed through the huge portal that could not be seen upwards, and it felt like passing through a thin layer of light film. Lin Xiao could clearly feel the changes in the rules behind the light film, which was much weaker than the main world. Reflected on them, he saw a faint purple light blooming on Xin Yuexin, and the light was looming, and the space above his head was shrinking and collapsing inward, like a black hole that attracted all sights. But he could not see the magic cube. But this did not attract their attention. At this time, their attention was attracted by the scene outside, behind the huge vortex. It was not the space he imagined, but a huge starry world. They were in a huge galaxy, and behind them was the huge light gate. But in the distant void behind this light gate vortex, a huge star was burning and releasing terrifying energy. In the orbit of the galaxy where this star is located, huge stars are slowly circling the star along the predetermined trajectory. This is a huge galaxy, but it is not the kind of galaxy in the starry sky, but a simulated galaxy. In other words, this huge space like a galaxy is not a real space, but a huge kingdom of God. Yes, it is the kingdom of God. As a divine creature, you can clearly know that this is a kingdom of God as soon as you enter this space. But it is too huge. The shuttle stopped in front of the light gate. A few seconds later, a beam of light shot out from a huge planet in the void in the distance and hit the shuttle. A gentle voice came to Lin Xiao's ears. Don't move. And don't resist. Then, the shuttle was guided by the beam of light and flew through billions of miles of void at an extremely fast speed to another smaller planet, not far above the blue planet. Looking out through the window, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the two planets were exactly the same as the relationship between the Earth and the Moon. No. When he saw the shape of the land on the surface of the big planet below, he found that this was a simulation of the Earth and the Moon. Or this huge kingdom of God was a simulation of the solar system 300,000 years ago. The shuttle was guided to a huge airport on the Moon and stopped. The two walked out of the shuttle. Standing at the door was a young woman who looked like a uniform and had a ponytail and looked neat and heroic. Seeing the two, she smiled slightly and asked crisply, "Are you Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin's classmates?" Lin Xiao nodded. "We are," the woman said. "I am Yang Yu from class 3 to 5 of Huiyao No. 2 High School, and I am also an assistant in the high school department. You can call me Senior Sister Yang. I am here to pick you up to go through the admission procedures," Lin Xiao said. "If possible, can you let us see your ID?" The woman was stunned for a moment and handed over the sign hanging on her chest. Lin Xiao scanned it to make sure it was real before smiling. "Then I'll trouble you, Senior Sister." "You're welcome. Then you two follow me." Under normal circumstances, it is unlikely that someone will impersonate a Huiyao staff member. But everything cannot be said to be absolute, and it is always right to be careful. By the way, the rules here are more relaxed than in the main world. And you can fly. As she said this, the woman took off into the air and flew towards a large group of shadows hanging in the air in the distance. Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin quickly followed. At first, Lin Xiao thought it was a high-tech modern building suspended in the air. After all, the mythological technology content in this divine country is quite high. But when he got closer and could see clearly, he found that it was not the modern aerial city he imagined, but a large floating city of different sizes floating in the air. There were many towers full of exotic styles, and various buildings were full of magical styles, giving people a feeling of coming to an exotic arcane empire. Yang Yu took them to fly into one of the very large floating cities, which felt larger than an ordinary city. While flying, he introduced, "This floating city is numbered as Floating City number 02. It is the general office space of Huiyao High School. Generally, people report here." Along the way, they saw figures flying from a distance and falling into the floating city, or flying out of the floating city. Most of them were young people. Yang Yu continued to introduce, "These few days are the reporting dates. There are a lot of people. Of course, you are specially recruited and don't need to queue up. There are special people to handle the admission procedures for you." Then, she led Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin around a tower with several long queues and came to another tower with few people. This tower is definitely a modified version of the legendary Mage Tower in the main world. It is more advanced than the native Mage Tower in foreign lands. The surface is like crystal, with flowing light. There are two tall diamond golems standing at the door. This is a powerful golem comparable to the legendary level. It has super high defense and immunity to almost all spells. It can fight with dragons head-on, which is very suitable for guarding the house. The three of them came to the door. Yang Yu stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. A beam of light shot out from the huge crystal embedded in the door of the Mage Tower and illuminated the three people. After a few seconds, a mechanical voice sounded. Identity verification passed. "Please come in." The door opened silently, and Lin Xiao entered the tower. It felt like entering this galaxy before, passing through the space boundary membrane. This Mage Tower actually formed its own space. From the outside, it looks like a tower with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters and a height of about 40 or 50 meters. But in fact, the first floor alone is tens of thousands of square meters. Just like a large modern office building. Dozens of staff ignored them. Yang Yu took them to the office with the Dean of Studies hanging on the wall and knocked gently. Through the glass door, they could see a bald middle-aged man browsing the internet. When he saw them coming, he quickly turned off the small screen in front of the large screen in front of him, straightened his face and shouted, "Come in, Director Zhang. These are the 2 special recruits for this year's Super Freshman Summer Camp." Yang Yu put a document on the desk and stepped aside. The bald man named Zhang touched his bald head, picked up the document, flipped through it, and threw it aside. He looked up and glanced at the 2 people casually. When he saw Shen Yuexin, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly, revealing a hint of surprise, and suddenly became serious. He operated on his personal terminal a few times. His eyes obviously became more serious, and he sat up straight, and said in a deep voice, "Before admitting the 2, we will go through the routine procedures first. Please show the special recruitment mark." Lin Xiao rolled up his left sleeve, and the crystal light on his wrist gathered to outline the mark from Huiyao. On the other side, Shen Yuexin only showed the back of her hand, and her mark was on the back of her hand. "Very good. That's right." Director Zhang suddenly became enthusiastic, operated the terminal in front of him for a few times, raised his head, and said with a sympathetic face, "You 2 are indeed 2 of the 10 special recruits of our school this year. According to the document, this Lin Xiao will be assigned to the elite class 1 of the 2nd grade of number 2 middle school. And this Shen Yuexin," he paused and smiled even more, "will be assigned to the elite class 1 of the 2nd grade of number 1 middle school." As soon as the voice fell, Yang Yu looked at Shen Yuexin with a surprised expression on her face. Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin were also very surprised. If they understood correctly, it seemed that number 1 middle school only recruited the direct descendants of Huiyao. The little ant's origin was very clear, and she should be assigned to number 2 middle school like him. She pointed at herself and asked very unexpectedly, "Did you make a mistake? I was really assigned to number 1 middle school?" "Yes, I was not mistaken. The above document was indeed assigned like this," Director Zhang explained patiently with a smile. Shen Yuexin, Lin Xiao, Yang Yu. After coming out of the tower, Lin Xiao and Shen Yuexin stood by the gate of the tower in silence. The school's decision caught him off guard. He was still thinking that if they were assigned to the same class, they would be relatives and acquaintances, and they would be in the same class and spend time together day and night. He wondered if he could pursue her in the 2nd year of high school. He never expected that she would be assigned to number 1 middle school, which was very embarrassing. Yang Yu, who was standing by, saw the 2 of them like this and realized that they had an unusual relationship. She didn't urge them, but walked away and stood quietly waiting for them. There was no way. If they were assigned to different classes, they could try to discuss it. But this was a branch school, and there was no way to solve it. He couldn't go to number 1 middle school, and it was impossible for her to come. Of course, it would be very convenient for them to meet after they had the 3rd level authority of the Kingdom of God. But after all, they were in different schools, and it felt weird psychologically. Really. He sighed in his heart, looked up and saw her looking over. The 2 looked at each other. Lin Xiao, who was subconsciously preparing to avoid it, suddenly had a surge of courage in his heart and looked directly into her eyes. Shen Yuexin's face flushed slightly, bit her red lips slightly, turned her head, and revealed her charming chin. He stepped forward and walked in front of her, carefully looking at her delicate and attractive face, and said, "I will send you a message after the formalities are completed, and we will talk." She turned her head and looked at his eyes. Her eyes were a little complicated. After a long time, she responded with a light hum. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said softly, "Then you go first." She nodded, and Yang Yu, who was not far away, came over. The 2 sat on the magic flying carpet and flew into the distance. Lin Xiao flew into the air alone, clicked the wrist wheel to pop up the light curtain, which showed the map of the school, and flew in a certain direction according to the map navigation. After officially reporting, he and Shen Yuexin both obtained certain permissions in Huiyao, a vast divine kingdom that includes the university and middle school districts, such as fixed-point teleportation and flight permissions. Any formal high school student in Huiyao has the first-level permissions of the divine kingdom, which means the right to fly freely. Ordinary students in the university department and high school students in the elite class have the second-level permissions, which means the right to freely teleport to a fixed point. Chapter 186 begins to fusion divinity. Lin Xiao is a special recruit, so he has higher authority than the average college student. He has the same third-level authority as the top students in the university elite department, and can also be freely teleported. However, he wants to get familiar with the environment now, so he flies. The location of the high school department is on the moon. Of course, it is not the real moon, but the moon in the God's kingdom that simulates the solar system in ancient times. The size is almost exactly the same as the original moon. The moon in the main world has disappeared long ago, as the Earth in the main world has changed from a planet to a plane. It has expanded wildly. Now it has fallen into the main world and become a part of it. In fact, it is not just the moon. All other planets in the entire solar system of the main world have been included in the main world. In addition to the main world plane and the equally huge sun, the huge solar system has no other celestial bodies. But outside the main world, there are many half-planes or God's kingdoms, like small bubbles attached to the main world plane. Strictly speaking, the space of Huiyao is also one of them. It was just the beginning of the school year, and many students like him came to register for the school year. These descendants of the true gods related to Huiyao all looked very imposing. Even some freshmen, who had just opened up the divine domain, had a look and aura that was much stronger than the students Lin Xiao had seen in Dongning City No. 5 middle school. Everyone was in the first year of high school, but both their initial strength and mentality were much stronger than ordinary middle school students. The campus where the second year of high school of No. 2 middle school belonged was located in the No. 4 floating city, which was a larger floating city than an ordinary city, compared with the No. 1 and No. 2 floating cities, which were generally in the style of foreign lands. This floating city was a combination of foreign lands and the main world. When Lin Xiao came to the edge of this floating city, he saw three men who were dressed better than him riding on a rocket spraying red light and flying by. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, and their speed was amazing. The sky was full of various aircraft. It was extremely rare for someone like him to fly in the air. Occasionally, there were slow-flying aircraft passing by, and they looked at him with surprise. However, it was just a surprise. There was no unusual movement, and no one came up to communicate. Lin Xiao circled above the No. 4 floating city and roughly understood the distribution of the city. Then he followed the map to the student dormitory area in the north of the floating city. More than a dozen high-rise buildings and a large group of villas built on the hills in the floating city appeared in front of him. He flew straight to one of the villas. As a special recruit, he can own a large piece of land as his dormitory. This 3-story villa can be ignored. The point is that this circle is surrounded by metal walls, and the front, back, left and right gardens add up to 3,000 square meters. As a special recruit, he has the right to use this place for 2 years. It seems that this is useless. But if you clearly understand the study courses of the high school affiliated to a super institution like Huiyao, you will know what is the use of such a large dormitory. It is not just a place to live. Lin Xiao searched for some information on the internet. Senior Zhang also talked to him about it before he came, but he only knew part of it. Most outsiders could not know. At least they could not find the specific situation on the internet. I only know that in the same high school life, ordinary middle schools and key middle schools are different. It is not just routine exams, but also theoretical courses. He was specially recruited and was a sudden transfer student. I don't know if he can keep up with the course at that time. The small villa is very ordinary. It has no other characteristics except that it is very sturdy. There is nothing inside. Lin Xiao didn't care. He just restarted the basic defense system of the villa and set it to be undisturbed for the time being. Then he found a room and entered his own divine domain. After returning to the divine domain, Lin Xiao did nothing and sat on the throne of the divine palace for a long time. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and flipped it. 2 divine cards were in his hand. He took out one of them and threw it lightly. The card shattered into a large golden mist floating in the air. He opened his mouth and blew it away, revealing a bit of dazzling golden light, and then opened his mouth and sucked it in to swallow this bit of divinity. The next second, his consciousness sank suddenly, and he fell into an endless sea. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and huge tornadoes rolled up large amounts of sea water and hit him hard. Lin Xiao's mind moved and he turned into a huge Nanda with a human body and a snake tail. His body, like a mountain, was covered with golden scales. A tornado column hundreds of meters high hit him hard and shattered it. A series of thick lightning struck down, and golden fragments of light splashed everywhere. One after another, huge sea beasts pounced on the big Naga made of gold. The huge Naga raised his arm and smashed it down, hitting the raging waves to create a vacuum with a diameter of kilometers. And countless sea beasts were shattered into powder. Endless sea monsters rushed forward and were killed, and then reborn in the sea continuously, driven by an unknown force to rush towards the golden body like a mountain. If someone looked down from a high altitude, they could see endless monsters in all directions with the golden Naga as the center. In the divine kingdom, Lin Xiao sat on the throne with his eyes closed, motionless. The huge vortex behind his head slowly shrank inward, and a little golden light shook violently in it, floating up and down. He was refining a little divinity in the most orthodox way. In his consciousness, the golden Naga like a mountain was the embodiment of his will, and the boundless sea and endless sea monsters were the residual will and spiritual imprint of this little divinity. He needed to slowly erase all the residual will and spiritual imprint of this little divinity in order to completely integrate this little divinity. I didn't have any free time at home before, but now school has started, so I can take advantage of this time to improve my strength, while cultivating the divine domain. I also polished my will strength. He had not thought about slowly eliminating all divinity by himself. That would be too slow. He would just need to slowly sharpen 5 or 6 points first, and use the magic cube of fortune to eliminate the rest of the divinity. He would strengthen his own divinity first. All the students of Huiyao encountered along the way were very impressive, especially in the number 4 floating city, where the sophomores gathered. All the students encountered on the road were no worse than the players encountered in the summer camp before. And there were many students who were not inferior to the level of Lin Su from the ancient city. His 4 plus 2 points of divinity were not outstanding in the summer camp. If he did not strengthen it, he would definitely be looked down upon by these students from powerful families when he started formal classes. Lin Xiao knew very well that as a special recruited student, he was very popular. Even if he was low-key, there would be people who wanted to weigh his weight to see if he was worthy of this special recruit. If his strength was too poor, it would be very troublesome in the future. It takes a long time to erase the divinity. Lin Xiao spent a full 6 months in the god's domain and still failed to erase the remaining will in this divinity. The low efficiency made him stunned. Now he understood why those powerful descendants of true gods had no shortage of resources. But their divinity was not as strong as he imagined. A little over 10 points was very good. It's really hard. I'd better cheat. Withdrawing the will from the illusion. This bit of divinity is only 1/3 erased, and it will take about 2.5 years to completely erase it. But when he put another divinity card into the magic cube of good fortune, as the magic cube slowly turned, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea and put his will into this divinity. The owner of this divinity is a god, a centaur and a half-god. In this illusion, he needs to face terrifying lightning and endless centaurs. But this time he did nothing, just waited for a while, and then felt an indescribable force falling down. The huge illusion world collapsed, and the will of the centaur and the remaining spiritual imprint disappeared instantly. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. The efficiency of the magic cube is too fast. It can be directly erased in one wave? Taking out the divinity from the magic cube, the remaining will and spiritual imprint inside were indeed completely gone. This bit of divinity was now pure, and could not be purer. He opened his mouth and sucked it into his mouth, turning it into a golden light and merging it into his sea of mind, becoming a part of his divinity. Huh? What's going on? Lin Xiao suddenly found that this bit of divinity merged into himself. But it did not increase a little divinity as he imagined, but only increased a little half of the complete divinity. In other words, he must merge 2 points of divinity to condense a complete divinity, which he had never encountered before. After pinching his chin and thinking for a long time without getting the point, his will returned from the divine domain and immediately contacted Shen Yuexin to tell her what he had just discovered. Then, she was silent for a long time before she said faintly, "Don't you know about the increasing relationship and division of the levels of divinity?" Her tone was full of surprise and some indescribable feeling, which made him feel very embarrassed anyway. Good children should ask if they don't understand. He coughed lightly and said confidently, "I really don't understand this." In a villa in another floating city far away, Shen Yuexin read his response and opened her mouth for a long while before complaining. What a fool. Lin Xiao said speechlessly. You can't blame me for this. Normally. Isn't this a sophomore course? She shook her head and said. Normally. It's a sophomore course in ordinary middle schools. But in a super school affiliated to Huiyao. This is a freshman course. So that's it. Lin Xiao suddenly realized and asked with a grin. Then please help your pretty aunt to clear up your confusion for your nephew. Humph. Then I'll be merciful and tell you. She snorted, cleared her mind and said. This point should start with the formal division of divinity. Ordinary schools usually lay the foundation in the first year of high school. And they won't talk about this topic. If there is a super outstanding student like you, the teacher will explain it to you specifically. Unfortunately, you transferred to another school in the second year of high school, and your original class teacher didn't have time to talk to you. With hundreds of thousands of years of experience, the gods in the main world divide divinity into several levels according to quantity. Points 1 to 5 are a hurdle, which is the minimum standard for condensing the priesthood to become a demigod. During this period, every bit of divinity that is integrated can strengthen one's own divinity. This stage is called a first-level divine creature. Chapter 187 First Hearing of the Divine Level Classification. After 5 points, 6 to 10 points is a hurdle, during which 2 points of divinity need to be integrated to strengthen one's divinity by 1 point. And this stage is called a second-level divine creature. As for the third-level divine creature, it is naturally between 11 and 20 points. And 4 points of divinity need to be integrated to strengthen one's divinity by 1 point. Later, between 21 and 40 points of divinity are fourth-level divine creatures, and 10 points of divinity are required to strengthen 1 point. After the fourth level, the divinity above 40 points and up to 100 points are called fifth-level divine creatures. Every time the divinity level is increased by 1 level, 1 divine supernatural ability can be added, or the current divine supernatural ability can be strengthened and upgraded. The higher the divinity level, the stronger the new divine supernatural ability will be. The gap between the divinity level and the level increases in geometric multiples. That is, a second-level divine creature with 10 points of divinity has more than twice the strength of a first-level divine creature with only 5 points of divinity. Oh! So that's how it is. Lin Xiao understood. No wonder those players, who have no worries about resources, have too high divinity. Even Wu Zhenglin only has a divinity value of over 20. In addition to the fact that it is too troublesome and time-consuming to erase the remaining divinity bit by bit. There is also this reason. If there is no such trouble, the children of those big families, who have no worries about resources, can completely use the family's endless supply of divinity to accumulate hundreds, or even thousands of divinity points in one breath. Which is exaggerated. After understanding this, Lin Xiao knew very well what to do. But before hanging up the call, he suddenly said, I like you. You should think about it carefully. Wait a minute. As expected, she didn't respond. So she hung up first. Don't urge her first. Give her a buffer time to think. And keep waiting for her response. This will give her a feeling of forcing her, which may have a bad effect. He expected to contact her again after a day, and she should have thought it through by then. And the time was not long or short. Back in the divine realm, Lin Xiao calmed down, and through the divinity he had taken out of the demigod statue into the magic cube of creation. Now there were still 24 points of divinity left, and he invested 19 points, leaving the remaining 5 points to slowly erase by his own ability to train his willpower. Anyway, there was no rush at this moment. The divinity that erased the remaining will was extremely pure. He slowly integrated it into himself bit by bit, slowly strengthening his own divinity. It is worth mentioning that although he only had 4 points of divinity plus 2 points of unformed divinity before, when fusing divinity, the 2 uncondensed points were counted as condensed by default. That is, the divinity that was just fused was the 7th divinity in the calculation. So 2 points were needed to increase his own divinity. That is to say, his current divinity is calculated from 6 points, plus the previous point. He spent a full 8 points of divinity to strengthen his own divinity to 10 points in one breath, barely reaching the pinnacle of a second-level divine creature. After that, it was the same level as the strongest group of players in the summer camp except Wu Zhenglin. It takes 4 points of divinity to increase 1 point. And he has 12 points of divinity, which is just enough to increase 3 points of divinity. In other words, he now has 11 plus 2 divinity, and 1 divinity that is being eroded. In addition, he has a vampire demigod head with 5 points of divinity, and 3 points of divinity that have not yet been bestowed. When the divinity exceeded 10 points, and the divinity level reached the 3rd level, Lin Xiao felt the huge change at the first time. First, when the strength of his divinity increased sharply, the speed of erosion of divinity was greatly accelerated. It was expected that it would take almost a year to erase the remaining will and spiritual imprint of this divinity. Now it feels that it will only take about half a year, which is less than 1/3 of the time. In addition, the expansion speed of the divine domain is also increasing. In professional terms, his divinity is enhanced, and his control over the divine domain is also enhanced. And the speed of integrating the fragments of the kingdom of God is also increasing. In addition, there are a series of good things, such as obtaining new divine supernatural powers, or upgrading existing divine supernatural powers, and increasing them once for each level. However, considering that school is about to start, the courses of the super school may be different. Lin Xiao decided to ignore it for now, and wait until school starts to see the situation. Another example is that when the divine power incarnation is sent down, the incarnation gains a stronger power bonus, and a more powerful incarnation can be cast. According to the current standards, as long as Lin Xiao is willing to consume enough divine power, he can project a divine power incarnation with a strength of the 7th level, second only to the 8th level legendary powerhouse. The strengthening of divinity can make up for his shortcomings. Even if he is not as powerful as Wu Jinglin, he is still a leader among his peers. He can barely show it off. Not like before with only 4 points of divinity. If he shows it out, the whole school will probably not be convinced. You can imagine how much trouble it will be in the future. After solving the problem of divinity, Lin Xiao was in a good mood, and he had time to cast his eyes into the divine domain to scan. But this scan was a surprise. In just a few years, he found that there were huge changes in the divine domain. The wise goblins moved. Their original city was abandoned, and a new city was built in another place. After carefully checking the cause and effect, he understood the reason. It turned out that a few years ago, he gave the Tower of Truth. Curious wise goblins entered the Tower of Truth and found all kinds of knowledge stored in the tower. It was like opening the door to a new world. The many knowledge in the Tower of Truth attracted them firmly. A large number of wise goblins soaked in the Tower of Truth every day, forgetting to eat and sleep to absorb these knowledge, so that they didn't even go home. Later, the wise goblins felt that this was very troublesome. In addition, at this time, they already regarded the Tower of Truth as a holy place of knowledge. After some discussion, they simply gave up the original city and moved the whole city here, combining the knowledge learned from the Tower of Truth. They rebuilt a new city with the Tower of Truth as the center. The new Tower of Truth is located in the center of the God's domain and is regarded as the Holy Land of Truth. The entire city structure is obviously more reasonable than the original city, with the style of the main world. Lin Xiao projected a little will to the new city of truth and turned into an ordinary goblin walking on the central street of the city. Most of the people around him were goblins, and there were also a few fishmen and the occasional big nagas passing by. At this time, the 3 tribes in the God's domain lived together, still led by the big nagas. But as the wise goblins gradually gained new knowledge from the Tower of Truth, they invented all kinds of strange things to improve their lives. Many small inventions were very convenient and practical, and were very popular with the fishmen and big nagas. Their status was unconsciously improved. Like the ancient arena, the Tower of Truth is also a miracle building. That is, a building that can produce miracles. It is not too far from the ancient arena, and is now one of the 2 cores of the God's domain. It looks like an ordinary tower, with simple stone walls, complex patterns, and strange reliefs filling the entire building. When Lin Xiao walked into the tower for the first time, he immediately felt a weak spirit inside. This was the tower spirit that was naturally formed after the birth of the Tower of Truth. It was similar to the flower fairy and the elemental spirit, but weaker and unable to leave the Tower of Truth. However, as time goes by, more and more intelligent goblins gain knowledge from the Tower of Truth and spread it, and the power of the tower spirit will become stronger and stronger. But no matter how powerful it is limited. After all, the Tower of Truth is limited here. Unless, in the future, Lin Xiao's divine domain can grow to a certain limit, and the Tower of Truth will also grow to a certain point, perhaps breaking the limit and becoming a true god. But this is difficult. Very difficult. At least, he can't see any possibility now. Don't worry about this for the time being. Just let it go. At this time, He is quite interested in the various basic knowledge that the intelligent goblins have obtained from the Tower of Truth. The Tower of Truth now contains 8 or 9 basic subjects, from which the wise goblins acquire these basic knowledge and learn, and then slowly research and develop advanced knowledge unique to the wise goblins based on these basic knowledge, and develop a civilization unique to the wise goblins based on this. It is still just a prototype now, and even the appearance cannot be seen. But Lin Xiao can see from the current development of the wise goblins that there is a possibility of developing a new civilization. In addition to the wise goblins, the Great Naga and the Fishmen have not changed much, except that some new offspring have been bred in recent years. Fortunately, the God's domain is expanding crazily at this time, and the expansion of the area can support more families. At this time, the Fishmen have long been allowed to give birth to offspring at will. Most of the edge of the God's domain, which has expanded 6 times, is still a wasteland. Between the lush vegetation area of the original God's domain and the wasteland is a transitional area, with some weeds growing sparsely and tenaciously on the barren land. The sea area has also expanded 6 times. Because of the expansion of the sea level has dropped significantly, revealing many islands. But near the sea, Slardar is summoning all the Murloc Warlocks to summon a large number of water elements, communicate with the water elemental plane to open a channel, and continuously pour a large amount of clean water from the water elemental plane into the sea of the divine realm, barely holding up the seabed from drying up. Unfortunately, the level of the Murloc Warlock is too low, and the water elemental plane channel he opened is too small and does not last long. It will be cut off after a short time, and he needs to rest for a day before he can continue. According to his current divine strength, the water summoning speed of these Murloc Warlocks is estimated to be less than the growth rate of the divine domain. Lin Xiao felt that he needed to get a few high-level cards for summoning water elements to merge into an ancient quality card similar to the Flame Molten Sea. Of course, it is impossible to reach the supermodel level of the Flame Molten Sea, but as long as he gets a dozen level 6 super large water elements and cooperates with the Murloc Warlocks, it will be fine. Moreover, he is also ready to open up 6 new divine domain spaces in the void outside the main divine domain. Apart from other things, the built-in elemental planes of the 2 divine domains of water and fire can be established first. He immediately withdrew from the divine domain and connected to the internal network of Huiyao Middle School through authority. It is also commonly known as the Educational Local Area Network, which is limited to the students of Huiyao Middle School number 1 and number 2 to communicate and trade cards, and cannot connect to the external network. Everyone put some cards they didn't need on the internal trading platform, either exchanging for the cards they needed or selling the power of fate directly. However, the school had just started, and there were not many students in the school. There were many students communicating on the school platform, but there was nothing on the trading platform. Lin Xiao took a look and posted a purchase information, looking for a 5-star level summoning water element card, golden myth and any quality below. Ancient cards are too expensive. It's not worth buying directly. It's more worthwhile to synthesize them yourself. After doing all this, he had time to clean up his dormitory and send some short messages to Shen Yuexin from time to time. Although he asked her to think about it carefully, he didn't really ignore her for a day. He just cared about her a little bit and let her feel the feeling of being loved all the time. In the dormitory area, Lin Xiao opened the gate of the God's domain. The golden arch opened, and a small group of big Nagas and a small group of fishmen came out, including more than a dozen fishmen warlocks. He ordered the big Nagas to patrol and guard along the villa area, and asked the fishmen warlocks to summon water elements to jump into the swimming pool and turn into water to fill the swimming pool. This is not the main world. There is no such terrible main world rule suppression. You can open the gate of the God's domain to summon your family. As for the wise goblins, they have not been summoned yet, and there is no work for them to do now. Now the school has not officially started, and he has no laboratory for them to study. It is more appropriate to keep them in the God's domain to study the various knowledge in the Tower of Truth than to let them be servants. Chapter 188 Theory Class. Time passed while he was cleaning up the dormitory and occasionally entering the divine realm. The next day, he asked Shen Yuexin to meet, but she didn't agree. He was confused. Why? I can feel that you have a good impression of me. But she was silent for a while and asked back, do you always chase girls like this? He shook his head and denied. You are the first girl I chased. That girl is really honored. Does not agree mean that you don't know what's good for you? After saying that, he hung up, leaving Lin Xiao in a daze with a confused face. This. She should be angry. Right? He was a little confused. What did he say to make her angry? He quickly sent her a message. But she didn't reply. What should I do? Lin Xiao touched his head and was very puzzled. On the other side, Shen Yuexin threw herself on the bed, holding a little doll in her hands and squeezing it hard. While squeezing it, she whispered, "Stupid, straight man. How can you confess like this?" Lin Xiao thought about it for a long time, but couldn't get the point. So he simply gave up and planned to find an experienced teacher to ask for advice when he had time. 2 days later, the students officially entered the tide of returning to school. The seniors of the last semester were promoted to college, and the first-year students of the last semester were promoted to the second year of high school. At the same time, a large number of first-year students were welcomed. The few villa areas around Lin Xiao also welcomed their owners. Early in the morning of this day, he received a notice from the school affairs office. Lin Xiao. School starts tomorrow. Please be sure not to be late. No need to respond. Lin Xiao specially reminded Shen Yuexin, regardless of whether she must have received it. The next morning, he sent her a message as usual, and he went out in high spirits and flew towards the teaching building with tall towers in the center of the floating city. At the same time, Shen Yuexin had just gone out and stood on the magic carpet. When she saw the message he sent, she turned it off directly. But not long after, she opened it again, bit her red lips, and replied with a humph. The legendary opening ceremony did not happen, neither in number 1 middle school nor number 2 middle school, but in the university department. There was one, and there was a live broadcast online, but he did not watch it. Just like in Dongning number 5 middle school before, the internal management of the school that cultivates gods is very loose. Except during class time. No one cares even if you stay at home and sleep at other times. And their courses are quite few. Only 1 class a week. And only 1 large class a month. Which is even lower than the first year of high school. Among them, the weekly class is a theoretical class. And the large class once a month is a practical course. There is no monthly test. And the large class is an exam. Today is the first day of class, which is a theoretical class. Because Lin Xiao was specially recruited, he entered the elite class directly. Just like ordinary middle schools, the elite class is only available in the second year of high school. Many students did not recognize the elites selected from each class in the first year of high school. So when Lin Xiao landed from the sky in front of a tall tower made entirely of crystals, the elite class students around him, who looked extraordinary at first glance, did not recognize that he was a newcomer. This tower is made of transparent crystals. Like the Mage Tower, it is divided into 9 floors. Each floor is an independent expansion space. The internal area is very large, and there are tower spirits inside. The class is on the first floor, and the other floors have their own functions, which he does not know for the time being. Entering the tower through the gate guarded by 4 diamond golems, what comes into view is a huge metal space of probably millions of square meters. The surrounding walls, ground buildings, etc. are all made of metal. And even the platforms under the feet of the students are made of metal. At this time, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. Specially recruited student number 9 detected. The moment the voice sounded, a full-body crystal flew out from a small row of metal disc platforms parked against the wall not far away. The disc platform surrounded by golden streamers and outlined mysterious lines flew in front of him, immediately attracting the attention of the 2 classmates who came in at the same time as him. One of them blurted out, "Specially recruited student?" The sound was not loud, but several students not far away heard it. They turned their heads and looked at Lin Xiao with scrutiny. Lin Xiao clasped his fists and bowed to them, smiling slightly. Lin Xiao, from Yumeng province, walking onto the inverted triangle crystal platform with a diameter of about 3 meters, with a gorgeous crystal seat on it. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pressed on the armrest. A message automatically came to his mind, and the mechanical voice before also sounded. "Dear number 9 special recruit, please select the initial settings. This seat will be bound to you and can." There are a series of prompts behind it. Lin Xiao carefully checked it, and there was only one word in his mind. How? This is a legendary flying myth equipment, inspired by the floating city, and is a super shrinking and super fan low profile version of the floating city. After binding, As long as the mind moves, the platform will automatically fly up and move left and right and rise and fall as the mind wishes. It is very flexible and faster than the advanced flying technique. It also comes with 10 times of arbitrary door per day, 6 times of teleportation per day, 3 times of teleportation to another world per day, 1 time of projection per day, constant mind barrier, constant legendary advanced defense barrier, time stillness once a day, escape once a day, meteor explosion 3 times a day, Mordenkainen disintegration 3 times a day, cherished annihilation 1 time a day, advanced transfiguration 3 times a day, level 9 monster summon 3 times a day, gate to another world 3 times a day, advanced expulsion 9 times a day. Wow! This comes with spells. Lin Xiao was shocked. This thing is not an ordinary legendary equipment. It can fight a legendary mage head-on for a while without anything. The general kitchen knife professional legend may not be able to beat this thing. What's more shocking is that this thing is the standard flight equipment for each student in the school, which is permanent. That is to say, even if you are promoted to the 3rd year of high school or even admitted to college, or brought to a foreign land, this thing will not be taken back. Compared with the metal platform of ordinary students, it is more gorgeous and has stronger defense. Only a few specially recruited players and the best students in the last semester can have it. It is a symbol of identity, status and strength. Without looking, Lin Xiao had already felt more than a dozen needle-like gazes falling on him. Surprise, doubt, scrutiny, and so on. Fortunately, the owners of these gazes were quite restrained. They just looked at him without any substantial actions, let alone the legendary doubts. Or rather, they had doubts. But they were just doubts in their hearts. They would not do anything immediately before they understood the situation. After all, normally, it must be extraordinary to be able to obtain Hueyu's special moves. It is impossible to provoke before understanding the details. There are many fools in the world, but there will definitely be none here. Follow the instructions, and reset the operating system. This thing will be his in the future. Lin Xiao was quite happy to get such high-end flight equipment for the first time. He fiddled with it again, and the platform moved up and down, left and right as he wished. It was very flexible and balanced, and it felt very good to sit on it. While he was fiddling with it, students came in one after another. He occasionally looked up and looked at them. Almost all the students had their own visions, almost the same as in the later period of the summer camp. Generally speaking, all players in the God realm can produce visions. The stronger the strength, the more obvious the visions. There is a hurdle in between. It will occur when the divinity is above 5 points. But some are obvious and some are not so obvious. In other words, the elite class of the second high school affiliated to the Huiyao Super Academy all have more than 5 points of divinity. The visions of the students who have more than 5 points and the same crystal disc as Lin Xiao are particularly obvious, almost reaching the level of Qin Fengyan and Ding Yi, who are second only to Wu Zhonglin in the summer camp, and are about the same as Lin Xiao now. Lin Xiao carefully looked at the dozen players who can be called elites in the elite class. All of them have more than 10 points of divinity. That is, they are all divine creatures of level 3 or above. The strongest ones are stronger than himself in his perception, and they are very obvious. Compared with his 13 points of divinity, it is estimated that the divinity value has exceeded 15 points, which is quite powerful. Fortunately, these very powerful players are floating quietly in the corner like him, looking around with curious eyes, and they feel like they are from outside, and are not the original students of Huiyao Second High School. Could it be the other special recruits? Huiyao has a total of 10 special recruits this year. Lin Xiao is the 9th special recruit. Except for Xin Yuexin, the remaining 8 special recruits are most likely in number 2 middle school, excluding the possible 1st and 3rd year students. There are probably more than 5 second year students. If these are also special recruits, then I will feel better. Lin Xiao was looking forward to it in his heart. Anyway, he was ranked 9th, and the previous ones were ranked higher than him. If the local students were excluded, he would not be the first, and the pressure would be much less. As time slowly approached the class time, the students arrived one after another. There were a total of 105 students floating in the huge classroom. Most of the familiar ones gathered together and chatted quietly. Lin Xiao saw them chatting, and their eyes swept over himself and the others. And he knew that these single students sitting on the crystal disc who were being looked at must be the new special recruits. Ding! A crisp bell rang, and a thick white beam of light fell from the sky and hit the floor in the center of the huge classroom. With a heart-pounding breath, the white beam of light disappeared, revealing 3 figures, one in front and 2 behind, with circles of twisted ripples spreading around them. True gods. Or 3 true gods. Lin Xiao carefully experienced the heart-pounding breath and was sure that these 3 must be true gods. And they were most likely their class teachers and counselors. This was indeed the case. When these 3 figures appeared, the classroom instantly became quiet. The students who were whispering before all stopped talking and sat on their metal discs with a well-behaved look on their faces. As the distortion slowly disappeared, the true faces of the 3 figures slowly appeared in front of them. The one in the middle was a very tall person, about 5 meters tall at a glance, like a small giant, wearing a dark golden full body armor that covered his entire body and looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Only a pair of pupils shining with golden divine light were exposed, staring coldly at everyone, and the invisible pressure made people dare not look directly at him. Chapter 189 Lin Xiao's First Treasure. Titan's Fist. On the left is an ordinary-looking old man wearing a gorgeous robe and holding a gorgeous crystal staff. He is the only one of the 3 teachers who looks normal, with a long white beard that drags down to his lower abdomen. On the right is a woman who is as tall as the one in the center, with bulging muscles and looks very strong. The dark golden figure in the middle swept the crowd with a pressured gaze, and a woman who surprised Lin Xiao a little said in a hoarse voice, "I am. Good guy. This lineup is quite luxurious." Lin Xiao opened his mouth wide and listened to the 3 true gods, who introduced themselves. Just as he imagined, these 3 are true gods and their teachers. Among them, the little giant in the middle, who is about 5 meters tall and wearing a full set of hideous and terrifying dark gold full body armor, is their class teacher, named Jean Cece. Yes, this is a goddess, and she has war, conquest, and several priesthoods that match the priesthood of war. And the godhood level has reached the 7th level of weak divine power. A war goddess with a godhood level of 7 is the class teacher. It must be said that it is quite impressive. It is worthy of being the affiliated middle school of the super school Huiyao. This is awesome. The second old man who looks more like a great wizard than a god is also their teacher. His name is Dr. Sunday. He is the teacher of all the theoretical courses in their 2nd year of high school. He has the relevant priesthoods of knowledge, erudition, magic, etc., and a weak divine power of the 2nd level of godhood. As for the 3rd super muscular goddess, she is their counselor. Her name is Ju Hong. She has the priesthood of strength and protection, and a weak divine power of the 4th level of godhood. She is only 1 step away from being promoted to the 5th level of weak divine power. In the Chaos Void Sea, whether it is the main world or the exotic crystal wall, the strength of the gods is determined by the godhood level. Among them, the newly deified gods are called weak divine powers. The godhood level is generally 0, and all the way up to the 4th level is weak divine power. From the promotion to the 5th level to the 9th level of the godhood level, it is called weak divine power. Although it is called weak divine power, it is actually quite good. Generally, if there are gods in small and medium-sized planes, the upper limit is generally this level. Above the weak divine power is the medium divine power, and the divine level is from level 10 to level 14. The gods at this level are already considered to be the middle and high levels of the true gods. Some masters of the less powerful gods are also at this level. The divine level above level 14. Between level 15 and level 19 is the powerful divine power. This level is considered to be the top level of all crystal wall systems. Even if it is placed in the main world, it is a hegemon and a big man. It is qualified to establish a higher education institution. For example, the Canaan Higher Education Institute, which was established not long ago, is a newly born powerful divine power. As for the great divine power above level 20, it is also called the Supreme God. In some planes, it can also be called the God of God. But this has nothing to do with them, and does not need to be understood. After the counselor Zhu Hong finally introduced herself, the head teacher Jean Cece said in a deep voice, "I know all of you students, but some of you are specially recruited this year." Her eyes swept through the students that Lin Xiao thought were specially recruited, and she said in a deep voice, "I know all your information, and each of you has strength and potential far beyond your peers. My requirements for you are very simple. When the ranking list is changed in 3 months, the 5 of you need to be ranked in the top 100 of the ranking list. If you are below this level, Some of your special recruitment benefits will be cancelled. I said it. The voice was not loud, but it contained a shocking power that made people feel a chill. 5 specially recruited students. Follow me. And the other students will be dismissed. The first theoretical class will start tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Xiao waved his sleeves, and he felt that the world in front of him had moved away from the original classroom, and he appeared in a very large room in front of him. The facilities in the room are the same as those of an ordinary office, but the tables, chairs and decorations inside are magnified many times, probably specially prepared for several teachers who are several meters tall. In addition to the 3 teachers, there were 5 students in the room, including Lin Xiao. The class teacher Jean Cece stared at the 5 people with a beam of light in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "According to the school regulations, each special recruit can get 2 extra card slots upon admission. 1 suitable ancient quality 5-star card, 1 divinity card, and 1 divine domain card. In addition, 1 5-star divine domain card per month, and 1 extra card slot per quarter. In addition, 1 suitable ancient quality 5-star card, 1 divinity card and divine domain card will be given every year." Jean Cece paused here and continued. These are the basic benefits of special recruits in all higher education institutions. After that, they will have different additional benefits depending on the resources they have. The additional benefits of our Huiyao special recruits are that each of them can choose a first-level treasure. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 young people opened their mouths at the same time, looking shocked, including Lin Xiao. This is too generous. Each person gets a first-level treasure, and 10 specially recruited students get 10 treasures, even if they are only first level. It is very exaggerated. In addition, because you need to open the Super War competition in the subspace to obtain the extra card slot, you need to wait for a few months for this reward. If you don't want to wait, you can use 2 God Domain cards, or 1 Divine card to replace these 2 extra card slots. As soon as the head teacher finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved. A light curtain popped up in front of Lin Xiao, and a series of ancient cards with shining crystal light lined up in front of him. Dazzling. It was indeed dazzling. With so many good things in front of him, Lin Xiao didn't know how to choose for a while, or follow the old method and start from the least number. As soon as it was set, the second ancient crystal card that caught his eye made him move in his heart and choose it at the first time. 5-star miracle card Fountain of Life Fragment Ancient. You can summon a fragment of the ancient Fountain of Life and place it in the God domain. Effect 1. Speed up the recovery of injuries and physical strength of all lives in the God domain. Effect 2. Plus 10 years of lifespan for all clansmen in the God's domain, slowing down the aging speed by 20%. Effect 3. Obtain a drop of life spring water every day. Evaluation. The ancient life spring can give stronger vitality. Gather all the fragments to reproduce the ancient life spring. Note, this is a fragment of an ancient treasure. Gather all the fragments to resynthesize the ancient life spring. Lin Xiao never thought that he could see the fragment of the life spring here. He had seen it before in the trading market of the Yan Huang No. 5 Super War Fortress, where the Super Freshman Summer Camp was located. He was greedy at the time, but he didn't have the money to buy it. I didn't expect to see a fragment here. Needless to say, I took it quickly when I saw it for the first time. This thing is a good thing. All 3 effects are very powerful. Combined with the 20-year lifespan of the God's domain given by the ancient heaven, it can increase the lifespan of all clans by 30 years in total. For low-level races such as fishmen, the lifespan is doubled, which is quite powerful. Then, a divine card and a divine domain card were obtained. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao decided to exchange the 2 extra card slots for a divine card and not wait any longer. He had a Crystal Wall Origin Core SHL in his hand, which allowed him to obtain an extra card slot every month. In addition, he had a Creation Cube to fuse and strengthen the cards, so the demand for card slots was not as great as before. It was good to exchange 2 low-demand card slots for a little divine. After selecting these, the last step was to select the relics. At first, Lin Xiao was still full of expectations, but when he saw the relics available for selection, he was slightly disappointed, because although there were many relics available for selection, they could be summarized into only 3 types, namely increasing strength, increasing physique, and increasing agility, and each only increased a little. Okay, I thought too much. After all, it was only a first-level relic. So it certainly couldn't be that good. He swept his eyes over the many relics, and casually selected a huge metal fist that looked like it was carved out of gold. Named Titan's Fist. Relic. Fist of the Titan First Level Relic. Passive Effect 1. Loaded into the God's Domain. It can increase the power of all clansmen. Evaluation. Power from the Ancient Titan King. After making a choice and getting the relic, the head teacher waved his hand and left the office. But the head teacher's voice remained in his ears. As a special recruit, while obtaining additional resources, I will have higher requirements for you. You need to be better than other students in the first big class of this semester in the middle of the month. Considering that you are new and unfamiliar, my requirement for you is to be in the top 20 of the class for the time being. Those who fail to meet the standard will be cancelled for this month's special recruitment treatment. Good guy. It's still temporary. Lin Xiao felt a little pressure. However, this further stimulated his self-confidence. After all, he had a golden finger and obtained so many resources. A pig could become a master with so many resources. There was no reason for him to be so bad. If he couldn't get into the top 20, he might as well hang himself. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Xiao entered the God's Domain as soon as possible, took out the relic Titan's Fist, and loaded it into the God's Domain after giving Slarda a divine message. At the moment of loading, he felt an invisible mysterious wave quickly spread to the entire God's Domain. And then, all the clans, whether they were big Naga, small Murlocs or wise goblins, suddenly increased their strength. Big Naga was fine. Their basic strength was strong enough, and they didn't feel much after increasing it a little. The small Murlocs were ordinary innate, and they felt a very obvious increase in strength. Many small Murlocs were surprised and raised their fists to discuss. The biggest reaction was the wise goblins. This clan with insufficient innate strength almost doubled its strength after increasing its strength a little. Even with Slarda conveying divine messages, there were still many wise goblins who accidentally used too much force to bump into each other, or accidentally turned the book too hard and tore the book, which was very distressing. The City of Wisdom suddenly became a mess. Fortunately, the Oracle was released in advance and prepared. Although it was a bit messy, it did not cause chaos. And because the Oracle was released in advance, Slarda was keenly aware of this opportunity to publicize in advance that this was my Lord showing miracles, which made the followers more devout and harvested a large wave of faith. This made Lin Xiao very happy, because this was all Slarda's initiative, not the Oracle he issued. Obviously, this is already a mature believer, who can take the initiative to share his worries. Chapter 190 Choice of Path. After a few months of buffering in the God's Domain, Lin Xiao issued a divine oracle again, asking Slarda to find a time to hold another large-scale sacrifice. In this large-scale sacrifice, take out the newly obtained ancient miracle card Fountain of Life fragments and load them into the God's Domain in the name of divine blessing. As a golden light fell from the sky to the center of the main God's Domain, that is, in the central temple of Naga City, the fragments of the Fountain of Life have been placed. In a room in the center of the temple, there is a pool as big as a round table surrounded by white stones. Fountain of Life mist continuously seeps out and shrouds the pool and the outside of the pool. The Fountain of Life fragments can only produce 1 drop of Fountain of Life water a day. Every other day, the fog in the pool will condense into a drop and accumulate at the bottom of the pool. The fog outside the pool will slowly dissipate and merge into the God's Domain. After a certain period of time, when the Fountain of Life in the God's Domain is dense enough, the second effect of the Fountain of Life will slowly take effect, increasing the lifespan of the clans in the God's Domain and delaying aging. Slarda immediately set up this Fountain of Life as a holy place for the church, and sent the church's temple knights to guard and collect the Fountain of Life. As the concentrated essence of the Fountain of Life, the Fountain of Life has super vitality. Although it cannot revive the dead, any creature below the legendary level can be revived as long as it is alive and breathing, and can regenerate broken limbs. If any non-divine creature swallows it, it can increase the upper limit of life by 100 years at a time. It is only effective for the first swallowing. The second swallowing can only remove various negative states and heal injuries, as well as delay aging. But it has no effect of increasing life. After loading this card, Lin Xiao now has only 3 extra card slots left, and the treasure does not occupy the card slot. He already has a draft of which cards to load in the remaining 3 card slots. The Flame Molten Sea must occupy 1. The Water Element must occupy 1. And the remaining 1 is a spare. However, the several subsidiary planes are not big now. The day before yesterday, he consciously guided part of the fused kingdom of God fragments to condense in the void in the 6 directions of the main divine domain, southeast, northwest, and up and down, and began to open up 6 subsidiary divine domain spaces. Now the space is not big and cannot be loaded. As for the water element card, he only wants to buy one now. But there is no rush. Wait a minute. Now that school has started, there are many students. I hope to buy a few more cards for fusion. Counting the cards in his hand, removing the ones used for synthesis, decomposition as nutrients, and exchange, he now has only 14 cards left, all of which are mythical quality. In addition, he now has a vampire head in his hand, 7 points of remaining divinity, plus 1 point and 8 points that are being refined, and 3 points of divinity that are ready to be given to believers. Vampire head. He has not yet made a decision on how to deal with it. There are 2 ways to deal with this thing. One is to erase its will and spiritual imprint. Reshape a will he wants, and revive the vampire demigod, because the new will and memory are reshaped by him. The newly born vampire demigod will naturally be his master, and have absolute loyalty. But the problem is that the current god's domain cannot even support the existence of an 8th level legendary creature, let alone a 10th level demigod. Even if it is created, it will be useless. Besides, vampire demigods are not very impressive, and neither vampire priesthood nor blood priesthood has a future. The second way to deal with it is to erase its will and spiritual imprint, but not to resurrect it. Instead, it is to sacrifice the soul and 5 points of divinity of a demigod to a clan, and create a new hero. And the initial powerful hero is a hero with 5 points of divinity. But the point that makes him entangled is that if he uses the second method to create a hero, the strength can only be level 7 at the beginning, which is stuck at the upper limit of the divine domain. It is not difficult to promote to the 8th level of legend in the future, but it is uncertain if he wants to promote to the 10th level. It is not that the soul and 5 points of divinity of a demigod are not valuable, but mainly that he does not have enough potential clans to carry this power. If he gets an ordinary clan to carry it, the potential is extremely limited, and such a large investment is too wasteful. Looking around the divine domain, it seems that only small elemental elves and dragon turtles are qualified to carry this power. But the little elemental elf has already obtained a little divine gift, and her power system is not compatible with the vampire demigod. The dragon turtle is barely qualified, but this little guy has not grown up yet, and it can't bear the 5 points of divinity at such a young age. So now there is nothing to do, and it can only be left to eat dust first, hoping that one of the clans in the god's domain can be lucky enough to stand out and get this great opportunity. Half a year later in the god's domain, Lin Xiao returned from the god's domain in the middle of the night. Not long after resting, it was the next morning. He came to the classroom early, and other students came earlier. When the time came, the theory teacher Dr. Sun arrived on time. This old man who looked more like a great wizard than a god seemed to be easy to talk to. His divine thoughts swept over all the students, and he smiled and said with his staff, "Today is the first theory class. Let me introduce to you the courses that need to be learned in the theory class in the 2nd year of high school. Everyone remember it." Lin Xiao sat on the seat of the crystal disc and listened attentively. Our Huiao is different from ordinary middle schools, because of the different courses in the 2nd year of high school. Each of you needs to systematically master mythology magic. In the 2nd year of high school, you must master most of the mainstream spells from 0 ring to 9 rings, and include a series of supporting related knowledge. In addition, in terms of the divine domain, you need to redefine your own divine name, improve your church framework and church philosophy, and redefine your divine extraordinary ability. Among them, the name of the god is related to the purity of faith and the future cohesion of the priesthood. So, Dr. Sun spoke slowly, and everyone dared not speak and listened carefully. The more Lin Xiao listened, the more he felt that coming to Huiao was indeed much better than staying in the original school. A true god came to teach them personally, and his experience on the road of gods was definitely stronger than that of a demigod. The knowledge about the divine domain and gods was very rich, and the explanation was in-depth and easy to understand. When Dr. Sun stopped at some point, Lin Xiao had a slight understanding of the content taught in Huiao and other affiliated key high schools of higher education institutions. According to Dr. Sun, all students grow wildly in the 1st year of high school, The only requirement of the teacher for students is to develop the divine domain and the clan, and ignore everything else. But it is not possible after entering the second year of high school. At this time, the strength of the divine domain players has grown to a certain extent, and they need to have a detailed plan for the divine domain, the original name of the god, the church framework and concept, and the initial divine supernatural powers must all be revised and replanned according to their predetermined growth path, because the second and third years of high school are preparing to become demigods. At this time, every student needs to consider which priesthood to concentrate on in the future to become a demigod. This must be decided in the second year of high school, and then all the reinforcement in the 2 semesters of the second and third years of high school is to work towards this goal. At this stage, the school will issue a special remodeling card to each student, which allows them to redetermine the initial divine supernatural power and reselect the initial divine art. This determination is the final determination. Each divine domain player can only remodel once. If it is not done well this time, there will be no chance to change it in the future, and you can only follow the route you have chosen now. Then everyone received a glittering card. This remodeling card is also an ancient quality card, but it will not occupy a card slot. You can use it when you take it back to the divine domain. Everyone can start remodeling divine supernatural abilities and initial divine arts now. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Dr. Sun sat down on a large podium platform that belonged exclusively to teachers. He pointed to a cup of hot tea on the table and smiled while answering students' questions. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to listen. Everyone's questions were also his questions. As an ordinary player who was in the first year of high school and studying in an ordinary middle school, he had too many questions to ask. For example, whether any path can be taken. If you don't have it, can you choose it? For example, if he doesn't have the ability related to the war priesthood, can he choose the divine supernatural ability in this area? Or can he choose multiple priesthood routes? Or which priesthoods are incompatible? And so on. Students asked questions one by one, and Dr. Sun patiently answered them one by one. After more than a dozen questions, Lin Xiao found that these students had basically asked all the questions he wanted to ask. There was only one question left. He saw that no one would ask it for a while, so he raised his hand. Dr. Sun took a sip of tea and pointed at him with his staff and said, "You are the special recruit of Lin Xiao this year, right? Ask any questions." "Teacher, my question may be a bit private. Can I ask you alone?" He immediately felt many surprised eyes falling on him. Dr. Sun smiled and nodded. "Yes." Lin Xiao was delighted and transmitted his voice. "Teacher, there is a very powerful priesthood path, but because it is too difficult, do you say that we should set our goal directly on this powerful priesthood, or choose the lower level priesthood of this powerful priesthood first?" Dr. Sun thought for a while before replying. "Let me tell you this. If you set your sights on that very powerful priesthood, first of all, the requirements for divinity are very high. You need to gather enough divinity before you become a demigod. That is, before the college entrance examination. You should know that the more powerful the priesthood is, the more divinity is needed to support it. The lowest admission standard of Huiyao University is also a demigod, and Huiyao does not have the concept of repeating a grade. In other words, if you do not gather enough divinity to become a demigod in the priesthood within these 2 years, you will not be able to study at Huiyao University. You must think clearly about the consequences. If you choose a lower level priesthood of a powerful priesthood, the initial difficulty will be much lower, but the corresponding school's evaluation of you will be lower, which will affect your treatment when you enter the university department after the 3rd year of high school. It is hard to say whether you can continue to maintain the special admission treatment and enter the university department. So that's it. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought and hesitated. At this time, Dr. Sun said again, "Based on my experience, unless you are extremely sure that you can gather enough divinity in the 2nd and 3rd year of high school, I suggest you choose the second option, which is safer. After all, according to my understanding of your background, your family should not have much support in terms of resources for you. And you don't have to count on the treatment of special admissions, which is definitely not enough for you to choose a difficult path and go on." At this time, Dr. Sun said again, "Of course, this is just a suggestion given by the teacher based on your situation. It is just a suggestion. If you are sure, you can make any choice, which will not affect the school's evaluation of you. Thank you for the teacher's advice." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude and had an idea in his mind. Then he waited for a while, and no one asked again. So he entered the divine realm like everyone else.